But nothing has been discovered so far. Those who spread the faith are all members of the human race. It should be because the intruders discovered some movement and lurked. Although Yaffer is a foodie, he is not vague in answering these serious questions. But speaking of which, Yaffer is also Saratel's daughter. A tiger father has no dog daughter. As the master of beast spirits, Saratel is extremely powerful. Even if Yaffer's not that strong, there is no way he is a fool. Then I probably understand. It's just a matter of keeping a low profile. Sheila nodded, understanding in his heart. It is not easy to spread something like faith, and it is even more difficult to change it. Otherwise, those guys wouldn't have chosen humans who didn't have faith goals as targets. It's just that spreading faith is all about subtlety. They talk about it all day long, but they don't see any benefit at all. To be honest, the people of the human race would probably just find it annoying and not believe in the so-called God of War. However, things like benefits cannot be given just as you say. Miracles are precious because they are rare. So either don't take action, or once you take action, you have to shock the world in order to achieve the purpose of spreading faith. But having said that, the current situation of the human race is that almost every city-state has people from the elves, or beastiers monitoring them. Just waiting for those outsiders to lose their composure and show their flaws. Then he reported it to Saratel and the others, and then used the power off Thunder to get rid of all these guys. So now all those outsiders are dormant, and even the matter of spreading faith has been left to the human race to handle. Unfortunately, except for the first few city-states, the next actions of the human race did not go smoothly. Believers of the God of War will tend to have a radical way of thinking. This is not very popular among humans. Because when one's own strength is not worthy of radical thinking, most of what can be achieved is self-destruction. In the northern mountains, the human race is just a marginalized fourth race. That's why we have the current situation of loud thunder and light raindrops. However, one thing is that the belief in the God of War is quite suitable for the warlike beastiers. It's just that the beastiers themselves have the highest belief in the Lord of Beast spirits, so it is almost impossible to change. What's more, Saratel is not just for a living. As for the elves, there is no need to think about it. Because if the human race does not like radicalization because it is forced by strength, then the elves love peace and are born like this. Therefore, even if the influence of the elf queen is eliminated, it is difficult for the belief in the God of War to spread among the elves. As for the dwarves, they look a bit more fierce. But in fact, the peace-loving dwarves are not far different from the elves. Only blacksmithing and fine wine are the greatest hobbies of the dwarves. As for everything else, it should be put aside. The evidence that best illustrates this point is that among the three major races in the northern mountains, only the dwarves do not have branch lines and tribes. The beastiers are warlike, so they don't get along well with each other. The elves will also start disputes among themselves in order to compete for resources and power. So much so that it is now divided into various tribes and branches. Only a powerful person, the highest belief of the race, can bring the entire race together. But the dwarves don't need it. A city of Hearth can gather most of the dwarf blacksmith masters there. Even if the leader of the dwarf clan rarely cares about the clan's trivial matters, there will not be any big problems. Although there are small frictions, it is really hard to see big fights. So after much thought, if you want to spread the faith of the God of War, the human race is the best choice. However, this situation is probably something that the intruders did not expect. The Beastier tribe and the Elf tribe are actually so vigilant. It seems that it is impossible to resolve this matter in a short period of time. Chila thought to himself. But just dragging it like this has no impact on Chilu. It's all thanks to the hard work of the Elf and Beastier tribes, who need to monitor the human city-state at all times to prevent any unexpected situations. Time flies. During this period of time, nothing major happened on the northern mountains. On the contrary, in the New World mode, the development period of the Tower of Necromancer copy has passed, and the silver jar has begun to be officially produced. 10,000 points for a silver jar does seem expensive. Judging from the situation of those players who got the guide and worked hard for a day, they could barely save 2,000 points. 10,000 points would take 5 full days of hard work. However, don't forget that there is never a shortage of customers in Qile shop. In the booths in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room area, the occupancy rate has always been above 98%. And after Qilu expanded the store many times, the total number of decks in the two stores must be tens of thousands. Then the number of players in the New World mode is at least hundreds of thousands. This is still an underestimation. Maybe the real situation is hundreds of thousands, but that's not necessarily true. It's just that Qilu hasn't done any statistics, so he can only estimate the minimum number. After all, any customer who comes to the store will feel like he has never been to the store if he doesn't take a look inside the New World model. Because commodities such as weapons can only be used in battle. But the New World mode is different. You can train yourself anytime and anywhere to improve your combat power. Therefore, under the influence of this upgrading frenzy, there are thousands of players who have reached level 75. In the form of the membership card exchange system, strategies for the Tower of the Necromancer dungeon are also gradually being released. It contains the fighting styles of enemies of various classes, as well as how to cooperate when two people form a team. And among them, there are several modes of team formation alone. For example, the most classic one is an output class and an auxiliary class to create a stable flow. Or it could be the quick push flow of two output-type classes. There is also a defensive class plus a stable kill flow of an output class, etc. In short, when thousands of players accumulate points together and accumulate points, the number of silver jars produced will definitely be in the thousands. And there is output almost every day. After this wave of openings, at least dozens of skill books were released. The shipment rate is almost 1%, which is really not high. But with the number of lottery jars stacked up, the number of new skill books is actually not too small. Basically, a dozen new skill books are put on the trading system every day, and the number of virtualization skill books and soul poison skill books is evenly split. There is no obvious difference. This shows that the shipment rates of the two skill books are actually the same. From this point of view, the probability of getting a skill book from the silver jar should be 2 to 1%. That's a full 2% probability. Although, it's not very high. To be honest, after learning this conclusion, the first thing Qilu thought of was to admire the spirit of those data-oriented players. After that, Qilu admired the mentality of many players more. There is a 2% probability that if Qilu is asked to open the can, then he is really complying with that sentence. I'm so torn. Because these lottery jars are not like pet card machines. You can keep drawing as long as you spend money. If the shipment rate is low, it will be low, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, it has no effect on those Krypton Gold warriors. There are even some Krypton Gold warriors who think it would be better if the shipment rate is low so that not everyone has it. It satisfies both their power needs and their vanity needs. It's simply double the joy. However, the lottery jar cannot be purchased with spiritual crystals. You can only accumulate points step by step to redeem them, and these points cannot be traded. So after spending several days of hard work and finally redeeming the lottery jar, nothing good came out. That is really a test of mentality. It's not like there are no players whose mentality explodes accidentally. Especially those players who exchanged several silver jars at once and opened them all at once. Once the skill book is not opened, they will basically burst in the spot. Fortunately, in Qilu's store, any product related to luck is quite a test-off mentality. Therefore, experienced players are not slow to adjust their mentality. Although it cracked again, it didn't take long to close, and I even wanted to pen a few more cans to calm down the shock. Standard boss behavior. But these are small things. What Qi Lu is even more looking forward to is how many players will be so sad that, when they open the golden pot, they will be so sad that they will fight for the ground with their heads. Because the exchange price of the gold jar is 10 times that of the silver jar. If we talk about scrapping a silver jar, it only takes several days of hard work. So scrapping a golden jar takes dozens of days of hard work. It would best range if you don't feel so sad and angry that you hit the wall. However, even so, what should go up will still go up. Moving bricks and opening jars is like this. Some people are happy and others are sad. If you are lucky, you will get rich. If you are unlucky, you will be buried on the spot. Chi Leke has experienced all these things personally. Although they are not all experienced in this life, there is still no shortage of experiences and feelings that should be had. Hey, the car rolled over again? These days, Chi Li's greatest pleasure is standing outside Yu Shuangshua's booth and watching this little cat-eared Lolita open jars. Then looking at her furious look, I suddenly felt relieved. What are you talking about, Chi Lu? This is not called overturning, this is called accumulating luck, understand? Yu Shuangshue rolled her eyes at Qi Lu with an unhappy face, very dissatisfied with Qi Li's gloating. As the fastest kitten in the Tower of Necromancer dungeon, he can earn points the fastest. Yu Shuangshue naturally accumulated the most points. The number of silver jars redeemed from the tower keepers was also the largest. But the only unfortunate thing is that luck seems to be the worst. At least for the time that Qi Lu came to watch, every time Yu Shuangshue pined a can, all kinds of equipment or medicines came out. Although the properties of these things are indeed very good. But for Yu Shuangshue, it's really not very useful. The most that can be done is to further increase the speed at which Yu Shuangshue can earn points, raising the limit of 6,000 points that can be earned in a day to 8 or 9,000. If you want to improve it further, you can only wait for Yu Shuangshue to reach level 85, and then equip all the equipment to be of the highest quality. In this case, the limit of earning 8 or 9,000 points in a day can be raised again to about 10,000 or 2. However, if you want to match your equipment to this level, it is not something that can be accomplished in a day or 2. So these days, everything Yu Shuangshue opened in the silver jar was basically thrown into the trading system. It can be regarded as slightly making up for the loss. After all, the New World mode is not free. It requires 4 spiritual crystals to play for an hour. Otherwise, why would there be so many game merchants in the New World mode? And even though serious grinding players will sell some items from time to time in exchange for spiritual crystals. In the final analysis, it is because the consumption in Chila's store is indeed quite high. Although there are many children from rich families who come to Chila's store. But not every customer is that wealthy. There are still many customers from ordinary families, not to mention casual cultivators. If you are not strong enough, your pockets will basically be cleaner than your face. That's why Chila will continue to improve the model of the transaction system and strive to be convenient and fast, so that every customer with a membership card can conduct transactions with other customers anytime and anywhere. The settlement method is naturally the spiritual crystal stored in the membership card. In this way, the funds in the hands of these customers can be circulated and help all customers consume better. It's a different kind of robbing the rich to give to the poor. No, that's not right, you can't say that. It should be called each taking what the needs. Because the principle of the trading system is that both parties are willing to trade fairly, and there will never be any threat or coercion. So everyone can only take what they need. Those rich kids, with a lot of money, and wealthy families have a lot of spiritual crystals in their hands. But even though he lacks strength and has weak combat skills, he can't clear the dungeon. Therefore, those casual cultivators who did not have much money relied on their own strength to lead these weaklings through the dungeon in order to earn spiritual crystals. Very reasonable. There are many more situations like this. And in addition to strength, luck is also a good thing to use to make a fortune. After all, in the current trading system, except for the clearly priced products in Chila's store, basically everything can be put up for trading. The main types of transactions involved are various items in the New World mode and various pet cards. Of course, there are also businesses like Yuxuanshua's old business, such as leading people to clear dungeons, and so on. This type of business of hiring people basically involves contacting people privately using the communication system, or posting posts in forums to call people. As for the price, it is also discussed in private. Then the party that takes the order takes an insignificant item and puts it in the trading system, and the hiring party just spends the spirit crystal to take a photo of it. This method of remittance actually originated from Yuxuanshu. On the one hand, it is to leave evidence. Because all orders placed by players in the trading system can be found in the trading system, there is no way to default on the transaction. On the other hand, it is also to give some profit to Qi Lu. After all, for orders completed through the trading system, the system will charge a 2% handling fee. However, the reason why Yuxuanshu did this was because when she was caught by Qi Lu and came to the store, she was a newbie and unfamiliar with the place, so she didn't dare to eat alone. So I came here to please Qi Lu. But who knew that it would become an established rule now? This also made Yuxuanshu quite helpless. A 2% loss in income for no apparent reason would really make no sense to ordinary customers. But when it comes to Yuxuanshu, it really makes the stingy little cat very uncomfortable. So when I open the can now, Yuxuanshu's mentality is a bit explosive. But, in fact, so many days of hard work have been in vain, and it will explode no matter who it is placed on. Fortunately, in the form of the membership card exchange system, there are some veterans of stress resistance who forcibly explained a wave of luck conservation theory, which was able to solve the problem of the explosive mentality of many players. And this theory of conservation of luck is what Yuxuanshu calls accumulating luck. To put it simply, as long as your luck is extremely bad, you can quickly turn around. If you haven't turned around yet, it only means that your luck is not extremely bad. To be honest, this theory seems a bit silly to Qi Lu. But Qi Lu couldn't bear to break their beautiful dreams, so he really didn't know what to say. But optimism is always a good thing. Yes, that's right. You are still accumulating luck now. Come on, you will definitely be able to do it. Qi Lu looked at Yuxuanshu's confident look and couldn't help but reached out and patted her shoulder and said seriously. Although daydreaming seems silly, optimism is really a great spirit. Of course. Yuxuanshu held her head high and said proudly. The movements of his hands did not stop and he continued to open the last silver jar. Get a special healing potion. Tisk. Forget it, I won't open the silver jar anymore. I'll open the gold jar in a few days. Yuxuanshu fiercely put the potion in her hand into the character's backpack, and then spoke angrily. My mentality is still broken after all. Qi Lu had already expected this result, shrugged his shoulders, and left Yuxuanshu's booth refreshed. But in the next period of time, Yuxuanshu should not be able to open the can again. After the mentality explodes, it always takes a certain amount of time to recover. So the days in the store became peaceful again. There are more than a dozen etherization skill books and soul toxin skill books put on the trading system every day, and then they are quickly sold out. Even if the price is not low, the buyer does not hesitate at all. Buy early and enjoy early. If you buy it late, it won't actually reduce the price much. After all, the value of these skill books is there. Players in the New World mode have a huge demand for these precious skill books, and the supply will always exceed the demand. Even the original Evil Body skill book is now still in demand by customers. After all, the system's self-made skills, even if they are learned, are only at the first level. If you want to improve your skill level, you must use skill points and skill books together. This is not like the skills inherent to players. As long as you learn it, if you want to improve your level, you only need skill points. That's why these system-made skill books are so precious. There is no way, without the skill book, the skill level cannot be improved. Although low-level skills can also be used, the effect always feels a bit inferior. Time flies by like a white horse. In Chi Li's store, another peaceful day passed. The group of guys who preached about the god of war also seemed to be dormant, and there was no movement. Although news from the elf tribe and the beasteer tribe comes back from tomato time. But these are all innocuous situations. However, the human race's city-states are in contact with each other more frequently. The belief in the god of war spread among the human race and began to spread everywhere. Although the speed was a bit slow, it did not mean to stop. Are you ready to take action? But if they fall out now, the faith they have worked so hard to spread may soon disappear without a trace. Although Chi Lu is not like Siratel and others, they run everywhere on the front line. But based on the news that came back, it was okay to sit in the store and analyze the situation. Although the belief has spread, it still needs time to settle down before it becomes stable and ingrained. Otherwise, it's just superficial scenery. When the actual call for mobilization is made, there will probably only be 3 or 2 kittens. It's already good to get some stragglers. But there are exceptions to everything. It would make sense if there were special methods of bewitching, or if the god of war could be made to take action. It's a pity that the situation is not clear yet. It's better to wait and see the situation first before making any comments. Chila rubbed his eyebrows and said secretly in his heart. For this kind of thing, even if a war breaks out, it will not be Chi Li's turn to be the first to take action. Saratel and the others are more active than Chi Lu. After all, Chi Li's position is still a backup, waiting to finally clean up the mess, or watching the battle from the sidelines. Only under special circumstances would Chi Li take action directly. But when that time comes, it can only show that the enemy is indeed powerful to a certain extent. After all, there are 3 strong men on Saratel's side. The northern mountains should not lose. By the way, counting the days, today should be the time to mass-produce gold pots. Chi Li thought for a moment and suddenly thought of this matter again. The golden jar is a good thing, and the skill book inside is even better among good things. At least it's much better than the skill book in the silver jar. The Undead Resurrection skill book and the Evil Thought Power skill book are both excellent skills that can be used in actual combat. Of course, it goes without saying much about the bonus to combat effectiveness. And the most important thing is that the Undead Resuscitation skill is simply a magical skill when fighting in groups. As long as the skill level is high enough, one's own combat power will basically not be reduced. How much has been sacrificed will be restored. For any magician, it has a fatal attraction. So when Chila thought about this, his first reaction was to go to Yue Xuanxue to see how she was doing with opening the jar. Although the theory of Yue Xuanxue accumulating luck is very good. But the angry look of the cat-eared Loli is really cute. Chi Lu? Why are you here again? What on earth do you want to do? Yue Xuanxue had just exchanged the gold jar from the tower guard, and when she turned around, she saw Chi Li's playful smile. The 2 cat ears on the top of his head stood up immediately. I just came here to see and cheer you up, Chi Li said confidently. Because Chi Li couldn't say anything, he was unhappy with this cat-eared Lolita for being lazy during work hours, so he came here specially so that he could laugh at her immediately. If you really said that. I'm afraid Yue Xuanxue would jump up and scratch Chi Li's paws at the risk of being spanked by Chi Lu. I don't believe it. Get out of the way. Yu Xuanxue stared at her big watery eyes, puffed out her cheeks, and said to Qi Lu. The cat behind him flicked his tail as if to demonstrate to Qi Lu. You'd better open the can directly. I won't be able to disturb you while I'm standing here. Just open it. I'm really just here to take a look. Qi Lu emphasized his purpose again. It was impossible to leave, otherwise how could he have come to ridicule him in the first place? Damn Qi Lu. Yu Xuanxue glared at Qi Lu fiercely, then turned around and started to pen the jar. Then at the next moment, a weapon shining with golden light was taken out from the golden jar. Wow, golden legend. Qi Lu immediately dubbed a sentence vividly behind him. Although Yu Xuanxue didn't understand what it meant, from Qi Li's tone, she knew it was definitely not a good sentence. Shut up. Yu Xuanxue gritted her teeth and said. It takes 100,000 points to exchange for a golden jar. How can Yu Xuanxue be happy now that a handful of these are available? Because Yu Xuanxue is in the New World mode, there is no need to use weapons. After all, it is a spirit-eating cat. The body is the best weapon. Its lethality is amazing, so what kind of weapon is needed? To be honest, even if a top-level armor was released, Yu Xuanxue would be happier than she is now. But it happens to be the items that are least needed. Okay, you continue, I won't say any more. Qi Lu kept silent knowingly. If you are sarcastic, just say one sentence. If you say too much, you will have to fight. After all, Yu Xuanxue is one of our own. Even if it is a joke, it must bed one in moderation. If it really gets angry, it will be a bad thing. Call. Yu Xuanxue took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and then opened another golden jar. A thin sword shining with golden light suddenly appeared in Yu Xuanxue's hand. Puff. Seeing this scene, Qi Lu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Qi Lu. What are you laughing at? Hearing this voice, Yu Xuanxue suddenly became furious. I remember happy things. Qi Lu looked like he couldn't help laughing. It was really hard to hold back his laughter. What happy things do you think of? I remembered a delicious dish. What kind of food? Before Qi Lu could finish what he said, Yefel's voice rang out, interrupting what Qi Lu wanted to say. Yu Xuanxue's sharp eyes immediately looked over, with a fierce look on her face. It was as if he was telling others that it was best not to mess with her now. Manager Qi, it seems you still have something to do over there. Let's talk about the food later. Ye Fei was glared at by Yu Xuanxue, and immediately sat back with a smile. Although Yu Xuanxue looked very cute at the moment, her angry aura still made Yafel make the right choice. After all, Yafel is just greedy, not stupid. Don't be angry, keep going. Luck will get better. Yu Xuanxue took a deep breath again and told herself in her heart to be calm. Qi Lu also took a deep breath, fearing that he would laugh out loud if he was not careful. Give me a skill book. The third golden jar was opened with Yu Xuanxue's shout. Another shining golden weapon appeared in Yu Xuanxue's hand. There is a saying, the items in the golden jar are indeed good things, and all kinds of equipment have top quality attributes. The only problem was that Yu Xuanxue couldn't use weapons at all. Pfft, ha ha ha. This time, Qi Lu really couldn't hold it back. That's enough. Qi Lu, you are obviously laughing at me, and you never stop. I asked you why you came here at this time. It turns out you were just here to laugh at me. Damn it. Yu Xuanxue's mentality exploded on the spot, and she threw herself direct line Qi Lu, roaring with teeth and claws. It's a pity that the thunder is loud and the raindrops are light. The raised paw did not fall down for a long time. It seemed that even though Yu Xuanxue was angry, she still knew her status very well. If this claw goes down, Yu Shi'er won't be able to save her, but even if she comes. I'm really not laughing at you. Qi Li's expression became a little weird because he was holding back his laughter, but he still reasoned with Yu Xuanxue very sensibly. If you don't believe it, I'll go online and open a jar to make you smile. Because Qi Lu is only keen on challenging himself and is not keen on opening cans. Therefore, the points accumulated in his hand are enough for Qi Lu to exchange for several gold jars. Then, that's all right, you go online first. Yu Xuanxue hesitated for a moment, but finally gave in, and then jumped off Qi Lu. Qi Lu was unequivocal and immediately found a booth and entered the New World mode. Then he ran to the first floor of the Necromancer's tower and exchanged it with the tower guard for 2 gold jars. Okay, the jar has been redeemed. Come and take a look. Before Qi Lu opened the jar, he called Yu Xuanxue specifically to prevent the cat-eared Lolita from being unhappy again. I'm watching. Just drive. Yu Xuanxue puffed out her cheeks and glared at Qi Lu fiercely. Okay, then I'll start. While Qi Lu was speaking, he had already opened the golden jar in his hand. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the skill book, Resurrection of the Undead. The expression on Yu Xuanxue's face disappeared instantly, and a large cloud of water vapor began to fill her 2 big eyes, and then... Wow! Qi Lu is bullying me. Along with crying, Yu Xuanxue disappeared from the New World mode and ran to the 2nd floor. Qi Lu really wanted to explain, but he really couldn't find any good words. Because this situation was so ridiculing that Qi Lu felt a little embarrassed. System, are you obstructing this? Qi Lu began to look for the scapegoat. System, host, what are you talking about? Why can't this system understand you? This confused tone doesn't seem to be a secret operation of the system. It's nothing, I'm sorry to bother you, you can continue your unfinished business. Qi Lu looked up to the sky and sighed, and then said in his mind. System, host, you seem a little strange. Do you need this system to help you check your body? No need, thank you for your hard work, you can rest now. Qi Lu replied in a friendly and polite manner. In the face of well-intentioned inquiries from the system, it is always inappropriate to refuse directly. System, okay, if nothing serious happens in the future, it's better not to call this system out. After saying this, the system disappeared immediately. I feel a little embarrassed. Why don't I give Shao Shu something to make up for it later in the evening? Qi Lu really didn't expect that his luck would suddenly become so good. For players with a dark face, Ogo will always be better than a gold warrior. Presumably Yu Xuanxue had the same idea. This was the first time Qi Lu had ever seen someone being made angry and crying, and guilt arose spontaneously. Qi. Store manager, Qi, you should be fine here. Then Shao Shu, is she okay? At this time, Yefei walked over quietly. Yefei just saw Yu Xuanxue running to the 2nd floor crying. Don't worry, she's fine. Qi Lu didn't know how to explain the situation to Yefei, so he simply stopped talking. Oh, since Shao Shu is okay, then the delicious food you mentioned before. Qi Lu did not answer Yefei's question after all. Since it was really difficult to answer, I could only remain silent. Fortunately, the embarrassing scene did not last long, and Yefei was keenly aware that something was wrong in the atmosphere. So after leaving a word, he quickly ran away. If there are really new delicacies, Manager Qi must tell me. Good. Qi Lu could only respond silently. Who would have thought that Yefei would hear her casual words about Yu Xuanxue and arouse her interest? But this matter is over now. Qi Lu doesn't know when new snacks and drinks will be available, so he can only wait. Apart from this small incident, the atmosphere in the store was quite peaceful. Although shouts of explosive mentality can be heard from time to time in the combat power improvement training room area, fortunately, the customers in the store have not experienced this kind of thing once or twice. So I adjusted quickly. Those who should open the jar are still opening the jar. When the points are used up, they will continue to challenge the Necromancer Tower copy. The scene is orderly and makes people feel at ease. At night, the customers who had been working hard all day left the store one after another, with expressions of joy or sadness, either alone or in groups. After Qi Lu saw the last customer leaving, he stood up and closed the store door. Then through the store portal, he came to the store in Yunwu City. "Shi'er, have you seen Shao Shu Jiu Hui?" Qi Lu stood at the entrance of the corridor and saw Yu Shi'er still checking in the store, so he asked a question. "Brother Qi Lu, what are you doing with Shao Shu Jiu Hui? She should be in the bedroom now." Yu Shi'er heard the sound, turned back to look at Qi Lu, and answered aloud. After a pause, Yu Xuanxue spoke again. "By the way, brother Qi Lu, when Shao Shu Jiu Hui came here before, she said that you bullied her. Is that true?" This was said with a somewhat incredible tone. To be honest, Yu Shi'er didn't quite believe that Qi Lu would bully Yu Xuanxue. But the look of a cat-eared loli, with tears in her eyes, is quite heartbreaking. So when Yu Xuanxue came to complain to Yu Shi'er earlier, Yu Shi'er had already comforted her and said that there must be some misunderstanding and Qi Lu definitely didn't mean it. Of course it's not true. It can only be said that it was a mistake. Qi Lu scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. There is a saying, if the golden jar Qi Lu opened was also a piece of waste, then Yu Xuanxue's mood would definitely improve. However, the problem is that Qi Lu just opened one of the two most precious skill books. Under this series of blows, it is normal to be angry and cry. Well, that's what I guessed. Yu Shi'er nodded in agreement, and then continued, "Shao Shu Jiu Hui should be in the bedroom now. If brother Qi Lu wants to find Shao Shu Jiu Hui, please go there quickly." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Qi Lu nodded, then turned and walked to the second floor. Although Qi Lu knew where Yu Shi'er's bedroom was, he had basically never been there. After all, men and women are not intimate, and things that should be avoided should still be avoided. But now is a special situation, so I am offended. Opening the door, you will see a rather simple and elegant bedroom. Although the decoration style is biased toward girls, it is more concise. "Shao Shu Jiu Hui, are you there?" Qi Lu first stood at the door and shouted inside. If Yu Xuanxue was not inside, Qi Lu would not go in and disturb him. Crack dash. Following Qi Li's shout, the quilt on the big bed was suddenly opened, and the cat-eared loli lying inside sat up with a squeak. Then he raised his cat ears and glared at Qi Lu fiercely. "Qi Lu, what are you doing here again? Do you really think this little kitten is easy to bully?" Yu Xuanxue said with a grin. He stared at his big eyes and tried to look as ferocious as possible. It's a pity that cute face that didn't even get rid of the smell of milk powder can only show a fierce expression. Although the momentum is indeed terrifying, it has no effect on Qi Lu. "I think you may have misunderstood, Shao Shu Jiu Hui, you have to believe me. What happened during the day was just a coincidence." Qi Lu looked serious and spoke in a serious tone. After all, Qi Lu really can't control things like luck. Moreover, let alone Qi Lu, even the system with its vast magical power probably cannot manipulate such things as luck. There may still be hope for luck. However, for the system, luck should not be too important. Because from Qi Li's understanding, the system seems to rely on hard power and never play tricks. Misunderstanding? Where is the misunderstanding? Aren't you here to laugh at me? Yu Xuanxue still stared at Qi Lu with fierce eyes. The hatred that the black-faced person has for Ogo cannot be explained clearly by a single misunderstanding, and certainly cannot be resolved by a single misunderstanding. At least Yu Xuanxue wanted to bite Qi Lu now. Of course not. Qi Lu answered without hesitation. Actually, the Undead Resurrection skill book was not what I wanted to draw. It appeared accidentally on its own. Then, Qi Lu wanted to explain what a mistake is. He also said that he only wanted to plant flowers, but not to bloom, but had no intention of planting willows to create shade. However, these words sounded more like showing off to Yuxuan Xue, and they were simply not human words. What I can't even ask for is just something that others don't want. Who can bear this kind of tone? Qi Lu, I'm going to scratch you to death. If you don't break out in silence, you will perish in silence. Obviously, Yuxuan Xue chose the former, so she pounced on him. No matter how big the difference in strength between himself and Qi Lu was, he just rushed forward regardless and waved his little claws at Qi Lu fiercely. Fortunately, Yuxuan Xue still knew some sense of propriety and did not turn out her sharp claws. She just scratched with her soft fingers. So Qi Lu didn't bother to stop it. It would be better to let Yuxuan Xue vent her grievances, so as not to bear restless all day long. Damn, Qi Lu, you know how to bully me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Why didn't you bully Sheer? After Yuxuan Xue scratched for a while, she said angrily. It's a pity that Qi Lu doesn't want to answer this question. Besides, Qi Li's original intention was not like this, it was just a mistake. Otherwise, Qi Lu wouldn't have come all the way. Okay, I've already apologized. You have nothing to lose. If it doesn't work out, how about I give you the skill book? As Qi Lu spoke, he held Yuxuan Xue's back with his hands to prevent her from accidentally falling. Okay, that's it, I accept your apology. Yuxuan Xue pouted after hearing this. The civet cat has always been a master who will not let go of its hawks until it sees a rabbit, but when it sees a rabbit, it is not slow to let go of its hawks. Currently, in the trading system of the New World mode, a book on the skills of resurrecting the undead can be purchased for almost 400,000 spiritual crystals. After all, the gold pot is very expensive, and 100,000 points ice out of reach for most players. Secondly, the probability of getting a skill book is also quite low. It can be said that the stocks of the Undead Resurrection skill book and the Power of Evil Thought skill book are only about 1/10 of those of the Ether skill book and the Soul Toxin skill book. The two skill books in the silver jar can produce more than 10 books in a day. But for the two skill books in the golden jar, one may not be released in a day or two. That's why the current situation has arisen. Rare things are worth more, not to mention the effects of these skill books are so powerful. So Qi Li's casual words were actually equivalent to giving Yuxuan Xue 400,000 spiritual crystals. Of course Yuxuan Xue would relent. The ability to see money is the specialty of the civet cat. Just accept it, and don't talk nonsense in front of Sheer from now on. Qi Lu couldn't help but give a warning. As a store manager, Qi Lu actually wants to appear more casual to Yuxuan Xue. Because in Yuxuan Xue's eyes, Qi Lu possesses more, not majesty, but intimidation. This is an interesting situation. So when Yuxuan Xue faced Qi Lu, she felt more fear than respect. On weekdays, she and Qi Lu would fight, and even have the guts to say arrogant words, but when it was time to take action, Yuxuan Xue ran faster than anyone else. Even when he is really angry, he will not move his claws. It is precisely because of this situation that Qi Lu appeared more casual and less worried when facing Yuxuan Xue. But when facing Yu Sheer, no. The image that should be maintained must still be maintained. Don't worry, this little kitten will definitely not slip up when doing things. Yuxuan Xue used Qi Li's hand to hold her back, climbed onto Qi Li's shoulders, and then jumped down. Then he ran to the first floor. After resting for most of the day, the number of challenges in the Tower of Necromancer dungeon should be refreshed. It would be better to hurry over and try hard. I thought I had to pay some dragon blood or the holy blood of the elves to solve the problem. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Qi Lu looked at Yuxuan Xue's bouncing back, and the expression on his face became calm. Whether it is dragon blood or the holy blood of the elves, they are all rare and precious treasures. Even if ordinary cultivators want to see it, it is impossible for them to see it. The attraction to civet cats is naturally huge. Originally, Qi Lu came over this time and was prepared for heavy bleeding. Who would have thought that Yu Xuanxue could be so easily dismissed? One skill book is all it takes. But this saves Qi Lu a lot of trouble, at least he doesn't have to go to the system to ask for these good things. If you owe the system a favor, you may not be able to be tricked by the system in the future. Okay, that's it. Qi Lu stretched and then slowly walked back to his room. In fact, the only people who can make Qi Lu make such preparations are those whom Qi Lu recognizes as family members. If the other party is really not important, then it's okay to offend him. Still want to apologize? Dream. No one who has seen Qi Lujuan's vengeful character has survived. However, in most cases, Qi Li's more external personality should be called not caring. Otherwise, don't take action. If you take action, you must eradicate the root cause. After solving Yu Xuanxue's matter, another half-month passed. The store was still calm. However, whaling happens from time to time, so it cannot be regarded as a factor that damages the peace and tranquility. However, just today, this calm situation was broken. Manager Qi, something happened to the dwarves. Yafel, who came to the store early in the morning, looked a little serious this time and his tone was very solemn. This is a rare emotion for Yafel. What happened? Qi Lu noticed a hint of a stormy atmosphere and immediately asked in a deep voice. Yesterday evening, a border city-state of the dwarves was attacked by the humans. This happened so fast that neither the Beast-Ear tribe nor the Elf tribe could react. By the time the Beast-Ear's tribe arrived in the middle of the night, the matter was already irreversible. Yafel told the incident simply and clearly. It only took less than 3 hours to conquer a city-state of the dwarves. Even if this is just a small city-state on the border with a small number of dwarves, it is definitely not something that can be done on the spur of the moment. It was already planned. Although Qi Lu thought of this, it would take a lot of planning to actually do it. Because before this, the various city-states of the human race were monitored by the Beast-Ear tribe and the Elf tribe, who jointly sent many tribesmen. In this case, he wanted to mobilize his troops and capture the dwarf city-state. Definitely not a simple matter. So what's going on now? What are you going to do? Qi Lu asked next. The human race occupied that city-state, began to build a shrine to the god of war, and began to publicize the power of the god of war. They said that this battle was the guidance given to them by the god of war. And it is also said that the results they obtain in the battle will become the power of the god of war, and then be given to them. Yaffer didn't miss anything and told everything he knew. The guidance of the god of war. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and thought about the meaning of this sentence. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't take it seriously when he first heard the name of the god of forging. Because there is no accurate conclusion about the existence of such things as gods. That's why Qi Lu doesn't seem to care. However, later, the appearance of the god of forging shocked Qi Lu greatly. Qi Lu realized that gods might be real things. So after that, when he heard the name of the god of war from Saratel, Qi Lu became interested. If we say that we believe in the god of forging, we are advocating for forging. So belief in the god of war probably means advocating war. This is also the biggest reason why Qi Lu dared to make the inference long ago that the human race would never settle down. If you believe in the god of war and still keep your faith, then why not change your belief in another god? But what Qi Lu didn't expect was that the human race would take action so quickly. Logically speaking, the belief in the god of war may not have spread to even half of the human race. Except for the first few city-states, they fell quickly because there was noon to monitor them. The subsequent spread of faith will definitely become more and more difficult. After all, the warlike members of the human race have long since been exhausted. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been huddled on the edge of the northern mountains, with no movement. Wait a minute, could it be that this kind of war between city-states can really provide strength to the god of war? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this. If Qi Li's guess is true, then the people of the human race really rely on war to support war, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. And in this, there is also the gift of the god of war. Others may sneer at this rumor, but Qi Lu knows that in the battle of faith, the gods never spare any effort. Just like Qi Lu was tricked by the god of forging before. If the god of war is really willing to grant a gift, then the human race combat effectiveness will have to be re-evaluated. Have you ever explored the fighting power of the human race? Qi Lu thought of this and immediately asked aloud. Because the incident happened suddenly, the dwarf city-state has now been closed after being invaded by the human race. So we can only evaluate based on other aspects, and there is no way to directly investigate. When Yaffer said this, he paused for a moment, seeming to be recalling something. Then he spoke and said, according to the evaluation results, there should be mostly master-level cultivators, and a minority of hero-level cultivators. However, there seems to be none at the strong level. Isn't there a powerful person? That's not necessarily the case now. This is what Qi Lu is most worried about. For those gods, it seems that it doesn't take much effort to create a powerful person. It can even directly cross the threshold of the strong-level trial crystal and help cultivators in the heroic-level realm directly enter the strong-level realm. However, this is actually quite easy to understand. The strongman-level trial crystal is essentially the recognition of the will of heaven and earth. In other words, it is a trial set by the will of heaven and earth. Only cultivators who pass it are qualified to obtain the destiny of heaven and earth. However, when the power level of the gods is equivalent to the will of heaven and earth, they can directly rely on their powerful power to break through this restriction. This kind of power is definitely the current Qi Lu, and it requires the strength of a high mountain to hold back. But for Saratel and the others, this situation should not be clear. In this way, in the subsequent battle with the human race, they will definitely suffer a big loss. Yaffer, after you go back, you must warn your father and the others to be careful of the powerful human race. It doesn't appear now. That's just because the powerful humans of the human race are still observing the movements of the Beast-Ear tribe and the Elf tribe in the dark in order to catch them by surprise and attack them unprepared. Qi Lu said solemnly. At this time, Qi Lu should be a member of the Northern Mountain Range to defend against outsiders. Instead of blindly looking after the human race. Only by getting rid of all those outsiders can we take care of the affairs of the human race and solve the problem of racial discrimination. Okay, I understand, I will definitely bring the words to you. Yafei knew that Qi Lu couldn't be joking, so he nodded seriously. In this level of battle, the strong and powerful person is the power that ultimately determines the direction of the battle. Once something is neglected, other practitioners will be of no help. Also, let your father and the others get ready. The real battle is coming soon. Qi Lu thought about it in his mind and finally said this. If the human race dares to take action under such circumstances, it must have the support of those outsiders. As the messenger of the god of war, Qi Lu will never underestimate their strength, so this battle must be the beginning of a real war. Once you start, you can't stop. A god who feeds war with war, his followers have absolutely no idea of a truce. If they want to fight, then fight to the end. There are only two outcomes. Or, with the human race's conquests, the belief in the god of war spread throughout the northern mountains. Either that, Saradal and the others would find those outsiders and then eliminate them all. Good. Yafei nodded, and after making sure Qi Lu had nothing else to say, he left the store. These words need to be brought to Saratel as soon as possible. Then it was conveyed to Ranchi and Tiana by Saratel. If the belief in the god of war wants to spread unimpeded, the strongest and most powerful people in this world are the biggest obstacle. So for the messengers of the god of war, Cyrodiil and the others are a thorn in their side and a thorn in their flesh. The beastiers can stay, and the elves can stay. But these three powerful men must be eliminated no matter what. As the only person in this world who has had contact with gods, Qi Lu is quite aware of this matter. Powerhouses like Cyrodiil and Tiana, as the highest faith of a certain race, are undoubtedly competing for the power of faith for the god of war. Therefore, it is too normal for the god of war to not tolerate them. Are we going to fight again? These gods will really cause trouble for me. Qi Lu watched Jiu Fei leave the store, then followed him to the door of the store and looked at the sky. There should have been a clear blue sky, but now there were some dark clouds in the distance. The storm is coming. Is this situation a response from the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountain range? Qi Lu squinted his eyes, not knowing. Late at night, in the dwarf city-state that was invaded by the human race. The power of this world is really too weak. If it weren't for the purpose of spreading the glory of the god of war to every corner of this world, what qualifications would these guys have to monitor me? A man nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles all over his body as if made of steel, said to himself in a deep voice. Next to this man, there is a complete set of armor, which is engraved with various ferocious monster patterns. That's right, this man, named Song Jian, is one of the messengers of the god of war. He was also the leader sent to the northern mountains this time. Under Song Jian's command, he also led 300 loyal believers of the god of war, who accompanied him in the north and south. These 300 believers were divided into 3 teams, with 100 people per team. The captain of each team is a powerful person who has entered the realm of strong men and possesses unparalleled power. Including Song Jian, among the envoys sent by the god of war, there are 4 strong men. Such a powerful formation is absolutely unique in the northern mountains. Moreover, except for Song Jian and the 3 captains, the remaining believers are all cultivators in the heroic realm. This force cannot be ignored either. That's why Song Jian seemed a little angry at this time. Because judging from the strength comparison between the 2 sides, even on the northern mountain range, there are 3 powerful people, Cyrodiil, Lanqi, and Tiana, guarding them. But compared with the strength of Song Jian's side, it's still a bit lacking. And in terms of the number of hero-level experts, the power under Song Jian's command is even more capable of crushing the northern mountains. However, the account cannot be settled this way. Because what the god of war really needs is the power of faith and the number of believers, not killing. Therefore, no matter how high Song Jian's combat effectiveness is and how powerful his subordinates are, it is impossible to kill them without hesitation. If you really want to do this, then why did you go to such trouble to declare the god of war? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to do it right away? This is also the reason why Song Jian and the others would hibernate when the human city-states were monitored by the Beastier tribe and the Elf tribe. Since you can't fight directly, you can't let the enemy discover your purpose. That's why this scene happened now. The human tribe gathered together and captured a dwarf city-state in less than 3 hours. Although there were people under Song Jian's command who extended a helping hand. But generally speaking, it is the people of the human race who take most of the credit. Because if we want to promote the belief in the god of war, we must naturally promote the concept of the god of war together. Use war to feed war, and the more you fight, the stronger you will become. The purpose of Song Jian is to deepen the faith of the human race in the god of war through these battles, to the point of fanaticism. Then help the humans conquer the entire northern mountains. Only in this way can the original purpose of Song Jian be achieved and the belief in the god of war be spread throughout the northern mountains. You know, for gods, the more believers, the better. Compared with other races, although the human race lacks combat effectiveness, its overall cultivation qualifications are not strong either. But in terms of the number of clan members, it is definitely a huge advantage. This is also one of the important reasons why Song Jian chose the human race. Since other races have their own beliefs, let's just clean them up. Although the number of believers is important, the loyalty of believers is also important. The disputes between races, the battles started by the believers of the God of War, once started, will not stop until the goal is achieved. Song Jian recalled the current situation in his mind, and then stood up. Somebody come. Sir, what do you want me to do? The captain of a team walked into the room quickly and asked, with his head lowered. Rest for a day, and then continue the attack. First, capture a few more dwarf city-states to help the human race increase their morale. Song Jian said clearly. Among the current human race, not all people believe in the God of War. That's why Song Jian chose to continue fighting, in order to let the human race truly experience the power of the God of War, so that they could give up their faith. Until all the people of the human race are included as believers of the God of War. That's when other races will be destroyed. Yes. Sir. The captain of the team accepted the order and walked out quickly. During the entire process, the captain of the first team did not express any opinions, and even the expression on his face did not change at all. Song Jian has absolute command in this action to promote the God of War. Next, it's time to watch you perform. Song Jian's eyes looked into the distance, scanning in 3 directions in succession, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. These 3 directions are exactly where Saratel, Lancy, and Tiana are. City of Life. The dwarf city-state was invaded by the human race, but it did not affect the business of Qi Li's store. After all, the dwarves are also one of the 3 major races in the northern mountains. Even if the number of city-states owned by the clan is reduced, there are still hundreds of them. A small city-state on the border was conquered, but it did not cause much trouble among the dwarves. At least, for ordinary people in the dwarf clan, it is not a big deal. But for the elders and clan leaders of the dwarf clan, it is an important signal that cannot be ignored. In other words, it's a danger signal. The War of Races. Among the 3 major races in the northern mountains, the dwarves at this period can be said to be at their lowest point. The old patriarch died while fighting against the Nightmare clan. The new patriarch's prestige is not enough to completely rule the dwarves, and he still needs the support of the dwarf elders. And the most important powerful person, there is no one among the dwarvestidae. So when it comes to real strength, compared to the human race, the current dwarves are actually on par with each other. It's just that for other races, the dwarves who are good at forging are more important, so they have always been among the 3 major races and have not been squeezed out by the humans. But now, the human race is the first to attack the dwarves. A war of this level involves disputes between races. If there are not enough benefits and power, no one will be willing to intervene. This is the biggest headache for the dwarves. But fortunately, Lan Qi went to the dwarf royal city a long time ago to help the new leader of the dwarf clan protect the dwarf clan. That's why the current situation has stabilized. However, from Qi Li's perspective, there seem to be a few dwarf customers in the store. Are these all going back to prepare for the war? Qi Lu was half leaning on the counter, observing this situation in the store. When a storm is about to come, there will always be various signs and details, which can be discovered as long as you pay attention. However, Qi Lu doesn't know exactly what See Later and the others will do next. The messenger of the God of War has already taken action, so next, it will be Saratel's turn to take over. How the situation will go next depends on how well the start is done. Skill books are getting better and better these days. The prices are getting higher and higher, and buyers don't even have to bargain. At this time, Yu Shuangshui yawned and came to the counter. During this period of time, after the 3 daily challenge opportunities for the Tower of Necromancer dungeon are used up, Yu Shuangshui will rationally choose to go offline. Then start using the membership card and pay attention to the price trends of the 4 new skill books in the trading system. The appearance of the copy of the Necromancer's Tower really made Yue Xuanxue make a fortune. Huh? Skill book. Yu Xuanxue's words immediately caught Qi Li's attention. It should be a good attempt to use the newly released skill books in this racial station. The skill of resurrecting the undead is designed for this kind of large-scale battle. Qi Lu, what do you want to do when you look at me like this? Yu Xuanxue also noticed Qi Li's gaze, and immediately became alert, staring at Qi Lu and asking aloud. No, I don't want to do anything. I'm just thinking that monopolizing something like this can indeed make you rich, but it's not good if it's too black-hearted. Qi Leruo said pointedly. Bah, you are so evil. Of course Yu Xuanxue could hear the implication of Qi Li's words, so she immediately retorted. I didn't speculate on this price. You don't really think that I am the only one selling skill books. A monopoly can only be called a monopoly if it can be done by oneself but cannot be done by others. But for the Tower of Necromancer copy, any player who can reach level 75 in the New World mode can challenge it. The only difference is that the speed of accumulating points is different. So it cannot be called a monopoly at all. Although not all of them are yours, you are definitely the biggest seller. Qi Li shrugged and did not directly answer Yu Xuanxue's rebuttal. As it is such an obvious seller's market, it is easy for the largest seller to control the price. But things like the market naturally have self-regulation. So Qi Li won't care about these things. However, Qi Li saw the demand for these skill books from customers due to the ever-increasing prices of these skill books. That is the value applied in this battle. The people of the human race may have help from the god of war. But the dwarves are not far behind, and the products in Qi Li's store are not weak either. The messenger of the god of war doesn't want to take action yet, and has been urging the human race to start disputes behind the scenes. But what if the human race loses? It should be a huge blow to the reputation of the god of war. Qi Li thought of many things at this moment. There are many factors that affect the racial war. Although some aspects may seem inconspicuous, they are interrelated. The human race will attack the dwarfs first, because the dwarfs are the weakest among the 3 major races. The people of the Beast-Ears tribe are brave and good at fighting. The elves have the advantage of the jungle. Only the dwarves have an overall strength that is comparable to that of the human race. Perhaps there is an additional attribute that is good at forging, which can increase a lot of combat effectiveness. But the human race now also has the power bestowed by the god of war, and is definitely stronger than the dwarves. It seems that the customers in the store are really going to make some moves. The development of the situation was as expected by Qi Lu. The dwarf city-states fell one after another under the attack of the human race. In the store, there are fewer and fewer dwarf customers. However, in the form of the membership card exchange system, a post appeared to recall the dwarves. The specific content is very simple. The general content is that the dwarves are now in crisis and urgently need the help of all tribesmen to resist foreign enemies. Therefore, the tribesmen staying in Manager Qi's shop, especially those who have learned new skills, are asked to return to the tribe as quickly as possible to help. By the way, those tribesmen who were preparing to return to their tribes each bought a large number of weapons and armors from Qi Li's store. And all kinds of elixirs. Used as combat supplies. Although the dwarves are good at forging, compared with the weapons and armor in Qi Li's shop. Even if you don't want to admit it, you have to say that the products in Qi Li's store are of higher quality. At this moment, in the Hammer City of the Dwarves, many members of the dwarf tribe gathered together, with anxious looks on their faces. Here is also a small city-state among the dwarves. Judging from the direction and intention of the human race's attack, this Hammer City is the next city-state they are planning to attack. Although last night, a dwarf fighting team was dispatched. But at present, the residents of Hammer City cannot feel at ease in the face of the unstoppable human race. However, the dwarf team that had been stationed on the city wall since arriving at Hammer City did not have any nervousness on their expressions at this time, but only some solemnity. These audacious humans actually dare to attack our dwarves. After staying in Manager Chi's store for so long, today I can finally see how much strength I have gained. That's right, when we get here today, we must let the human race return home. Let those humans see that even if the dwarfs are declining now, they are not someone they can provoke. The dwarves on the city wall were communicating in low voices. These people are all customers of Chila's store, and they are also regular customers who have been staying in the City of Life for a long time. Only this time, the human race's movement was so big that there were recruitment posts in the forum, so it must be intolerable. Although I heard the descriptions from the tribesmen who escaped from the invaded city-state before. It is said that the human race's attack is unstoppable. But these people didn't believe it, but they didn't despise it either. There is actually no conflict between respecting the enemy and despising the enemy. When a lion fights a rabbit, he will use all his strength. But that's just to prevent the rabbit from escaping. It's not necessarily true that the lion really attaches great importance to this rabbit. It's like the difference between confidence and arrogance. Boom. Just when the residents of Iron Hammer City were feeling uneasy. Outside the city wall, on the horizon in the distance, bursts of smoke and dust suddenly rose, covering the sky and the sun. The ferocious shouts of killing appeared together with the smoke and dust, so shocking that the earth began to tremble. Here we come, everyone, get ready. The dwarfs standing on the city wall took a deep breath, then took out their weapons and drank all the pills they could. This is a habit that should be kept when brushing a copy. Before clearing the dungeon, all buffs must be enhanced. Otherwise, when facing an endless stream of enemies, there would be no time to strengthen the status one by one. Boom, boom. In the distance, under the smoke and dust, countless people and horses began to appear in the sight of the dwarves. The faces of the human race members exuded fanatical expressions. It's like a fanatical believer who started to go crazy after being summoned by the god he believed in. The concept of the god of war is to attack. If there is a fight, there will be no retreat. As long as you can still stand up, you must attack and move forward. As long as you can still move, you must do your best to tear the enemy in front of you to pieces, even if you risk your life. This momentum, I have to say, is indeed indomitable. Some people who are not strong-willed, under this momentum, may be about to be attacked by the two forces, and want to escape directly. Fanatic believers are often so crazy. But for the dwarfs who came out of Chi Li's shop, this momentum was not enough. In the New World mode, many boss monsters have more than just momentum. If you are really frightened by the momentum of the human race, you have never seen the world. No wonder they say that the momentum of the human race is unstoppable. On the wall of Iron Hammer City, a dwarf tribesman stood in the middle, raising the giant sword in his hand. Brothers, are you all ready? Push it to me. Kill. Among the dwarves, there are very few magicians. Therefore, for the dwarves, battles have always been hand-to-hand, face-to-face fights. Moreover, the dwarves use heavy weapons and are very advantageous when fighting. Kill. Following the shouts of this dwarf tribesman, other tribesmen immediately responded with roars. Then everyone jumped down from the city wall, like tigers descending from the mountain. The ferocious momentum is not weaker than the fanaticism of the human race. In fact, at this time, there is no need to shout in front of the formation. In a race war, unless it comes to the last moment, whoever lets go first will be the one who will be lowered in the future. Boom. The two parties collided quickly. In an instant, the men and horses rushing in front of the formation were knocked upside down. In terms of physical fitness, the dwarfs are naturally better than the humans. So in this first round of collision, the dwarfs naturally had the advantage. But fighting is never about the beginning, but the end. However, after this round of collision, the advantage of heavy weapons over light weapons quickly became apparent. Light weapons focus on agility and fighting skills. But on the battlefield, it's almost all head-to-head encounters, with enemies everywhere, so there's not much point in fighting. The usefulness of heavy weapons is revealed at this time. Whether it's a heavy hammer, a giant sword, or a giant pumpkin axe. First, it is long and can affect a wide range, which means a large range of lethality. Secondly, it is heavy. The heavier the weapon is, the more powerful it can be. The human race was already weaker than the dwarf race in terms of strength, but now they were even at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. So when it comes to fighting, it's basically a one-sided situation. And the biggest difference between the dwarves who came out to fight the humans this time was their equipment. Whether it is weapons or armor, they all come from Qi Li's shop, and there are also elixirs that temporarily improve attributes. When these things were added together, the power that exploded immediately caught the human race members who came to attack by surprise. A fanatical fighting can indeed greatly increase combat effectiveness. But when there is a gap in power levels, the usefulness of something like Willis not so obvious. Brothers, the enemy is about to be exhausted. Come on. Push them back. Among the clansmen on the dwarf clan, there were shouts that inspired many clansmen. The fact that the human race can successively attack the dwarf city-states proves that the human race's power is not weak. Terrible momentum, fanatical belief, as well as the helping hands of the hero-level experts under Zhang. The mixture of these factors was the fundamental reason why the dwarfs were unable to fight back. And every victory will make the people of the tribe have deeper faith and become more fanatical. The belief in the god of war originally requires constant fighting to maintain. As long as they continue to win, believers' faith in the god of war will continue to deepen. Therefore, in the midst of these victories, the people of the human race have put aside their previous worries and joined the ranks of believers in the god of war. Strong power is what everyone desires. As long as you can give yourself strong power, you can continue to bring victory to yourself. Then it doesn't matter whoever believes in it. This is also Zhang's plan. Interest and power are what the human heart desires. Although the gods are not generous, they will not be stingy with the power they give to their believers in the process of spreading their faith. Therefore, Zhang does not allow the human race to fail in their battle. However, when we got here, outside the city wall of Hammer City, we faced this group of dwarves. The humans seemed to be driven back. What's going on? When did the dwarfs become so powerful? Although the human warriors are fanatical, the human generals can still keep their heads clear. Otherwise, with only brute force but no wisdom, there is no way to continuously attack the dwarf city-states so quickly. However, all along the way before, there was an overwhelming offensive. When we got here, we were blocked. Even if the human race generals are clear-headed, they will feel stunned for a moment. Could they be elites dispatched from the dwarf royal city? Those with such fighting power cannot be ordinary dwarves. Each race will have its elite forces used to guard those important city-states. The human race will have it, and the dwarves will naturally be no exception. It's just that the continuous victories along the way have made these human race people become a little arrogant. They began to feel that the dwarves were nothing more than that, and the names of the three major races were just empty names. Belief in the concept of the god of war will make them more courageous as they fight. But similarly, the violent power will gradually corrode the minds of these human race members. Once your state of mind cannot keep up with your own strength, various side effects will soon occur. Being obsessed is just the most basic negative reaction. It is common for people to be arrogant, look down upon their enemies, and think they are invincible. As time goes by, sooner or later, one day, you will be sent to the cemetery. So in many cases, it is better not to let the strength keep up with the state of mind, but never let the power exceed the level of the state of mind. No, if we continue fighting like this, the human race will lose this battle. We have to think of something. The human generals who were following behind, looking at the overall situation, frowned. The analysis of the battle situation cannot be viewed with a biased perspective. Therefore, the generals of the human race will not deceive themselves into thinking that the human race has advantages just because they are human race. Because in terms of hand-to-hand combat and close combat, the human race is inherently inferior to the dwarves. In every way. Whether it is the weapons they are good at or their physical fitness, there is a gap. In the past, the human race was able to continuously win victories and conquer the dwarf city-states. It was more about attacking them unprepared and suppressing them in terms of momentum. In large-scale battles, morale is very important. The overwhelming defeat is definitely not just talk. Once morale is damaged during a battle and becomes sluggish, it may be difficult for the soldiers to exert even 5 points of their very strong combat effectiveness. Fear and timidity are contagious. Don't take action when you should take action, but run away when you can fight. Then even if you have a huge advantage, you can still be sent back. And that's what the dwarves are like. Because for a period of time, the human race has been launching an overwhelming offensive, destroying the city one after another and becoming unstoppable. That's why I was scared out of my wits, became timid, and lived in panic all day long. However, this situation was terminated at this moment. The dwarves who came here specially from Qi Li's shop definitely surpassed the elites of the dwarves in terms of combat effectiveness. After all, these tribesmen have a great advantage in weapons and armor. There are also various kinds of elixirs to assist. If the combat effectiveness cannot be improved, it would be unreasonable. At the very least, I feel sorry for the large amounts of spiritual crystals that were spent in Qi Li's shop. Such a powerful fighting power was built with real money. Therefore, it suddenly broke out at this moment, which not only shocked the tribesmen who came to attack, but also the generals of the tribe. It even shocked the residents of Hammer City. It can be said that this battle was a turning point in the battle between humans and dwarves. If the human attack is successfully blocked, the dwarves can regain their confidence and morale. And it can also break the overwhelming momentum of the human race. Although it cannot be said that it can make the human race collapse in one fell swoop. But it can definitely bring the morale of the human race back to the same level as the dwarves. In this way, the influence of the god of war on the human race will be compressed to the extreme. However, if the human race still breaks through Hammer City under such circumstances, not to mention that the dwarves were completely defeated, at least they ended up in a state of collapse, and their morale was at a low point. There was little hope of recovering morale after that. Therefore, the dwarves cannot afford to lose this battle. However, the human generals also knew this, and they also knew in their hearts that whether they could defeat the dwarves was now the key point. Therefore, no matter what, it is impossible for the human race to retreat. Even if all the human race members who came to attack Hammer City were defeated, they would never be able to retreat. Once they retreat, all the morale accumulated over this period of time will be lost. As long as the human race is defeated outside Iron Hammer City, all the situation they have worked hard to manage during this period will come to nothing. The human race is attacking quickly. They want us dwarves to panic and be unable to resist. At this time, a dwarf figure stood out on the wall of Iron Hammer City. Judging from the dusty appearance, he must have just arrived. However, as soon as this figure appeared, the residents of Iron Hammer City suddenly widened their eyes. This voice is Master Fonzon. It can't be wrong, it's definitely Master Fonzon. I never expected that Master Fonzon would come to Hammer City. That's great. With Master Fonzon holding the battle, Hammer City will never lose. Yes, even Master Fonzon came here in person. How could Hammer City still locito the humans? The dwarves are so powerful. The sound of cheering suddenly spread throughout the entire Hammer City. Fanzon's identity and status among the dwarves are not low to begin with, and he is also good friends with the elves. In addition, among the dwarves, Fanzon was also the first to go to Chi-Lu shop. The harvest in this store is naturally much greater than that of other dwarves. It can be said that Fanzon is now one of the strong contenders to be the next leader of the dwarf clan. It's just that after Lanchi, Saratel, and Tiana, the three powerful masters, came to the store, Fanzon became a little transparent. There is nothing we can do about this. Practitioners at the level of hero really have no standing in front of the mighty ones at the strong level. So at this moment, Fanzon's appearance in Hammer City is naturally an exciting thing. Fortunately, we arrived in time and the battle is not over yet. Fanzon stood on the city wall, looking at the entire battle situation, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The human race's trump card is definitely more than that. Even if it wasn't revealed, Fanzon could guess it, otherwise he wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. If you come one step too late, the battle is over. If the dwarves win, it will indeed be a happy event. But if the human race wins, there will really be no way back. But before that, Fanzon judged through speculation that the next target of the human race might be Iron Hammer City. But everything is possible, and you must be prepared in advance. So this time, Hammer City is not the only city-state that has been fortified among the dwarves. Fanzon, on the other hand, stayed behind, waiting to see which city-state was attacked, and then rushed over to support and command. Now it seems that this decision was not wrong. It is always right to seek victory steadily, at least it is better than going all in. Huh? That person is Fanzon. Before attacking the dwarves, the human generals would also make all kinds of preparations and collect all the information on important figures. As one of the strong contenders to be the next leader of the dwarf clan, Fanzon is naturally among the important figures. I really didn't expect that a mere Hammer City would send Fanzon here to take command. A cold snort came from the mouth of the human race general. But the arrival of Fanzon also further illustrates the determination of dwarves. This battle cannot be defeated. Because among the dwarves, there is no strong person who can dominate the formation. Therefore, there must not be any mistakes in such a matter of life and death. But in this case, if Hammer City is lost in the hands of Fanzon, the blow to dwarves will probably be even greater. It seems that the dwarves really made a bad move this time. The expression on the face of the human general became cold, and the gaze he looked at Fanzon also became fiery. That look was like looking at a precious trophy. Come here, ask for help from the envoy of the god of war. This battle must be won. Yes, sir. The ordering soldier waiting at the side immediately lowered his head to accept the order, then turned around and ran to the rear. Although Tsang-Zhan wanted the human race to boost morale on their own, the human race's fighting power was there. In many cases, the gap in strength cannot be made up by morale. So Tsang-Zhan naturally had a backup plan. Among the 300 warriors brought under the command of the god of war, except for the 3 captains who were strong men, the others were cultivators in the heroic realm. Therefore, it might not be a bad idea to set aside some of them to hold down the human team. Although among the human race, there are also heroic level experts. But compared with the warriors under the god of war, their combat effectiveness is far behind. And it's not just the gap in combat skills and combat consciousness, even the physical fitness is weaker by a level. After all, you can understand just by looking at the body shapes of Tsang-Zhan and others. The body, which is nearly 3 meters tall, has muscles as thick as cast steel. It is fierce, brave and good at fighting. In terms of physical fitness, Tsang-Zhan and the others can definitely surpass most races. Even when the giant dragon takes the form of a human, it is probably Difficulto surpassed Song Jian and others in physical strength. As warriors under the god of war, they seem to be born for fighting. Where is the enemy? A dull voice rang out, and the soldiers specially sent by Song Jian came over quickly. There were 20 people in total, and each of them was tall and strong, with a strong sense of oppression, which made people fearful at first sight. The warrior who spoke first was called Dashan. Although the name doesn't sound like much, to them, the name is just a code name. It doesn't matter what you call it. The enemy is the dwarfs who are fighting with our human warriors ahead. Please help us, the human clan, capture this city-state. The human general said very politely. Although Dashan is not one of the 3 captains under Song Jian, he is still considered invincible in the heroic realm. After all, a battle of this level is not enough for a powerful person to come and suppress the battle. Song Jian also knew in his heart that the strong and powerful opponents would only be enemies of the same level. The 3 captains should be keeping an eye on Lancy, Tiana, and Saratel, not this kind of petty fight. But even so, the mountains are enough for the generals of the tribe to respect and respect. I see. Dashan nodded and did not ask any other questions. Because the order given by Song Jian was for them to come over to support the human race and take action when necessary. As for the reason, there is no need to know or ask. Just help the people of the human race to destroy the enemy. The participation of 20 hero-level warriors can definitely turn the tide off the battle and capture the dwarf city-state. Then it's up to you. The human general nodded and said no more. Because even if Dashan and others are willing to come over to assist the human team in fighting, it is based on Song Jian's order. So this does not mean that Dashan will obey the orders of the human race, and the human generals will naturally not ask for trouble. On the battlefield ahead, the dwarfs have the absolute upper hand. In this kind of large-scale battle, there is a saying that it is full off strength, then it will weaken, and it will be exhausted after 3. This sentence talks about morale. Morale, if everything goes smoothly, will naturally rise until it is unstoppable. However, once it is blocked once, it will be difficult to gather it together again. This is exactly the situation among the current human race people. When they attacked the dwarf city-state, they were blocked outside the city wall by the dwarf warriors and suppressed to retreat. At this moment, the morale of the human race was actually broken. Just like on the chessboard, the 2 chess pieces soldier and pawn cannot retreat. Because on the battlefield, once a war breaks out, retreating means defeat and flight. Unless both sides call for gold and withdraw their troops. Otherwise, if one party retreats and the other advances, then the side that retreats will definitely lose. Boom. But at this time, the soldiers led by Dashan joined the battlefield. As the most devout believer of the god of war and a born warrior, there is absolutely no doubt about the power he possesses. 20 people, like 20 sharp knives, instantly tore through the dwarf's defense line. The ground was shattered and there was unstoppable trembling. The power that 20 heroic-level experts can exert after such a large-scale battle is extremely huge. Oops, the enemy has reinforcements. They are all hero-level powerhouses. They are simply unstoppable. The number of hero-level experts on our side is completely insufficient. Can we still hold on until reinforcements arrive? Okay. No matter what, you must resist it. The people of the dwarf tribe suffered heavy losses in an instant. Because the lines of defense against human attacks were deployed separately, not all the forces were gathered towards Hammer City. Therefore, there are not many heroic-level powerhouses in Hammer City at the moment. Even if I count, it's still less than 10. Facing the 20 hero-level experts who suddenly joined the battle, they were really powerless. What's even more frightening is that these newly joined hero-level warriors are tall and strong and physically stronger than the dwarves. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield reversed. The humans seized the opportunity and immediately suppressed the dwarves. And it was directly suppressed to the point of being out of breath. The casualties of the dwarves expanded rapidly, and every second, a new member of the tribe would fall to the ground in a pool of blood. How could this happen? Where did the human reinforcements come from? Fan Zan stood on the city wall, and his eyes were about to burst. Every time the dwarves lose a clan member, Fan Zan's heart will throb violently. These people are all the real elites among the dwarves. However, when facing those natural warriors, the strength is still too weak. Powerful weapons and armor may make practitioners invincible in the same realm, but it is difficult to fight across realms. What's more, the gap between the Grandmaster level and the hero level is even more daunting. Even if you send elites here, what will happen? You are still vulnerable if you are vulnerable. Even if you are prepared, it is nothing more than that. The human general had a panoramic view of the situation ahead, and also saw the anger on Fan Zan's face, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Since the dwarfs can dispatch elites, don't the humans have any trump cards? This is the benefit of believing in the god of war. These are the rewards of the god of war. These powerful warriors are the believers of the god of war. At this moment, the people of the human race became more and more devout in their belief in the god of war. Because the god of war gave them victory, gave them strength, and helped their race get a chance to rise. This is the rise of the human race. The northern mountains should be within the reach of the human race. At this moment, the generals of the human race were filled with passion and pride. But the dwarves in Iron Hammer City were feeling cold in their hearts at this moment. The human race is going to win again. Why is this happening? No, this is impossible. Why do humans have such a powerful force? We're going to lose again, and we really can't resist. Is the rise of the human race really something that is destined? Why can't it be stopped despite trying so hard? Despair and panic spread in Hammer City. Facing the overwhelming human warriors, they could hardly think of resisting. Especially the new hero-level warriors who joined the battle, shattered the hopes of the dwarves. Moreover, outside Iron Hammer City, the dwarf warriors who were struggling to resist were also suppressed and retreated continuously. The territory under your feet is gradually shrinking. Along the way, there were corpses of clan members, paved on the enemy's path. Damn it! We can't retreat any further. Fan Zan roared. Exquisite command can indeed make up for the lack of combat effectiveness. However, when there is an irreparable gap in overall strength, command becomes irrelevant. So Fan Zan knew very well that if he couldn't deal with those powerful heroes, no matter how sophisticated his command was, it would be of no use. Can't retreat anymore. Fan Zan took a deep breath, then raised the giant hammer in his hand and swung it violently. People! Move forward. I swear to live and die with Hammer City. After saying that, Fan Zan stood on the guardrail of the city wall, then jumped down and entered the battlefield. Leading by example is always the best way to boost morale. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any personal convoys. If we really just want to go to the front line to supervise, wouldn't it be enough to send supervisory troops there? Lord Fan Zan. Why are you here? Brothers, follow me and charge forward. Even if you die, you must die on the way forward, not on the way back. Guard Hammer City, kill. The appearance of Fan Zan really boosted the morale of the remaining dwarf tribesmen. In an instant, angry roars rose into the sky, and morale was so high that Itans suppressed the momentum of the human race. Are you desperate? How ridiculous! The human general sneered, then raised his hand and waved it down. Leave no room, attack with the whole army. Crack, dash. Following this order, the human race's flag waved violently, fluttering in the wind. The command flag was waved in the hands of the messenger, making all the human race members on the battlefield understand the order this time. Attack Hammer City in one go. The human race is mighty. Kill. The battle has reached this point, and the human race is full of momentum. The sky-shattering roars and shouts of death almost dispersed the clouds in the sky. No one would doubt that the morale of the human race was so high at this moment that it was simply unstoppable. On the basis of using the 20 warriors under the god of war as sharp knives, the human race can just follow behind and tear the dwarf race's defense line into pieces. Even if Fan Zan joins the dwarf's battle line, it will only be a drop in the bucket. There is just one more hero-level strongman, which will not have a big impact in the overall battle situation. However, at this moment, a sharp arrow flashing with black light shot out from Iron Hammer City and drove towards the mountain's forehead. Dashan frowned slightly and moved his body to the side almost as a reflex. Shwa. The sharp arrow flew past and hit the human race member behind the mountain. After piercing several people in succession, the power attached to the sharp arrow was exhausted. Kill with one arrow, what happened? Dashan glanced back and found that all the human race members who had been hit by arrows had fallen to the ground and were not breathing. This is true even if the arrow hits a non-lethal site. This scene is horrifying and weird. Moreover, I didn't realize who was attacking me, which is really interesting. However, what made Dashan most curious was that he didn't realize who shot the arrow. For natural warriors like them, determining the location of the enemy should be a basic skill. Only this time, Dashan failed. This is definitely an extremely rare thing. It can even be said to be so rare that it makes Dashan a little surprised. And judging from this arrow, the person who shot it should be an archer. An archer could avoid his perception so perfectly, which reminded Dashan of To's top assassins. Because in terms of job-level characteristics, archers are only agile and attack type, and are good at roaming and pulling. Speaking of concealment and lurking, the first class that comes to mind is definitely assassin. And this kind of guy who likes to hide in the dark and look for opportunities is exactly what the warrior class and knight class hate. After all, this sneaky style is completely contrary to Dashan's head-on fighting style. What a disgusting guy. He only hides in the dark and makes sneak attacks. He doesn't dare to come out and fight openly. If I catch you, I will crush you to death with my own hands. Dashan secretly muttered to himself. However, having said that, if you think about it in Dashan, the person who can achieve such a level of concealment should at least be a practitioner of the same level as himself. A heroic archer. This is too great an obstacle to the human race's attack. Because in such a large-scale battle, assassins who specialize in assassination may not be able to perform. But for archers, this kind of large-scale battle just means that the number of targets has increased. Moreover, such a dense number of enemies can ensure that every attack can hit the enemy. Especially for an archer in the heroic realm, the arrows shot out are also threatening to the powerful heroes. As a result, the heroic heroes of the human race will inevitably be helpless. Just to allocate part of his attention to always be alert to the attack of this heroic archer. Under this situation, even the warriors led by Dashan were unable to fully unleash their power. And this scene was naturally discovered by the human generals who were always paying attention to the battlefield situation. So a stunned expression immediately appeared on his face. Archers? Could it be that the elves are also participating in the war? The human general took a deep breath and felt a layer of cold sweat suddenly appear on his back. In the northern mountains, when it comes to the archer class, the first thing that comes to mind must be the elves. Although among the human race, there are also practitioners of the archer class. But among the human race, there really is no archer who has been promoted to heroic level. This is the background gap between the human race and the elves. Although archers are a standard agility attack class, once they actually start attacking, their power is definitely not weak. And the more powerful the archer, the higher the frequency of attacks and the faster the attack speed. The continuous attacks, coupled with the powerful destructive power, can completely suppress the enemy and make it breathless. However, these are not the most important. In the eyes of the human generals, the most important thing is whether the elves are ready to intervene in the battle between the dwarves and the humans. If the elves choose to help the dwarves, then the humans must be prepared to withstand a joint attack from two of the three major races in the northern mountains. This is definitely bad news for the human race. Because judging from the current situation, it would be difficult for the human race to confront the dwarves alone. If there is another elven race, then the human race has absolutely no possibility of winning. This point is definitely not that the human race generals are belittling themselves, but an indisputable fact. On the northern mountains, the human race has been marginalized for too long. Even though it suddenly rose to prominence with the help of the messengers of the god of war, it was still far behind those races with profound foundations. Shwa. Shwa shwa. In the Hammer City, sharp arrows shining with black light were flying out in an orderly manner. Although every time only one sharp arrow participated in the attack. But the target of each sharp arrow is a certain hero-level strongman on the human side on this battlefield. The black color on this sharp arrow is an extremely dangerous color. Although when Dashan was attacked, he dodged with extremely high vigilance. But on this battlefield, not every hero-level powerhouse can be as alert as Dashan to such sudden attacks. There are many people who are hit by arrows. Moreover, every hero-level strongman who was hit by an arrow was stagnant in his movements, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, his expression became a little tired. It was as if the whole person's energy had been cut off, and even his breath became a little scattered. Such a terrifying attack, in the city-state, is indeed a heroic archer. After Dashan noticed the reactions of those hero-level experts, his expression suddenly became awe-inspiring. I also confirmed my guess in my heart. If you are just a master-level archer, then it is still a question of the destructive power of these arrows and whether they can penetrate the body-protecting fighting spirit of a hero-level strongman. But now it seems that the sharp arrows shot from the Hammer City. Not only can it break through the defense of a hero-level strongman, it can even directly damage the mental power of a heroic-level strongman. This is quite scary. Once the mental power is weakened, not only the perception will be weakened, but also the degree of control over one's own power will also be weakened. If the situation is too serious, you may even fall into a coma. Then, in a coma, sleep forever. From this point of view, I really underestimated the powerful people in this world, and they actually have such ability. Martial arts and magic that can directly damage mental strength are quite rare. And each of them can be called top martial arts or magic. Anyone who can learn one of them will definitely stand out among the others in the same realm. Even if it is a cross-border challenge, it is not impossible. After all, body-protecting fighting spirit and magic shield can only protect the body. Defense methods applied to mental power are really lacking. Even Fan Zan, who was in the middle of the battle, began to notice this strange scene. The sharp arrow with flashing black light made Fan Zan's pupils shrink slightly involuntarily. This attack is Lillian. That iconic black arrow is the exclusive skill of the ancient class Shadowhunter, Hunting Time. After emerging from the darkness, the first attack launched will cause 3 times the physical damage, and this attack will be accompanied by mental damage of the same intensity. No matter how destructive it is, no praise can be given. But from the performance of those hero-level strong men who were hit by arrows, we can tell something. There is absolutely no doubt about its powerful lethality. It's a pity that Lillian's current cultivation level is not the hero level as Dashan had guessed, but only the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, those hero-level powerhouses who were hit by arrows would definitely lose their combat effectiveness on the spot, although they would not die suddenly under the attack at the hunting moment. It seems that the secondary support from Hammer City has finally arrived. It's great. We can finally hold on. Fan Zan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lillian's arrival means that the elves will join the war. Without the approval of the Elf Queen, Lillian would never have come to Hammer City. Because the race war involves too many things, and the impact is so great that it can definitely redivide the sphere of influence of the Northern Mountains. Therefore, it is impossible to meddle in these things without complete preparation. But even so, Fan Zan did not take it lightly, but raised the war hammer in his hand and roared loudly. People, our reinforcements have arrived. Cheer up. We can definitely defend Hammer City. Come to me. Kill. Hope is a good medicine, but also a stimulant. Although most of the dwarves do not know whether the news about reinforcements is true or false. But they know that the person who shouted these words is Fan Zan, and that I snuff. Hope is right in front of them, and there is no reason not to fight for it. At this moment, the roars of the dwarves became even louder. Even if they face a hero-level strongman, they are not afraid, even if they are weak and unable to defeat them. He could also use his own life to gain more vitality for Hammer City. This ferocious momentum actually blocked the human race's attack. Fighting hard. Do you really think that having one more heroic archer can save you? A look of anger appeared on Dashan's face. The heroic archer in Hammer City really caused them a lot of trouble. But this alone cannot stop the advancement of the human troops. Because after Dashan led 20 heroic-level warriors to join the human race offensive army, they had completely opened up the gap with the dwarves in terms of hard power. In terms of the number of hero-level powerhouses, there is a complete trend off crushing them. Therefore, just one heroic archer cannot slow down the human attack. But it's not enough to completely stop it. It is precisely because of this that Dashan looks extremely angry. If it were a head-on battle, no matter what the outcome was, whether he lost or won, Dashan would not have any complaints. But the enemy just didn't confront him head-on. Instead, he hid in the dark and fired cold arrows. The more critical point is that the archer's position cannot be found in the mountain, which is quite hateful. Being constantly harassed, but unable to find the target, anyone who comes taught his situation will feel angry in their heart. However, the hunter instinct skills possessed by the Shadow Hunter class are not so easy to find. The hunter's instinct can help the Shadow Hunter perfect the aura of concealment. You know, this skill is definitely a skill that can make all assassins cry with envy. It is said that it is a perfect concealment of aura, that is, it is a perfect concealment of aura. As long as Lillian doesn't show up actively or is directly seen by Dashan, it's impossible to find Lillian's location based on perception alone. In itself, the ancient class of Shadow Hunter should be an assassin-like class. However, the previous Shadow Hunter chose Lillian as the successor. I have to say, fate plays tricks on people. However, as far as the two exclusive skills possessed by Shadow Hunters are concerned, compared to the assassin class, it seems more appropriate to place it on the archer. Especially in this situation, hiding in the shadow of the city-state and silently firing cold arrows is not very comfortable. The only regret is that Lillian hasn't had time to advance to the hero level. Otherwise, today's battle would be much easier. A heroic-level archer also possesses an ancient class. The combined power will definitely increase exponentially. Charge with all your strength. Kill me. After the city is broken, I will crush that damn archer's bones one by one. The mountain let out a roar, and then rushed forward at the lead. While anger reduces reason, it does enhance strength to a certain extent. It's just that the way of attacking will begin to become disorganized, thus neglecting the use of combat skills and relying heavily on brute force. However, when there is a gap in strength levels, even if it is just brute force, it can have the effect of reducing 10 skills with one force. After all, when it comes to combat skills and combat consciousness, the stronger becomes stronger, and the more important becomes more important. But there will never be an effect that crosses the level of power. To put it simply, combat skills must be able to break through defenses in order to be effective. If you can't even break through the enemy's defense, then what's the use even if your combat skills and awareness are incredible? No matter how you fight, the enemy is not injured, so how can you play? Qi Li is the best example. You know, Qi Li's combat skills and combat consciousness have reached a superb level. It can be said that so far, no one has ever been able to surpass Qi Li in terms of combat skills and combat awareness. But for so long, Qi Li has never said anything about not improving his cultivation level. On the contrary, every time the system issued an upgrade mission, no matter how uncomfortable it was to stay in the trial room or collapse, there was never a word of giving up. If you can't pass the trial mission, use your time to grind it out. Regardless of whether it is a few years, 10 years, or decades, the flow-off time in the trial room is locked. As long as you are willing to work hard and improve step by step, you will be able to pass the trial mission one day. Therefore, even if Qi Li collapsed in the trial room and was reborn to the point of nausea, he would still choose to restrain his impulses and continue to train himself. There is no free lunch. Every strength comes from one's own efforts. Qi Li understands this truth, so since he has such good resources, why not use them? Because only with sufficient cultivation level and combat skills can one be said to be invincible and unparalleled in the world. He can be called a reckless man just because he has a certain level of cultivation. But as far as combat skills are concerned, it's really just fancy. The mountain's anger immediately aroused the morale of the human race people, and they immediately rushed forward with howls. With such a sharp knife cutting the way ahead, what else do they have to fear? Since we believe in the god of war, we should only advance and never retreat in battle. Dashan and the heroic warriors under him are the best examples. Even though they were mentally exhausted after being hit by an arrow, they never stopped fighting. The human race is mighty. Kill me. A thunderous roar sounded on the battlefield. With these shouts in unison, the murderous air suddenly rose into the sky, scattering the smoke and dust, and shattering the clouds. Thousands of arrows fired. But at this moment, a soft shout came from Iron Hammer City. The next moment, arrows rained down from the sky like a sea tide, falling on the heads of the human race's attacking army. Shwa shwa. Countless feather arrows shot straight down with the sound of piercing the air. The muffled sound of the body being torn open and blood being drawn out was even more constant. The people of the human race were morale boosted by the mountains and immediately stagnated. Their attack was also blocked by this hail of arrows. Reinforcements. These are our reinforcements. Here they come, the reinforcements are here. Brothers, cheer up, we are going to win. The dwarves are mighty. The Hammer City is mighty. The dwarves must win. Hammer City must win. In battle, morale always waxes and wanes. The morale of the human race was low, so the morale of the dwarves was naturally high. Fan Zan looked back in shock at this moment, wanting to see who was responsible for such a powerful attack. Then the next moment, Fan Zan saw a figure standing quietly on the city wall. Your Excellency Shana. From shock to astonishment, the expressions on Fan Zan's face changed particularly richly. Unlike the current elf queen Tiana, Shana, a former saint of the elves, is an archer. And an extremely powerful archer. But after getting together with Lan Qi, Shana rarely took action. After all, it is really difficult to find someone who has the courage to provoke Lan Qi. So, if Shana comes to Hammer City, is it possible that His Majesty Lan Qi is sure too? Fan Zan couldn't help but feel a little more hopeful. If Lan Qi comes to hold the battle, then it will be a real sure thing. Fan Zan, it is not a good thing to be distracted during the battle. Lan Qi isn't here this time, so put your expectations aside. After Shauna entered the fighting state, her demeanor became extremely calm. Even his tone became very cold. A powerful archer should be like a sniper, not distracted by other things during battle. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness displayed will definitely be greatly reduced. Of course, Fan Zan would be very grateful to Shauna Dono for being able to come in person to support us. Fan Zan was interrupted by Shauna's words and remembered the situation in front of him, so he immediately thanked her. Needless to say, this is the right thing to do to help your allies. Shauna nodded slightly, then looked at the battlefield outside Ironhammer City, and then said loudly, "People of the elves, please take action to help the dwarves and protect this city-state." Since they are here to support, Shauna will not be the only one. A large number of elves walked onto the walls of Hammer City and raised their staffs. This is a magician from the elves. I really didn't expect that the elves actually participated in the war. This really serious. We must report this news. There was a look of astonishment on the face of the human general, and he was even more shocked in his heart. Previously it was just speculation. But now, it is proven. If the elves and the dwarves join forces, then there is absolutely no way that the human race alone can withstand it. Unless the envoys of the god of war can be allowed to help the human race. Otherwise, the human race will never be able to survive this difficulty. Elves. We haven't even come to trouble you yet, but you actually came to our door yourself. Of course Dashan knows the elves. If you want to promote the glory of the god of war on the northern mountains, but don't understand the races on the northern mountains, then your brain is simply stuck. However, compared to the dwarves and the animal ears, the elves, who are rich in archers, really can't make Dashan feel good at all. Even Song Zhan doesn't like the elves very much. After all, the fighting styles are almost completely opposite. One is frontal combat, and the other is containment from a distance. The fighting concepts are completely different, so how can they talk about the same thing? There are not many other thoughts in the minds of these warriors under the god of war. It is indeed difficult to get along with people who have different beliefs. So at this moment, the elves suddenly appeared here and came to help the dwarves, which made Dashan even more angry. However, just when the dwarf army and the human army were in a stalemate. On the city wall of Hammer City, the staff suspended in front of the elves suddenly released dazzling rays of light. The continuous light seemed to turn into a river of light. Resurrection of the dead. The magic chant lasted only a short time, and the final chorus was even more confusing. What kind of resurrection of the dead? Is this magic? The human general's brows were furrowed tightly, and he looked at the wall of Hammer City with some doubts. The river of light that suddenly appeared was indeed dazzling. It shines on the battlefield outside the city wall like a dazzling little sun, which makes people dare not look directly. But what's the use? Then, in the next moment, the doubts of the human generals turned into panic. Roar. A low roar sounded suddenly. Immediately afterwards, the human race members and the dwarf race members who should have fallen to the ground actually got up from the ground under the illumination of this burst of light. Blood all over the body, horrific wounds. These soldiers who were supposed to die, at this moment, stood on this battlefield in a completely new way. The weapon in his hand was stained with red blood, but it was still sharp. However, compared to these, the fear caused by the deceased suddenly rising from the ground is definitely far greater than other things. Compared with strong combat power, fear has always been the best way to destroy morale. Especially in this situation, a comrade who was clearly sacrificed suddenly stood up and pointed his sword at him. This weird scene has an absolutely huge impact on the mind. It can be said that the human race's attack, which was already extremely difficult, stopped at this moment. What is going on? What happened? Why did they stand up? Am I dreaming now? How could this happen? This is impossible. Get away. Get away from me. The human race's morale collapsed faster than imagined. Horror, panic, shock, astonishment, fear. All kinds of negative emotions are spreading among the people of the human race. This is definitely a huge impact on the belief in the god of war, which is not deep in the first place. Because of this situation, it is simply a nightmare for the human warriors. And to be honest, even the dwarves who knew the effect of the magic of resurrecting the dead were quite shocked after actually seeing the effect. Such things as undead magic do not exist in the northern mountains. For these magicians, they can create death, but there is absolutely no way to exploit it. Therefore, it would be strange if the magic of reviving the undead suddenly appeared and it did not cause panic. Even the human general couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and took a step back involuntarily. And this step back proved his current mood. No one can see the magic of resurrecting the undead for the first time and still maintain peace of mind before knowing the effect of resurrecting undead. Even Dashan paused in his movements. When did the elves learn such dirty magic? Damn it. Although it is not clear what the specific effect of the undead resurrection magic is, it is still very simple to see clearly the situation in front of Muith Dashan's eyesight. All those who stood up again had a weak magic power wrapped around them, simulating their vitality. It is enough to show that this is indeed an effect caused by magic. It's not some other strange phenomenon. However, even if the essence of the matter is clear, it has no effect. The elves who released the magic of reviving the dead are now standing on the wall of Hammer City, with the dwarves guarding them in front. And beside them, there was Shauna watching. As a former saint of the elves and a peak hero-level warrior, Shauna is not inferior to Dashan in terms of combat prowess. And because Shauna is an archer, the role she can play in this situation is far better than that of the mountains. So at this moment, the outcome of this battle has been decided. The dwarves, with the help of the elves, will only become stronger and stronger in combat. Because every time the human race loses a hero-level strongman, it will be transformed into the combat power of the dwarves by the resurrection magic of the undead. The heroic heroes of the dwarves can still continue to fight even if they die in battle. With the blessing of the undead resurrection magic, this battle has become an unequal battle. The morale of the human race is extremely low, and they have to guard against the corpses that may stand up around them at any time. The combat effectiveness they can exert is very low. After the initial shock, the dwarf clansmen rushed forward with roars. Anyone from the dwarf tribe who has stayed in Chi Li's shop knows the effect of the undead resurrection magic. Now that I see it with my own eyes, it is no longer strange. Presumably those tribesmen who have sacrificed their lives should also be willing to use their last remaining energy after being killed in battle and before being buried. For a soldier, the greatest honor is to die on the way to charge. The dwarves are mighty. The Hammer City is mighty. Drive back the humans. Repel the humans. The dwarves will be victorious. A huge roar sounded, and gradually merged together, like a high-pitched charging horn. When the human generals heard this, their faces turned ashen. Lost. The human race was defeated. In order to break through Hammer City under this situation, and lest Song Zhongsan send one of his 3 captains to suppress the formation. Otherwise, there is absolutely no hope. Moreover, even one of the 3 captains came to suppress the formation. Then you have to be careful not to let the powerful ones from the elves come over, otherwise it will turn into a battle between the powerful ones. Then there would be nothing wrong with the human race. Because among the human race, there is no such thing as a strong person. So wanting to participate in a battle at that level is simply a dream. Although there are indeed 4 strong men among the messengers of the god of war, they are not the power of the human race. The human generals are still aware of this. Those fanatical believers may not be able to tell the difference, but the affiliation is indeed very important. Bring me my weapons. The human general took a deep breath, then focused his eyes and shouted. Ruining the morale of the human race here is almost equivalent to destroying the hope of the rise of the human race here. Even if you go back, you will have to die to apologize. In this case, it is better to die gloriously on the battlefield. At least it won't hurt my family. Even his family members will receive the kind treatment they deserve because of his heroic sacrifice. The messenger standing next to the human general said nothing, but silently took the weapon and presented it with both hands. At this point, anything you say is empty talk. It is better to go forward bravely to prove your courage. Even if you know you are losing, you will never take a step back. Deserters are always the object of contempt. Follow me. Fight together. A roar sounded, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves. The human warriors also launched their final attack at this moment. Shauna stood on the wall of Hammer City, looking at everything on the battlefield with an indifferent expression, then raised her hand and pulled the bowstring of the long bow in her hand. A feather arrow condensed from fighting spirit appeared on the bowstring. 10,000 arrows, all fired. Following Shauna's soft drink, the fighting spirit arrows shot out, and then suddenly exploded in midair. The next second, the fighting spirit floating in the air instantly condensed into a rain of arrows that filled the sky, covering the people of the human race. Like a heavy downpour. The sharp sound of breaking through the air was like a soul-stirring roar. Whizzing. Those who were hit by arrows saw blood splashing everywhere and fell to the ground. A round of arrow rain fell, like a huge meat grinder hitting the battlefield, ruthlessly harvesting lives. Wails, screams, and roars were mixed together. Damn it! Lord Songjiang will not let you go. His Majesty, the God of War, will not let you go. Dashan gritted his teeth fiercely and glanced at Shauna fiercely. Although his expression was very stern, he was actually helpless. Among the dwarves, it is not that there are no heroic heroes. 20 hero-level powerhouses led by Dashan joined the battle, which had indeed allowed the human race to gain an advantage before. However, now, it has become the last capital for the human race to survive. Under such circumstances, it is basically impossible to overcome the obstruction of the heroic heroes of the dwarves and cause trouble for Shauna. After all, no matter how strong the mountain is, it is still within the realm of hero level. He is still unable to achieve the tyrannical posture of a strong person who can turn his hands into clouds or turn his hands into rain. The situation was completely reversed at this moment. All the advantages of the human race are gone at this moment. Faced with the ferocious charge of the dwarves and the support of the elves, no one from the human race who came to attack Hammer City could escape. All the powerful heroes, including Dashan, were wiped out. This battle was a great victory for the dwarves, and it was also a key point in helping the dwarves regain their morale. Are these people the messengers of the God of War? After the war, Shauna also came to this battlefield and found Dashan's corpse. The muscular body, nearly 3 meters tall, is particularly conspicuous among the human corpses that appear to be extremely thin compared to the surroundings. Every one of them is at the hero level, and the number should not be too small. These 20 people should just come here temporarily to help the human race suppress the battle. Shauna walked in front of the corpses of these guys, and after observing them one by one, she almost understood the situation clearly. Shauna doesn't know how many messengers come to the northern mountains under the command of the God of War. But what is certain is that among them, there must be strong level powers. Fans on, since Hammer City is now safe, I'll leave first. After Shauna got the information she could get, she said goodbye and left. If the previous battle between the humans and the dwarves was the beginning of this invasion, so now, the messenger of the God of War has died here. It was also announced that this war was about to enter a fierce stage, and it was very likely that all other races would be involved. Gods can never have too many believers. Most gods have the same attitude towards those who dare to resist them. Those who follow will prosper, those who go against will perish. It's always been like this. And now, the messenger of the god of war was killed in this battle. Then one can imagine what the god of war would look like. If not furious, I'm afraid it's not far off. If there is no explanation for this matter, then where can the god of war put his face? What will many believers think after knowing this? This is definitely a huge blow to the prestige of the god of war. So the result is very simple. The war is coming. Then, Shauna will naturally not stay in Hammer City, but will go back to tell Lan Chi and others the news. In order to facilitate the elf tribe and the bestiar tribe to prepare more quickly to face the foreign enemies. Boom! In the human camp, a square marble table was smashed to pieces. Fine stone powder was scattered all over the ground, dyeing the ground gray-white. Song Jian, who was full of anger, stood up suddenly, stared at the messenger in front of him with a sullen face, and finally resisted the urge to kick him. It was just an attack on a small city-state of the dwarves, but so many people were lost. And nothing was gained. You guys are really useless. Song Jian said in a deep voice, but did not stop, but walked directly past the messenger. Opening the tent, 3 captains were already waiting outside. Sir, we have found out clearly that outside Iron Hammer City, the elves are also participating in the war. Song Ming, the captain of the first team, took a step forward, bowed his head and said, "The elves are really nosy." Song Jian sneered, with a stern look on his face. "I originally thought about doing it Su, but now it seems that it is unlikely. Although the human race is not like mud that cannot hold up the wall, it is still too weak in front of the elves. Even if a race without foundation suddenly rises, its foundation will be weak. It is already barely enough to contend with a dwarf. Now add an elf to the mix, and even if all the power of the human race is put on it, it may not help. It would be better to take matters into your own hands and clear all these obstacles. Then let the human race sit back and enjoy the results, as long as they offer their most devout beliefs." Although at first it seemed that this was a bad idea. But looking at it at this time is probably the best way. Because after this period of time and the successive victories against the dwarves, most of the human race began to believe in the god of war. So now we just need to find a way to expand the human race. Gather everyone together and prepare to attack the elves, dwarves, and the bestiar tribe. Song Jian's voice seemed a little low, obviously suppressing his anger. At this point, since we have to take action, we might as well deal with them all in one go. Regardless of the 3 major races in the northern mountains, they don't seem to have much contact with each other on weekdays. But when it comes to facing foreign enemies, they will definitely be united and cannot stand idly by. So instead of waiting for them to make the first move, it is better to strike preemptively. Sir, all the warriors have already assembled and are waiting for your orders. Hearing this, Song Ming immediately spoke out. The captains of the second team and the third team who were following Song Ming also took a step forward, clasped their fists in salute, and asked for orders. Please give me the order, and we will go through fire and water, even to the death. Believers of the god of war are never afraid of fighting. When a compatriot dies in battle, he must avenge himself. Okay, let's use this battle to tell the creatures in this world how powerful the god of war is. We want them to understand that believing in the crown of the god of war is the most correct choice. The glory of the crown of the god of war will surely shine in every corner of this land. Song Jian shouted loudly. The glory under the crown of the god of war will surely shine on this world. After hearing these words, everyone inside and outside the camp fell to the ground on one knee and shouted devoutly. Suddenly, the momentum was like a rainbow. City of Life, inside Chi Li's shop. After the dwarfs won the victory, Yaffer immediately came to report the victory. Did the dwarfs win? then the high morale of the human race should be cut off. Qilu was not surprised by this situation. After all, no matter what the dwarves say, they are still one of the three major races in the northern mountains. Even if they are now in decline, they were caught off guard by the humans. But once you react and block the human attack, there will still be no problem. What's more, there are elves and animaleers watching from the side. Well, I heard that Sister Shauna brought someone there. Yaffer explained. Sister. To be honest, Qilu has always been confused about these titles. I always feel that Yafei and the others all call each other in their own way. Although they have always called each other in this way, the feeling of dissonance has never disappeared. By the way, Sister Shauna also said that the effect of the undead resurrection magic is quite shocking. It was also thanks to the undead resurrection magic that winning that battle was particularly easy. Yafei didn't pay attention to Qi Li's expression and continued. The expected and the unknown are always scary. However, if the elves also join the war. Qi Li narrowed his eyes, paused, then smiled and said, it seems those guys are about to launch a general attack. Conspiracies and tricks are not their style. Gods disdain the use of intrigues against the weak. They prefer to use their unrivaled power to crush the weak, to demonstrate their strength. Even the god of forging, who had plotted against Qi Li, had never used any conspiracy, but had used a conspiracy. Hey, Manager Qi, why did you say that? Uncle Lanchi and the others also said the same. Yafei looked at Qi Li in surprise. The thinking of strong people will always coincide in some places. Really? Then they should be ready. The next step is to wait for the believers under the god of war to take the initiative. After waiting for so long, they finally couldn't bear it anymore. Qi Li smiled. In this battle, Qi Lidu is still an outsider so far. As the saying goes, the beholder is clear. Therefore, Qi Li sees these things very clearly. Now is the time to compete for top combat power. Cyrodiil and the others need to take care of their own race, but the messenger of the god of war does not have so many scruples. Believers are such things that they should be given up if they have no choice but to give them up. There won't be much loss. At worst, we can just find a new world and develop new believers. But when a race is destroyed, nothing is left. Even if the fire is left behind, it is extremely difficult to develop and grow again. Therefore, Cyrodiil and the others must use 12 points of combat power to stop the attack of those outsiders. Otherwise, it will be a mistake and the whole game will be lost. After Tsang Zhan made his decision, his next actions were quite fast. The three captains led the teams separately and led the human warriors together to attack the three races. Tsang Zhan, on the other hand, was observing the battle situation from behind and was ready to provide support at any time. Although Tsang Zhan has great confidence in his own people, this kind of battle lies always just in case and prepared. Blind arrogance will only capsize in the gutter. As for the human race members who went to the battlefield with Tsang Zhan's people, they were either going to build up their momentum or waiting to take over the city-state. In short, we must bring out the momentum of the god of war in this battle. After all, Tsang Zhan and the others will not stay in the northern mountains forever. They are only responsible for developing believers. Then just wait for the god of war to collect the power of faith. As for the future matters, we can only let the humans handle it themselves. Therefore, bringing the people of the human race with them can be regarded as a different kind of establishment of authority. It is intended to tell them that they must never betray the god of war. Otherwise, you cannot afford the consequences. The holy city of Elf is ahead, everyone, get ready for battle. Song Ming, the captain of the team, stood quietly in the void and used his fighting spirit to spread his voice. In this battle that determines the final success or failure, the task of one team, led by Song Ming, is to break through the elf holy city and get rid of the elf queen. Since a war is about to begin, it is natural to go straight to the hinterland and attack Huanglong. So there is no need to pay attention to other city-states. As long as the Elf Queen is solved, the elves will naturally be leaderless. At that point, it will be very simple to deal with. Hearing Song Ming's voice, the soldiers who were still attacking immediately took out their weapons and entered a state of battle preparation. This time, there were no roars or shouts of killing. Since it was a sudden attack, the smaller the noise, the better. So apart from the clanging sound of weapons being taken out, there were only the sounds of running footsteps, heavy breathing, and the intensive sound of horse hooves mixed together. During the attack, everyone looked serious and no one spoke. Everyone has only one idea in their minds, which is to break through the elf holy city and then destroy the elf race. Although this goal is indeed a bit difficult, it sounds a bit impossible to achieve. But under the belief of the god of war, the human race who only sees fighting do not feel that way. The evil spirits in the military formation will be contagious to each other. This is why, on the battlefield, there are often situations where people become red-eyed. Because if the strong evil spirit cannot be controlled, it will affect people's emotions and even change their temperament drastically. The magician is ready to start attacking the city. Song Ming's cold voice, with the help of Do Qi, reached everyone's ears. But at this moment, an ethereal voice came from the direction where the human race was preparing to attack, but its tone was extremely cold. The human army and the believers of the god of war, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling light fell from the sky. A figure bathed in this bright light, walked slowly, stood still in the void, and looked at Song Ming with cold eyes. As expected, you actually dared to attack the elf holy city directly. The person confronting Soki was none other than Tiana. In fact, Tiana had already sensed it when Song Ming led the army to approach. The aura of a powerful person is still too obvious in the eyes of an expert in the same realm. Oh? With such a strong momentum. I guess you are the elf queen. Song Ming's perception is also not weak. Faced with Tiana's undisguised aura, he immediately sensed Tiana's state. It is also a powerful person. Although in the same realm, the gap between strength and weakness can indeed widen to a great extent. But in the case of not fighting for their lives, unless it is between a strong-level powerful person and a strong-level peak powerful person, there will be a one-sided crushing. Otherwise, even if the winner can be determined, it will take a long time. What's more, the gap in realm between Tiana and Song Ming is not as big as imagined. And the biggest difference between the two is that Tiana's class is a light magician, which is not a class that is good at fighting at all. But Song Ming lives by fighting, and he undoubtedly possesses strong fighting power. This is the difference. Song Ming naturally noticed this, so after recognizing Tiana's identity, he couldn't help but laugh. Light magician? It's really a job that suits your nosy personality. Originally, I thought the elf queen would be an archer. It's such a pity. If you want to protect your race with this class without any combat effectiveness, you are just wishful thinking. At the end of his sentence, Song Ming snorted coldly. The expression on her face showed that she didn't take Tiana seriously at all. In Song Ming's view, this purely auxiliary class was not worthy of fighting him. Even though they are both strong men and powerful, their areas of expertise are completely different. If we only talk about combat effectiveness, Song Ming is simply bullying others. If it's just about fighting, I'm really not as good as you. Tiana chuckled lightly and openly admitted her shortcomings. It is a well-known fact that light magicians have no fighting ability, and there is nothing to hide at all. However, if we only need to contain you, that is completely enough. At this point, Tiana's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although when talking about light magicians, the first thing most practitioners think of is pure assistance. But the real situation is somewhat different. It is true that the light mage is an auxiliary class, but in addition to the auxiliary ability, the light mage involves limiting the enemy's power, which is also not weak. Humph. Just you want to contain me? What a joke. Ang Ming sneered at Tiana's words. In a large-scale battle, even if you just contain the enemy, you must have enough combat power to do it. Otherwise, it will only cause some trouble at most. It can't stop the enemy from killing at all. Yeah? Tiana narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Bound by light, immobilized. In the next second, Tiana waved her hand. The magic elements immediately gathered together, and in an instant, a prison composed of light condensed around Song Ming. The speed was so fast that not even Song Ming could react. It's a small trick, let me break it. After Song Ming saw the light prison in front of him clearly, his face immediately sank, fighting energy condensed on his palms, and he swatted towards the light prison. Bang! There was an explosion. The violent fighting spirit exploded in the sky, erupting with terrifying power. However, there was no damage to the light prison. This? Song Ming, who noticed this, immediately frowned. The binding of light is a pure control magic without any harmful ability. However, it can trap the target tightly in the prison of light, making it impossible to break free. Even the trapped person's strength cannot pass through the prison of light. If you want to break through the prison of light, you must be able to crush the magic releaser in terms of strength. Or let others attack from outside the light prison. However, in this situation, the only person who is qualified to confront Tiana is Ang Ming. Others want to attack the light prison from the outside, but that is a luxury. Because although Tiana has no fighting ability, her cultivation level is there. Even if you only use strong-level coercion to attack, it can prevent cultivators at the heroic level from getting close. Unless it's another powerful person, it's almost the same. However, the only powerful person assigned to the Elf Holy City is Song Ming. Therefore, what Tiana said before was really not empty talk, but a matter-of-fact. Fight, you really can't. But if it's just for containment, there's no problem at all. Damn it. Heretic. But it doesn't matter. Even if I don't participate in the battle, as long as you can't participate in the battle, the Elf Holy City will still beat tact. You can't win this battle. After Song Ming saw the situation clearly, he stopped struggling needlessly. That's just a waste of your own strength. But as Song Ming said, if Tiana can't participate in the battle. The warriors led by Song Ming were under the command of the god of war, and they were 100 heroic warriors. Now they are all included in the attacking army of the human race. So in terms of the number of heroic heroes, the human race completely crushes the elves. Under such a huge gap, even if the elves have the magic of reviving the dead, they may not be able to defend the holy city of the elves. That's why Song Ming is so confident. Since the last time we attacked Hammer City, 20 hero-level experts were not enough. Then this time it will be doubled, directly 5 times. Song Ming wants to let these races who dare to disrespect the god of war know that in the face of absolute power, those heretics are heretics. Since it is a heresy, it should disappear. At this moment, as Song Ming said, the human attacking army launched an attack on the Elf Holy City. Hundreds of heroic heroes opened the way at the front, simply sweeping through all obstacles. I won't bother you with our race's affairs. The elves are not that weak yet. After Tiana heard Song Ming's words, she couldn't help but sneered. Then he waved his hand, and the magic elements in the sky suddenly condensed into raindrops of light and scattered. Bright magic, holy light, destroys evil. A buffing magic that can add a powerful magic attack to the target's attack. Tiana is indeed not very good at fighting. But in the use of various auxiliary magics, Tiana is definitely qualified to reach the top in the entire northern mountains. As the holy light's evil-destroying magic was scattered, the walls of the elf holy city were filled with archers from unknown time. They were all bathed in a shower of light. The elves are not a race that is good at head-on confrontation, so when they defended the city, they did not send any tribesmen outside the city. Instead, they were waiting on the city wall, ready with a rain of arrows, to entertain these guests, who came from afar. Everyone, listen and get ready. Fire the bow. Volley. Along with the city wall, the commander's flag waved. The archers unfurled their bows and knocked arrows one after another, and threw out the arrows that were blessed with the holy light's evil-destroying magic. Feather arrows filled the sky, like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun, overwhelmingly heading toward the human army. Countless arrows continued to fall. It's like an endless rainstorm, making people scared just by looking at it. Whizzing. The sharp sound of breaking through the air was like a soul-collecting scythe being waved. This scene is absolutely shocking. Magician. Open the shield. The reaction of the human race was naturally not slow, even if they were shocked by the rain of arrows in the sky. But the magicians in the team still released magic, condensing a thick magic shield in midair. Countless feather arrows hit the magic shield hard, making a crackling sound. Cracks soon appeared on these magic shields. Then it spread quickly. Click. A slight crunching sound soon came out. Then under the continuous rain of arrows, the overwhelmed magic shield shattered. Shwa shwa. Puff dash. The dull sound of the arrow piercing into the body suddenly sounded. The overwhelming rain of arrows instantly caused a large number of casualties to the human army. The holy light's evil-breaking magic blessed on the feather arrows gives these arrows extremely destructive power, as long as they hit the enemy, even if it is not a vital part. However, under the continuous damage of the holy light's evil-breaking magic, the enemy can easily lose its combat effectiveness. The more serious case is death on the spot. Raise your shield to protect the people behind you. A hero-level strongman rushing at the front suddenly spoke. The elf holy city covers a huge area, and even if they were to conquer the elf holy city, they might not be able to capture it even if they were heroic heroes. Therefore, we still have to let the clan members deal with post-war matters. Learn. Following this order, the hero-level warriors rushing forward immediately dispersed and retreated, arriving among the human army. Then he began to gather fighting spirit or magic power, condensing into shields that stood above the human army. Ding 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 ding. Countless crisp sounds, like the clash of gold and iron, came down from the top of the head. In terms of the degree of condensation of fighting spirit and magic power, cultivators at the hero level are undoubtedly much stronger than those at the master level. Therefore, the arrow rain that was able to break through the magic shield condensed by human magicians suddenly lost its effect in front of the shield condensed by these hero-level powerhouses. Even if it is blessed with holy light and evil-breaking magic. After all, the biggest advantage of this kind of range-type buff magic is that it has a wide range and can cover a large number of friendly forces. But the power allocated to each person is actually not much. Being able to easily kill enemies at the master level is already considered the limit. Facing a hero-level powerhouse, it will naturally not have much effect. The human army got a chance to breathe, and the momentum of the attack suddenly became more fierce. Because when attacking a city, before approaching the city wall of the target city-state, it is indeed the archers on the defending side who have the advantage. After all, archers are also a long-range class. If you can't find an advantage even if you extend the distance, you'd better just let it go. However, it is the same as most remote classes. The archer class is also afraid of being approached. In the same realm, the melee combat ability of archers may only be slightly better than that of magicians. As for comparing it with the warrior class or the knight class, it is really far behind. After all, the class characteristics are different. Archer is not a class for close combat at all. Therefore, the human race people who knew this naturally had to use the fastest speed to get close to the city wall, and then began to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the elven archers. Otherwise, they will be consumed by the rain of arrows, and sooner or later the whole army will be annihilated here. A side sect is a side sect. Just a few weak archers want to compete with the warriors who belong to the great god of war. What a dream! Song Ming, who was imprisoned in the light prison, could not get out, but he could still see what the battlefield below was like. At the beginning of the siege, a large number of archers gathered together, and the rain of arrows formed was indeed a major obstacle. However, this obstacle will naturally disintegrate after the attacker approaches the city wall. The human army is now protected by the shields of heroic heroes. It was only a matter of time before we rushed under the walls of the elf holy city. When the time came for hand-to-hand combat, when the warrior class faced off against the archers, it would be a one-sided massacre. That's why Yang Ming mocked Tiana unceremoniously. As a powerful person, he chose a purely auxiliary class. In Song Ming's view, that was just a heresy. That's damn heresy. I've said it before, my race doesn't need you to talk. Tiana glanced at Song Ming with cold eyes, then opened her arms and spread the magic power that had been condensed for a long time. Net of Light, Forbidden Sky Realm. It is another restricted magic that can only be released by light magicians. The Forbidden Air Realm, as the name suggests, prohibits all magic that uses magic or fighting spirit to form a flying method. Mainly to prevent hero-level experts from flying in the air. Because hero-level warriors can fly in the air, their essence still relies on their own powerful fighting spirit and magic power to control the surrounding space. Based on this space control, the ability to control the air is formed. It's just that this kind of spatial control ability is quite weak. Unless they are space magicians, ordinary hero-level experts can only fly. The Forbidden Air domain blocks this ability to control the air by restricting the flow of fighting spirit and magic power in the sky. Therefore, the magic of Forbidden Sky Realm is actually ineffective against strong-level powers. Because after a powerful person possesses the destiny of heaven and earth, Hudson fly in the air, and it is no longer on the level of fighting spirit and magic power, but on the legal level. The magic of the Forbidden Sky Realm alone cannot affect the laws of heaven and earth, nor can it affect the powerful powers. However, in this war, the restricted air domain is completely sufficient. After all, the only strong man on the human side was imprisoned by Tiana. Forbidden air domain? What's the point of sealing the sky when we're in close combat? Although Song Ming disdains the light magician class, he is still clear about the effects of these magics. Therefore, Song Ming laughed at Tiana's actions. The warrior class and the archers are in close combat. What effect can blocking the sky have? A pointless move. You'll find out later, what's the use? Tiana said in a cold tone. To be honest, the magic of the forbidden space alone is actually quite useless among the many restricted magics. Because the targets targeted in the restricted air domain do not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as it is within the scope of the forbidden air field, it will be affected by the forbidden air field. Therefore, many times, teammates will be accidentally injured. However, for Tiana, who is completely proficient in the magic of the forbidden space, finding loopholes is not a big problem at all. And this forbidden air realm magic has the most obvious flaw. That is, it can only prohibit the flow of magic and fighting spirit, but it cannot prohibit laws or instincts. In other words, for those monsters or races that are born with the ability to flee, there is no way to restrict their flight in the forbidden air realm. Because the magic that can truly restrict all flight methods is called a forbidden air barrier, not a forbidden air realm. Of course, Tiana also knows the magic of forbidden air barrier. However, at this time, the magic in the forbidden air domain was used, which naturally had deep meaning. Let's start, tribesmen, stop the enemy from the sky. Tiana no longer paid attention to Song Ming, who was full of disdain, but turned her head and looked down. A sharp eagle cry suddenly sounded from the elf holy city. Then this eagle's chirping was like a switch, triggering a large area of eagle chirping that continued to sound. Immediately afterwards, countless black shadows flew out from the elf holy city and suspended in the sky. Golden-winged griffin. Ever since Chi-Lu put the pet card changer in the store in the City of Life, the elves have been working hard to form their own flying army. Using the golden-winged griffin as a mount, a large number of archers attack from the sky. In this way, the disadvantage of archers being approached is completely eliminated. Especially in the Forbidden Air realm, even a hero-level powerhouse cannot fly into the sky to prevent the archers on the back of the golden-winged griffin from attacking. This is also the reason why Tiana releases Forbidden Air domain magic instead of Forbidden Air enchantment magic. The golden-winged griffin can fly by itself and does not require other forces to maintain it. Therefore, it is possible to fly into the sky in the Forbidden Air field. But inside the Forbidden Air barrier, no living beings are allowed to appear in the sky. Let alone the golden-winged griffin, as long as the realm of the releaser of the Forbidden Air barrier is high enough and the power is strong enough, then even a giant dragon will not be able to fly in the Forbidden Air barrier. It was also at this moment that Song Ming understood Tiana's intentions. Because the appearance of the golden-winged griffin was really unexpected by Song Ming. This damn guy. When Song Ming saw this scene, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his expression became gloomy and fierce. Such a useless magic in the Forbidden Sky realm can be used so well. It seems that even though they are both powerful and powerful, they cannot be underestimated even if they are just a purely auxiliary class. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Tiana glanced at Song Ming, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Speaking sarcastically is always to take advantage of others. Only using tyrannical strength to slap someone in the face can be ridicule in the true sense. Along with the large-scale golden-winged griffins, the flying force appeared in the sky above the elf holy city. The faces of the human warriors also had expressions of astonishment. What it is? It looks like that, and it can fly. Could it be that it's a griffin? Griffin? Isn't that a magical beast that disappeared a long time ago? Why does it appear here? And they have been tamed by the elves, so we can't touch those griffins at all. Among so many human warriors, there will naturally be a few knowledgeable clansmen. Therefore, after the golden-winged griffin appeared in the sky above the elf holy city, it was quickly recognized, and the sounds of shock became even louder. If there are only one or two golden-winged griffins, they really can't make any trouble in such a large-scale battle. Even though the golden-winged griffin is a very ferocious monster. However, now that so many golden-winged griffins have even formed a formation, the meaning is completely different. Everyone is here, ready to attack. Take each group as a unit, find the strike position on your own, and start fighting. After all the golden-winged griffins in the flight formation took off, the order came out quickly. However, there are no detailed instructions. Because this is the first time that the elf flying formation has gone into battle from the time it was formed until now. Therefore, the elves who had no experience in this area naturally did not set up any commanders. They are all unified into groups, allowing them to find suitable attack positions to attack the enemy. This is not difficult for archers. After all, in battle, finding the right shooting position is the basic skill of an archer. If you can't even do this, let alone contain the enemy. Don't run around. If you can't even find the enemy anywhere, that's a good thing. I can't defend myself. Leave half of the people to help the humans defend against the enemy archers' attacks. The rest, follow me and kill them to destroy the walls of the elf holy city. Even if the warriors under the command of the god of war are not commanded by Song Ming, there will still be other leaders speaking. As for who the leader is, naturally, specific combat effectiveness is used as the first criterion, and the order is pushed down. Yes. Taking combat effectiveness as the standard, naturally no one will refute the inherited leader. This has become the default rule under the command of the god of war. So soon, 50 hero-level experts were separated from the human army and speeded up, rushing forward. The remaining hero-level experts stayed in the human army, gathering shields to withstand the overwhelming rain of arrows. After all, even so, we still need to leave some manpower to deal with the aftermath. So we can't ignore it completely. However, the rain of arrows shot from the direction of the elf holy city is easy to defend against because the direction of attack is constant. However, it is difficult to defend against attacks from the archers riding golden-winged griffins in the sky, because there are no dead ends and gaps between the fighting spirit shield and the magic shield. The flight formation searched for shooting positions in all directions in the sky and attacked those gaps, making it impossible to guard against them. That's why a leader with rich combat experience would say something like, "I can't defend myself anymore." As a devout believer in the god of war and a born warrior, he would be blind if he could not even see this kind of thing. So in this case, destroying the city wall is the best way to break the situation. The rain of arrows thrown by the archers is indeed powerful. But the premise is that it must be scaled up. Because not every archer in the elves can, like Shauna, know the martial art of thousands of arrows, and can create a rain of arrows by themselves. So once the city wall was broken, the archers' formation was destroyed. A rain of arrows that cannot form a large scale is nothing to be afraid of. Kill. Seeing the city wall getting closer and closer, the bloodthirsty light in the eyes of these warriors became more and more intense. No one wants to be beaten all the time. Especially these envoys of the god of war, after experiencing this kind of suppression, the anger in their hearts must be extremely turbulent. So once they get the chance, they will kill. Only when all the enemies are dealt with can the anger in his heart be relieved. Elf Queen, so what if you have a flying formation? In the face of absolute power, these little tricks of yours are just jokes. Song Ming looked at the situation on the battlefield below and couldn't help but sneered again. As soon as the wall of the elf holy city is broken, the military formation formed by the archers will be broken up in an instant. There is no need to say more about the next development. Even if the archer sitting on the back of the golden-winged griffin were to take advantage, it would not prevent the elf holy city from being breached. At that time, they will be living targets in the sky. If you don't run for your life, you can only wait for death. You still talk too much. Just watch quietly and you will know. Tiana gave a rare sneer, and then glanced at Song Ming indifferently. A hint of teasing appeared on her beautiful and holy face at some point. It is true that in the past, the elves were unable to withstand such a large-scale impact. Because there are too many hero-level strongmen among the enemies. Moreover, there is also a strong level power that restrains Tiana, preventing her from fully participating in the battle. She must allocate a considerable part of her mental power to control the enemy's strong level power. Otherwise, why did Tiana only release so many magic spells after entering the battle for so long? Do you really think Tiana only knows these magic spells? How can this be? After all, Song Ming is also a powerful person at the same level as Tiana. To control Song Ming, Tiana also needs to devote a considerable part of her mind to be able to do it. So being able to support the battlefield below is considered a feat of Tiana. But the elves now are different from before. Although among the elves, it is true that the majority of the people belong to the archer class, and there is no class that can serve as a human shield. This was undoubtedly a huge hidden danger in the past. However, since Qi Li's store appeared, this hidden danger has been completely filled. The real battle begins now. As the enemy got closer and closer to the city wall, a stack of exquisite cards appeared in the hands of all the elves who came out to fight. I don't know when. These cards also have exquisite patterns printed on them. That's right, these cards are the pet cards drawn from the pet card machine Inchila's store. Since he has no melee ability, let the summoned pet take his place. At this moment, countless pet cards were thrown out. There was a flash of light. Countless pets suddenly appeared outside the elf holy city. Choose from the easiest to train B-level pet cards, puppet dolls, clay dolls, and golden dolls. Look for those A-level pet cards that are quite suitable as human shields, Earth Demon Bear, Flame Tooth Dog, and Thunder Tiger. And among the R-level pet cards, the most famous war machines, the Bronze Giant Soldier and the Gale Flying Dragon. Everything is available. Among these pets, the 3 types of B-level pet cards are naturally the best to cultivate, so the number of B-level pet cards that have been awakened 5 times is quite large. Although the clay dolls, golden dolls, and puppet dolls are not very powerful in combat. But there is nothing wrong with using it as a human shield to block the enemy's advance and simply wasting the enemy's time. What's more, B-level pet cards are usually drawn when drawing R-level pet cards or SR-level pet cards. Smoking, I unknowingly made up the number for 5 awakenings. So I don't feel bad even if I lose it. Comes with gifts. As for the A-level pet card, as long as it reaches the level of 5 awakenings, it can be effective in this battle. Whether it's the Earth Demon Bear, the Flame Tooth Dog, or the Thundering Tiger. As long as you have awakened 5 times and the randomly activated skills are not bad, then in terms of combat effectiveness, it is equivalent to a peak master level practitioner. Although he was still helpless when facing a powerful hero. But when facing human warriors, it's different. There are indeed heroic heroes among the human race, but not many of them are devoted to this battlefield. Therefore, the peak strength of the Grandmaster level can already make a sound in this battle. As for the Bronze Giant Soldiers and the Wind Flying Dragon in the R-level pet card, let alone them. Among these countless pets, there are scattered some 5 awakened Bronze Giants and 5 awakened Gale Dragons. The combat power displayed is completely comparable to that of an ordinary hero-level powerhouse. When facing most of the warriors of the human race, it was a one-sided massacre based on the combat power of the giant bronze soldiers and the flying dragons. Even if it is a hero-level strongman who faces the human race head-on, he isn't inferior in the slightest. This is the power of the 5 awakened R-level pet card. Although the cost is relatively expensive, it is definitely worth the money. Especially in such a large-scale battle, the 5 awakened bronze giant is simply a walking meat grinder. Wherever he went, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ordinary human beings simply cannot withstand the attack of the giant bronze soldiers. As for other pets, of course there are. It's just that the number is much less than these pet cards that are suitable for use as human shields, or the famous killing machines. For example, the famous auxiliary pet cards, Water Spirit White Fox and Moon Rabbit. Or the Death Knight, which is relatively rare among R-level pet cards. The only undead pet card currently available. After 5 awakenings, the terrifying soul pressure alone is enough to be worth the cost. It can be said that those who can stand up beside the Death Knight after 5 awakenings must at least be cultivators who have entered the heroic realm. As for the others, after feeling this soul pressure, they may collapse to the ground. However, this kind of soul coercion also has flaws. That is, the scope of the impact is not large and can only spread to a short distance around the Death Knight. But this is completely enough. Throw out the pet cards and summon these pets. The greater effect is to keep the enemies outside the city wall. The ones really responsible for the attack should be the archers in the Elf Holy City. As for the pet cards that dominate the scene, such as the Bronze Giant Soldier and the Gale Flying Dragon, they can only be regarded as additional combat power. But the only pity is that the pets summoned by the pet card cannot be blessed with the magic of resurrection of the dead. If killed, the pet card will be broken. Of course, by returning the pet to the pet card in time, you can avoid the death of the pet. However, if you want to take back the pet, you must first get the pet out of the battle. And in such a tense combat environment, there should be no one who can perform such strange operations. So at this moment, the pet card has also become a consumable. It was also at this time that Song Ming, who saw this scene, felt dumbfounded. When did these monsters appear? Why do they appear in this place? Where did you hide these monsters before? Song Ming suddenly felt like he was being plotted. However, if such a large number of magical beasts were all hidden in the elf holy city, there would be no chance that there would be no movement at all. In other words, there must be other means. I told you, my people, you don't need to worry. You should worry about whether the people you brought here will survive. Tiana sneered, a stern look flashed in her eyes. Even if he is a clay figure, he still has a certain amount of anger. What's more, Tiana is also the elf queen of the elf tribe. In the face of such enemies who dare to directly attack the holy city of elves, if they can be wiped out, they will definitely be wiped out, and there will never be any mercy. It took a lot of effort to lead your people to the current position where there is no way to retreat. It is absolutely impossible for you to leave again. A cold voice came from Tiana's mouth. This overwhelming pet army has been prepared for a long time. But if it were taken out from the beginning, it would most likely cause the human army to retreat directly, and it would also expose its own trump card. That's why Tiana keeps waiting for the right time. Wait until the human army advances to a position where it cannot retreat. Wait until the warriors under the god of war will be immediately surrounded and unable to escape. That is the most appropriate time to take action. You. When Song Ming heard this, his eyes widened and he stared at Tiana. Obviously, this is the plan of the elves. Not a conspiracy, but a conspiracy. Tiana knows that believers of the god of war are proud of their own strength and obsessed with fighting. As long as there is even the slightest hope of victory, they will never retreat. Therefore, Tiana only asked the elven archers to attack from the beginning to block the human offensive. This gave an illusion to the clansmen and the warriors led by Song Ming. An illusion that as long as the city wall is breached, the elven holy city is within easy reach. Obviously, they were fooled. He fell into a situation where he was trapped in front and back, and his left and right wings were slowly surrounded by countless pets. The flying formations of the elves are still watching eagerly in the sky. The army of pets rushing into the battlefield left the human warriors with no time to think about anything else. At this moment, the military formation of the human race that was still charging forward was directly dispersed. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a huge cake cut into countless pieces. The great formation did not disperse even under the rain of arrows that covered the sky before, but at this moment, it was shattered to pieces. Even the heroic heroes brought by Song Ming are now trapped in a tight siege and can only barely save themselves. However, in this short period of time, it is not an easy task to win over these powerful heroes with just these pets. After all, the hard power is there. Even if you are trapped in a tight siege, you can still rely on your own fighting skills to deal with these pets. Although you can't escape intact, you may not be able to escape from this battlefield if you pay a certain price. It seems that we still need to add more fire. Tiana was in the sky and could clearly see the situation on the battlefield below. Our level pet cards, even if they have been awakened 5 times, are still not enough in front of the top hero level powerhouses. Unless it is an SR level pet card with a high number of awakenings, it can be said to be an invincible opponent with strong power. It's a pity that with the shipment rate of SR level pet cards, it is not an easy task to get an SR level pet card with a high number of awakenings. That's why there were no flame spirits or ice spirits on the battlefield outside the elf holy city. Because if there really is a 5 awakened flame spirit pet card, then unfortunately, no matter how many enemies come, there won't be enough to burn before the powerful power takes action. The Flame Spirit pet card that has been trained to graduation has absolutely invincible power at the strong level. Even Qi Lu, if he only has a heroic level of cultivation. When facing the Flame Spirit, it can only be said that he is undefeated. I definitely dare not say that I will win. Therefore, the shipment rate of SR level pet cards is extremely low, and it isn't without reason. With such a terrifying power, it is naturally impossible to let it spread. However, it is also for this reason that no one in the entire elf clan has a qualified SR level pet card. So Tiana could only use other methods to make up for this. Holy Light Sphere. It comes from Chila's shop and is also one of Tiana's trump cards. Since there is no SR level pet card available, use R level pet cards to top it off. Tiana knew very well that the key point of this battle was not whether the human race could be left behind. It's about whether those heroic level experts, brought by Song Ming, can be left behind. Because the source of this matter lies with these warriors under the Commandant, the God of War. If the messenger of the God of War is not eliminated, even if the entire human race is destroyed, it will not be of any use. The human race was just being used. Therefore, on this battlefield, all the heroic heroes belonging to the human race must be eliminated. Holy Light Realm, open! Tiana threw the holy light ball in her hand into the air, and the holy light suddenly fell down. Like a dazzling little sun, shining on the earth. Holy Light Domain, the passive skill of the Holy Light Sphere. After entering the battle, you can expand the Holy Light Domain with the Holy Light Sphere as the center. In the field of holy light, the basic attributes of friendly forces will be greatly improved, and the injuries of friendly forces can be continuously healed, and the fighting spirit and magic power of friendly forces can be restored. The number of friendly forces that can be enveloped by this holy light field has spread to the area, which is determined according to the cultivation level of the holder. With Tiana's level, she can easily add the buffing effect of holy light field to tens of thousands of allies. If necessary, hundreds of thousands is not a problem. The most important point is that these pets can be counted as allies and be blessed by the buff effects of the holy light field. So, as the holy light falls on the earth, the attack momentum of the pet army outside the elf holy city suddenly became more ferocious. The human army was beaten back and forth, unable to resist at all. Moreover, there was an overwhelming rain of arrows above his head, hitting his face, and the sound of piercing the air sent chills down his spine. The Holy Light Sphere is an artifact-level treasure in large-scale battles. No, to be precise, the Holy Light Sphere itself is an immortal weapon. However, there has never been a suitable opportunity to use it before, so Tiana has not used it. But now it seems that the immortal weapon is indeed an immortal weapon. Just a holy light domain can abruptly increase one's own overall combat effectiveness by 50% and much more. The treasures in Manager Chi's store are much more powerful than I imagined. Tiana sighed involuntarily after seeing the effect of the Holy Light Realm. There is one thing to say, although it has been quite some time since the Holy Light Sphere fell into Tiana's hands. But this is the first time I have used it. So Tiana couldn't help but be amazed. Bang! No. This is impossible. What on earth is in your hand? After seeing this scene, Song Ming, who was trapped in the light prison with Han extremely ugly face, finally couldn't sit still anymore and punched the light prison. Song Ming could see that if this continued, the human race would definitely be defeated. Although Song Ming knew in his heart that Tiana really couldn't do anything to him, but she kept him trapped here, and something would happen sooner or later. Because there is more than one powerful person on the northern mountain range. You seem very anxious. Have you seen your tragic ending? Tiana sneered and glanced at Song Ming, with an unspeakable amusement on her face. Maintaining the operation of the Holy Light Realm does not require much of Tiana's magic power. Most of it comes from the power of the Holy Light Sphere itself. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem for Tiana to continue to maintain the light prison from being destroyed. Although the attack ability of the light magician is indeed low, of course, this is compared to enemies of the same level. But in terms of limiting siege, it ranks among the best. So Ang Ming's rage at this moment was completely within Tiana's expectation. But it's useless no matter how anxious you are, because your disastrous defeat is already a predetermined outcome. If you dare to invade this world, you must be prepared to die here. Having said this, Tiana's face darkened, and then she stretched out her hand and moved her fingers one after another. Grace. This is another skill of Holy Light Sphere. Able to bring down the power of grace and protect the target. Before the power of grace dissipates, the target's basic attributes will be greatly improved, and all damage caused will be increased by 50%. It is also immune to death. The most important thing is that the power of grace can be superimposed with the field of holy light. Once the gain effects of these two are superimposed, there is no doubt that the combat effectiveness can be doubled. Even more. It's just that grace is an active skill, requiring Tiana to actively name it and release it, and it will consume additional magic power. Therefore, Tiana only used grace skills on those R-level pets that had awakened 5 times. Especially those Death Knights. In terms of single-target combat capabilities, the Death Knight is definitely at the top of the list of R-rated pet cards. Even the giant bronze soldiers and the flying dragon can't compare. After being blessed with the holy light domain and the power of grace, every Death Knight has demonstrated the combat power of 1,000 knights. Suppressing the enemy in front of him without the ability to fight back. Even if he was facing a hero-level powerhouse, this was the case, and hadn't shown any signs of weakness at all. Damn it. Damn it. Why is this happening? Why? He. Seeing this, Song Ming suddenly let out an angry roar from his throat. But soon, it turned into a creepy sneer. He laughed in anger. In this battle outside the Elf Holy City, the defeat of the human race is a foregone conclusion and is basically irreversible. So no matter how angry Song Ming is, it will not help. Good, very good. Originally, we just wanted to take over the holy city of the elf, and then slowly integrate the entire elf race, so that you can become believers of the great god of war. But now it seems that you may not have this chance. The defeat of the human race has nothing to do with it at all. With Master Songzhan watching from behind, there is no way you can win. The elves will soon be buried with the humans. Song Ming sneered and said in a harsh tone. This tone does not sound like harsh words, but rather like describing a fact. Indeed, what determines the trend of a battle may be improvisation. But what determines the outcome of the overall battle is the top combat power off both sides. The battle between cultivators is not like the battle between ordinary people. You can close the gap by arranging your troops and using your troops like gods. Absolute power is insurmountable. Only by fighting with forces of the same level can the balance of the entire battle be maintained. Of course, I know that you also have a lot of powerful people. But do you really think you will win? At this moment, Tiana no longer paid attention to the battle situation below, but raised her eyes to look at Song Ming. The human race's attack on the elven holy city was a complete victory for the elves. This is a fact that has been shown. So the last thing that needs to be dealt with is the guy in front of me. So Tiana responded to Song Ming's harsh words. If you really think that you are sure to win, then we will wait and see. Tiana answered calmly. There is no need to reveal your allies' trump cards, just to gain momentum. Even if you are facing an enemy who is trapped here and unable to leave, it is the same. Caution is the boat. After saying that, Tiana raised her hand, locked Song Ming's voice in the light prison, and then looked into the distance. Also attacked at the same time as the elves were the dwarves and the animaleers. However, Lanchi, who is guarding the dwarf royal city, and Saratel, who is guarding the beast-eared beast spirit city, are not as incompetent as Tiana. Especially the beast-ear tribe itself is a warlike race. When the people of the beast-ears tribe faced this sudden enemy attack, they showed more emotions, not nervousness or panic, but excitement and excitement. At this time, outside Beast Spirit City, it had long turned into a chaotic battlefield. It can be said that except for the old, weak, women and children who are physically weak, almost every tribesman in the Beast Spirit City is a natural warrior. Since the human race dared to attack their Beast Spirit City, they would naturally not show weakness. The name of the Beast-Ear clan was gained with one punch and one kick. Even if there is no strong-level powerful person in charge, the Beast-Ear clan is still stronger and more brave and good at fighting than the human clan. This is the advantage brought by race and unique talents. In this aspect, even if the human race tries to catch up, they can't catch up. Even if the human side had 100 hero-level warriors sent by Tsongzhan, it could only be said that they were evenly matched with the Beast-Ears tribe. It is impossible to achieve an absolute advantage in a short period of time. This was also the reason why Tsongzhan was unwilling to set his sights on the Beast-Ears tribe at the beginning. Because the fighting power of these guys is really too strong. Moreover, the number of hero-level powerhouses among the Beast-Ears tribe is much higher than that of other races. I really didn't expect that you actually dared to attack Beast Spirit City. You are so brave. Saratel looked at the strong man in front of him with a sarcastic look on his face. To be honest, Saratel's body size is considered quite tall above the northern mountains. But these guys, who are nearly 3 meters tall in front of them, can be called really burly. Lord Tsongzhan's order, for the sake of the great god of war, the Beast-Ears tribe must disappear. The captain of the second team, Song Yuan, said expressionlessly. As a personal soldier of Tsongzhan, Song Yuan's surname came from the gift given by Tsongzhan. His tyrannical strength is also closely related to Tsongzhan. Therefore, Song Yuan's respect for Tsongzhan is second only to his respect for the god of war. Facing Saratel, Song Yuan naturally had no fear at all. Let the Beast-Ears disappear? Shameless talk. Saratel tilted his head and looked at Song Yuan, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. The person in front of him is also a powerful person. But for Saratel, the same level of cultivation does not mean anything. Unless the opponent is a powerful person, Saratel won't care too much and will just go all out. Because no matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, going all out is the greatest respect for fighting. The Beast-Ears are warlike, and Saratel is no exception. Therefore, fighting is sacred to the Beast-Ears and to Saratel, and is worthy of respect. Since you said that, let me see what you are capable of doing to make the Beast-Ears disappear. Saratel raised his fingers towards Song Yuan and said aloud. Saratel is not very good at negotiation and ridicule. So if they don't agree with each other, they will fight, which is Saratel style. Even if the enemy is not convinced, just beat them until they are convinced. I think so too. Song Yuan was also not a good talker, so it was just a matter of time when he met Saratel. Both sides are born warriors, so naturally they have to use their fists to death talking. Then let's fight. Outside the Beast Spirit City, the human tribe and the Beast-Ear tribe were at war. In the sky, Saratel and Song Yuan were also fighting. The two fought fiercely, and the violent force escaped outwards during the violent collision, shattering the surrounding space. The deafening sound, like thunder, echoed endlessly. However, these terrifying loud noises did not have any impact on the battlefield below. Instead, they were like the sound of high and majestic war drums, catalyzing the battle below. Becomes more intense. Terrible energy fluctuations burst out everywhere, and the originally clear sky was like the end of the world, full of cracks. The battle between the strong and powerful is so terrifying. Fortunately, Saratel and Song Yuan still have a tacit understanding, and they are trying their best to control their own power so as not to affect the battlefield below. Otherwise, it would just depend on the aftermath of the battle between Saratel and Sung Yuan. There is probably no one outside the Beast Spirit City who can hold on. Therefore, in fact, this battle in the sky determines the final outcome of the battlefield below. Unless Saratel and Sung Yuan died together, otherwise, a group of cultivators at the heroic level would really have no way to influence the decision of a powerful person. This is a difference in power levels. A powerful person, but a terrifying existence that can use the power of heaven and earth to fight. Boom! Following a deafening loud noise, violent vibrations occurred in the void. Saratel's fist and Song Yuan's fist collided hard. Then the two of them retreated at the same time and spread out in the sky, with a trace of blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. You are very good and very strong. Saratel took a breath, stared at Song Yuan closely, and spoke aloud. Saratel couldn't remember how long it had been since he had experienced this kind of hardy battle. Except for the battle with Lanchi a long time ago, it seemed that Saratel had never found a decent opponent in his memory. You are not bad either. You are indeed a strong opponent. Song Yuan also took a breath, and then replied to Saratel's words. Strong people, even if they are mortal enemies, will always cherish each other. For natural warriors like them, a well-matched opponent and a hearty battle can be regarded as the greatest enjoyment. However, after cherishing each other, the outcome that should be decided was still decided. There is no reconciliation between mortal enemies. At most, the victorious party will bury the loser in glory. In that case, let's fight again. After sighing with emotion, Saratel said no more. As soon as he stepped on it, there was a crisp sound in the void, and along with the sudden appearance of cracks, Saratel's figure appeared in front of Sung Yuan. Boom! The sound of sonic boom is shocking. The physique of a strong man is so strong that even a punch or a kick is powerful enough to break mountains and seas. Okay. Let's fight again then. Song Yuan took a deep breath, and then faced him without showing any signs of weakness. Facing Saratel, who suddenly appeared in front of him, he punched him back. Melee-type classes are so simple to fight, and they don't burst out with all kinds of gorgeous magic elements like those magicians. But the degree of danger is not less at all. Because the closer you are to fighting, the less time you have to react. This is a huge test for combat skills, combat consciousness, and reaction ability. Just like the battle between Saratel and Song Yuan, they may have fought thousands of times in just a few seconds. Moreover, every attack is followed by countless changes. As long as one attack fails, the next attack may be like a violent storm. Let's make a simple metaphor. If we talk about the battle between magicians, it is two armored vehicles loaded with heavy weapons fighting against each other. So the battle between Saratel and Song Yuan is like two eggs smashing each other with stones. Every time the two of them made a move, it was like throwing stones at stones. But if you are not careful, you are throwing an egg against a rock. The general warrior class is not as defensive as the knight class. What's more, Saratel is not a warrior class, but a fighter who completely abandons defense and attacks with all his strength. Therefore, the degree of danger will only be greater. But when their cultivation levels are the same, they can only compete with each other in terms of their fighting skills. As the most devout believer of the god of war, Song Yuan believed in war and was a powerful person, so his combat skills were naturally impeccable. Since the time of opening up and expanding the territory for the god of war, Song Yuan has followed Song Zhan and experienced countless battles, large and small. Therefore, there is no shortage of combat experience. Those seemingly simple moves were all refined through countless battles of life and death. If Saratel can be called a natural warrior, it is his strong fighting instinct as a member of the Beastier tribe. So what Song Yuan relies on is his fighting skills honed with blood. Shwa shwa. Bang. His punches are like wind and his breaking moves are like lightning. Facing a powerful enemy with the same level of cultivation as himself, Song Yuan did not dare to be careless. In an instant, he and Saratel exchanged blows hundreds of times. However, even though Song Yuan's fighting skills are extremely powerful, but it's not that easy to capture Saratel. The reason is that Saratel's fighting skills are completely inferior to Song Yuan's. You know, combat skills are something that has almost no upper limit. As long as your qualifications are good enough, your talent is high enough, and you study hard and practice hard, and persevere, it can be said that your combat skills can be continuously improved. It is precisely because of this. If it were Saratel from the past, relying solely on the fighting instincts of the Beastiers clan, he might not beat Song Yuan's opponent. After all, to hone your own combat skills, you also need a corresponding opponent to be effective. Otherwise, it's just a waste of effort. In the past, before Qi Li's shop opened to the northern mountains, Saratel really couldn't find many opponents to fight with him. At most, he could only occasionally discuss things with Lan Qi. But this type of battle, which was limited to a sparring session, left little room for improvement in Saratel's combat skills. There is no way to compare with a powerful person like Song Yuan, who is always in a state of battle. Unfortunately, there is no what if in this world. Qi Li's store opened in the City of Life, and also brought the combat power improvement training room to the northern mountains. Perhaps Saratel really can't find an opponent on the northern mountains. But in the combat power improvement training room, there are quite a few guys who can surpass Saratel in terms of combat skills. For example, in the single-player mode in the combat power improvement training room, there are 8 people in the competitive arena. Or maybe it's some wild boss monsters in the New World mode. No matter what happens, Saratel can go to Qi Lu for a duel, and then improve his fighting skills in the one-sided torture. So at this moment, Saratel is completely different from what it used to be. It is almost impossible for Song Yuan to surpass Saratel in combat skills. Because the talent and potential of the Beastiers in combat are inherently higher than most other races. Therefore, under the same conditions, Saratel's achievements in combat skills will only be greater than Song Yuan's. This is racial superiority. Although this racial advantage may restrict the development of certain aspects of this race. But similarly, in terms of advantages, the potential that this race can unleash will be astonishingly great. Therefore, the more this battle went on, the more horrified Song Yuan became. What was originally a fairly evenly matched situation, turned out to be a constant exchange of blows and repeated attacks, and Saratel slowly gained control of the situation and gained the upper hand. And this change happened unconsciously. At the beginning, Song Yuan didn't notice anything at all. Until now, Saratel's advantage has been fully highlighted, and he has firmly gained the upper hand. Song Yuan tried to restore the situation, but found that he couldn't do it no matter what. What the hell is going on? Why is it like this? Your fighting skills can't be so strong. After Song Yuan discovered this fact, his eyes widened in shock. In terms of combat skills, Song Yuan has always been the most conceited, believing that no one at the same level can be his opponent. But reality slapped him hard. Song Yuan didn't even find out when C later started to take the dominant position. What you think is impossible doesn't mean it won't happen, it's just that you are short-sighted. At this time, Saratel replied aloud. It's not a mockery, but it's better than a mockery. You know, at the very beginning, after knowing that Qi Li's fighting power was extremely powerful, Saratel often went to Qi Lu to discuss matters. Although every time, Saratel was beaten unilaterally by Qi Lu. But from every sparring session, Saratel can learn a lot from it to improve himself. It was really a painful and happy day. And during that period of time, the most useful thing Siratel learned was that when facing an opponent whose fighting skills are equivalent to his own, advantages are accumulated bit by bit. Don't worry about temporary gains and losses, but continue to accumulate your own advantages. Even if it means firing half a move more, or leaving half an extra force when breaking the move, it would be good. Until the advantages accumulate to a certain extent, the balance of victory will begin to tilt towards your side. That's why Song Yuan fell into a disadvantage, without even realizing it, and he couldn't even detect it. Because of this slight advantage, Song Yuan didn't care at all. It's a pity that even if you understand this truth now, it's useless. Now that I have the upper hand, the outcome of this battle has already been decided, and you have no chance. After Siratel got the advantage he wanted, his offensive momentum became more and more fierce. In this kind of dangerous close combat, it is impossible for the disadvantaged party to withdraw from the battle on its own initiative. Because you are at a disadvantage, once you have the intention to give up, you will inevitably be full of flaws. Even a moment of distraction can be fatal. Only the dominant side can choose when to end this battle. Or, until life and death are separated. Damn. This is impossible. The glory under the crown of the god of war will surely shine in every corner of this world. Song Yuan gritted his teeth and said with stern eyes. Even though he was at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit did not waver at all. As the most devout believer of the god of war, it would be a supreme honor totally fighting to promote the faith of the god of war. Therefore, Song Yuan would never retreat or surrender. Then we can only fight to the death. Kill. Song Yuan, who was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Siratel, let out an angry roar. I want to try my best to break free from this huge disadvantage. However, the gains obtained were extremely small. Your fighting spirit is indeed commendable, but there is no point in stubbornly resisting. The final result is the same. When you come here, you should be prepared to die here. So don't have any scruples, because there is absolutely no way you can win. Siratel also stepped up his offensive, and through the advantages he had accumulated little by little, he suppressed Song Yuan until he was almost breathless. When the realm of cultivation is at the same level. If there is not a huge gap in combat skills, then the disadvantaged side wants to make a comeback. The possibility is really too low. Even Song Yuan's combat prowess is indeed unparalleled. However, Siratel, who had already gained the upper hand in the confrontation, began to feel a little powerless. The overall situation was controlled bit by Siratel. At this moment, as Siratel said, the outcome is decided. It's just that it will take a little time to get the final result and completely eliminate Song Yuan. And for this little bit of time, Siratel can definitely afford to wait. So at this time, what Siratel hopes most is that there will be no bad news from the other two races. Otherwise, no matter how strong Siratel is, he will not be able to deal with two strong men at once. After both the elf tribe and the bestiar tribe stabilized the situation. The most worrying thing is the dwarves. In the final analysis, it is because the dwarves do not have their own strongman to take charge, so the overall morale of the race cannot improve at all. Because the strongman level power of one's own race can actually be regarded as a kind of spiritual sustenance. As long as they have this spiritual sustenance, the tribesmen will be fearless. So even if Lan Chi and Shana were guarding the dwarf royal city, it would not be too safe. Of course, this does not mean that Lan Chi and Shana will be a little unsafe, but that the dwarf royal city is not that safe. After all, in terms of fighting methods, the dwarves also belong to the type of close combat. However, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, the combat effectiveness of the dwarves is completely inferior to that of the bestiars. Although the dwarves like to forge, almost every member of the dwarves looks big, round, and strong. However, in battle, brute force alone is not enough. In terms of combat skills, if you really want to talk about it, the dwarves are not even as good as the elves. Therefore, the three major races in the northern mountains were caught in this war at the same time, and the dwarves were undoubtedly the most dangerous one. All disadvantages are concentrated on the dwarves. Even in hand-to-hand combat, the dwarves can outperform the human race. But don't forget one thing. Under Song Jian's command, the captain of the third team also brought 80 hero-level experts to help out. And these 80 hero-level experts are the most critical part of this battle outside the dwarf royal city. Fortunately, you thought of this in advance, so you asked Tiana to borrow someone in advance. Lan Qi soared in the sky, looking at the battlefield below, and said to Shanae on his back. In the battle in the dwarf royal city, it was not just the humans and dwarfs who participated in the battle. Outside the dwarf king's city, there were magicians from the elves joining the battle with the dwarves. The magic of resurrecting the undead has greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the dwarves, so it is an indispensable part of this war. It's just that the number of magicians among the dwarves is too rare. So I simply went directly to the elves to borrow someone. This is a battle that affects this world. You must not hold other bad thoughts to face the enemy. Internal strife is always the fastest way to disintegrate one's own combat effectiveness. Shauna said very seriously. In the face of this kind of invasion by outsiders, all races in the northern mountains should act in unison. Even if there are any conflicts between them, they should wait until the matter is resolved before making any plans. What's more, the relationship between the elves and the dwarves is actually not bad. You know, the northern mountains have been at peace for a long time. The status of the three major races has been stable for many years. When the situation is stable, the ones who fight for life and death are always the marginalized races. On the contrary, the relations between the three major races are pretty good. After all, the dwarves and elves are both very peace-loving races and will generally not take the initiative to attack unless necessary. That's true, otherwise we wouldn't have come all the way here. Lan Qi nodded and agreed. Outside the dwarf royal city, fighting has been going on for a long time. After experiencing the consternation, fear, and shock at the undead resurrection magic outside Iron Hammer City, the human race's reaction this time has become a little calmer. Although when he saw his dead companion suddenly standing up next to him, he would still be shocked. But at least there won't be widespread panic like the first time I saw the resurrection magic of the undead. However, one thing is that the emergence of the undead resurrection magic has greatly hindered the pace of the human army's attack. In addition, with the help of a large number of pets, the dwarfs can barely hold on. This is also thanks to the popularity of pet cards. Otherwise, Song Jian's 80 hero-level experts really don't know what Mianster used to contain them. Roaring sounds, shouting sounds, roaring sounds, horn sounds, wailing sounds. Just outside the dwarf royal city, you can hear it everywhere. Unlike the elf tribe and the bestiar tribe, the dwarf tribe does not have a powerful person in charge. Therefore, this battle can be regarded as the battle that determines the status of the human race and the dwarves. Naturally, both sides began to fight for their lives. Huh? The other party's strong level power seems to be getting ready to make a move. Shauna, after I go to meet that guy for a while, the dwarves will be left under your care for the time being. Lan Qi, who was watching the battle, suddenly raised his head and spoke out. Before that, Song Xing, the captain of the third team under Song Jian, had been watching the battle from behind and did not take any action. But just now, Song Xing seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. As one of Song Jian's soldiers, Song Xing undoubtedly inherited Song Jian's surname. In terms of true combat power, Song Xing is the strongest among the three captains, second only to Song Jian. It's just that as the captain of the third team, Song Xing has fewer opportunities to show his strength. Therefore, for Song Ming and Song Yuan, Song Xing's strength can only be said to be unknown. However, Song Jian knew it clearly in his heart. That's why Xing was sent to lead a team to attack the dwarf royal city. Because among the three major races in the northern mountains, the overall strength of the dwarves is undoubtedly the weakest. It is precisely because of this that by sending the strongest Xing over and quickly conquering the dwarf royal city, they will have extra energy to support Song Ming and Song Yuan. Song Zhan, who was strategizing behind the scenes, had his own dignity. He won't take action easily. Because for believers of the god of war, they enjoy the fun of war, so they rarely make decisions that ruin this fun. What believers of the god of war need is to defeat their opponents, not to crush them. In that case, it would be like bullying the weak. This kind of boring thing may be psychologically satisfying, but it will not help improve one's own combat effectiveness. Maybe some believers of evil gods would do this kind of thing. Because those guys draw more strength from killing rather than improving themselves from fighting. So whether it was a fair fight or not, those guys didn't care at all. Unfortunately, the god of war is not that type of god. The concept of the god of war is to fight and conquer, so meaningless crushing's best not to occur unless necessary. A hardy duel is the most interesting thing. But the premise is that you must win. A proud giant dragon actually appears on the territory of the dwarves. Are you a dragon raised by the dwarves? Xing noticed Lan Qi's existence from the beginning. Now I can't help but want to take action, so the target is naturally locked on Lan Qi. So Xing was sarcastic when he opened his mouth, trying to attract Lan Qi's attention. Misfortune comes from the mouth. I wonder if you have heard this sentence. Little guy, many times, if you talk nonsense, you will lose your life, do you know? After Lan Qi greeted Shana, he flapped his wings and appeared in front of Xing. Then the figure gradually shrank and turned into a human form. If you have the ability to make me lose my life, then I would like to see it, but I don't know, are you willing? Xing twisted his neck and made a crisp crackling sound. Creatures like giant dragons are quite rare species no matter where they are. Even Xing, who had accompanied Song Zhan on many expeditions for such a long time, had seen very few giant dragons. There are only a handful of dragons as powerful as Lan Qi. So since we met today, Xing definitely didn't want to miss such a good opponent. Since you have this request, I will naturally satisfy you. Lan Qi sneered, raised his head, and looked at Xing with condescending eyes. Lan Qi seems to be quite humble when talking to Qi Lu. That's because Lan Qi knows in his heart that he can't beat Qi Lu, and the relationship between Lan Qi and Qi Lu is also quite good. That's why it seemed quite polite. But in fact, dragons have always been an extremely proud race. When encountering someone who dares to offend him, he always uses dragon breath to clear the way and fights him first. As for whether he dies or not, it doesn't matter. The key is to teach those offenders a lesson and let these guys know that Long Wei is inviolable. So in the face of Xing's ridicule, Lan Qi's proud temper immediately rose. The eyes looking at Xing were also filled with ferocious light. Then take action. Xing's muscles all over his body tensed up, and fighting energy surged all over his body. Already prepared for battle. Of course, you can't wait so much, so I'll let you be the first sacrifice. Devil's Colosseum, open. Lan Qi unceremoniously took out a strange-looking cage from his arms and threw it forward. The next second, the light above the cage flashed, and Lan Qi and Xing disappeared from the space together at this moment. This is the most basic ability of the Devil's Colosseum. You can select a target and, together with the owner of the Colosseum, force him into the Colosseum for a one-on-one duel. The Colosseum space is a small space that is different from the outside world. The strength of the space barrier is more powerful than that of the outside world, and it is impossible for strong-level powers to break it. Where is this place? Xing didn't react at all and found himself in a strange place. It is a circular site surrounded by tall stone walls. On the top of the stone wall, there is a circle of huge stone pillars that continue to extend upward and reach the top. And on the stone pillars, there are various kinds of monsters with extremely ferocious shapes carved on them, which are daunting. Underfoot, there is a piece of land covered with fine sand. When the wind blows, the sand and dust fly, creating a desolate scene. Welcome to the Devil's Colosseum. Lan Qi's proud voice suddenly sounded in this space. Songxing took a closer look and found that Lan Qi was standing not far in front of him, with his arms spread out and his mouth wide open, looking at him with a stern look on his face. Could it be that this is the space you created? Songxing's pupils shrank suddenly, and an incredible guess appeared in his head. The great power that can create this kind of space and the level of cultivation are absolutely unfathomable. Because it is not difficult to just create a small space. What is really difficult is maintaining the stability of space. The more stable the space barrier is, the more difficult it is to build, viewed in the same way, it also shows the strength of the builder. With Songxing's ability, he can naturally detect how solid the space barrier of this Colosseum is. It can be said that it is comparable to the world outside. Even more so. So, if this space is really created by the dragon in front of you? Songxing asked himself that he could never be his opponent. In this regard, even Songxing, who is extremely conceited about his own strength, will not do such things to deceive himself and others. Lack of strength means lack of strength. I'm sorry to disappoint you. This space was not created by me. Lan Qi answered Songxing's question without thinking. Regarding this kind of matter, as a proud dragon, Lan Qi didn't even bother Toli. Because it is easy to tell whether it is true or false. Besides, when you really fight, you can tell the level of strength at once. If you lie, you will lose face, so why bother? However, although I did not create this space, I can still be called the master of this space now. So this place is still my home court. After Lan Qi answered Songxing's question, he quickly added another sentence. Since you want to attack the enemy verbally, you must attack it to the end. If you give the other party a glimmer of hope, you must use despair to break this hope. Your home court? A glimmer of light flashed in Songxing's eyes, and then he raised his eyes and looked around. After a long while, he said, if I guessed correctly, the effect of this space should be just to allow us to have a one-on-one duel. Because so far, Songxing has not noticed any other abnormalities. The only thing that is certain is that in this small space, the connection with the outside world is completely cut off. Songxing has made several attempts in secret, but he has not sensed any outside atmosphere. That's why I set my sights on Lan Qi. You're right, it is. Lan Qi half closed his eyes and said with a sinister smile. Deathmatch is one of the skills possessed by the Devil's Colosseum. The battle in the Colosseum will not end until life and death are determined. And before this battle is over, no outside force can interfere with the battle in the Colosseum. Of course, until the battle in the Colosseum is over, it is naturally impossible to affect the outside world. This is also one of Lan Qi's purposes. Because a strong man would have no scruples to intervene in the battle outside the Dwarf King's city. The destructive power produced would definitely be of a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying level. So just in case, Lan Qi simply imprisoned Songxing and himself in the Colosseum. However, the function of this Colosseum is more than that simple. Lan Qi said slowly. Then, under Songxing's gaze, Lan Qi opened his arms and spoke slowly. When you come here, you have accepted the invitation from the devil. So now, please give me the gift you brought to the devil. As soon as Lan Qi finished speaking, Songxing's expression suddenly changed. My power, how is this possible? Why did my power suddenly start to drain away? And it drained away so fast. Could it be you? Songxing looked at Lan Qi with some surprise. The Devil's Invitation is another skill possessed by the Devil's Colosseum. Enemies who accept the Devil's Invitation and enter the Colosseum will have 30% of their power extracted and given to the owner of the Devil's Colosseum. Also known as a gift to the Devil. This skill can be controlled by the owner of the Demon's Colosseum to decide whether to use the power of this invitation. That's why Songxing didn't notice anything unusual before this. But now, after Lan Qi spoke out, the effect of the Devil's Invitation was activated, and the power in Songxing's body began to disappear. The fear and consternation caused by this abnormal situation are naturally unstoppable. Because any powerful person has top-notch control over his or her own power. But now this situation is equivalent to the things under one's nose disappearing inexplicably out of thin air. With such a strange phenomenon, no matter who it is, there will probably be incredible emotions in their hearts. But how to control emotions is a profound knowledge. Some people can face the collapse of a mountain without changing their expression, but some people just write their inner thoughts on their faces. People with rough personalities have this problem even more. Therefore, the expression on Songxing's face and the thoughts in his heart were not hidden from Lan Qi. If I guess correctly, your heart seems to be starting to waver. Lan Qi stared at Songxing closely, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and spoke slowly. As a giant dragon that has lived for thousands of years, he has seen so many people, so many trivial things, and has so much experience that he can definitely be called a monster. Lan Qi is naturally at the top level when it comes to reading people's minds. It's just that Lan Qi doesn't even bother to use this kind of skill in normal times. Because under normal circumstances, no one is qualified enough to allow a powerful person like Lan Qi to figure out his thoughts. In more cases, others carefully try to figure out Lan Qi's thoughts, so as not to accidentally offend Lan Qi and suffer disaster. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Even though Lan Qi couldn't figure out the thoughts of people, although they were extremely rare, there were certainly some. The most striking example is Qi Lu. Although he always showed an easygoing image, Lan Qi knew that Qi Lu still had a kind of indifference in his heart. And it's not the kind of indifference that repels people thousands of miles away. It's the kind of indifference in which the other party is clearly standing in front of you and talking to you, but you can clearly feel that you are completely unable to get close to the other party. Fortunately, this indifference will gradually melt away as the relationship gets closer. So Lan Qi gave up the idea of continuing to figure out Qi Lu after trying it several times a long time ago. Because it simply can't be done. However, there are only a few people like Qi Lu who can achieve the ultimatum concealing their emotions and anger. Just like Songxing in front of him, he doesn't have this ability to nourish his energy. Therefore, the fear that emerged involuntarily from the bottom of Songxing's shirt was also noticed by Lan Qi. In battle, the most taboo emotion is none other than fear. Although anger can dilute reason, it can at least strengthen brute force. But fear, apart from causing a sharp drop in combat effectiveness, has no benefit at all to combat. Damn guy. As a giant dragon, you would actually use such a heretical thing. Songxing naturally understood Lan Qi's words, so the surprised and uncertain expression on his face was immediately replaced by coldness. The eyes looking at Lan Qi were also full of sternness. A heretic? I'm really sorry. My fairness is based on the opponents I recognize. You group of intruders are not included in this. Lan Qi ignored the stern look in Songxing's eyes and snorted coldly. A fair fight is relative. Although the dragon is arrogant, it will not be merciful when facing intruders in the world where it lives. At this point, Lan Qi is actually very similar to Qi Lu. That is, as long as the enemy can be killed, it does not matter if the method is not so aboveboard. The reason why the Devil's Colosseum is given the prefix devil is derived from this. All the devil wants is victory. The devil doesn't care about the process. Invaders? The great god of war is willing to shine his light on you. That is your honor. It's okay if you don't accept enlightenment, but you still slander His Majesty the God of War like this. You will definitely accept sanctions. After Songxing heard what Lan Qi called him and others, an angry look appeared on his face. For believers, it is okay to slander themselves, but it is absolutely forbidden to slander the gods they believe in. Did I say something wrong? Lan Qi raised his head, looked at Songxing, and said with a sneer. The peace that the three major races in the northern mountains have worked so hard to maintain for so long has been reduced to nothing in an instant under your hands. A great war involving all four races, resulting in numerous casualties. You are not only intruders, but also executioners. The god of war you call is not worthy of belief at all. Every word has a strong impact. The stronger one's cultivation level is, the less one values faith. Because a truly powerful person would rather believe in himself and his own strength than to believe in others. Therefore, from the very beginning, Lan Qi scorned the feeling of the god of war. At this time, facing Songxing, this attitude became even more determined. The balance that had been maintained with great difficulty, and the peace that had been painstakingly maintained between the various races were destroyed in one day. This kind of crime is enough to be hated by all the creatures in the northern mountains. In that case, there is no need to say more, let's fight. Soldiers under the god of war will never retreat. Hearing the sound, Songxing's face became even more angry. He suddenly let out a roar, then dodged and attacked Lan Qi. It just reduced the strength by 30%. For Songxing, this level of obstruction is not enough to make him want to retreat. That's right. It's useless to talk more. It's better to decide the winner as soon as possible. Lan Qi seemed to have expected it. At the same time as Songxing took action, he kicked his feet and rushed forward. Bang! In an instant, the two collided. The violent power rolled up a circle of sound waves and quickly spread around. The fine sand on the ground was lifted up by this wave of sound, flying into the Colosseum, and then a storm rolled up with Lan Qi and Songxing as the center. The sound of wind is hunting, and the sand is as fine as a knife. After Lan Qi and Songxing collided, they seemed to be at a stalemate. The majestic power continued to burst out from the two bodies, but Lan Qi and Songxing's postures remained motionless. It's just two terrifying forces that are so powerful that it makes people's shirts tremble. They are constantly colliding and engaged in a tug-of-war. Boom! As the power continued to intensify, bursts of roaring sounds continued to erupt in the space. However, the stability of the space barrier in the Colosseum is extremely terrifying. Even under such a terrifying collision, there was no crack at all. If it were placed in the outside world, a battle of this level would probably have caused the world to collapse and the situation to change. However, as a real magic weapon, the level of the Demon's Colosseum is obviously higher than most people's imagination. Otherwise, when faced with a powerful person like Songxing, he wouldn't just say that he had captured 30% of his power. And there was no stagnation in the middle. In this regard, it can be said that the Colosseum is its own world and has its own rules. Go back. Suddenly, the muscles all over Lan Qi's body rose up, and a terrifying force suddenly burst out. It hit Songxing hard. Following Lan Qi's roar, Songxing's face turned pale, as if he had been struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from Songxing's mouth, and his body flew out like a rag. Then it hit the ground hard, stirring up a layer of fine sand. Cough, cough, cough. Although there was severe pain in his body, Songxing quickly got up from the ground. Songxing coughed out the blood in his throat, then slowly raised his head and looked at Lan Qi, his eyes full of violence. Injuries and blood, for real warriors, will only further stimulate their fighting spirit. I have to say, you do have some abilities. Lan Qi also took a few breaths, before calming down his breathing. We can know this from the temptation just now. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lan Qi also knew in his heart that Songxing's strength was indeed very strong. It can even be said that if there was no invitation from the devil, Songxing's combat effectiveness should be better than Lan Qi. Use figurative numbers as a metaphor. That is Songxing's combat power. If it is set at 100, then Lan Qi's combat power is probably only 95. Although the difference is not much, it is a real gap. This gap may not be visible in normal discussions. But if it is placed in a life and death battle, it will be infinitely magnified. Until the winner is determined and life and death are decided. However, after the devil's invitation took effect, the situation was reversed. 30% power. If we use specific numbers to express it, Songxing's combat effectiveness is only 70, while Lan Qi's combat effectiveness has increased to 125. Such a huge gap has already determined the final outcome. That's why Lan Qi was so leisurely praising Songxing's strength at this moment. My power, you are not worthy of making irresponsible remarks. Songxing spat out the last mouthful of blood foam, then turned into a blacklight and attacked Lan Qi. It's a pity that this sudden attack will not make Lan Qi confused. When the power gap increases to a certain limit, things will become quite simple. If you don't want me to gossip, then come and beat me. But I think you can't do it. Lan Qi stared closely at Songxing, who was like a black light, and Thericing storm made the big cloak he was wearing rustle. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive punches, as fast as lightning and as violent as thunder. Songxing had a sinister smile on his lips, and his eyes were full of high fighting spirit, wanting to make Lan Qi pay the price. However, the reality is cruel. The devil's invitation is no joke. Too slow. Lan Qi reached out and grabbed Songxing's wrist firmly, resisting the power contained in Songxing's fists. But it blocked all Songxing's subsequent tricks. How is it possible? How is it possible that you can catch me with this move? Songxing couldn't believe his eyes. The battle between strong-level powers is really about breaking each other's moves, and then looking for the opponent's flaws. But there is absolutely no such direct way to break the move. Unless the strength gap between the two sides is too large. You should still remember what I said before. Everything you think is impossible is just your short-sightedness. Lan Qi looked at Songxing's eyes quietly, and then slowly opened his mouth. Dragon's breath. The jet-black dragon's breath, carrying the aura of destruction, spat out from Lan Qi's mouth. This is one of the dragon's most proud attacks. Even Lan Qi, who is a powerful person, is no exception. Raging. The extremely dangerous dragon's breath enveloped Songxing. The destructive power contained in the dragon's breath exploded out of Songxing in an instant. Even though Songxing's body was extremely powerful, it was still not enough in front of dragon breath. Wounds appeared one after another on the surface of Songxing's body. The blood that flowed out was burned completely by the blazing dragon's breath before it even dripped onto the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, a figure flew out immediately. Even Songxing could not bear the blazing dragon's breath, so even if he took Lan Qi's attack, he still had to escape from the dragon's breath. And Lan Qi followed Songxing's wish and took the initiative to kick Songxing away before Songxing could attack. This time, the surface of Songxing's body, which fell to the ground, was not as beautiful as before. Under the scorching heat of the dragon's breath, most of the armor Songxing wore shattered. The scarred skin hidden underneath was exposed, covered with charred and horrific wounds. Yet no blood was flowing. Because everything was baked dry by the dragon's breath. Ahem, giant dragon, is this the dragon's breath? Songxing breathed slowly. The severity of the injury this time made Songxing feel that it was a little difficult to even breathe. He must have burned his lungs. The terror of dragon's breath is indeed as rumored. Dragon body, dragon breath, and dragon language magic are the three things that the Dragon Clan is most proud of. Now it seems that at least it proves that the dragon body and dragon breath are indeed powerful. Just like Lan Qi directly grabbed Song Xing's wrist before, if he doesn't have a strong enough body, even if there is a gap in strength, he will not be able to escape unscathed. After all, the power Song Xing's attack carries is no joke. But that's exactly what Lan Qi did. That is enough to show that the dragon's physical strength is definitely far beyond imagination. If you only have this ability, then this game is over, and I don't want to waste any more time. Lan Qi had completely figured out Song Xing's strength during the two tests. It can be said that without the Devil's Colosseum, it would definitely not be an easy task for Lan Qi to defeat Song Xing. Even if he has an advantage in physical fitness. But in terms of combat effectiveness, Lan Qi is slightly inferior to Song Xing. So the final result can only depend on improvisation and adaptability. However, in this Devil's Colosseum, Lan Qi occupies an absolutely dominant position. This is the power that a powerful magic weapon can bring. Although he has to pay the price of never losing, the power gained from leading Lan Qi is definitely not weak. Because although the devil desires victory, but in transactions, the devil will also follow one principle, and that is fair trade. What you give is directly proportional to what you get. Yeah, I also think the game should be over. Song Xing also spoke up. While he was talking, a bright silver needle appeared in Song Xing's hand. Huh? What do you want to do? Lan Qi keenly noticed Song Xing's movements and instinctively wanted to stop him. But it was still a step slower. Because that silver needle was stabbed directly into his heart by Song Xing, and then pressed hard into his chest. Lan Qi recognized that location. After the silver needle pierces the chest, the place it enters is the heart. Ah! A terrifying roar erupted from Song Xing's mouth. A violent energy also burst out from Song Xing's body, surging in the Colosseum. What is this? What did he do? The majestic momentum was rising steadily, and Lan Qi's brows became deeper and deeper. There was also a hint of shock and disbelief in Song Xing's eyes. Because the rising momentum has completely made up for Song Xing's previous loss of strength, and it is even rising. Explosive potential? Lan Qi suddenly looked at the place where the silver needle pierced, and suddenly thought of this matter. Explode all your potential, burn your vitality, and survive after death. This approach is completely ruining the situation. It is even said that it is simply a life-threatening approach. Burn your vitality and improve your combat effectiveness. Even if you win in the end, you will be killed by the backlash. This terrible fighting method is used to kill each other. Now, the battle begins again. Song Xing took a deep breath and then stood up from the ground. Lan Qi noticed that Song Xing's face was already as pale as a death. And in the depths of those fierce eyes, there was a hint of pain that was difficult to conceal. How could it not be painful to insert a silver needle directly into the heart? It can be said that every movement of Song Xing will affect his heart and send out pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. Not even breathing. And this pain will accompany Song Xing until his heart stops beating. Then as you wish. At this moment, Lan Qi's eyes became serious. This kind of enemy who holds the idea of die together is the most terrifying enemy. But even so, Song Xing wanted to rely on this life-threatening method to make up for the gap in combat effectiveness between himself and Lan Qi, but it was still a little behind. Because even if you burn your life force and explode all your potential, there is still a limit. After Song Xing suffered the negative effects of the Devil's Invitation, the gap between Song Xing and Lan Qi was really too big. It's really difficult to make up for it completely. But if it explodes to the limit, it can still compete with Lan Qi. Therefore, Song Xing at this moment is completely enough for Lan Qi to pay attention to. The real battle is about to begin now. Lan Qi clenched his fists and then turned his attention to Song Xing. Regardless of the enemy's identity or position, if we only look at it from a warrior's perspective, then Song Xing is indeed a warrior worthy of respect. But being worthy of respect is one thing. However, the enemy is the enemy, and if they stand on the opposite position, then no matter what, life and death must be determined. Roar. Song Xing let out a low roar. Immediately afterwards, the whole person was like a bolt of lightning, striking towards Lan Qi. Powerful as thunder, unrivaled in ferocity. The severe pain that kept radiating from his heart made Song Xing's offensive become a little crazy, but the destructive power was also more powerful. So this time, Lan Qi didn't support Song Xing's attack with his bare hands. Instead, he and Song Xing began to fight and break each other continuously. The two people were like two bolts of lightning, constantly colliding in the Colosseum, with violent power surging outward. Loud noises like thunder were heard all the time. The fine sand on the ground flew up and enveloped the Colosseum like a hazy mist. Song Xing's offensive indeed became crazy and violent. But Lan Qi, who was fighting against him, steadily received all of Song Xing's attacks and still had the energy to counterattack. This situation made Song Xing very angry. But the dragon's fighting talent and powerful physique are there. Since Song Xing cannot defeat Lan Qi in terms of cultivation, defeating Lan Qi is not something that can be achieved in a short while. Unfortunately, the severe pain and anger diluted Song Xing's thinking ability. The angrier he became, the crazier Song Xing's offensive became, like a violent storm. Throughout the Colosseum, the afterimages of Song Xing and Lan Qi were everywhere, but their true bodies were nowhere to be seen. Only two black lights can be seen constantly colliding. Each blast will produce violent energy fluctuations, and then stir up a circling substantial air waves that spread to the surroundings. Then it hit the stone wall of the Colosseum and turned into nothingness. Boom! With the last collision, a huge roar resounded throughout the Colosseum. The two black lights also flew out each other and hit the stone wall of the Colosseum hard. Ahem! Lan Qi coughed hard twice as he landed on the ground, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. The body was also covered with scars of varying depths, with blood constantly flowing out and then falling to the ground. The fine sand under Lan Qi's feet also turned a little red after absorbing the blood. Song Xing's crazy offensive and life-threatening fighting style cannot be said to be completely ineffective even if he is blocked. This kind of fighting style, where even if I take 2 punches, I still have to punch you back, it is really heart-wrenching. Trade injury for injury, fight for life. How could a normal powerful person do this? Even if you risk your life, you wouldn't be so generous in squandering your life. Ahem, damn it, the dragon's power is really powerful. On the other side, Song Xing's situation was much worse than Lan Qi's. The wounds all over his body were only a lot more than those on Lan Qi's body. There were also several large wounds, all serious enough that the white bones could be seen. These are only visible injuries. And there are even more injuries that are caused to the internal organs and are invisible. It can be said that such a serious injury would probably kill an average practitioner several times. However, although Song Xing was still breathing at this time. But the current situation has reached the point where it is at the end of its strength. Because the crazier the offensive, the more it cannot stop hastily. Otherwise, if the rhythm and momentum of his attack are interrupted, the next battle will be difficult. If you want to regain the previous attack rhythm, it depends on the enemy Hui's already prepared. Whether you agree or not. It is impossible for Song Xing, who has fought countless battles, not to understand this truth. But at this moment, Song Xing still took the initiative to scare Lan Qi away. That illustrates a problem. Song Xing's current physical condition no longer supports him to continue fighting. This is not only the severe pain coming from the heart, but also because the vitality is burning to the end. The life force is like a candle in the wind. No matter how high Song Xing's fighting spirit is, it is still powerless and unable to control the movements of his body at all. Your power is beyond my imagination, but I am still the winner in the end. However, as a warrior, you are worthy of respect, so I will not humiliate you. I hope you can die a happy death. Lan Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand before speaking out. By the way, he glanced at the stone wall behind him. In the battle just now, not even a single crack appeared. One can imagine how hard it is. It's a pity that these stone walls cannot be moved out. Otherwise, it would be terrible to think about using these stone walls that cannot be broken by even strong men as city walls. Dragon, although the final winner can no longer be me. But it may not be you. Song Xing can clearly see his current situation, so he will not escape this fact. Just the cruel smile that suddenly appeared on Song Xing's face gave Lan Qi a sudden feeling of palpitations. What you up to? No, you'd better leave your life here as soon as possible. Lan Qi's eyes were focused, and without analyzing what Song Xing meant, he kicked his feet and rushed directly towards Song Xing. The speed is so fast, it's like teleporting. Even the sound of the sonic boom couldn't keep up with the speed of Lan Qi's afterimage. You're just thinking about taking action now, it's already too late. I used the last bit of my strength to push you back. Do you really think it's just me who can't hold on? Song Xing gasped and let out a spine-chilling laugh. Although it sounds a little short of breath, the resentment contained in it can make people shudder. For the great god of war. It is my honor to die here. With a solemn roar, Song Xing's momentum suddenly increased dramatically. The momentum is as majestic as the sea, but it is also like a tsunami, chaotic and terrifying. You want to blow yourself up? Lan Qi reacted instantly. This guy, Song Xing, actually chose to end himself in this way at the last moment of his life. And from what Song Xing said, he had already had such a plan. I can't stop it, damn it. Things like self-destruction were originally meant to kill each other. When it reaches the last moment, no one can stop it. Therefore, unless someone is determined to die and has an extremely strong will, it is simply impossible to make such a decision. Because if they can survive, who would want to kill themselves by self-destruction? Therefore, most things like self-destruction only exist in hearing. What you can actually see can be said to be extremely rare. However, at this moment, Lan Qi didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. Self-destruction, which is almost invisible in ordinary times, happens right in front of one's eyes, and one can watch it at such a close distance. Just thinking that the guy who did such a thing is a powerful person, even Lan Qi, has a layer of cold sweat behind his back. And the most critical issue is if Song Xing blows himself up in the Colosseum. Then Lan Qi has no place to escape the explosion. This is the scariest thing. It was also something Lan Qi had just noticed, an extremely important thing. Next time I enter the Colosseum, I will fight quickly. Lan Qi's movement towards Song Xing stopped momentarily. Then the whole person was like a beam of light being reflected back by a mirror, ignoring all inertia and bouncing directly to the place furthest away from Song Xing in the Colosseum. Boom! A ray of white light lit up, and the terrifying momentum spread out to the surroundings with Song Xing as the center. At this moment, the temperature inside the entire Colosseum climbed to a terrifying level. The violent power spread outwards rapidly, eroding every inch of space in the Colosseum. It's like it wants to swallow up everything that can be affected. And in a corner of the Colosseum, Lan Qi had tried his best to gather a shield to withstand the terrifying impact of Song Xing's self-destruction. However, the final blow unleashed by a powerful person using his own life is obviously not that easy to resist. The shield condensed by Lan Qi only lasted a few seconds, before being torn to pieces. After that, all the remaining impact force hit Lan Qi. Lan Qi had to turn his body into a dragon to continue to resist this majestic and violent force. However, the dragon transformation only turned the small boat in the strong wind and waves into a sailboat. Compared with the vast and boundless ocean, it is still far behind. Hateful. Under the terrible impact of the self-destruction, the dragon's scales were peeled off and blood splattered everywhere. Lan Qi's whole body was receiving new wounds all the time. Fortunately, the energy of self-destruction is not infinite. Lan Qi finally survived. It's just that the final image is a bit miserable. The bloody wounds all over his body and the dark visceral blood at the corner of his mouth also proved the seriousness of the internal injuries. Even every bone was sending out bursts of pain. If he felt right, Lan Qi was sure that his bones should be full of cracks. It's just that the dragon's body is extremely powerful, so it's not unable to move. But if you want to return to your peak condition, it may not be possible within a few months. Even if Lan Qi is willing to use the luck of heaven and earth to recover his injuries at all costs, it is not something that can be done in a short time. Ahem. I finally got through it. Damn it, it's my first time in the Colosseum and I met such a lunatic. I'd better not play like this next time. If you can kill me as soon as possible, don't waste time. Lan Qi leaned against the stone wall of the Colosseum and stood up from the ground. After learning the lesson this time, Lan Qi also deeply realized how terrifying a madman who didn't care about his own life could be. If nothing happens, I will pull you crazy and die together. This is too terrible. Fortunately, this battle is over, and Songxing has completely disappeared at this moment. Next, it should be Lan Qi's harvest moment. Demon's Colosseum, the last skill, eternal fall into darkness. After the battle is over, the soul of the loser in the Colosseum can be swallowed up, and then converted into a certain amount of power and fed back to the owner of the Colosseum. Of course, if the owner of the Colosseum loses, then the skill of eternal darkness will naturally not take effect, and the Devil's Colosseum will become ownerless again. Therefore, demons are greedy. The devils deal, although adhering to the principle of fair trade. But the most fundamental condition is that the devil will not suffer a loss in order to realize this transaction. So after Lan Qi won the victory, a clear warm current soon appeared in Lan Qi's body. But it didn't last long, and the warmth disappeared. There is a loss in the transformation of energy. What's more, Songxing didn't have much strength left this time. His vitality was burned to the point of exhaustion, and his soul was naturally not much stronger. Therefore, although Lan Qi felt that his own strength and cultivation level had improved, but the amount of improvement is really not much. Forget it, it's a good thing to be able to improve. It's better not to foresee it. Fortunately, Lan Qi thought openly and just shrugged silently. In fact, Demon's Colosseum already has enough value based on the first two skills alone. Especially an invitation from the devil. Taking away 30% of the enemy's power is definitely a terrifying number. This time, Lan Qi was unlucky enough to meet a lunatic like Songxing, who also possessed a secret technique that could burn his own life force to increase his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, under the same cultivation level, one party's strength increases by 30%, and the other party's strength decreases by 30%. The result was absolutely a crushing victory. Therefore, the skill of eternal fall into darkness is more like a consolation prize. If so, of course I would be happy. If not, it wouldn't be a curse. Moreover, even if the improvement once or twice is not large, what about the addition of improvements 10 times and hundreds of times? That's an unimaginable improvement. Even if you can only increase your strength and cultivation level by 1% at a time, you can double your strength and cultivation level 100 times. Okay, I don't want to think about this anymore. I took care of Songxing inside the Colosseum. It's time to decide the winner of the battle outside. Lan Qi took a deep breath and thought in his mind. The Devil's Colosseum does not have the effect of healing injuries, so no matter how seriously injured Lan Qi was in the Colosseum, he could only slowly take care of himself. This is probably also a limitation of the Devil's Colosseum. If it still has the effect of healing injuries, then the skill Eternal Fall into Darkness will probably have to be deleted. After all, you can't have your cake and eat it too. There was a flash of light in the sky above the dwarf royal city. Lan Qi, covered in wounds, suddenly appeared in the sky. Why are you hurt so badly? Are you okay? Shauna noticed Lan Qi's aura immediately and immediately came over. After seeing Lan Qi, her face suddenly showed full of worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. The guy blew himself up at the last minute, otherwise I would only have a few small wounds on my body. Lan Qi waved his hand, indicating Shauna not to worry. With the dragon's self-healing ability, as long as it doesn't die on the spot or suffers extremely serious mutilating injuries, it can basically recover. It's just a matter of time. So that's it. You didn't know how to be careful, so why did you let him blow himself up? Shauna complained uneasily, and her frown relaxed a little. The purpose is still to care about Lan Qi. It's just some unexpected circumstances. It's not in the way. This kind of thing will never happen again in the future. Lan Qi smiled and then assured Shauna. Then, he looked at the battlefield outside the dwarf royal city. The dwarves, with the help of the elven magicians, have slowly begun to gain the upper hand. However, the advantages are not yet obvious and need to be continued. However, in Lan Qi's view, as long as he can gain an advantage and occupy the upper hand, that is a good thing. Because with the blessing of the undead resurrection magic, the combat effectiveness of the dwarves will basically not be reduced. Although the warriors who have recovered may not be as powerful as they were before they were alive. But there are so many of these guys, and they are not afraid of death. The undead do not have negative emotions such as fear or nervousness. For them, they only need to pick up the weapons in their hands and deal with the enemies in front of them. As for whether it can be defeated, it is not within the scope of consideration. Therefore, the longer this battle drags on, the greater the advantage will before the dwarves. The situation is beginning to turn towards the dwarves. I think it is only a matter of time before we win. Shauna noticed Lan Qi's gaze and made an introduction. I can see it. Lan Qi nodded and continued, moreover, the strong level powers of the human race that suppressed the formation have also disappeared. It is impossible for them to still win. I know you are powerful, so don't do such a dangerous thing next time. Shauna warned again. Okay, I remember. Lan Qi responded with a smile on his face, and his mood improved a lot. But at this moment, from the distant horizon, a vast pressure surged over the sky and covered the earth, shrouding it in the direction of the dwarf royal city. Huh? With this pressure, could there be another powerful person? Lan Qi noticed this coercion, his eyes narrowed, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly burst out with dragon power and rushed forward. To prevent this pressure from hurting Shauna. Boom! A burst of muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lan Qi's mouth. Lan Qi, are you okay? Shauna was naturally aware of this terrifying pressure, which was so vast that even a cultivator of her level felt difficulty breathing. I'm fine. Huh. I just didn't expect that the human race would actually hide something. Lan Qi waved his hand, then took a deep breath and looked up to the horizon. In the direction where the pressure broke out, a looming figure was approaching quickly. That seemingly far distance was covered by this uninvited guest in the blink of an eye. Song Shing's aura has actually disappeared. I have to say that your strength really surprised me. You were able to defeat Song Shing. It seems that I still underestimate you. Dragon. The person who came was none other than Song Jian, who had been watching the battle from behind. Song Jian had no intention of taking action until something happened to the three captains. It might as well be called conceited. After all, in Song Jian's view, the combat effectiveness of the powerful men in this world is just that, and they cannot be compared with the three captains under his command. But looking at it now, Song Jian is about to change his outlook. Song Shing, the most powerful captain of the third team under Song Jian, was actually the first to die. This is incredible. Back off. Lan Qi stood in front of Shauna and looked at the man in front of her with vigilance. There is no doubt that in terms of cultivation level, he is stronger than Song Shing, who he fought before. And much stronger. Seeing this, Lan Qi also knew that with his current physical condition, he could never be this guy's opponent. But in this case, there is absolutely no option to go back. Lan Qi. I said, stand back. Leave everything to me. Lan Qi interrupted Shauna's words and spoke out without any doubt. Okay, I understand, you must be careful. Shauna was also concerned and confused, so after being awakened by Lan Qi's words, she immediately backed away. Don't stay here and hold Lan Qi back. Because the gap between the hero level and the strong level is too huge. If I do die in battle, I hope you can take care of yourself. Lan Qi said silently in his heart, then took a deep breath and said to Song Jian, if that Song Shing you are talking about is the strong man who came with the human race before, then you are not right? Wrong. I did take care of him. This is attracting firepower and drawing Song Jian's hatred. Even if Lan Qi is not Song Jian's opponent now, it is not a problem to delay Song Jian with his life. As long as it can be delayed until Saratel and Tiana join together, Lan Qi's mission will be over. Good, very good. I was still worried that you wouldn't admit it. It seems that you are indeed brave. Song Jian's face was ferocious, and he smiled in anger. Song Shing's death was something Song Jian never expected. So Song Jian appears here now, naturally to avenge Song Shing. After killing the culprit, he will then bloodbath the entire dwarves and bury Song Shing with him. A real warrior shouldn't die in such a miserable state. For what you have done, you must be prepared to pay the price. If you block the advancement of the great god of war, your fate will be to be buried here. Song Jian walked forward slowly while talking. Stepping on the void with your feet, this space will vibrate violently with every step you take. Cracks spread out from the sky, and the overwhelming pressure of Huangwang came, like a wave pouring down the sky. Such vast and majestic power all illustrates one thing. Song Jian's cultivation level was so high that it was enough to make people despair. Maybe it's not as scary as the peak power of a strong person, but it's definitely much stronger than Lan Qi. How could there be such terrible pressure? Which powerful person appeared on the battlefield? How could it be so terrifying? What a powerful force this is, I can't even stand up. Is he a human helper? Hold on. I can't hold on anymore. The violent power surged wantonly, oppressing the dwarfs outside the Dwarf King's city, as well as the human clansmen, all kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Everyone felt as if there was a huge mountain on their backs. And those powerful heroes who were already under Song Jian's command also knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads with pious expressions. Welcome to the battle, Lord Song Jian. Under this majestic pressure like the sea, this shout added a sense of majesty and solemnity. Song Jian's pressure does not distinguish between friend and foe. But this situation will have no impact on this battle at all. Because as long as Lan Qi is defeated, it is impossible for the remaining people to be strong enough to stop Song Jian. Therefore, the battle outside the Dwarf King's city was forced to stop even under the pressure of Song Jian. For the human race, there is no harm at all. After all, judging from the current situation, the human race itself is at a disadvantage. Now the battle has entered a state of suspension, which can give the human warriors a chance to breathe. Damn it, even though I was mentally prepared. But this might be a little too strong. Lan Qi's throat felt sweet under the impact of Song Jian's pressure, and a mouthful of blood immediately surged out. But Lan Qi quickly swallowed it forcefully. But Lan Qi's face turned even paler. This was not due to fear or nervousness, but because Lan Qi's physical condition was really bad. After enduring Song Xing's self-destruction, Lan Qiben was seriously injured. Coupled with Song Jian's level of cultivation, even Lan Qi in his peak state was not as good as him. So at this moment, even though Lan Qi had tried his best to unleash his dragon power and wanted to compete with Song Jian, he was still unable to do so in the end. Not only was their hard power suppressed, but their physical condition was also very different. Your physical condition seems not to be very good. Logically speaking, I disdain to take advantage of others' danger, but for the sake of the great god of war, even if it goes against my principles, it doesn't matter. But you can rest assured, because soon, the entire dwarf race will be buried in this place with you. Song Jian said slowly, and the fighting energy in his body began to gather towards his fists. The majestic fighting spirit immediately caused the whole world to tremble violently. In an instant, the situation changed and there was lightning and thunder. Every time Song Jian took a step forward, the fighting spirit in his fists became more powerful, and the surrounding space was compressed and shattered inch by inch. Farewell, dragon. With both fists raised, Song Jian stood still on his feet, then prepared his left fist and thrust his right fist forward. This punch looks plain and simple. It seems so simple that any cultivator can avoid it effortlessly. However, only Lan Qi, who faced Song Jian's blow directly, could feel how terrifying this punch was. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The space is also firmly locked. The terrifying fist wind was like a tsunami pouring over the sky, roaring wantonly, crushing every inch of space it passed into powder. At this moment, Lan Qi was facing not just a single punch, but the entire world. Depressing and vast, it makes people shudder. Even if I know that I will definitely lose, there is no way I won't resist. If you want to defeat me, then be prepared to cut off your hand. Lan Qi looked at the terrifying attack that was getting closer and closer, and had already taken out the Devil's Colosseum from his arms. It's just a desperate fight. Rather than not resisting, Lan Qi is more willing to try his best. Even if Hetty's in battle, he will never regret it. Lan Qi, I advise you not to use that thing now. The devil's words are true, but he means what he says. But at this moment, a calm voice appeared in Lan Qi's ear. Along with this sound, there was also a bright red energy, which completely enveloped Lan Qi in an instant. Necromantic magic, blood sacrifice puppet. Boom. The wind of the fist passed by, and the power of the fist was mighty. In an instant, Lan Qi's location was crushed to pieces. The space shattered, and countless spatial turbulences emerged, swallowing everything around them. However, who is it? How dare you interfere in matters under the crown of the great god of war? A roar sounded. Song Jian could clearly sense that the attack just now did not hit Lan Qi at all. Don't be so angry. It's just a failed attack. It's not a big deal. Why are you yelling? What responded to Song Jian was a light and gentle voice. Hearing the sound, Song Jian immediately turned around to look. He immediately saw Lan Qi and a handsome young man beside Lan Qi. And who are you? While Song Jian was asking questions, he also unceremoniously covered the young man with his perception. But the result he got made Song Jian look shocked. Because it was impossible to find out what the strength of the young man in front of him was. This is an absolutely incredible thing. If you want to hide your cultivation level in front of a powerful person, there are only two possibilities. One has a higher level of cultivation than the powerful person who can detect his own strength. The other one has a treasure that can hide his own aura. But no matter which possibility it is, it shows one thing, that is, the young man in front of him is definitely not simple. But, thinking of this, Song Jian felt a little confused in his heart. Because after arriving in this world, Song Jian clearly sensed that there were only 3 powerful auras. Then, after gradually exploring, they also determined who these 3 strong men were. The elf queen of the elf tribe. The master of the beast spirits of the beast ears tribe. And a giant dragon at the strong level. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a 4th strong person to appear in his world. However, the current situation made Song Jian feel that something was wrong. I am a peace-loving store manager. If you don't mind, you can call me Store Manager Qi. Qi Lu answered Song Jian's question very calmly. Lan Qi couldn't calm down just standing next to Qi Lu. Qi. Manager Qi, why did you come here? The tone was full of disbelief. To be honest, Lan Qi clearly remembered that he probably didn't ask all the store managers for help. So how did Store Manager Qi find him? Why did I come here? Good question. Qi Lu glanced at Lan Qi, raised his eyebrows, and said loudly, you have to be grateful that you met in the Dwarf Royal City and not somewhere else. If you are in the Elf Holy City or the Beast Spirit City now, you may have really died in vain. As he spoke, Qi Lu also shrugged. Although Lan Qi didn't quite understand what these words meant, what Qi Lu said was true. Because of the Dwarf Royal City, a long time ago, Qi Lu made a special trip to collect the fragments of the dwarf's ancient warhammer. The hollow boots also recorded the coordinates of this city-state. That's why Qi Lu was able to rush over in such a timely manner. As for the Elf Holy City and the Beast Spirit City, Qi Leke had never been to there. If something really happened, Qi Lu wouldn't be able to rush there as soon as possible. So I have to say that Lan Qi's luck is pretty good. Although I don't know what you mean, Manager Qi, I'm still very grateful for your rescue. Lan Qi looked puzzled, but did not continue to ask, but thanked him. You're welcome, I don't have a good relationship with these gods, so it's midgety to save you. Qi Lu smiled very modestly. However, the sentence, the relationship with the gods is not good, is indeed a truth. Previously, Qi Lu ran to the territory of the god of forging to collect the power of faith, and then was assassinated by the god of forging. Then, Qi Lu accepted it. After all, he was the one who ran over first. If someone tricked him, he could only say that he was not prepared. So Qi Lu can only wait for the next chance to meet the god of forging, and then teach him how to be a human being. No, to be a god. However, the messenger of the god of war in front of him came to his door by himself. Then this time, it was Qi Lu's only. The god of war's actions were undoubtedly challenging Qi Lu's face. So how could Qi Lu allow this kind of robbing of believers to continue quietly? But Lan Qi doesn't know the grudges between Qi Lu and those gods. Therefore, Qi Lu's words sounded like a profound understanding of justice, Tolan Qi. Store Manager Qi's ideological level is really too high. Lan Qi suddenly said with sincerity. What? Qi Lu looked at Lan Qi with some doubts, wondering which act he was acting in. However, Qi Lu didn't care about this kind of thing anymore, because it had no impact, so he continued to talk. When it comes to rescuing you, it's a good thing you haven't fought back yet, otherwise you would have been dragged into a fighting state, and even I would be helpless. What I'm talking about here is actually the hidden contract owned by the Devil's Colosseum. Lan Qi is not allowed to lose. Whether it's inside the Colosseum or in the outside world, it's the same. Once dragged into a battle, but failed to win, Lan Qi's soul would be devoured by the devil. That's why Qi Lu used undead magic to rescue Lan Qi. The effect of the magic of blood sacrifice puppet is actually the same as that of the substitute puppet, which can withstand an attack. But the difference is that the blood sacrifice puppet will imitate the breath of the person it replaces, preventing that person from being suddenly pulled into a fighting state. This world is facing such a catastrophe, life and death, I have long ignored it. If I can delay store manager Chi's time, I will die without regrets. When Lan Chi heard this, his expression was extremely decisive. As long as you have the heart, it's better not to cause trouble at this time. It's not that Chi Lu looked down on Lan Chi, it was just that Lan Chi's physical condition was no longer suitable to continue fighting at this level. It's better to change and help the dwarfs hold off the battle. Since store manager Chi has said so, then I'm going to trouble store manager Chi here. Lan Chi nodded without any hesitation. This is not the time to complain, it is more important to see clearly what your situation is. It's a small matter, you're welcome, go ahead. Chi Lu waved his hand and then looked at Song Jian. The warriors under the god of war, the most devout believers, suddenly committed this world and started a war between races without saying a word. Didn't your god of war teach you what politeness is? Since there was a preconception, Chi Li's tone was naturally not polite. In fact, there is nothing wrong with developing believers. But using such crude means to spread it is intolerable. What do you want to say? Rude guy. Your Majesty, the great god of war, is it something you can talk about? Song Jian's brows immediately wrinkled, and anger appeared on his face without concealment. For the most devout believers, you can scold them for anything, but criticizing their gods is a sworn enemy. So Chi Li's words naturally aroused Song Jian's anger. Do I really need to repeat what I said? You wantonly burn the flames of war to every piece of pure land, and you are still complacent and have no sense of guilt. I can't judge your character, but your god is definitely not a good thing. Chi Lu criticized unceremoniously. This is Chi Li's heartfelt comment. For this kind of guy who is so complacent and provoking war wantonly, saying it is a cancer is an understatement. The peace that was maintained so hard was torn apart so easily. Facing the annihilation of the race, one can still feel no guilt. No matter what, it is impossible for Chi Lu to develop a good impression. Damn guy. You succeeded in irritating me. Don't worry, after defeating you, I won't kill you directly. I will crush you into meat paste bit by bit and make you struggle in pain. Let you slowly walk towards death in endless regret. Song Jian's face turned completely gloomy, and the chill in his voice sent shivers down people's spines. If you can do it, then I really want to see how many methods you have. It's a pity that you forgot one thing. Chi Lu sneered, then stretched out a hand and said jokingly, this world is my home court. The most powerful thing about the powerhouse level lies in one's own destiny of heaven and earth. And the use of the power of heaven and earth. However, this new world is definitely the biggest limitation for ordinary strong level powers. Unless the heaven and earth energy in the body forms a cycle of its own, which is endlessly powerful and powerful. Otherwise, once the destiny of heaven and earth in the powerful body is limited, the combat effectiveness that can be exerted will definitely be greatly reduced. This is what Chi Lu said about the home field advantage. For a powerful person who is not recognized by the will of heaven and earth, if he wants to draw on the same strength of the power of heaven and earth, he will need to spend more luck from heaven and earth. Moreover, the destiny of heaven and earth cannot be restored before returning to the world where it belongs. Because the will of heaven and earth will not bestow the destiny of heaven and earth to those who are not recognized as strong and powerful. This kind of thing actually happened once in Donghuang. That is to say, the spirit of the demonic abyss that was summoned to the eastern wasteland had no way to draw on the power of heaven and earth because he had had insufficient luck from heaven and earth. Finally, after being beheaded by Chi Lu, the only bit of luck in heaven and earth was snatched away by the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. However, The difference is that Song Jian's cultivation level is much higher than that of the demon abyss spirit. The luck of heaven and earth he possesses is naturally much greater. Then, before Song Jian's destiny of heaven and earth is exhausted, he can still draw on the power of heaven and earth. After all, to the will of heaven and earth, this is like a transaction. The only difference is that the price that outsiders need to pay when trading is much higher. Your home court? Song Jian sneered, then looked up at the sky. If I just kill you, I don't need to consume so much luck of heaven and earth. The home field you mentioned is meaningless. It is true that the will of heaven and earth remains neutral when it does not involve the life and death of the entire world. The restrictions on outsiders only require a higher price when relying on the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, when there is a huge gap in the hard power between the two sides of the battle, this restriction actually doesn't mean much. I think you may have misunderstood. That's not what I meant by home field. Qi Lu saw the sneer on Song Jian's face, and his tone suddenly became interesting. If it was really this kind of home field advantage, then Qi Lu wouldn't say it out loud. After all, Lan Qi and the others knew as much as Qi Lu about the fate of heaven and earth. However, even so, Lan Qi still cannot beat Song Jian's opponent because of the gap in hard power. If you can't keep up with the level of cultivation, what effect can the home field advantage alone have? However, for Qi Lu, in the northern mountains, the system can contact the will of heaven and earth, so the upper limit of the power Qi Lu can borrow from the system will be higher. This is the real home field advantage. It's useless to talk more. It's better to see the truth behind the scenes. Song Jian didn't care what Qi Lu meant. He swayed and appeared in front of Qi Lu, as if teleporting. Die. Then he raised his fist forward and punched out suddenly. The shot was as fast as lightning, coming with a bang. The momentum was majestic, like the roar of thunder, and the violent power contained in it created an unstoppable momentum. Strength, speed, and combat skills are all extremely excellent. But it's not enough. Qi Lu could naturally see that Song Jian's punch had contained the power of heaven and earth. The power is so powerful, it is no exaggeration to say that if it hits the ground, I am afraid that the entire dwarf royal city will turn into ashes in an instant and disappear from this world. However, such a terrifying punch was still not enough in Qi Li's eyes. Although in terms of true strength, Qi Lu is not as good as Song Jian. However, how could Qi Lu not let the system help when facing a powerful person like God Zhan? There is no doubt that the cultivation realm of the peak of the strong level is directly loaded. This battle must be fought quickly. System, host, the power you need has been prepared and loaded successfully. I wish you a happy time. 2 minutes. With my current physical condition, I can only withstand 2 minutes at most. Qi Lu took a deep breath, then slowly raised his hand. There were no other fancy movements, just a simple raising of hands, but it seemed to block the entire sky. Facing Song Jian's fists, Qi Lu refused to dodge. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Song Jian's fist was firmly caught by Qi Lu. A circle of air waves surged out, but before it spread, it was all destroyed as the space shattered. The terrifying forces collided with each other, and there was no brilliant scene. The only thing that exists is destruction. If this kind of power fell to the ground, everything within a radius of at least 1,000 miles would be razed to the ground. Everything will be crushed to pieces by this violent force, leaving only a vast wasteland. Therefore, most of the powerful battles will take place in the vast and boundless sky. Because the earth really cannot bear such a terrible battle. Even the residual power can turn everything within 1,000 miles into ruins and all living things disappear. You actually caught it. How is this possible? Your power, could it be? Song Jian's voice was full of disbelief, and his face was full of astonishment. The punch just now contained the power of heaven and earth. Don't say you caught it with your bare hands like this. Even if it were an ordinary strong-level powerful person who had gathered a shield to resist, he would probably be seriously injured to the point of vomiting blood. The best way to deal with it is to collide and offset it with attacks that also contain the power of heaven and earth. Or try your best to avoid it. This is also one of the fighting methods between strong and powerful people, a pure collision of the power of heaven and earth. Although dangerous, it is absolutely fast. One careless move can result in being bombarded by the power of heaven and earth to the point of being seriously injured and in critical condition, with victory or defeat decided. However, the scene before him was completely unexpected by Song Jian. It was simply unheard of to receive an attack containing the power of heaven and earth with bare hands. I said before, my home court is the world that is completely under my control. You already lost when you took action, so next, it's my turn to attack. Knowing that his current strength could only sustain Qi Lu for 2 minutes at most, he did not dare to say anything nonsense. The absolute control of the powerful peak power suddenly burst out. Turning your hands over becomes clouds, turning over your hands becomes rain, are the best adjectives. Within the space locked by a powerful peak power, only those with the same level of cultivation can easily withstand this power of control. Otherwise, they are all just ants. Song Jian may be very strong, but in front of the peak powerhouse, he is nothing more than a stronger ant. You must know that the huge chasm between ordinary strong-level powers and strong-level peak powers is not so easy to cross. Otherwise, why even in ancient times, the number of strong peak powers was extremely rare. This is not without reason. When a cultivator's own destiny of heaven and earth reaches perfection and begins to move on its own, reaching a state of endless life and death, it is almost equivalent to breaking away from the control of the will of heaven and earth. This is a situation that the will of heaven and earth, which possesses the instinct of self-preservation, is unwilling to see. Therefore, the closer one gets to the peak of the powerhouse level, the stronger the repulsive force of the will of heaven and earth becomes. The difficulty of obtaining the destiny of heaven and earth becomes higher and higher. Once you reach this level, it is not impossible to make no progress throughout your life. To put it simply, this is like going through a tribulation in a somewhat different form. The will of heaven and earth will not directly attack the strong-level powers, but it will converge the luck of heaven and earth. If you successfully overcome the tribulation, you will be able to reach the peak of the strongman level. From then on, you will be free from the control of the will of heaven and earth. Birds can fly in the sky, and fish can leap in the sea. However, if you fail to overcome the tribulation, the most you can do is fall into shackles and be unable to advance. His own level of cultivation will not be reduced. He is still the top power in the realm of strong men, and there are only a few people who can compete with him. However, once this chasm is crossed, it will be a completely different world. Song Jian felt this deeply at this moment. This power, the pinnacle of a strong person. How is this possible? Why? Why can a powerful person like you appear in this world? This is simply impossible. The roar suppressed in his throat came out intermittently from Song Jian's mouth. Because Qi Li's sudden burst of power oppressed Song Jian, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. Let alone a good speech. There are people outside people, mountains outside mountains, and sky outside the sky. Just because you haven't discovered it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means you chose the wrong place. As Qi Li spoke, he blocked Song Jian's fist and pushed it out. Song Jian, who had a ferocious face, immediately flew out without resistance, and bits of blood overflowed from his mouth and nose, scattering on the sky. This is the crushing brought about by the gap in cultivation level. When the strength levels are not at the same level, there is no suspense in fighting. Ahem, damn it. Although Song Jian's face was still ferocious, his fighting spirit was still high. But his own combat effectiveness has completely failed to keep up. Facing this ironclad fact, Song Jian felt helpless in addition to anger. Obviously I am the big boss who appears in the finale, but the role of the three captains is not as big as before. This feeling is really uncomfortable. However, the peak of the strong level is an insurmountable mountain. This is definitely not something that willpower can compensate for. It seems it's time to end this farce. Qile didn't care what Song Jian thought, and if he delayed any longer, 2 minutes would pass quickly. If you have this ability, please say hello to the god of war for me. Just say that this world is not a place he can set foot in. At the very least, don't send people like you here to die again. While talking, Qile's open palms slowly tightened. Then, he suddenly clenched his fist. At this moment, Song Jian felt as if his body was being held tightly by an invisible hand. Ah! A strong sense of suffocation tightly enveloped Song Jian. The terrifying power of control also completely blocked the power in Song Jian's body at the same time, making him unable to move at all. Don't even think about self-destruction. In the space where the peak powerhouse of the strong level used its own destiny of heaven and earth, it was completely locked. Even the will of heaven and earth cannot intervene. If necessary, even the flow of air must be approved by the peak powerhouse. That's not to mention the self-destruction with such a loud movement. At this moment, Song Jian finally understood how big the gap between himself and Qile was. This kind of terrifying feeling from the heart only appeared when Song Jian faced the god of war. Of course, this does not mean that Qile's strength is comparable to that of the god of war. But at least, in terms of suppressing Song Jian, Qile is on the same level as the god of war. They are all objects that Song Jian absolutely cannot resist, and cannot even have the heart to resist. Let me tell you one last thing. Qile looked at Song Jian, who was livid but still struggling, and spoke slowly. I have no objection to spreading faith. It is normal behavior to compete for the power of faith. But, for you, the law of survival should be the law of the jungle. So you must remember it. Weakness is the original sin. As the last word was spoken, Qile's clenched fists suddenly unclenched. The power that gathered around Song Jian and suppressed him tightly exploded instantly with Qile's movements. Song Jian was also crushed to pieces at this moment. Boom! A huge sound spread from the sky to all directions. Endless energy explodes, rendering the gorgeous picture like a bright firework blooming in the sky. A circle of air waves that almost condensed into substance spread out violently with this explosion. If it is ignored, the dwarf royal city below may be reduced to ruins in an instant. Lock. However, Qile let out an understatement, then raised his hand and made a false slash with his sword. The terrifying air wave immediately disappeared. It's finally solved, so I shouldn't need to take action on the remaining matters. After completing this last thing, Qile's expression suddenly became exhausted. The power at the peak of the strong level was also taken back by the system. There was no other way. If he continued to hold on forcefully, something would happen to Qile's body, and he might even injure his origin. That would be more loss than gain. Manager Qi, although I have long known that your cultivation level is unfathomable, at least it is at the peak of the strong level. But I didn't expect that you could be so tyrannical. I really admire you. Lan Qi, who looked stunned, also came closer at this time. In his eyes, Song Jian, who was almost invincible, was actually powerless to fight back in front of Qile. This also allowed Lan Qi to once again deeply understand how terrifying Qile's combat power was. There is no doubt that, at least in the northern mountains, it is unmatched. There's nothing to admire in this. It's just a small fight, not worth mentioning. Qile waved his hand, indicating that these were normal behaviors. After all, Qile's true cultivation level is still at the hero level, which is still far from the strong level. If the system hadn't been upgraded not long ago, making it easier to borrow power, maybe we would have had to fight hard this time to determine the winner. And Qi Lu estimated that if that were the case, he would probably end up with a miserable victory. How could it be like now, when everything is under control? Song Jian, who is considered to be among the powerful ones, can be killed with just a flip of his hand. So what Qi Lu said was definitely sincere. But, having said that, Lan Qi didn't know Qi Li's situation. Hearing this, he could only admire him and say, Manager Qi is still as humble as ever. Such a noble character is really rare. But at the same time, Lan Qi also sighed secretly in his heart. If store manager Qi is so powerful and they are just making small fuss, then who are they? Do kids fight? However, these words cannot be said in front of Qi Lu. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Wouldn't it be directly dismantling Qi Lu's position? Whatever you say. Qi Lu shrugged and did not argue. Because the main reason is that Qi Lu simply doesn't know what kind of image he is in the eyes of Lan Qi and others. So it's better to act aloof. At least, Qi Lu himself thinks so. Ahem, but let's not talk about this for now. You should be able to handle the next thing. Thinking of this, Qi Lu immediately interrupted Lan Qi's attempt to speak, and then asked. Because it borrowed a little power from the system before, it put a huge burden on the body. Therefore, Qi Li's current combat effectiveness is actually at a low point. At least in a short period of time, there is no way to borrow power from the system. In other words, the combat power that Qi Lu can provide now is probably at the level of a peak hero-level powerhouse. Perhaps, it can reach the level of a half-step powerhouse. But no matter how high it is, it can't go any higher. That's why Qi Lu asked this question. After all, among the three major races in the northern mountains, the number of hero-level experts is not too small. One more is not too much, and one less is not too many. What's more, among the messengers of the god of war, 2 powerful men have already died. On this side of the northern mountains, there is still complete combat power. Although Lan Qi was indeed seriously injured. However, even a severely injured strongman-level powerful person can exert much greater combat power than a hero-level practitioner. Besides, Tiana is still here, right? For a light magician at the strong level, when it comes to treatment, it's not something he can do easily. Moreover, with the blessing of the holy light sphere, the problem of being seriously injured is solved. Don't worry, Manager Qi. In fact, there is still a connection between me, Saratel, and Tiana. Among the messengers sent by the god of war to the northern mountains, there are only 4 strong men in total. Now 2 have been removed, and the remaining 2 are not enough to cause trouble. Lan Qi said confidently. In any case, the northern mountains are the territory of Lan Qi and others. Although it is somewhat difficult to detect the strength of the invaders, it is definitely not impossible. Since you said so, I won't ask any more questions. Qi Lu nodded, paused, and then said with a little curiosity, but tell me what the situation is now. Since Qi Lu has already intervened in this matter, it is natural to understand the situation. Otherwise, it always feels like something is missing. Store manager Qi wants to know the situation. Of course there is no problem. Regarding the specific situation of this war, although it is confidential information. But in Lan Qi's view, Qi Lu was a peak expert at the strong level, and he was one of his own, so he was naturally qualified to know this information. I won't say much about the situation of the dwarves. Store manager Qi must have seen it too. Then let me talk about the other 2 races. Lan Qi's speech was not slow, and he quickly spoke out the information in a clear and logical manner. 3 races, the 3 most important city-states, were all attacked by humans. Needless to say, the situation of the dwarf royal city would have been reduced to ruins if Qi Lu had not arrived in time. It was even razed to the ground by the furious Song Jian. But now it seems that the defeat of the human race has been determined. The battle between the elf holy city and the beast spirit city is still in a stalemate. However, the offensive of the human army has gradually shown signs of decline. After all, both the elf tribe and the bestiar tribe were waiting for work when facing the human race's attack. As long as you survive the initial period of unprepared chaos, then you will slowly regain your advantage. What's more, the overall strength of the human race is inherently inferior to the elves and bestiared races. It was only with the help of Song Zhan and others that they had the courage to declare war with the elves, bestiars, and dwarves. But now, Song Zhan and Song Xing have been killed. Song Ming was trapped and unable to move. Song Yuan and Saratel were also at a disadvantage in the battle. The human race has lost its momentum, and the balance of victory is getting farther and farther away from them. The belief in the god of war may also disappear. Because the belief in the god of war requires constant battles to maintain. As for the current situation, it is probably unrealistic for the human race to continue the war. Therefore, the only way left for this strange belief is to disappear into thin air. And after this battle, even if the entire human race is destroyed, it will not be over. After all, as a matter of fact, the human race was also bewitched by Song Zhan and others to develop such ambitions. Now that the mastermind has been killed, the human race can be considered half a victim. However, all I can say is that death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. His vitality will be severely damaged, that is a sure thing. Presumably after this war, the human race may have to rest for hundreds of years before they can recover. So it can only be said that when one's own strength is not worthy of one's ambition, then all it can bring to itself is destruction. It's okay. Every time you take a cut, you gain wisdom. If you don't go through some hardships, you won't be able to continue to grow. Qi Lu patiently listened to the information and then spread his hands. Although Qi Lu himself is also a human race, Qi Lu will not deliberately protect his race. Because in Qi Li's eyes, there is no prejudice against race. Otherwise, how can we open a store? Okay, since you can handle the next thing, I'll go back to the store first. Since there is no problem, of course Qi Lu will not stay any longer. Might as well go back to the store early and go to bed. Okay, store manager, Qi, walk slowly, I won't give it away. Lan Qi bowed his hand. Then he saw Qi Lu turn around and immediately walk into the door of space, and then his breath disappeared. Store manager Qi really comes and goes like the wind. Seeing this scene, Lan Qi couldn't help but shook his head in amusement. To be honest, in Lan Qi's opinion, Qi Lu is indeed a person worthy of admiration. His strength is unparalleled and his cultivation realm is unfathomable. However, he is very easygoing and does not have the arrogance that most strong people have. No matter who it is, as long as they don't take the initiative to provoke Qi Lu, they can talk normally. Although most customers said that when facing Qi Lu, even if there was no pressure at all, they felt extremely stressed. But in comparison, Qi Lu is already pretty good. And the most important thing is that Qi Lu seems to be quite humble no matter what kind of help he has. He never asks for credit or asks for anything in return. With such a noble character, at least Lan Qi is ashamed of himself. Has store manager Qi left already? While Lan Qi was feeling extremely emotional, Shauna flew up from below and looked around. Just left. Lan Qi nodded, and then continued, but store manager Qi has left the rest too, so end the battle here quickly, and then rush to support Saratel and others. Yeah, of course. Shauna responded. What happens after that is not complicated. The human army, which did not have strong men to suppress the formation, was almost defeated by the dwarves in the battle outside the dwarf royal city. All heroic level strong men, no one survived. This is also the unanimous decision of Lan Qi and Shauna, and the final bottom line. People of the human race can live even if their sins do not lead to death. But all the powerful heroes must be eliminated, otherwise, it will be difficult to protect the wolf ambition of the human race. Then, Lan Chi and Shauna rushed to the aid of Beast Spirit City. The final work of the battle in the Dwarf Royal City was handed back to the Dwarf clan leader. However, the elven magicians who stayed in the Dwarf Royal City were handed over to Lillian, and she was responsible for taking them back to the elves after the incident was over. Speaking of which, Lillian has a very special status among the elves. She obtained the inheritance of the Shadow Hunter in Chi Li's shop, and was chosen by Tiana and Shauna as one of the candidates for the next elf saint. In this battle, Lillian's performance was naturally within the scope of investigation. Now it seems that it is performing quite well. However, the matter of determining the elf saint is of great importance, so we cannot make a decision easily yet. We have to look at it more. But judging from the current situation, it is basically a sure thing. Of course, these are all things for later. Tiana is now in her prime, and there is no problem with her lifespan. So there is no rush to decide who the elf saint is. Let's not worry about it here. On Lan Chi and Shauna's side, they rushed from the Dwarf Royal City to the Beast Spirit City. One day passed slowly. The battle between Saratel and Song Yuan is still not over. However, this situation was also expected by Lan Chi. For a powerful person, if there is no absolute advantage or disadvantage, then even if the battle lasts for several weeks, it is normal. So now it's just a whole day, it's just a minor problem. Moreover, the stalemate in this battle was broken when Lan Chi came to Beast Spirit City. When one-on-one, they may be evenly matched. Or one side has a slight advantage. But in a two-on-one situation, the situation may be one-sided. Lan Chi soon became the straw that broke the camel's back, and cooperated with Saratel to eliminate Song Yuan. However, the casualties caused during this period were unspeakable pain. Under the residual power of the battle between these three powerful men, most of the Beast Spirit City was destroyed and turned into ruins. The members of the Beast Ears tribe suffered heavy casualties. After all, neither Saratel nor Lan Chi have an overwhelming advantage over Song Yuan. Therefore, there is no way to easily block the remaining power of the battle like Qi Lu. Song Yuan's final madness made Saratel and Lan Chi try their best to protect the surviving Beast Ears clan members. It was also at this moment that Lan Chi realized Qi Li's power more clearly. What a terrifying power it is to completely control the battlefield. No one from the human race who dares to attack Beast Spirit City will be spared. Saratel looked at the devastated Beast Spirit City, took a deep breath, and issued the order. Beast Spirit City, the capital of the Beast Ear clan. At this moment, it was damaged to such an extent. If Saratel said that he didn't feel bad, it was all lies. Saratel, calm down, the human race cannot be destroyed yet. Lan Chi comforted Saratel on the side. I know that I am not cruel to that level. There are always innocent people among the human race. If the fourth race in the northern mountains is destroyed, then the entire northern mountains may not be able to live in peace. Saratel half raised his head and spoke slowly. If a race as big as the human race were suddenly destroyed, then other races would definitely be in danger. By then, there will really be chaos everywhere. This kind of thing is not the result that Saratel wants to see. The peace in the northern mountains is the result of the hard work of the three major races, and cannot be destroyed because of such things. The burning flames of war bring only destruction. Only in an age of peace and prosperity can we prosper and develop. Just leave the rest of the aftermath to Yaffer. We need to rush to the Elf Holy City as soon as possible. Lan Chi spoke up at the right time and reminded him. As Saratel's daughter, Yaffer has no ambition to be the next master of beast spirits. But it was just to direct the aftermath. Among the beast ears, Yafel still had this level of prestige. I know, I don't need you to remind me, just go there. There was no need to doubt Saratel's state of mind, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. The anger and distress over the destruction of Beast Spirit City were quickly restrained. As long as the matter can be resolved, Beast Spirit City can be rebuilt. A race will never decline because of the collapse of a city-state. As long as the backbone is still there, we can stand up again and again. Fortunately, you are sensible, so I don't need to waste any more words. Lan Qi couldn't help but joke, trying to relieve Saratel's anger. But Saratel waved his hand and left here first. Of course, there is no need to say more about the follow-up matters. After Saratel, Lan Qi, and Shauna all came to the Elf Holy City and joined Tiana, Song Ming's situation was much more miserable than that of Song Yuan and others. With 1 against 3, Song Ming didn't even have room to fight back. The combat effectiveness of Saratel and Lan Qi was not weaker than Song Ming's, and there was Tiana behind them, who blessed the two with auxiliary magic. The power of grace of the Holy Light Sphere is even more continuous. Under heavy precautions, Song Ming fell here without even touching the Elf Holy City. He can be regarded as the most miserable strongman among the invaders. From the moment she appeared, Tiana was trapped in the prison of light, and she did nothing until her final death. I really don't know how the God of Conquest will feel after he finds out about this. Thank you both for rushing to the aid of the Elf Holy City in this battle. After the war, Tiana specially thanked Lan Qi and Saratel. And Shauna, although you chose to leave the Elf clan will always be your home. This sentence is what Tiana wanted to say a long time ago. Saying it now means that the two of them have truly reconciled. Tiana also re-established Shauna's status as a friend and then as a relative. I always knew. Shauna smiled, then walked forward and hugged Tiana. A beautiful scene, isn't it? Saratel, who was standing aside, immediately touched Lan Qi beside him with his shoulder and spoke out. Does this still need to be said by you? Lan Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Saratel. Shauna is Lan Qi's wife. If this isn't wonderful, then I'm afraid she will have Vito take care of her family after she goes back. There is nothing to say about what happened after that. The human race without strong men and powerful people can only lose one defeat after another and keep retreating. After this battle, the elves, beastiers, and dwarves all reported victories. Only the human race was defeated and their vitality was severely damaged. They could only retreat to the edge of the northern mountains and linger, looking forward to the day when their clan strength would be restored. The flames of war were extinguished, and the final good news spread throughout the entire northern mountains in a very short period of time. After watching the excitement, all races naturally sent representatives to congratulate them immediately. Because once this battle is over, the status of the 3 major races in the northern mountains will become more stable. Other races are not fools either. They watched the entire battle clearly. I also know that the human race struggled with 4 strong masters before starting this war, but it ended in a disastrous defeat. The overall clan strength was far inferior to that of the human race, so they naturally did not have the courage to act recklessly. So in this way, the North Mountain Range becomes more peaceful. This is something that Saratel and the others did not expect. What's this? Sheila sat behind the counter and glanced at what Lan Qi handed over. It was a crystal with a very dazzling appearance. The huge energy contained in it even surprised Qi Lu. So Sheila quickly looked at Lan Qi again. In fact, the aftermath of the 3 major races does not require strong Pieplito be in charge. It's just that Tiana and Saratel are not worried about family affairs, so they haven't appeared in the store. But Lan Qi doesn't have this burden. After making sure there was nothing else to do, without saying a word, he took Shauna and ran to Qi Li's store. Powerful level trial crystal, a small token of appreciation. Thank you, Manager Qi, for being willing to lend a helping hand. Lan Qi introduced it calmly. But the hint of physical pain deep in his eyes was still keenly captured by Qi Lu. Powerful level, trial crystal? Where did you get it from? Qi Li's eyebrows twitched, obviously a little shocked. You must know that even the trial room provided by the system will not produce a strong level trial crystals among its auxiliary functions. At most, it will be hero level trial crystals. This is enough to show the preciousness of the strong level trial crystal. Absolutely extremely rare. After all, a strong level trial crystal is equivalent to a strong level beast. And how can a strange beast in this realm be so easy to hunt? The difficulty is beyond imagination. And the most important thing is that you must first find the beasts that reach the strong level before you can have a chance to hunt them. It's a pity that at this point, it is not something that human intervention can do. Although there are no obvious constraints on the promotion of warcraft and alien beasts. Talent, qualifications, potential, resources. As long as the conditions are met and the environment allows, then one can naturally advance to the next level. However, if warcraft and alien beasts want to be promoted to the strong level, they also need the luck of heaven and earth. So for so many years, even though Lan Qi and Shauna traveled throughout the northern mountains together, they never saw a few powerful beasts. That's not to mention hunting. This is also the reason why strong-level trial crystals are truly rare. There are simply no ways to produce, so naturally there are very few. What's more, the strong-level trial crystal must be used in conjunction with the luck of heaven and earth in order to be effective. Therefore, those cultivators at the peak of the heroic level, or even those at half-step strong level, must obtain the destiny of heaven and earth before they have the opportunity to use the strong-level trial crystal. However, how can the luck of heaven and earth be so easy to obtain? Therefore, these two conditions are superimposed together, resulting in a situation where strong-level powers are extremely rare. You must know that Tiana and Saratel's initial destiny came from the racial destiny of their own race. It's like the first bowl of water used as a guide when shaking a well. As long as you achieve the realm of the strong, you don't have to worry Samak about your fate in the world. But for this reason, the problem quickly returned. Now that the destiny of heaven and earth is there, what about the strong Laveltrial crystal? Still as rare as ever. Therefore, to be honest, while Qi Lu was shocked by this sudden strongman-level trial crystal, he was still quite curious about its origin. Because the rarity of this thing is really no less than the luck of heaven and earth. Well, Manager Qi, you should also know that among the messengers sent by the god of war to the northern mountains, there are a total of 4 strongmen, and all of them died in this battle. Lan Qi thought about the words for a moment before speaking out. Well, I know, wait, could it be? Qi Li's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this, and he immediately understood the matter. Store manager Qi really knows everything. That's true. Lan Qi noticed the change in Qi Li's expression and immediately guessed what Qi Lu was thinking, so he affirmed it aloud. Things like the fate of heaven and earth are not a particularly secretive thing for powerful people. What's more, Qi Lu has seen this situation before. That is the powerful person from outside. If they fall in this world, then all the luck they have in heaven and earth will be swallowed up by the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, this time a total of 4 powerful men died. Moreover, the strength of every powerful person is not weak, and their cultivation level is also not low. Then one can imagine how much destiny of heaven and earth was swallowed up by the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains. Based on this, the sudden increase in the luck of heaven and earth will naturally accelerate the improvement of the overall strength of the northern mountains, and will also gradually increase the number of strong-level powerful positions. Therefore, it is easy to explain where the strong-level trial crystal that Lan Qi gave to Qi Lu came from. It was simply because there was so much luck in the world that suddenly appeared, so several powerful beasts came out, and they happened to be touched by Lan Qi. So unfortunately, he was beheaded by Lan Qi on the spot. Regarding this, Qi Lu could only mourn for a second in his heart. In that case, there should be several more strong-level powers in the northern mountains in the recent period. Qi Lu asked clearly about the origin, and accepted the strong-level trial crystal with peace of mind. Because logically speaking, Song Zhan died in Qi Li's hands. Then one of these strong-level trial crystals that was spawned should be given to Qi Lu, even if it is divided. Yes, Manager Qi, you guessed it right. Lan Qi nodded with certainty, and then continued, and according to the calculations of me, Saratel, and Tiana, 3 strong-level trial crystals should be born. So in order to express our gratitude, we decided to give this first strongman-level trial crystal to Store Manager Qi. You do have a good heart. Qi Lu nodded. Although Qi Lu himself does not insist on repayment, he still has to get the reward he deserves, not to mention that it is all delivered to him. If you don't take it, wouldn't it be too pretentious? No, Manager Qi is too polite. Lan Qi smiled and waved his hands to express that you're welcome. However, the number of strong-level trial crystals is just our guess. We cannot guarantee how many there will be. Understandable. When Qi Lu heard this, he nodded immediately, expressing his sympathy. After all, the will of heaven and earth likes to take kickbacks, not just once or twice. Qi Lu has a deep understanding of this situation. It's like when he was in Donghuang, the fate of the world of the spirit of the demonic abyss was swallowed up by the will of the world in Donghuang. But what I gave back to Qi Lu seemed to be nothing. On the contrary, he gave you sheer a lot of luck from heaven and earth. As for the extremely precious strongman-level trial crystal, it is even more invisible. But put aside these issues. This round of racial war has been completely fought out, and the one who has the biggest advantage is the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains. As for who suffered the most, it was probably the god of war. He is the first person to send people from all the way to deliver gifts. At least so far, that's true. Okay, I brought the things, so I won't disturb Store Manager Qi. I haven't been to the store for so many days, and I don't know if there are any new maps in the New World mode. Lan Qi then exchanged a few words with Qi Lu, and then pulled Shauna away. Only Qi Lu was left, still sitting behind the counter. What a bonus. At night, after closing the shop, Qi Lu passed the store portal with ease and arrived at the store in Yunwu City. Yu Shi'er didn't know what the situation was on the other side of the northern mountain range. There is a vast abyss in the middle. Even if the northern mountains are Beatento death, they will not be able to reach the eastern wilderness. So it doesn't really matter if you know it or not. Shi'er. Brother Qila, good evening. When Yu Shi'er saw Qilaji, she just finished checking the entire store and ran over immediately. Good evening, Shi'er, the recent situation in the store should be okay. Qila rubbed Yu Shi'er's head, and then felt Yu Shi'er's physical condition and cultivation realm. He is still at the hero level, but he will soon reach his peak. Yeah, everything is fine in the store. Yu Shi'er responded obediently. There is a saying that customers who dare to cause trouble in Qila's store do not exist, at least in Donghuang and Beishan mountains. That's good, but speaking of it, it's been so long and I've forgotten to pay you your salary. Shi'er, don't blame me. Qila continued, paving the way for his actions. Being able to help brother Qi Lu is the happiest thing for Shi'er. How can Shi'er blame brother Qi Lu? Hearing this, Yu Shi'er quickly spoke out. His tone was urgent, as if he wanted to prove that what he said was true. Although I say that, I can't bear to keep asking you to do things in vain, so I specially brought your salary today. Of course Qi Lu could guess what Yu Shi'er's answer would be. But is Yu Shi'er's answer important? It's not important. So Qi Lu ignored Yu Shi'er's answer and took out the strong-level trial crystal. I put together all your wages, I hope you don't feel too little. Qi Lu put the crystal in his hand into Yu Shi'er's palm and said aloud. The dazzling strong-level trial crystal is like a rare treasure, shining with brilliant light and shining brightly. Brother Qi Lu, what is this? It looks very precious, Sheer can't have it. Yu Sheer looked at the bright crystal in her hand and said hurriedly. Although Yu Sheer still doesn't know what this crystal is. But just by looking at the appearance, you can tell that it must be extremely precious, not to mention that it contains a majestic power that makes Yu Sheer feel a little scared. No, you can have it, it's just a strong level trial crystal. As Qi Lu spoke, he stretched out his hand, clasped Yu Sheer's fingers back one by one, and clenched them into a fist. The strongman level trial crystal was firmly held in Yu Sheer's hand. And outside Yu Sheer's fist, Qi Li's palm was wrapped. Brother Qi Lu, I. Feeling the warmth of Qi Li's palm, a blush suddenly appeared on Yu Sheer's cheeks. Stop talking, Sheer, you can take whatever I give you, and you don't have to feel that you are not qualified. If you're not qualified, then no one is. Qi Lu interrupted Yu Sheer's hesitating voice, and spoke seriously with a smile on her lips. But. Yu Sheer still wanted to say something. After all, even if Yu Sheer has never seen it, she has definitely heard of how precious the strong level trial crystals are. The so-called no reward for no merit. It is impossible to say that Yu Sheer is not uneasy about accepting such a valuable treasure rashly. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and looked into Yu Sheer's eyes with a faint smile. He didn't say much, just a faint question sound coming from his throat. The meaning is self-evident. Okay. Sheer knows, thank you, Brother Qi Lu. Yu Sheer clenched her fists and felt the warmth of the strongman level trial crystal in her palms, as well as the temperature transmitted from Qi Lu's palms outside her fists. After hesitating for a while, he mustered up the courage to hug Qi Lu. Then he stood up on his tiptoes and pecked Qi Lu on the face like a dragonfly touching water. Immediately afterwards, Yu Sheer ran back to her bedroom like a gust of wind with her cheeks as red as if they were about to bleed. This girl. Qi Lu was caught off guard by Yu Sheer's sudden attack, and froze on the spot for a while. Forget it, I'm really old and my reactions have slowed down. Qi Lu, who took a long time to come back to his senses, suddenly said to himself in a dumbfounded way. He raised his hand and put his fingers gently on his face, wanting to wipe the area where Yu Sheer had just attacked. But after thinking about it, Qi Lu put his hand down again. So be it. I'm so ashamed. Returning to the bedroom, Yu Sheer covered her head tightly with the quilt, and then tossed and turned on the bed. A heart was in the chest, beating fast, as if it was about to jump out of the throat. Strange, why would I do such a thing? Yu Sheer couldn't figure out when she became so bold. In the past, I would blush for a long time even if I held hands, but tonight, my brain suddenly got hot and I did such an unexpected thing. And it was a sudden attack in front of Qi Lu. When she thought of this, Yu Sheer's face turned red with embarrassment, and her temperature soared. Brother Qi Lu won't blame me. Then Yu Sheer started to have random thoughts again. No, Brother Qi Lu will definitely not blame me. If I want to blame him, I can only blame him for being too nice to me. Well, that's it. Otherwise I would definitely not be so impulsive. As Yu Sheer thought about it, she came up with how to take the blame. Anyway, I can't admit it. Sheer. Who? While I was thinking wildly, I suddenly heard someone calling my name. Yu Sheer, almost as a conditioned reflex, jumped up from the quilt in an instant, and then looked for who was speaking. Sheer, you seem to be a little too nervous. Yu Xuanxue stood at the door of the bedroom, her watery eyes shining with curiosity. No. Shao Shu, please stop talking nonsense. Yu Sheer said calmly. It was just the blush on Yu Sheer's face that betrayed her mood at the moment. Am I talking nonsense? Then what's going on with your expression now? Something interesting must have happened. Yu Xuanxue stared at Yu Xuanxue and jumped directly in front of Yu Shi'er, looking at Yu Xuanxue with a scrutinizing gaze. Expression. Yu Shi'er reached out involuntarily, touched her cheek, and then stammered, "It's hot, yes, that's right, it's too hot in the room tonight, so." "So you went to find Qi Lu?" Yu Xuanxue immediately added another sentence. "Yes, so I went to find brother Qi Lu." No. Xiaoxue, you. Yu Shi'er knew that she had said the wrong thing, and she was immediately embarrassed and anxious. In the end, he just stopped talking and stared at Yu Xuanxue fiercely, trying to persuade her to retreat with his eyes. But what kind of person is Yu Xuanxue? What kind of cat is that, so thick-skinned? How can he be persuaded to retreat with just one look? Especially after evolving into a white-haired cat-eared Lolita, Yu Xuanxue became even thicker-skinned. "Shi'er, just tell me. We agreed at the beginning that we would discuss it together and make plans to attack Qila." Yu Xuanxue pestered Yu Shi'er, trying to persuade her out of curiosity. Unfortunately, Yu Shi'er's face was still not comparable to Yu Xuanxue's. Finally, he hesitated and told Yu Xuanxue about the matter. "What? Powerful level trial crystal? Qi Lu gave it to you. Why didn't I?" However, after listening to Yu Shi'er's words, Yu Xuanxue used 4 questions and 4 exclamation points to express her shock and anger. Eccentricity. This is the most obvious partiality. Although Yu Xuanxue's body is a spirit-eating cat, as a standard alien beast, it does not need a strong level trial crystal. However, the civet cat's obsession with treasures is definitely extremely deep. As for the strong level trial crystal, according to the standards of treasures, it is also an extremely precious treasure. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand the reason for Yu Xuanxue's emotions. "Xiaoxue, you, what do you want to do now?" Although Yu Shi'er was shy at the moment, she was still keenly aware that something was wrong with Yu Xuanxue's movements. "What to do? Of course I have to go find Qi Lu and ask him clearly," Yu Xuanxue said righteously. Faced with such obvious differential treatment, how could a greedy civet-eating cat tolerate it? Therefore, we must run over to safeguard our reasonable interests. "It's not good to do this, Xiaoxue, it's too difficult for you to be the store manager." When Yu Shi'er heard this, she naturally tried her best to dissuade him, so as not to cause trouble to Qi Lu. However, once Yu Xuanxue got excited, she could be persuaded by just a few words. Before Yu Shi'er could finish her words, she ran out like a gust of wind. Only a white afterimage was left in the bedroom, gradually dissipating. "Qila." When Yu Xuanxue jumped to the first floor, she happened to find Qi Lu in the hall, and she immediately called out. Use this to express your dissatisfaction and anger. "Xiaoxue? Why do you need to shout so loudly in the middle of the night? You are not afraid of disturbing the people." Qi Lu looked up and saw a cat-eared Lolita with bulging cheeks and trying its best to show anger. Suddenly I couldn't help but joke. "When you look cute, even your angry expression is quite eye-catching. Disturbing the people? I want to bite you now, but I'm afraid of disturbing the people," Yu Xuanxue said in a bad tone. "Why are you biting me again? What's going on?" Qi Lu said with a smile, not caring about Yu Xuanxue's little mood at all. Anyway, Yu Xuanxue has this little emotion all the time, but the severity is different. Isn't it normal for the spirit-eating cat to be moody? Is there anything strange about it? What else are you asking me about? Let me ask you, Qi Lu, did you give Shi'er the powerful trial crystal? Yu Xuanxue looked at Qi Lu fiercely, looking like she was going to accuse him. When you ask about this kind of thing, you have to be tough. If the tone were softened, it would have no effect. Yes, it was indeed given by me. Qi Lu nodded and admitted. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing, you will know it as soon as you ask. Since you admit it, that's fine, what about mine? Yu Xuanxue raised her head, stretched out her white and tender hands towards Qi Lu, and asked aloud. Hearing this, Qi Li's eyebrows suddenly raised. It turns out that this little kitten came down in the middle of the night to ask questions, just for this matter. So Yu Xuanxue ran out of Yu Shi'er's bedroom. Yours? Your what? Qi Lu started to act stupid. Of course it's a strong level trial crystal. Why does Shi'er have it, but I didn't? You are biased. Yu Xuanxue glared at Qi Lu fiercely, trying to make her tone more fierce. It's a pity that Yu Xuanxue was never able to be truly fierce when facing Qi Lu. Because of fear of being beaten. So this is what you were talking about. Qi Lu pretended to be enlightened. It is indeed not good to favor one over the other, but for Yu Xuanxue, such concerns do not exist. After all, this is a guy who cares about eating and not fighting. Let me ask you, is there any use for you to take the strong level trial crystal? Qi Lu asked slowly. It's useless, but I just want it. Yu Xuanxue hesitated for a moment, then continued to speak unreasonably and forcefully. Even if it is useless, it can still be collected. Creatures like civet cats have a hobby of collecting treasures that is no worse than that of giant dragons, or even stronger. Because the dragon collects treasures, it is really just collecting. However, the civet cat collects treasures, and more often than not, actually collects and reserves food so that it will not go hungry when it cannot find the treasures of heaven and earth. What's more, the energy contained in the strong level trial crystal is still so huge. If you want, it's not impossible. Qi Lu tapped his fingers on the table of the counter, pretending to think, and then spoke aloud. Real? Yu Xuanxue's eyes lit up and she immediately became excited. If we can really get the strong level trial crystal from Qi Li's hands, it will be a huge victory for the little cat in his fight. Definitely a precious moment worth remembering. Of course, if you can stay behind the counter and guard the store like Shi'er, I will give it to you. Qi Lu said slowly with a smile on his face. But if you don't do it, how about paying me back double? The tone was light, but Yu Xuanxue knew that what Qi Lu said was definitely not a joke. You must do what you say. Forget it, I have a lot of kittens and big cats, and I won't argue with you about this kind of thing. Yu Xuanxue, who was extremely excited before, felt exhausted on the spot after hearing this. Then he snorted angrily, then stuck out his tongue at Qi Lu and made a face, bah. Stingy. Get lost. Qi Lu laughed and cursed. Only when he was with Yu Xuanxue could Qi Lu express his personality so generously. Don't worry about other people's opinions. Because it was really difficult for Qi Lu to be serious when facing this little kitten. Bah. 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 After walking all the way to the second floor and arriving at the door of the bedroom, Yu Xuanxue was still aggrieved. Knowing that she couldn't live peacefully, Qi Lu deliberately used this condition to make things difficult for her, which really made Mao angry. Shao Shu, you didn't embarrass the store manager, did you? Yu Shi'er seemed to have been waiting for Yu Xuanxue to come back, so when she heard the voice, she immediately asked. No, how could I put Qi Lu in trouble? You are overthinking. Yu Xuanxue scratched the back of her head and pouted. However, Yu Xuanxue was a little embarrassed to tell her what she had just experienced on the first floor. After all, being unable to settle down is not a glorious thing. That's good. Hearing this, Yu Shi'er breathed a sigh of relief and didn't ask any more questions. Because for Yu Shi'er, as long as Qi Lu doesn't say anything, everything is fine. As for other problems, they are not a problem. By the way, Shi'er, you said before that you attacked Qi Lu, so why not? When Yu Xuanxue said this, she suddenly stretched out her finger, tapped her lips, and then began to hint at Yu Shi'er with her eyes. The unspoken words speak for themselves. This is also the question that Yu Xuanxue suddenly thought of. If Yu Shi'er and Qi Li can cook rice, then with her relationship with Yu Shi'er, will she still need to look at Qi Li's face in the future? That's really a promising future. However, Yu Xuanxue never thought that if that happened, her status might be even lower. Because Yu Shi'er is firmly on Qi Li's side. However, even if Yu Shi'er thought about this kind of thing, she would only dare to think about it in her dreams. Now being brought out by Yu Xuanxue, Yu Shi'er's face suddenly looked like a cooked crab, so red that it was almost smoking. Yu Xiaoxue. What happened again? The shy and angry voice naturally alarmed Qi Lu on the first floor. So a puzzled expression naturally appeared on Qi Li's face. It's not Xiaoxue who has offended Shi'er again, forget it, let them make trouble, it's okay. Qi Li smiled and shook his head, not intending to explore this matter. Many times, noisy things create a homely atmosphere. What is being brewed by being respectful and respectful is probably a volcano waiting to erupt. The next day, Yu Shi'er came to the lobby on the first floor with a pair of faint dark circles under her eyes. Brother Qi Lu, good morning. Good morning, Shi'er. Qi Lu looked back and felt that Yu Shi'er's eyes were a little dodgy and her face was always flushed. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Seeing this scene, Qi Lu couldn't help but express concern. No, it's nothing. Shi'er is fine. Brother Qi Lu, don't worry. Yu Shi'er heard the sound and quickly waved her hands to express that everything was fine. I just think of the scene I dreamed about last night after the trouble with Yu Xuanxue. Yu Shi'er's cheeks turned red. How could I have such a shameless dream? But, I really want to dream about it again. No. What are you thinking about? Brother Qi Lu, Shi'er is going to work first, so, we won't say much. Yu Shi'er, whose face was red with embarrassment, ran away in a panic. She was afraid that if she looked at Qi Lu one more time, Qi Lu would detect her dream last night. It always feels a little strange. Qi Lu looked at Yu Shi'er's back and shrugged. But, there are some things that it's better not to delve into. Qi Lu knew this well, so he didn't ask any more questions. When Yu Shi'er wanted to say something, he would naturally say it. So just pretend it didn't happen and you didn't see it. As for the strong level trial crystal, it will probably have to be stored in Yu Shi'er's hands for a long time before it can be used. After all, if you want to advance to the realm of the strong, it is not enough just to have the strong trial crystal and the luck of heaven and earth. One's own level of cultivation and state of mind are also indispensable. However, for other cultivators, they always lack the luck of heaven and earth, or lack the strong level trial crystals. Because his own cultivation level is not at the peak of the hero level. Or if the state of mind is not up to par, no one will think about the issue of promotion to the strong level. However, when it comes to Yu Shi'er, it's just the opposite. Qi Lu prepared the strong level trial crystal for her early in the morning. The destiny of heaven and earth was given by the will of heaven and earth because of Qi Lu. The only problem now is that Yu Shi'er's cultivation level and state of mind cannot keep up. It's just this aspect of the problem that Qi Lu can't help with. I can only rely on Yu Shi'er to slowly hone herself. It's just that the problem of cultivation realm is relatively easy to solve, and you can experience it by staying in the New World mode. But in terms of my state of mind, I really can't rush it. Because this is the precipitation of time, a precipitation condensed from thousands of experiences. So to sum it up, it's just one sentence: take your time. Time flies by like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, many days passed. The impact of the previous racial war on the northern mountains was slowly eliminated with the joint efforts of the elves, dwarves, and animal ears. The human race has completely fallen from its position as the fourth race. It became one of the thousands of small races in the northern mountains. But there is still a difference, that is, the potential of the human race is much stronger than that of those races. With great potential, the possibility of prosperity will naturally be greater. Saratel and Tiana, who had deliberately stayed in the clan before, slowly began to run into Qi Li's shop. Everything is getting better. Lan Qi has been to the store several times and mentioned something to Qi Lu. That is where the second strongman level trial crystal is located on the northern mountain range. It was Shauna. It sounds like fate. The next day, the strange beast at the strong level appeared just within the territory of the elves. Therefore, it is difficult for Saratel to interfere in this matter. Then the second strongman level trial crystal will naturally belong to the elves. Among the elves, who is most qualified to use this strong level trial crystal, it must be Shauna. Even the respected elders of the elves would not be able to stop this decision. Because first of all, Shauna is the former saint of the elves. Although he left the elves for Lan Qi, it was not a betrayal, but just an elopement. Coupled with this racial war, Shauna also settled her differences with Tianand reconciled. Therefore, there is naturally no dispute about the owner of this strong Leveltrial crystal. In any case, it is to increase the overall strength of the elves, and it doesn't matter who uses it. As for the expected third strongman level trial crystal, there is no shadow yet. So it's not easy to talk about ownership. The days passed day by day in this peace and tranquility. Until one day, a customer came to the City of Life and walked into Chila's store. Is this the shop those two people mentioned? The shocking sound did not attract the attention of many customers in the store. Because every customer who comes to the store for the first time has this tone, so those old customers are accustomed to it. However, Qi Lu, who was sitting behind the counter, looked up. Then he raised his eyebrows as if he had discovered something surprising. This is a member of the human race? Why did you come to the City of Life? The surprise on Qi Li's face was really not fake. After all, the store has been open in the City of Life for so long, and this is really the first time to see human customers. Especially at this time. The human race had just started a war with the elves, and it was still at a disastrous defeat. And at this time, if you come to the City of Life, are you looking for death? Human race? Lan Qi, who was sitting aside and eating braised beef rice bowl, also raised his head in surprise. Lan Qi didn't have much hatred for the human race. Because the one fighting the human race is not the dragon race. What's more, with the strength of the human race, they are not qualified to challenge the dragon race. So Lan Qi doesn't have to hate the human race. However, one thing is that, except for Lan Qi, the customers in the store are all from the three major races. Dwarves, elves, and beastiers. These customers all know about the human race and the three major races, so they are absolutely hostile to the human race. It should be an envoy sent by the human race. I heard Tiana talk about it. Shauna, who was drinking orange juice, explained aloud. Really? Why did the human race send envoys here? Lan Qi asked in confusion after swallowing the beef mixed with rice. Apologize, make amends, and then, show kindness. Shauna recalled it for a moment before answering warmly. It's such an expected routine. Qi Lu scratched his head, no look of surprise appeared on his face at all. Isn't it normal for the defeated party to apologize? It's all the same old routine, first apologizing, then making compensation, and then showing goodwill, in order to gain some time to recuperate and Hopido return to prosperity. Hiding one's strength and biding one's time, lying on one's salary and tasting one's courage. So that's how it is, no wonder. Lan Qi glanced at the human race member at the door and smacked his lips. No wonder this guy can walk from the gate of the City of Life to the store intact. It turns out he has such an identity. For the sake of peace, the elves always have to show a little generosity. Besides, the elves are not a violent race. They have always been peace-loving and rarely do anything to kill everyone. Okay, stop teasing, everyone who comes is a guest. Qi Lu spread his hands. Before the customers made trouble, Qi Lu was quite polite. This is something that regular customers who come to the store know very well. So no matter how urgent the matter is or how dangerous the situation is, as long as you don't want to die, you have to be honest when you are in the store. Hello, do you need anything? Qi Lu straightened his clothes casually, and then shouted to the human race member at the door of the store. Yu Xuanxue went to play in the New World mode again at this time, so Qi Lu could only receive new customers by herself. Hello, my name is Code, and I am the messenger of the human race. While visiting the elves, I accidentally heard that there is a magical story in the City of Life, so I came here to look for it. I didn't know who you were. After hearing the shout, the human race member immediately spoke humbly. When an envoy from the defeated side comes to the city-state of the victorious side, there really is nothing to be tough on. At this point, naturally the more humble, the better. I am the manager of this store. My surname is Qi. You are just like them, just call me Manager Qi. Qi Lu said casually. So you are the store manager, Qi, they call you. When Code heard the sound, he quickly raised his head and looked at Qi Lu, his tone filled with surprise and joy. You should be human too. After hesitating for a moment, Cord continued to speak. You know, when he visited the elves before, Code saw with his own eyes how respectful the elves were when they mentioned store manager Qi. It can be seen from this, that the manager Qi they call is definitely an extremely respected existence among the elves. As for why he is so respected, there are many explanations. So after Cord's conscious inquiry, he got the answer he wanted. That is the strength of this store manager Qi, which is unfathomable. According to the news, even the elf queen of the elf clan and the beast spirit master of the beast ear clan are inferior to store manager Qi. Even the only giant dragon at the strong level on the northern mountain range was suppressed. This kind of power is terrifying. You must know that the three people they mentioned are all powerful and powerful. And it also showed great success in this race war, cutting off the hope of victory for the human race. Therefore, the high level of cultivation and strong fighting power of these three powerful men is definitely obvious to all the people of the human race. It can even be said that I have experienced it personally. However, even these three, in front of the store manager Qi in their mouth, they are far inferior. With such a comparison, you can imagine how powerful this legendary store manager Qi is. Now, Code found this store and met the legendary store manager Qi. But I encountered the most surprising thing. That is this store manager Qi, who is actually a member of the human race. In Cord's view, this is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the human race. If such a powerful person can take action to protect the human race, then the rise of the human race is definitely just around the corner. That's why Code asked him earlier. I am indeed human. Qi Lu nodded indifferently, but did not deny this fact. This is great, Manager Qi. Do you know the current situation of the human race? After Cord received the affirmative answer, his face immediately became extremely happy, and he quickly spoke out. Logically speaking, if given the opportunity, the average powerful person would not refuse to take care of his own race. Just like Saratel and Tiana. When he reached the strong level, he became the guardian of the race. Therefore, store manager Qi in front of me must be no exception. When Cord said these words, even before he finished speaking, Lan Qi and Shauna noticed Cord's purpose. So the two of them looked at each other, and then after their eyes turned around Qi Lu and Code, a teasing smile suddenly appeared on the corners of their mouths. Just kidding, if this guy Qi Lu is willing to help the human race, then he wouldn't have taken action personally, which would have ended in Songjian. As expected, before Cod could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qi Lu. Stop, stop. Sheila half closed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling for Code to shut up. This? Store manager Chi, you. Cord didn't know what Sheila meant. After being interrupted, a slight panic appeared on his face. I know everything you said, and I can guess what you want to say. Sheila crossed his fingers and placed them on the table of the counter. He looked directly at Cord and spoke word by word. However, I want you to understand one thing first. The human race was indeed deceived during this war, but the war that was triggered is an indisputable fact. No matter what, as long as you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. The fact that things have developed to this point is inseparable from your ambitions, so in the final analysis, you are still to blame. Having said this, Sheila separated his hands, propped himself up on the counter, and asked in a deep voice. But now, you actually want me to bear the consequences. Isn't it too naive? Sheila's sharp gaze was like a knife, piercing Cord's body. Every word was like a shining sharp blade, piercing Cord's heart hard, causing him to take a step back involuntarily. No, store manager Chi, you must have misunderstood. I never had this plan, and I definitely never thought about letting you bear the consequences of the human race. Cord was so nervous that he waved his hands one after another. Big beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead, and he was so panicked that he even started to stutter when he spoke. In just 2 sentences, my tongue almost tied up in knots. However, even so, Cord still tried his best to defend himself and the human race. If what he said just now were confirmed, it would offend the store manager. Kiwo's strength is unfathomable. The situation of the human race is not very good to begin with, but at this time, if they still offend such a powerful person. Naked probably committed suicide on the spot in the City of Life as an apology. You know what you think. You don't need to tell me specifically, because I don't care. Sheila shook his head slightly with an expressionless face, and then continued. And whether what I said is true or not, you and I both know in our hearts, including Lan Chi and the others. You can't explain it in just 1 or 2 sentences. Hearing this, Cord was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lan Chi and Shauna sitting beside him with a horrified expression. The appearance of these 2 people has been published among the envoys sent by the human race. The reason is to prevent them from accidentally provoking these powerful people who are enough to alarm the entire northern mountain range and bring disaster to the human race. But when entering the store, the first thing Cord heard was Chi Li's voice. Then when he learned that the person in front of him was the legendary store manager Chi, all his attention was attracted, thus ignoring other customers in the store. But now, when Sheila mentioned it, Code immediately discovered that among the customers sitting in the store, there were actually these 2 powerful people. Didn't they also hear the words that were almost sowing discord just now? It's over, it's all over now. Thinking of this, Cord felt his head immediately become dizzy, and his eyesight turned black. Originally, Cord just wanted to seek the protection of a powerful person for the human race. In this case, he would be able to surpass the dwarves in a short time. One of the 3 major races in the northern mountains. After all, among the dwarves, there is no strong person at the moment. However, the facts also prove one thing, that is, no powerful person is a fool. Chi Le could clearly see what Cod was thinking, so Chi Le made everything clear. Because in the final analysis, being a powerful person who can protect his own race is just a choice, not a responsibility. Cyrodiil and Tiana are willing to protect the bestiars and the elves. That's because the 2 of them used the racial luck of their race when they were promoted to the strong level. Therefore, the task of protecting the race has become their responsibility. But it is obvious that the legendary store manager Chi just carries the identity of a human race. As for racial luck, the current human race really cannot produce a strong person. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with Chi Li's words being singled out. The reason is very simple. We don't owe you anything. Helping you is a courtesy, but not helping you is a duty. What's more, in this world of fighting spirit and magic, the law of the jungle can be regarded as a hidden rule. With Qi Li's level of power, life and death are all in his hands. Not to mention anything else, it was based on Cord's previous intention to sow discord. Even if code was evaporated directly in the City of Life, the human race would not dare to say anything. What strong words can a race that needs to keep their tail between their legs say? So Cord, who was feeling dizzy for a while, still gritted his teeth, pushed through, and begged with a grimace, "Manager Qi, the human race really just wants a chance to survive. I just think about being able to survive, and I absolutely don't dare to think about other things." This is quite true. Cord will be sent to the elves by the human race to apologize, just for this matter. It's just that after Code heard about Qi Lu and found out that Qi Lu was a human race, he had other thoughts in his heart. "You don't need to tell me about this kind of thing, I can't care about it. What the human race needs to do most now is to curb their ambitions, that's all." Qi Lu put his hands on the counter and said slowly, "Peaceful and prosperous times are hard won. No one wants to see the Bay Mountains covered with flames of war." "Yes, we understand, thank you, Manager Qi, thank you, Manager Qi." Hearing this, Code quickly kowtowed and thanked him. Although the words were not spoken clearly, Qi Li's implication was still obvious. Since peace needs to be maintained. So as long as the human race doesn't take the initiative to stir up trouble, no one will go out of their way to cause trouble for the human race. At least, it can be guaranteed among the three races, elves, animal ears, and dwarves. As for other races, to be honest, even in front of the declining human race, they are not very impressive. Otherwise, how could they not have the guts to come out and take advantage during the previous racial wars? It's not because it's too weak. No need to thank me, I didn't do anything. Qi Lu shook his head, not wanting to have anything to do with Code. Qi Lu didn't want to take over the mess that the human race had created. It was the behavior of a fool, to cause trouble for himself out of thin air. However, Cord didn't answer, and just thanked him with a smile on his face. When the level of cultivation reaches a certain level, even if you do nothing, the deterrence will always be there. Even if others want to ignore it, it is impossible. It's just that Qi Lu didn't have this consciousness, and he didn't respond to Cord's thanks, and just looked at him calmly. There was no emotion on Gujing Mubua's face. Anyway, Qi Lu has made up his mind not to take on this problem. It is both troublesome and of no benefit at all. Qi Lu can never do thankless things. He was probably aware of this, so Cord didn't dare to push the envelope further. He could only ask cautiously, "I don't know if I have the honor to visit Manager Qi's store." His attitude was extremely respectful and he didn't dare to make any mistakes. "Whatever, as long as you don't have any more petty thoughts. Otherwise, I don't mind killing another troublemaker with my own hands." Qi Lu responded casually. Since the door is open for business, Qi Li's rules are very simple. Everyone who enters the store is a customer, but those who dare to cause trouble should be mentally prepared. Those who suffer the minor consequences will be placed on the store's blacklist. In severe cases, they may disappear from this world on the spot. Cord did have some small thoughts before, but it was just for the sake of the entire human race, and he decided to take a risk on the spur of the moment, not a deliberate calculation. Just to survive. This is the most primitive survival instinct, so Qi Lu won't blame him particularly. Because there is no need. However, if Code still dares to have such petty thoughts in the future, then Qi Lu will not be so polite anymore. In order to survive, it is indeed understandable. But if you still don't listen after the warning, then there is no need to be polite. Sure enough, store manager Qi is still the same store manager I am familiar with. He will not change his position just because of a few words. Lan Qi watched the whole process, and it wasn't until Cord left carefully that he laughed out loud. Just as Jilu said, in the eyes of Lan Qi and Shana, Cod's little thoughts are just like what's on the surface. They don't even have to guess, they can see it at a glance. So they didn't plan to take care of it. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are false. On the contrary, it was Cord's panic reaction that made Lan Qi find it very interesting. What? You want me to get involved in this? Qilu glanced at Lan Qi and said warmly. Of course I don't hope so. Store manager Qi is a sensible person, and we are not ignorant. We can just keep an eye on these things. If we intervene rashly, the relations between the various races will become tense. Lan Qi shrugged and said with a smile. Most of the time, strong-level powerful people just perform the task of protecting the race. Until the critical moment, they are basically watching the changes of the race from the outside, watching the clan members grow old, sick and die, and the changes in the world. Instead of taking action at every turn to eliminate all enemies that threaten the race. That kind of approach is taking care of babies, not protecting the race. Okay, then you can help check the customers in the store. I estimate that there will be no shortage of human customers in the near future. Sheila glanced at Code, who was looking around in the store with an excited face, and said slowly. As long as they don't cause trouble, no matter what race they are not all customers. Does it have to be divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades? You know, in this race war, Qilu only targeted the messengers of the god of war from the beginning to the end. Qilu does not have a good impression of those gods. It has a hammer relationship with the human race. That's right. The products in Manager Qi's store are indeed quite attractive. Lan Qi nodded in agreement. Although there are elves, dwarves, and beast-eared customers in the store, they don't seem to like the human race very much. But the most fundamental problem has been solved. There is a saying that if it were not for Tsang Zhan and others' instigation, even if they were given 10 more courages, they would not dare to declare war so boldly against the 3 major races in the northern mountains. Therefore, now that the problems have been solved, there is no need to remain stubbornly stuck in this place. Because this is just making yourself uncomfortable. When the human race eliminates its ambition, it is actually just a creature of another race, just with a different appearance. That's not how we get along. You know, a long time ago, there were actually wars between the elves, dwarves, and animal ears. Moreover, fighting life and death is no longer a matter of 1 or 2 years. If you really want to talk about it, it has a long history. It was just a fight, but in the end they discovered that under the continuous fire of war, the most serious casualties were ordinary tribesmen. That's why we made an agreement to work together to maintain this hard-won peace. But now, the human race is just repeating the mistakes of the 3 major races. And the final result was much more miserable than the original 3 major races. So the next development was within Chili's expectation. A race with a huge system, no matter whether there is a war or not. Innocent ordinary tribesmen always make up the majority. Therefore, even if the elves are out of the generosity of the victors, it is impossible for the City of Life to refuse to receive the human race. Then, as time goes by, various races can always find ways to coexist peacefully. This may take a long time to operate. However, Chila did not pay special attention to these matters between races. After all, Chi Lu is just a store manager. He just wants to stay in the store quietly and live his daily life peacefully. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the store will be dealt with. If everyone keeps to themselves, then Chi Lu won't bother to take care of those messy things. But as the days passed, the system, which had been silent for a long time, would always find something to do for Chi Lu. System, host, I have news that I need to tell you. Do you want to hear it? What's the news? You tell me first and listen to it. On this day, Chi Lu had just closed the shop door when he heard the voice in his head, and he immediately spoke with great interest. Honestly, if the system is noisy every day, then Qi Lu will definitely feel very annoyed. But if the system was silent for more than half a month, Qi Lu would also feel bored. Therefore, the timing of the system's appearance this time is just right. System, I don't know if the host still remembers it. In 7 days, it will be New Year's Eve. Lunar New Year's Eve. Qi Lu was reminded by the system and immediately thought about it. Dragon Boat Festival, Chinese Valentine's Day, Mid-Autumn Festival. I didn't expect that after this, it would jump directly to New Year's Eve. No wonder it feels like this reminder of traditional festival activities has been separated for so long. But, since I came to this world, I have been living intermittently. So many big and small things have happened. Is it finally the first New Year's Eve? System, you are really thoughtful this time. You actually reminded me 7 days in advance. Qi Li's tone softened a lot when he thought of New Year's Eve. System, the host is serious. The reason why this system will notify you 7 days in advance is just to say that this event will last for 7 days in total. This? Qi Lu was speechless for a moment due to the system's words. Really, can't you just let me be moved for a while? You must speak so clearly. Forget it, I won't argue with your second stroke system. You should tell me first what the event is this time. Although Qi Lu was complaining, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. New Year's Eve and Spring Festival always hold a special place in Qi Lu's heart. It is a feeling from the previous life. A day to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. A day to reunite with family. System, New Year's Eve Special Event 1, let's have New Year's Eve dinner together. System, this event lasts for 7 days. During the event, in the New World mode, in any copy or map, there is a chance of encountering Nian beasts attacking small animals. System, players can defeat Nian beasts and save these small animals to obtain ingredients from Nian beasts. System, there are 8 types of ingredients, namely, pork, mutton, fish, chicken, duck, beef, vegetables, and ground delicacies. System, when players collect enough ingredients, they can go to the store to redeem a New Year's Eve dinner template. For 10 New Year's Eve dinner templates, they can go to the store manager to redeem a New Year's Eve dinner recipe. Really? When Qi Lu heard this, his face was already expressionless. Therefore, for traditional festival activities, as long as there are new delicacies, the final redemption channel is the store manager. Are store managers born to be a labor force? System, host, you are right. Faced with Qi Li's question, the system gave the answer without hesitation. Roll. Qi Lu also responded with a polite word without any politeness. But, system, you just said that 10 New Year's Eve dinner templates can be exchanged for a New Year's Eve dinner dish. In other words, there are many New Year's Eve dinner dishes? After greeting the system politely, Qi Lu thought of another question. Because logically speaking, there are 8 types of ingredients that need to be collected for this event. And the types included are also quite rich. So if there is only one dish for the New Year's Eve dinner, it would be too cheap. System, the host's guess is correct. In this event, there are a total of 8 New Year's Eve dishes available for redemption. System, they are, roasted suckling pig, steamed lamb, braised fish, roasted whole duck, baker's chicken, braised beef, vegetable platter, and 3 delicacies soup. 8 dishes correspond to 8 kinds of ingredients. As expected of the system, this approach is really hard to find fault with. This time, the customers in the store are really in luck. 8 new delicacies are served in one go, which will definitely make them have an unforgettable New Year's Eve and have an unforgettable New Year's Eve dinner. Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh. There is absolutely no doubt about the taste of the food produced by the system. However, according to the usual style of these holiday events, these 8 New Year's Eve dishes must be redeemable only during the special New Year's Eve event. don't wait until the time comes. So for those foodies, it is really a huge test. Because whether you can eat these New Year's Eve dishes or you can't eat these New Year's Eve dishes. Anyway, once the New Year's Eve special event is over, there's nothing left tote. This torture is profound. I almost forgot to ask, how many ingredients are needed to redeem a New Year's Eve dinner template? After sighing, Sheila suddenly remembered this problem. If the number of ingredients required to redeem the New Year's Eve dinner template is too large, the number of New Year's Eve dinner recipes that can be exchanged will be greatly reduced. This is not a good thing for New Year's Eve. You know, an incomplete New Year's Eve dinner is a very regrettable thing. System: to redeem a New Year's Eve dinner template, a total of 8 ingredients including pork, mutton, fish, chicken, duck, beef, vegetables, and ground delicacies are required, 10 servings each. 10 portions of each. Sheila couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this amount. Because according to the system, a New Year's Eve dinner template requires 10 portions of each of the 8 ingredients. So if you want to redeem a New Year's Eve meal, you will need 100 servings of each of these 8 ingredients. And if you want to put together a complete New Year's Eve dinner, you will need these 8 ingredients, each with 800 servings. In total, there are 6,400 ingredients to exchange for a whole New Year's Eve dinner. This cost is extremely expensive. It is indeed a New Year's Eve dinner, and it is indeed difficult to prepare it with one person's strength. It takes the joint efforts of the whole family to put the New Year's Eve dinner on the table. But then again, the ingredients from the New Year's Eve special event can be put on the trading system for trading. So as long as there are enough spiritual crystals, it is not impossible to booyah New Year's Eve dinner. It's just that the price may be a little expensive. But for some big businessmen or some powerful people, it is actually nothing. After all, every holiday event is when game merchants are most active, and it is also when those poor customers make a lot of money. You know, festival activities are the #1 priority in promoting the flow of funds among customers in the store. Every festival event can create many customers who become rich on the spot. It's pretty good. It's just reasonable. After thinking for a moment, Chilu also accepted the system settings. Although Chilu also wants every customer to have a bite of New Year's Eve dinner. But in fact, a large part of the customers who come to Chi Li's store come for the purpose of earning spiritual crystals and making themselves stronger. As for the New Year's Eve dinner, eat it if you can, and forget it if you don't. After all, as far as Chila knows, there is no New Year's Eve festival in either the Eastern Wasteland or the Northern Mountains. New Year's Eve and Spring Festival are just festivals in Chili's memory. By the way, system, I just paid special attention to it. The special New Year's Eve event you mentioned, having a New Year's Eve dinner together, seems to be just one of them. After calming down, Chila returned to the word-picking mode. System, that's true, host. System, New Year's Eve special event too, let's receive red envelopes together. System, this event lasts for 7 days. During the event, the first 100 players who enter the New World mode every day will receive a New Year's red envelope. System, open the New Year's red envelope, and there will be a small probability of receiving a New Year's limited gift. Oh? This activity, the system is really generous of you. I can actually see you start a free activity one day. Chi Li's face suddenly showed contrite disbelief. All joking aside, with the stingy personality of the system, it is simply unbelievable that it can give out free red envelopes during the New Year's Eve special event. And during the entire event, a total of 700 red envelopes will be distributed. That's the point. You know, in the past festival activities, it really took a strong heart and not bad luck to collect all the event materials. Otherwise, you can only spend a lot of spiritual crystals and slowly search for them in the trading system. Therefore, the shock shown by Chi Lu was somewhat artificial. But the emotions reflected are definitely true feelings. System, host, this system has repeatedly emphasized that generosity is the motto of this system. Why do you, host, have to slander this system? It's okay for you to deceive others, but the little fox can't play tricks with the old hunter. Qi Lu spread his hands and expressed his deep distrust of the system. After all, for so long, the system has never even reduced the price of half-asparate crystal on the products in the store, and discounts are even non-existent. Now there is suddenly a free activity, and it has really profound intentions. But Qi Lu couldn't guess what the specific situation was. For the time being, it can be attributed to the activities to celebrate the new year. The content is indeed very rich, and Qi Lu will not suffer any loss anyway. But the only thing worth criticizing is the New Year red envelope, which can only be received by the first 100 players who enter the New World mode every day. It seems that the trend of jockeying for positions, which has not been seen for a long time, is about to become popular again. Maybe during the New Year's Eve special event, there will be customers fighting for the first 100 spots. Of course, as long as they are not fighting in the store, Qi Lu also likes to watch the fun. After all, they are all old customers, and it is common for them to look up and see each other, and to make gestures and exchanges with each other. It's just that in the past, they were fought in the online mode of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, and the number of real-person fights was relatively small. Okay, let's not discuss whether you are generous now. Since you are willing to start these activities to celebrate the new year, I am already very happy. So what I'm more curious about now is, what exactly is the New Year's limited gift in the New Year's red envelope? After Qi Lu finished speaking, he entered the event page directly from the store manager's backstage. Then I went to check the types of items that might be given out in the New Year red envelope. There is a high probability that an uncertain number of spiritual crystals will be released. The lowest is 10 and the highest is 10,000. After being opened, it will be directly recharged into the membership card. Of course, you can take it out if you want. It's just that customers who come to Qi Lu's store cannot come just once. So I won't do such unnecessary things. Then, there is an item that has a low probability of being released, a set of New Year's fireworks. There are 20 pieces in a set and can be used separately. New Year's fireworks, a consumable item that will explode when thrown, causing a small amount of damage and causing fear to creatures within the explosion range. The duration of fear depends on the target's mental strength. Psychic attack weapons, great stuff. After seeing the effect of the New Year's fireworks, Qi Lu's eyebrows suddenly raised and he couldn't help but express his admiration. In fact, when it comes to attacks against mental power, the most conventional and common one is probably the pressure formed by momentum. Strong coercion can achieve the effect of gaining the upper hand and making the enemy timid before fighting. Especially for those opponents whose cultivation level is not as good as theirs, it can be said to be particularly effective, and it can be said to be the only way to clean up the miscellaneous fish. Because fear is a taboo in battle. However, if you want to burst out with powerful pressure, the requirements for your own cultivation level are not low. That's why the effect of this New Year's fireworks is particularly outstanding. The effect of fear is actually the same as that of tyrannical pressure. They are all intended to make the enemy timid before fighting, in order to achieve the purpose of reducing the enemy's combat effectiveness. But the duration of this fear is not certain. People with strong mental strength may be able to recover from fear in an instant. And those who are mentally weak may completely lose their will to fight directly because of fear. So New Year's fireworks are definitely a good thing. But in terms of quantity, this is not necessarily the case. There are 700 New Year's red envelopes in total. Based on the probability, 100 or 200 sets of New Year's fireworks can probably be set off. A group of 20 is only 2,000 to 3,000. At most, there are more than 4,000 New Year fireworks. This number is nothing at all. However, the number of items produced during activities, especially those that can be extracted to the outside world, has never been large. After all, the system also consumes energy to create these limited items. It's nice to be able to give it to you for free, but you still want a lot. Dreaming. So after admiring, Chila didn't care about the quantity, but continued to look down. Because in the New Year red envelope, there is one last item that can be obtained. That should be what the system said, a New Year's limited gift. Very low probability, New Year's belt. New Year's belt, New Year's limited armor moderately improves the wearer's physical defense and magic resistance, and comes with the skill, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, passive skill, after entering the battle, it will bless the wearer with a New Year state. In this state, the wearer's injury healing speed, fighting spirit and magic power recovery speed are increased tenfold. 10 times the resilience. That's amazing. After reading the introduction of the New Year's belt, Chila once again expressed his admiration. The effect of the New Year status is simple and easy to understand, and the effect it can exert is naturally extremely powerful. 10 times the recovery speed, what is that concept? Basically, it can be said that as long as you wear a New Year's belt, you are almost invincible in terms of protracted combat. Based on this alone, the New Year's belt is definitely a good thing. As for the basic attributes, the symbolic increase in physical defense and magic resistance, it doesn't matter even if they are ignored. Because compared with the recovery speed of 10 times, it is not worth mentioning at all. And the most important point is that the Happy New Year skill attached to this New Year's belt increases the recovery speed tenfold based on the wearer's own abilities. In other words, the stronger the wearer's recovery ability, the better the effect will be after wearing the New Year's belt. Although it is indeed a good thing, I just don't know how many people will be able to open it. Congratulations on the effect of the New Year belt, there is nothing to say. However, Chilu also knew in his heart that this New Year's Eve special event would only give out a total of 700 New Year's red envelopes. Judging from the probabilities announced by the system itself, it would be a blessing to be able to issue 30 New Year's belts. Therefore, the effect of this Happy New Year skill is stronger, and it seems to be normal. After all, it is a New Year limited edition armor. It can't really be just to satisfy the vanity of customers, so let's make a piece of garbage with a limited edition mark on it. System, since there is a second activity, do you have a third activity there? Chila smacked his lips and asked another question in his mind. System, indeed there are more. Really? Chila just asked, casually, but unexpectedly, he got an affirmative answer. Then this New Year's Eve special event, the system is really bleeding. System, New Year's Eve special event 3, New Year's pet giveaway. System, this event lasts for 7 days. During the event, every day at noon and 6 p.m., 200 lucky players will be randomly selected among the online players in the New World mode and given a New Year limited pet card. System, the New Year's limited pet card is the R-level pet card, Little Sparkle. Another free activity. It seems like you have really become more generous with the system. Chilu had already been in disbelief once before, so he seemed much calmer this time. Anyway, there is already a free event, and another one will not be too abrupt. As the new year approaches, it's not surprising that there are plenty of benefits. But what surprised Chi-Lu was that the free gift this time was actually a New Year limited pet card. I think back then, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were also limited pet cards in the event. Moreover, it is a rare R-level pet card with the holy light attribute, the rabbit in the moon. The assistance is top-notch. I just don't know what the strength of this New Year limited pet card is, compared with the Moon Rabbit pet card. Is it stronger or weaker? To be honest, Chi-Lu was looking forward to it. So the store manager opens the back end directly and clicks to view. Little Spark, Quality R, Fire Pet, Main Attribute, Spirit, Magic Power. At first glance, these basic information are unremarkable. There are not many fire pets in the card pool of the current pet card changer. Flame-toothed dog, red flame spirit bird, and flame spirit are all fire pets. And it's evenly distributed. There is one A-level pet card, one R-level pet card, and one SR-level pet card, which are very comprehensive attributes. Now adding a small spark doesn't seem to have much impact. For the fire pet card system, it does not have a big impact. No wonder the system was more generous this time. It sent out all the tickets in one go, well, for 7 days in total, twice a day, 200 tickets at a time. Sheila did a little mental calculation and then came up with the answer. A total of 2,800 little spark pet cards. Based on the 5 complete awakenings, 381 chapters of pet cards are needed to calculate. In this event, the system was very generous and directly sent out 7 graduated little spark pet cards, as well as a lot of collectible whiteboard cards. Compared with the Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card in the previous Mid-Autumn Festival special event. At least in terms of numbers, the Sparkle pet card wins. I just don't know what the attributes are and how the combat effectiveness is. Sheila said as he clicked on the details of the Little Spark pet card. The picture displayed on the Little Spark pet card is a small flame, but it looks like a child. It just looks a little childish. A young flame? Pet card, our Little Sparkle, New Year Limited. Main attributes, spirit, magical power. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, fire element, enhanced by fire magic, can evolve. Huh? Can it evolve? Seeing this, Sheila suddenly became confused. Sheila can still understand the first 2 positioning tags, but the last evolvable one is a bit intriguing. The flame element, as well as the enhancement of fire magic, are nothing more than the Little Spark's combat positioning. Fire pets have a low affinity for the fire element. As for the Little Spark pet card, it probably specializes in fire magic output. After being cultivated, its combat ability will definitely be high. Because fire magic, like thunder magic, is known for its destructive power. So in this aspect, there is definitely no doubt. However, the evolvable positioning label is a brand new positioning label, although it seems to be easy to understand literally. But we still need to confirm the real situation. Although I have some guesses in my mind, this kind of problem still needs to be solved. The system will come out and explain it. Sheila shouted in his mind. Guesses are guesses, but some things are better confirmed. After all, this is a rare New Year's limited pet card. You can't just give it away like this. System, evolvable refers to the Little Spark pet card, which can automatically awaken for the 6th time without consuming additional pet cards on the basis of 5 awakenings. System, this effect will be automatically triggered after the Little Spark pet card awakens 5 times. 6 awakenings. After listening to the system's explanation, Chi Li's eyes suddenly opened wide, and surprise suddenly appeared in his heart. You must know that every time a pet card is awakened, the basic attributes of the pet card will be greatly improved, and a skill can also be randomly activated. And 5 awakenings are considered the ultimate pet card. But Chi Li didn't expect to see a pet card that could be awakened 6 times today. The positioning label evolvable actually has this effect. One thing to say, judging from the various attributes of this Little Spark pet card, there is actually a serious overlap with the SR level pet card, Flame Spirit. They are all fire magic output, and they are the main output points. Moreover, there is another disadvantage of the Little Spark pet card, that is, it cannot learn fire magic by itself, and it must be loaded with a skill book. So no matter how you look at it, the Little Spark pet card looks like a weakened version of the Flame Spirit pet card. But now, a Little Spark pet card that has awakened 6 times will definitely not be weaker than a Flame Spirit pet card that has awakened 3 times in terms of combat effectiveness. The 3rd awakening of the Flame Spirit pet card is no exaggeration. In Chi Li's shop, there is currently no customer who can obtain an SR level pet card that has awakened 3 times. Because the shipment rate is too low, and there are too many rich people rushing to buy the goods. In addition, after many customers draw SR level pet cards, their first reaction is to cultivate them themselves rather than sell them. After all, an SR level pet card, even if it is just a blank card, still has combat effectiveness. For the vast majority of customers, it is completely sufficient. Therefore, even in the trading system, if 1 or 2 SR level pet cards occasionally appear, they will be destroyed instantly. This means that among the customers in Qi Li's store, there may be some who have the Flame Spirit pet card. But there is no one with a high number of awakenings. Because I really can't draw it out, and I can't grab it, so there's nothing I can do. Then, this time's New Year's limited pet card, Little Sparkle, can fill this gap. An R-level pet card that can awaken 6 times is definitely the most top-notch among all R-level pet cards. And the most important thing is that the Little Spark pet card is free. 400 tickets are distributed every day, and the lucky players are completely random. And in order to prevent one person from claiming more than one person, the extraction time set by the system is also very interesting. 12 noon, 6 p.m. There is an interval of 6 hours. However, the daily time limit in the New World mode is only 4 hours. Perfect, it's really in line with your usual style. Qi Li shrugged, and then asked in his mind, are there any other activities? System, there are only these 3 New Year's Eve special events, but for the host, there is still one task to be released. Really, I still have a mission? Qi Li asked with interest after hearing this. During this Chinese New Year, what tasks can be released? The threat of the God of War has only been removed not long ago. If the mission is really to be released, it should be released during the period of the previous war. System, yes, host, it's a new round of trial missions. System, please host enter the trial room as soon as possible, complete the trial tasks, and be promoted to the strong level before starting the New Year's Eve special event. Listening to the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind, Qi Li's body trembled and he took 2 steps back. Trial mission. Why is this a mission? I'm going to have a nightmare again. Qi Li covered his head and looked rather ugly. Every trial mission is the beginning of a new round of nightmare for Qi Li, which consumes countless time and goes through countless hardships. After completing the trial mission with great pains, and getting promoted, you will also receive a nightmare experience of 10 days and a half. Qi Li really didn't want to remember that feeling. However, listen to the system. Did you just say that if I didn't complete the trial mission, the New Year's Eve special event wouldn't start? Qi Li suddenly noticed a key point. System, that's right. I see. Qi Li couldn't help but swallowed. No wonder this time, when the system introduced the New Year's Eve special event, it did not say when it would start, but only how long it would last. It turns out the trap is here. If you don't complete the trial mission, the New Year's Eve special event will not start. New Year's Eve, how can we miss such a big day? Qi Li scratched his head, looking rather melancholy. To be honest, Qi Li really didn't care about the 2 activities that gave away things for free. After all, the benefits were not given to him. But Qi Li cares about the New Year's Eve dinner. This highly ritualistic thing is an indispensable part of New Year's Eve. In this foreign land, if even this one of the most meaningful memories is omitted, then Qi Li really doesn't know what is left in his memories. For New Year's Eve dinner. Qi Li took a deep breath, and then shouted to cheer himself up. Then when he was about to walk into the trial room, his feet in the air stopped again. Wait a minute, the system, logically speaking, the trial mission and the upgrade mission should appear together. Qi Li suddenly thought of this question. If you follow the convention, it should be correct. However, the system doesn't seem like a guy who likes to follow routines. System, host, you don't have the conditions to trigger the upgrade mission yet. As for the trial mission, it's just that the system thinks you are too weak, so it was added specially for you. Too weak. Qi Lu remained silent. I really didn't expect that after working hard for so long, in the eyes of the system, it turned out to be such an evaluation. But if you think about it carefully, it seems right. Because Qi Lu also knew that from the system's perspective, his combat effectiveness was really not that good, and his cultivation level was even more unbearable. Just like the power at the peak of the strong level, the system can borrow it whenever it wants. However, if it comes to Qi Lu, if he really faces a powerful peak power, he will definitely not be able to fight back at all. Okay, actually you are right, I am indeed too weak. Qi Lu sighed silently without refuting, and then walked to the trial room silently. Even the 8 New Year's Eve dinner dishes were not in the mood to check. Because of these words, the system really hit the mark. If you don't advance to the level of a strong person, you can't truly be called a strong person. So let's wait until the trial tasks are completed to see the effects of those New Year's Eve dinners. Take one step and enter the trial room. The familiar white space suddenly appeared in front of Qi Lu. The strongman level trial is starting, please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. The trial begins. A white light flashed, and the familiar darkness appeared before his eyes, and then slowly turned back to light. Soon, the contents of this trial were displayed in front of Qi Lu. It was a runway that was neither long nor short, plain and simple, without any unnecessary decoration. At a glance, you can see where the finish line is, a square table with atrophy placed on it. And Qi Lu is standing on the starting line now. There was no one else around except Qi Lu. Similarly, there was no sound to indicate the start, just an empty runway and a trophy at the end. The trial will end when the trialist reaches the end point. Just when Qi Lu was full of doubts and didn't know what to do, a prompt sounded suddenly. Is it enough to just resist the end point? Is this trial that simple? Qi Lu muttered to himself in disbelief. Compared with the previous trials, which were so difficult that Qi Li's tough mentality collapsed several times. Why does this trial feel like it was given away for free? This can't be a dream. No, something is wrong. It can't be that simple. Recalling the past trial tasks again, Qi Lu made a serious conclusion in his heart. This shows that the world is calm, but it is just used to deceive people. What is hidden below must be a violent storm. It's just that there's really no way to guess what's inside these violent storms without officially entering the trial. So, once it comes, make peace with it. Anyway, you have entered this trial space. If you don't complete the trial tasks, you will definitely not be able to get out. Then stop wasting time and get started. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then took the first step forward from the starting line. Suddenly, I felt dizzy. His consciousness fell into darkness. When light appeared in front of Qi Li's eyes again, the simple runway had disappeared. Instead, there was a long table. On this table, there is also a large stack of rice paper of poor quality. Next to the rice paper, there is a somewhat worn inkstone with some ink in it. Qi Lu was sitting behind this long table, holding a paintbrush in his hand. The tip of the pen was full of ink, and he was about to start painting. What is going on? Even Qi Lu, who was accustomed to big scenes, was stunned by the sudden scene. Painting is a craft. Although Qi Lu is very good at fighting, when it comes to these crafts, he is really not good at it. So at this moment, Qi Lu didn't know what he should do. Hey, painting seller, how much does it cost to paint a painting? At this moment, a tall green-skinned man came over and spoke arrogantly to Qi Lu. Selling paintings? Are you talking about me? Qi Lu looked at the brush in his hand and had some understanding of his current identity. However, knowing what identity he is currently playing does not mean that Qi Lu is qualified for this identity. If you don't practice hard for a few years, or even more than 10 years in pen and ink painting, you won't be able to achieve anything at all. So Qi Lu is very curious. If this is part of the trial, then what is the purpose of this trial? Trial reminder: the identity of the trialist this time is that of a painting seller, and he is required to sell 1,000 paintings with his own skills. But at this moment, the sound of neither joy nor sorrow suddenly sounded in Qila's mind. It confirmed Qi Li's suspicion. As expected, is this another role-playing trial? Qi Lu is no stranger to this type of trial, because the content of the last trial was to play a traveling doctor. This time it's just a change of identity. And it also adds a little bit of difficulty. That is to rely on your own skills to play the role of a painting seller. Instead of directly instilling all the knowledge related to the role like last time. That's good. At least I won't have nightmares after I get out. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Qingpi in front of him and said, I wonder what kind of painting you want to draw? What kind of painting? Just draw my portrait. Remember to make it look good. I want to take this painting to the matchmaker. Qingpi held his head high and said enthusiastically. Obviously, it is quite difficult for an idle green-skinned guy like this, commonly known as a street gangster, to find a wife. So when necessary, you still have to rely on portraits to deceive people. It looks better. Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but raise his head and take a serious look at Qingpi in front of him. He has big shoulders, a round waist, an unkempt beard, and a fierce look. This kind of painting should be more beautiful. Not to mention Qi Lu, a newbie couldn't be more new. Even those painters who come here will probably feel embarrassed. But, that's what it says. But what should be painted must still be painted. After all, this mission requires selling 1,000 paintings, and I don't know when the paintings will be completed. Please wait a moment, the portrait will be ready soon. Thinking of this, Qi Lu immediately calmed down and turned his attention to the rice paper in front of him. Painting, especially ink painting. The emphasis is on an artistic conception that combines reality and reality. Combining realism and freehand brushwork embodies a sense of hierarchy, so as to achieve a far-reaching and lifelike artistic conception. However, theory is theory and reality is reality. Even if Qi Lu understands the theory clearly, when it comes to practical operation, he will definitely be blind. Because artistic conception is something that can only be understood and cannot be expressed in words. If you don't have the state of mind and don't understand enough, and you want to draw the artistic conception, it's just a dream. However, leave aside the artistic conception. Judging from Qi Li's control over his own power, there is no problem in simply drawing according to the pattern. It's just that the painting effect looks a bit rigid. There is no charm at all. Okay, see if you're satisfied with it. Qi Lu finished the painting quickly, then put down the brush and said to Qingpi. Hey, I didn't expect that I look so powerful. Yes, that matchmaker should have nothing to say now. Qingpi looked at the portrait on the rice paper, touched the beard on his chin, and nodded with great satisfaction. There is no way, the level of appreciation of street gangsters is only that. Although Qi Lu cannot paint the artistic conception of ink painting. But in fact, even if it is drawn, the green skin in front of you cannot actually be seen. As long as you are satisfied, a painting costs 10 cents. Qi Lu looked at the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table, then summed up the information given in this trial before speaking. 10 cents for a painting is actually just a production fee. After all, good pens, inks, paper, and inkstones are not cheap. Although what Qi Lu is using now is not high-end pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. But 10 cents is not a big price. Because in this role play, all the consumables for painting need to be purchased by Qi Lu himself. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Lu to not charge fees. Otherwise, Qi Lu might go begging when the rice paper in front of him is used up. Okay, since you have painted me so powerful, I will take care of your business this time. Qingpi picked up the portrait and shook it. After seeing that it was dry, held it up. Then he took out 10 cents from his pocket and threw it on the table. The first business, completed. Qi Lu was silently counting the numbers for himself in his heart. Trial mission completion rate, 1000th. Thinking about it, this trial mission doesn't seem to be difficult. Although it is more time-consuming, it is much better than the previous trial missions. Looking at Qingpi's leaving figure, Qi Lu thought in his heart. What's more, wasting time is nothing to Qi Lu. Patience is Qi Li's strength. Then go ahead. After gaining confidence, Qi Lu became more motivated. If you complete the trial tasks earlier, you can start the New Year's Eve special events earlier, and you can have the New Year's Eve dinner earlier. However, it turns out that Qi Lu still thought of the problem too simply. Selling 1,000 paintings means there will be 1,000 buyers. And among these 1,000 buyers, it is impossible for all of them to be people like Qingpi who have no appreciation level. So as his painting selling career continued, Qi Lu gradually began to realize that his current painting skills were increasingly unable to meet the needs of those buyers. The painting skills are not enough and the artistic conception is not obvious. The painting is dull and has no charm. More and more problems emerged one after another, making Qi Lu a little anxious. Only then did Qi Lu realize that it was his own state of mind that was in confusion. Paintings of pen and ink are the best way to relax one's temper, and they are also very good at tempering one's mood. If the mind is not calm, the pen will not be calm. If the state of mind is unstable, the artistic conception will not come out. On the surface, it seems to be a simple matter of selling paintings, but who knows that on the inside, I am using these pen and ink paintings to temper my mood. After Qi Lu realized this, his heart immediately calmed down. All kinds of insights also came one after another. To improve your strength and advance to a higher level of cultivation, the most important thing is your state of mind, which you must keep up with. Regarding this matter, even if you don't talk about the problem of inner demons, even if you are practicing daily, if your state of mind cannot keep up with your cultivation level, something big will happen. In less serious cases, it's just a backlash of strength and serious injuries. If the situation is more serious and he goes crazy, he has lost his mind. Once a person goes crazy, let alone the question of whether he can be saved or whether he can survive. Even if he is saved, the strength he has worked hard to cultivate for most of his life will probably be wasted. Therefore, Qi Lu did not dare to neglect the issue of his mood. But to be honest, after experiencing the joy of painting, Qi Lu suddenly discovered that 1,000 paintings had been completed without even realizing it. That's an amazing feeling. Understanding the artistic conception in each painting, it is as if you are the creator. The world inside the painting is presented under the brush, and the condensation of artistic conception changes with the change of state of mind. Until that prompt sounded without joy or sorrow. 1,000 paintings have been sold, and the painting seller's experience is complete. Have you finished it yet? Time flies so fast. When Qi Lu heard this prompt, he really felt like he was in another world. Fortunately, the task was completed, so Qi Lu was just confused for a while and then woke up. Now that it's done, send me out. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Lu saw the scene in front of him begin to toddler. Soon, the simple runway appeared in front of Qi Lu again, without any change. The only difference is that Qi Li's position is one step forward. Doesn't it appear directly at the finish line? Why am I still on the track? Seeing this scene, Qi Lu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and then looked from his feet to the finish line. The distance is not too far. But if you measure it simply by the number of steps, it's definitely not close. No way, if I guess correctly, then this time I really plan to kill me. Qi Lu couldn't help but swallow, and then tentatively took a step forward. Sure enough, in the next second, Qi Li's consciousness began to blur, and everything in front of him began to spin. When the light appears again, Qi Lu was already in a temple filled with incense. This temple is located on a high mountain. It is not dilapidated, but it is definitely not popular. Only occasionally some tourists come to pray and then donate some incense money. There are not many golden sculptures in the temple, but every sculpture looks benevolent and has a certain charm, making people feel calm at first sight. Could it be that this time I am playing? When Qi Lu saw this scene, he quickly raised his hands and immediately saw wide-mouthed sleeves of a cassock. Monk. Trial reminder, the identity of the trialist this time is that of a monk. The trialist is required to cultivate himself in the temple for 10 years. An emotionless prompt sounded immediately after. The mission requirements are very simple. But there is no doubt that it is another huge test of one's character. 10 years. You're going to waste another 10 years of my time. Have you made a mistake? What kind of trial is this? Qi Lu stared and questioned in his mind. Although patience is indeed one of Qi Li's strengths. But an inch of time means an inch of gold, and wasting 10 years in vain is definitely not what Qi Lu wants to see. Although the flow of time in the trial room is locked and will not be synchronized with the outside world. When Qi Lu came in, what time was it in the outside world? After he left, it would still be what time it was. However, there is a saying that the time spent in the trial room has truly passed away from Qi Li's life. Even if it does not consume Qi Li's lifespan. But for 10 years, I was still cultivating myself in the temple. How could I survive this? This trial mission is really poisonous. Qi Lu looked up to the sky and roared. But in the end, there was no choice but to accept this fact. And now, Qi Lu has figured out the true meaning of that runway. That's the experience. Every time you take a step on that runway, you will start to play a new role and gain a new identity. Then go complete a new task. In this process, countless identities and experiences have been used to continuously temper Qi Li's state of mind, honing it to perfection. This is the entire content of the strong-level trial mission. Because in terms of combat skills and combat consciousness, Qi Lu is already almost perfect. In terms of cultivation level, the system has many ways to help Qi Lu improve. So now, the only thing Qi Lu lacks is his own state of mind. 10 years of experience as a monk, cultivating one's character in the Templius to eliminate Qi Li's inner impatience and consolidate Qi Li's improved state of mind when he plays the role of a painting seller. And in the future, every step you take will have a new identity. Sages, hermits, literati, poets, craftsmen, businessmen, farmers, officials, governors, fortune-tellers. Painter, scholar, businessman, pawn, chess player, monk, government servant, time demon, scale hand, master. 3 teachings and 9 streams, 5 elements and 8 works. Qi Lu has personally experienced every identity, every occupation, and every trade. They range from princes, generals and ministers to peddlers and pawns. No matter high or low, no matter light or dark. Every character is a new perception, and everything in the world is a different experience. Until the end, Qi Lu stepped on the end of the track and came to the front of the trophy. His eyes were still full of turbidity and confusion that could not be resolved. Then, little by little, it transforms into clarity. At the end, it turned into a bottomless pool, so deep it was scary. I see, this is the entire content of this trial. The deep eyes slowly converged. Qi Li's consciousness quickly recovered, and the expression on his face returned to its original appearance. It's just that Qi Li's current state of mind is so strong that he is already indestructible. Congratulations, trialist, you have completed this trial mission. Please pick up the trophy in front of you. It is your gift. The beeping sound of neither joy nor sorrow sounded again. It should also be the last time it rang during this trial mission. Of course, I can't miss my reward, Qilu said with a smile. Although in this trial mission, Qilu experienced an unknown amount of time, saw all kinds of things in the world, and tasted all the ups and downs. But in the end, Qilu is still Qilu. It has nothing to do with those experiences. Because a truly resilient person will never change himself for these things. System, congratulations to the host, you have completed the strong level trial, the strong level seal has been issued, and the strong level skill, strong heart has been loaded. When Qi Li's hand touched the trophy, the sound of the system immediately came out. The heart of a strong person, a truly strong person should have a persevering will and a heart that will never waver. Be clear about the path you should take, see clearly what you should do, be clear about your true intentions, see your heart clearly, be fearless, and never retreat. Passive effect 1. Strengthen the host's qualifications, talents, and potential, and ignore any mental attacks. Passive effect 2. Any debuff magic or martial arts released on the host will be ineffective. Is it the heart of a strong man? That's it. Qilu seemed very calm this time, and the expression on his face was rather neither happy nor sad. Maybe it was affected by the tone of the prompt. However, the skills obtained this time are really not that powerful. Although there is no active effect. But as we all know, passive skills are usually more powerful than active skills. Just like the skills Qilu acquired before, if you pick them out, you will see that they are basically all passive skills. For example, martial arts proficiency, magic proficiency, and God's perspective. Without exception, all are passive skills, one that allows Qilu to fully master the performance of various martial arts and the use of various weapons. One that allows Qilu to become proficient in all magic, well, provided that it is recorded in the system. The last one, God's perspective, allows Qilu to completely control the battlefield situation. There is no doubt that in terms of the effect it can exert in battle, it is absolutely powerful. As for the skills Qilu has acquired so far, the only one with an active effect is psychic shock. But in fact, there are not many situations where the active effect of psychic shock can be used. And now this newly acquired skill is the heart of the strong. Both passive effects can be considered extremely powerful. Strengthening talents, qualifications, and potentials, how powerful this effect is simple and clear, and there should be no need to say more. Then it ignores any mental attacks. This effect directly eliminates the possibility of the enemy being able to take advantage of Qilu. Then, all debuffing magic and debuffing martial arts will be ineffective when used on Qilu. To put it simply, Qi Li's combat effectiveness will not be affected no matter what the circumstances. The most representative one is one of the skills possessed by the Devil's Colosseum. The Devil's Invitation. Capturing 30% of the power can be regarded as a top-level debuff skill. However, for Qilu, after acquiring the heart of the strong skill, the Devil's Invitation will become ineffective. This is the tyranny of the strong heart. Combat effectiveness is absolutely guaranteed. Finally, completed the trial mission. Qilu couldn't help but shout loudly before he left the trial room. Used to vent the frustration in the heart. Because this trial task is really not tiring in terms of body. After all, there is nothing to do in terms of fighting. It is more about cultivating one's character or experiencing various aspects of the world. Therefore, psychologically, I feel extremely tired. If you don't let it out at this time, you might end up holding back something wrong. Then, the moment he walked out of the trial room, Qilu immediately felt that there seemed to be something different in this world. The realm of the strong is a realm where one can initially perceive the will of heaven and earth. As the destiny of heaven and earth continues to accumulate, the perception of the will of heaven and earth will become clearer and clearer. That's why Qi Lu felt at this moment that the whole world was different. It is a rather mysterious feeling that can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. And it was completely different from the past when Qi Lu borrowed the power of the system and gained the power of a strong man. Because at that time, Qi Li's cultivation level and combat effectiveness had indeed improved. But the mood is not up to standard. So even if you have such tyrannical power, you must have systematic assistance. But now, Qi Lu dares to say that if the system lends him the power of the strongest level, the peak level, and the powerful level, then Qi Lu can fully control it even without the help of the system. This is the change brought about by the state of mind. As for why I didn't feel this way before, it's because the space inside the trial room is isolated from the outside world. Although Qi Li's realm has improved. But if you don't leave the trial room, you can't sense the will of heaven and earth. The power of the strong man level is much more powerful than that of the hero level. This is simply not the same level of power. This is Qi Li's emotion from the bottom of his heart. Borrowed power is not your own after all. The power of light without understanding its essence will only leave a void in the end. Now that the trial mission has been completed, let's start preparing for the New Year's Eve special event. It will officially start when the store opens tomorrow morning. Also, system, please remember to send an announcement to remind us. Qi Lu said something in his mind and started to wander around the store. 7 days later, it's New Year's Eve. So, tomorrow, when the special New Year's Eve activities begin, it should bait a new year. It's just that in the eyes of the system, Xianyan, New Year's Eve, and Spring Festival are all too close together. So the system simply merged it all into one activity. Otherwise, this New Year's Eve special event wouldn't have so many free gifts. Of course, this was actually what Qi Lu guessed. But it doesn't actually matter whether the guess is right or wrong, because it doesn't matter at all. The more important thing now is how to decorate the store so that it has a more festive atmosphere. At any rate, this is also the first New Year's Eve and Spring Festival that Qi Lu has celebrated since he came to this world, which is still very memorable. So naturally we can't be careless. By the way, I almost forgot, I haven't checked the dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner yet. As Qi Lu walked, thinking about how to decorate the store, he suddenly remembered this matter. I spent such a long time in the trial space, my brain was damaged. According to the usual style of the delicacies produced during the festival activities, it must have various magical effects. Otherwise, just based on the taste of these delicacies, even if they are really delicious, it is impossible to attract so many players. After all, the process of collecting ingredients for these activities is really difficult. And if you are a bit unlucky, the spirit crystal will definitely bleed out. Otherwise, the ingredients for the event that are not in sufficient quantity will just be thrown into your hands. Therefore, these New Year's Eve dinner dishes must not only be delicious in taste, but also unique in terms of efficacy. However, because the New Year's Eve special event has not officially started yet, so even Qi Lu can't eat these New Year's Eve dishes. I can only look at the pictures in the store manager's backstage to enjoy myself, and then study the effects of these dishes. Roast suckling pig, one of the New Year's Eve dinner set meals. After eating, the physical attributes of the eater are slightly strengthened, and theater's qi and blood are slightly increased. Note, after repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Steamed lamb, one of the New Year's Eve dinner sets. After eating, theater's agility attributes will be slightly enhanced, and the eater's attack speed will be slightly increased. Note, after repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Braised beef, one of the New Year's Eve dinner set meals. After eating, the strength and physical attributes of the eater will be slightly enhanced. Note, after repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. The first 3 meat-heavy dishes have similar effects. Almost all of them improve the basic attributes of the eater, and the increase is not large. However, when it comes to food, taste is the most important part. As for the additional functions, most of the time they are just an add-on. It's a means of attracting people. Therefore, the effect may be very powerful, but the intensity is definitely not high. The key is to accumulate over time and persevere. You know, the food and drinks and snack vending machines and beverage vending machines are basically clearly stated that they need to be consumed for a long time to be effective. The food produced by these activities can take effect as long as you eat items, which is already considered very good. Of course, this should also be related to the fact that the food produced by the activity cannot be consumed for a long time. After all, the effects of regular products in the store, including snacks and drinks, can be superimposed unless otherwise specified. Although the speed of growth is really impressive, but it cannot withstand the accumulation of food over time, and it can't continue to improve without any upper limit. You must know that each of those elixirs that can permanently improve attributes has a limited number of uses. Therefore, good things that are effective immediately cannot be consumed for a long time, because eating too much has no effect. It's hard to say which of these two methods of improvement is better or worse, but one thing is certain. That is, both have no side effects, and this is the most critical point. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to attract so many customers who would flock to these products. It's such a shame that we can't eat it now. Sheila looked at the pictures displayed in the store manager's backstage and couldn't help but lick his lips, because it looks so delicious. The roasted suckling pig is golden and crispy, the steamed lamb is tender and plump, and the braised beef has a pleasant color. The sight of it can arouse people's appetite, make people salivate and move their index fingers. However, now I can only see it but not eat it, which is really frustrating. Then look down. Braised fish, one of the New Year's Eve dinner set meals. After eating, the eater's mental power will be slightly strengthened, and the eater's understanding will be slightly enhanced, from eating fish to nourish the brain. Note, after repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Roasted whole duck, one of the New Year's Eve dinner set meals. After eating, the eater's endurance will be slightly strengthened, and it will help the eater temper his fighting spirit and magic power. Note, the strengthening effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective if consumed multiple times, but the effect of tempering fighting spirit and magic power can take effect multiple times. Baker's chicken, one of the New Year's Eve dinner set meals. After eating, the eater's fighting talent and understanding of fighting will be slightly enhanced. Note, after repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. Another series of 3 courses. However, the effect of this time's dishes is different from the previous 3 hard dishes, and it is no longer obsessed with basic attributes. Instead, he started to focus on other more rare attributes: comprehension, fighting talent, tempering fighting spirit, and magic power. Although these attributes, unlike basic attributes such as strength, constitution, and agility, can be directly reflected, but its role in improving combat effectiveness cannot be ignored. The two complement each other and are indispensable. To put it simply, it is the basic attributes that determine the upper limit of a cultivator's combat power. Attributes such as combat talent determine how much combat effectiveness the cultivator can exert. Having brute force without skill is definitely a waste. Therefore, the effects of these 3 dishes can be regarded as supplements to the first 3 dishes. In other words, it is a kind of sublimation. And the most interesting thing is that Qi Lu also discovered something. That is, most of the ingredients used in the dishes given by the system are whole. For example, roast suckling pig is a whole pig. Steamed lamb is a whole lamb. Not to mention the braised fish, roasted whole duck, and baker's chicken of back. As for why the braised beef is not whole beef, Sheila guessed that it may bet hat the whole beef is too big and not suitable for serving. After all, a table is only that big. Putting a whole cow on it takes up too much space. So I can only feel aggrieved. Not being able to serve things neatly on the table is definitely not because of discrimination, but mainly for the sake of the overall situation. Only when we are together can we be harmonious and beautiful. Although I don't know if the system means this, but I will take it as such. Qi Lu pondered the meaning of these hard dishes in his mind. Then he continued to look down. The remaining 2 dishes are vegetables and soup. If it were all hard vegetables, it would be too greasy, so it's time for vegetables to appear. Vegetable platter, one of the New Year's Eve dinner set meals. After eating, the eater's resistance to all magic elements will be slightly increased. Note, after repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. 3 delicacies soup, one of the New Year's Eve dinner set meals. After consumption, the eater's fighting spirit and magic power storage will be slightly increased. Note, after repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decrease until it becomes ineffective. The effect of the last 2 dishes is also simple and easy to understand. However, the effect of the vegetable platter still surprised Qi Lu. Full magic element resistance, this is definitely an extremely powerful attribute, and has extremely good compatibility for classes with defensive properties. The only bad thing is that it is not very friendly to elemental magicians. But it's harmless. Because except for those magicians who were harmed by the full magic element resistance, they would be devastated. Who cares if anyone else says it? Besides, the fight between magicians also requires defense. So for the resistance to all magic elements, it would be better to add a little bit. Fine. System, remember to send out these New Year's Eve dinner-like effects when you send out the world announcement. After Qi Lu finished reading, he warned again. It's not a boast, but these effects of the New Year's Eve dishes, even if they didn't taste good, will attract those customers, like sharks smelling the smell of blood. What's more, do you still need to doubt the taste of the food produced by the system? There is no doubt that this is another round of activities that drives customers crazy. It is very helpful for the spread of festival culture. So, the night passed. The next day, when Yushir came down from the 2nd floor, her eyes widened in the spot, looking at the store that had become gaudy overnight. Lanterns were decorated, creating a festive atmosphere. If someone who doesn't know walks in, they might think they are walking into a wedding venue. Wait, a wedding venue? Brother Qi Lu, is this a happy event? Thinking of this, Yushir looked at Qi Lu at the door of the store with a surprised face, and asked aloud. To be honest, when she thinks of the word wedding scene, Yushir can't control herself and will go in some strange directions. For example, my own wedding. As soon as the picture emerged in her mind, Yushir's face suddenly turned red. The eyes looking at Qi Lu immediately became evasive. Oh. Shir, good morning. As for happy events, there are none, but today is a happy holiday. Qi Lu turned around, looked at Yushir, and said with a smile. Didn't notice anything strange about Yushir. A festive holiday? Yushir looked a little confused. Because there are not many festivals worth celebrating in the eastern wasteland. As a member of the Yulingmao clan, Yushir is the only one left in the entire clan, so there are fewer festivals that she would take the initiative to attend. Yes, a festive festival, a festival in my hometown. Qi Lu nodded, glanced at the red lantern hanging on the eaves, and then walked back, behind the counter. This festival also originates from a story. Sitting back on the chair behind the counter, Qi Lu also began to tell Yushir a story. A magically modified version of the Nian Beast story. According to legend, a long time ago, at the end of each year, a powerful alien beast called the Nian Beast would come out to cause chaos and attack various races. Because the Nian Beast is so powerful, it will cause huge disasters every time. The people of all races were miserable, but they were so frightened by the Nian beast's powerful fighting power that they dared not speak out in anger. Later, a few strong men learned about this incident and decided to help these victimized races and eradicate this abominable Nian beast to ensure peace. However, there is not only one Nian beast. Apart from these Nian beasts, there are other Nian beasts that will come out to cause trouble. Therefore, these powerful men made an agreement to gather at a fixed place at the end of each year to discuss the matter of defeating the Nian beast. Later, this agreement was passed down and became a custom. Gathering to discuss matters also turned into a family dinner. It is also called New Year's Eve dinner. Because on this night, the Nian beast will be destroyed by those strong men, and the various races protected by these strong men will also bring out their own specialties to entertain them. Over time, even if the Nian beast no longer appears, the New Year's Eve dinner has always been retained. Today, the New Year's Eve dinner has become a symbol of celebration and reunion. So that's it. Those strong men who stepped forward must be very powerful. Listening to Qi Li's vivid narration, Yu Shi'er was immersed in the story and couldn't help but sigh. Of course. Qi Lu answered with a smile. I see, then these New Year's Eve dinner dishes should all be delicious. While listening to the same story, Yu Fei's reaction was completely different from Yu Shi'er's. TSK, how do you know how to eat? Yu Xuanxue on the side was a little stunned by the snack foodie's reaction. As for the story of the magically modified Nian beast, Qi Lu, who told it again, naturally smiled and said nothing, hiding his merit and fame. After telling Yu Shi'er about the New Year's Eve, and Spring Festival. Of course, Qi Lu wanted to take a look at the store in City of Life and inspect how the decorations were done. Since the New Year's Eve special event is launched in both stores. Then, the festive decorations must be arranged by both stores together. So the same story naturally has to be told twice. Yaffer, why are you still here? In this event, the first 100 players who enter the New World mode every day will receive New Year's red envelopes. At this moment, Lillian, who had logged off from the New World mode, came over. New Year's red envelope? Is there anything delicious in it? Yaffer, who didn't know what was going on, asked back. Because after entering the store and seeing such festive decorations, Yaffer had been listening to Qi Lu telling stories, so he hadn't even had time to check out the New World mode. No, there is no delicious food in the New Year's red envelope, but in this event, there seem to be 8 kinds of dishes that can be redeemed. Lillian answered seriously. 8 dishes. Hearing this, Yu Fei stood up immediately. A pair of eyes stared directly at Lillian. After being stunned for a while, he immediately ran towards the combat power improvement training room area. Fortunately, this is still the first day of the New Year's Eve special event. Many players don't know about this yet, so they haven't started grabbing decks yet. However, Qi Lu saw that the form of the membership card exchange system had gradually become lively. The customers who rushed to the store first and read the details of the event. The screenshot has now been posted to the forum. It includes an event where the first 100 customers every day can receive New Year red envelopes, and an event where 400 lucky players are drawn for free every day and a Little Spark pet card is issued. It also comes with detailed information on the New Year's belt and the detailed attributes of the Little Spark pet card. And underneath the post, it didn't take long for a large number of replies to appear. There are too many customers who are doing nothing and visiting the forum every day. There are hundreds of thousands of customers with membership cards in the 2 stores in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains. They are all crowded into the same forum. It is strange that it is not lively. Shocked. Store manager, Qi actually started a free gift event. The extremely stingy, crossed out, generous store manager, Qi, is grandly launching a free gift event. Everyone who lives in the City of Life is invited to sign up to participate. The little sparkle looks so cute. I want one. What a coincidence, I want one too. You think little Spark looks cute? Are you telling lies with your eyes wide open? Doesn't the flame spirit smell good? Can you smoke the flame spirit? Don't the little sparks smell good? It's so delicious. Have you missed the point? Isn't the focus of this New Year's Eve special event collecting New Year's Eve dinner? Yes, I heard that this is a festival in Manager Chi's hometown. Replies keep coming one after another. The story of the magically modified version of the Nian beast mentioned by Qi Lu also began to appear in the form of the communication system as Yu Xiaoran Dufei related. So that these customers who have been browsing the forum all day finally found the key point. The Nian beast is raging, we should get rid of the Nian beast. You can pull it off, you are just collecting ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner and getting rid of the Nian beast. According to the story told by Manager Qi, this New Year's Eve dinner seems to be eaten with the family. It seems to represent reunion and happiness. As soon as these words came out, there was a heated discussion in the forum. The word family obviously carries a lot of weight. Even if the customers in Chila's store really lose their family members due to various misfortunes, they still have a few very important people in their lives. So the meaning of the New Year's Eve dinner immediately made them think about it. Maybe it's time to go back home and get together with your family. Or, take a walk and have a meal with those people who are very important to you. This is a thought that most customers in the store have in mind. There are really 8 kinds of dishes. But the number of New Year's Eve dinner ingredients needed to redeem, 10, 100, 800, how can there be so many? Yaffer hurriedly came to the New World mode and clicked to go to the event details page to take a look. Then her delicate eyebrows frowned deeply. Foodies are irresistible to delicious food. Therefore, in Yafel's opinion, he must eat all of the 8 New Year's Eve dishes. If possible, it would be better to eat it several times. However, now it seems that it is impossible, because the quantity requirements for the New Year's Eve dinner ingredients to redeem these New Year's Eve dinner dishes are really too much. No, we can't just give up. I have to find someone. Thinking of this, Yafel took out his membership card without hesitation and dialed someone's communication window. Yaffer? I didn't expect you to take the initiative to contact me. This is really strange. Tell me, what's the matter? The person who opened the communication window was none other than Saratel. I want to have New Year's Eve dinner. Yafel stated his needs in the simplest language. In any case, Saratel is Jaffer's father, and he is included in the invitation to the New Year's Eve dinner, both emotionally and logically. Are you talking about the New Year's Eve dinner that is being discussed in the forum? I know, after so many years, it is indeed time for us father and daughter to get together. Saratel was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. What is the meaning of the New Year's Eve dinner? Saratel, who also visits the forum from time to time, certainly knows it. So when he heard these words from Yaffer's mouth, Saratel felt soft in his heart. However, the quantity of those ingredients is indeed needed. Well, okay, I'll hang up first. After Yufei finished speaking, he immediately hung up the communication window and dialed the second person without stopping. Uncle Lanchi, Sister Shauna, have you watched the New Year's Eve dinner? As soon as the communication window was connected, Lanchi and Shauna's avatars appeared together in the small window of the membership card. Yaffer naturally greeted both of them. Little girl, are you thinking about those new delicacies? As soon as Lanchi heard this, he understood Yafel's intention of contacting him this time. Uncle Lanchi is so smart. Yaffer stuck out his tongue, but admitted it without hesitation. After all, it would be impossible for just one person to collect such a large amount of ingredients. So Yafel must recruit more helpers. Besides, considering the size of a complete New Year's Eve dinner with 8 dishes, it's not something that one person can finish. Okay, I understand. I just happen to want to try the new dishes developed by Manager Qi. Lan Qi did not refuse, but readily agreed. Because in essence, one of the common languages that Lan Qi and Yaffer can become friends with is all kinds of delicious food. So at this time, it's not surprising that Yafel would ask Lan Qi for help. Is it a New Year's Eve dinner that represents a reunion? Well, I haven't been back to the elves for such a long time. This time there is such a good opportunity, why not call Tiana here too? After Shauna finished browsing the posts in the forum, she suddenly said aloud. Strictly speaking, among the elves, there are only a few people who can remember Shauna. So when Shauna talked about the reunion, the first thing that came to Shauna's mind was Tiana. In any case, the two of them were once sisters. To this day, after settling the old feud, the relationship between the two has not faded. Even the relationship between the two has become better because there is no direct conflict of interest. Based on this, if Shauna and Lancey have New Year's Eve dinner together, Tiana shall have a place at the table. Of course. According to what Manager Chi said, the more people there are, the more lively the New Year's Eve dinner will be. But now that Yafel has called us, I guess Saratel will also come by then. Lan Qi smiled and nodded, agreeing with Shauna's idea. Since we are all going to get together, it doesn't matter if there are a few more people. After all, there were very few people in the entire northern mountains who were qualified to sit and eat with Lan Qi and the others. If then, when others are having New Year's Eve dinner, it will be lively. While they were having New Year's Eve dinner, the whole room was deserted. To be honest, even Lan Qi, who was used to being alone, would feel a little uncomfortable. That's great. With so many helpers, there should be no shortage of 8 dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner. Yafel put down his membership card excitedly, then entered the New World mode and started collecting ingredients on the first day. In the event, let's have New Year's Eve dinner together, the location where the Nyan beast appears is random. Except for the safe zone where fighting is prohibited, Nyan beasts may appear anywhere else. Then you will also bring a group of small animals. Then, the Nyan beast will start to act on its own, pretending to attack those small animals ferociously to attract the attention of passing players so that it can accept sanctions. After all, it is an event to celebrate the new year, and celebration is the main purpose. The sense of ritual is the most important experience. As for the difficulty of the event, there is a saying. Many players have already suffered enough suffering and torture in the dungeon of the New World mode. Those festival activities in the past were all aimed at difficulty. So this time it's better to be more casual. Because the New Year period itself is a good day to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, adjust oneself, and relax physically and mentally. You deserve a holiday. However, even so, the liver still deserves the liver. The only difference is that it has changed from the difficult and hardworking gameplay in the past to the casual gameplay that only takes some time. And this was discovered when many players went online to the New World mode and began to punish the Nyan beast. The fighting power of the beasts seems to be quite weak these years. This is a post that suddenly appeared in the membership card exchange system forum. It was originally just a subconscious joke, but the player who posted it probably didn't expect that it would become so inexplicably popular. There are also a lot of crazy responses from players below. Lord, what are you talking about? Are those Nyan beasts weak? I thought I had become stronger. I thought it was me who had become stronger, but you actually told me that these were those weak Nyan beasts. It wasn't that I had become stronger. It seems that the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner are much easier to collect. Isn't this great? Everyone can have New Year's Eve dinner. So in the New World mode, players looking for Nyan beasts are everywhere. Suddenly, the Nyan beast, which should be seen everywhere, quickly became in short supply. Anyway, the Nyan beast is so weak, so there is no need to consider the issue of its own combat power. Whoever grabs it will get it. If you are quick, you will have it, if you are slow, you will not. So much so that during the New Year's Eve special event, there was a wave off searching for Nian beasts in all major maps. In the safe zones of various large maps, those players are basically invisible. They are all nestled in various dungeons or in the wild areas. Anyway, the first priority is to find the Nian beast, and other things will have to wait until this special New Year's Eve event has passed. After all, the 8 dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner are very effective. Some customers know that they can't put together 8 dishes, so they simply choose a few dishes that suit them best. It's a festival, there's really nothing I can do, just join in the fun and celebrate the new year. Everyone has his or her own way. You don't necessarily have to focus on the entire New Year's Eve dinner set, because judging from the portions of those dishes, it may not be possible to finish them all if the number of people is small. It seems like this event was quite successful. When Qi Lu has nothing to do, he will also go for a walk in the New World mode. I feel very happy to see the players running around, looking for Nian beasts everywhere, fighting tenaciously, and wishing they could stay up all night. It is no exaggeration to say that if it were not for the time limit in the combat power improvement training room, there must be many players who can play from opening to closing the store without taking a break in between. Moreover, if Qi Lu is willing to open the store 24 hours a day, then they can definitely open the store 24 hours a day. This is not difficult for practitioners. Because as far as a practitioner's physique is concerned, staying up late is absolutely no problem. It's just that mentally, I feel tired. However, it is actually very difficult to cause substantial damage to the spiritual power of practitioners by staying up late. It's just because it will be uncomfortable if you don't take a rest after feeling sleepy. Therefore, it is still rare for practitioners to force themselves not to rest unless necessary. Unless it's those guys who like to abuse themselves. I don't know whether this New Year's Eve special event will be a success or not. I only know that not many people have been completing the dungeon properly in the past few days. After Yu Shuangxue heard Qi Li's words, she couldn't help but complain. Those players in the New World mode have been chasing the group of Nian beasts all day long during this period. Only the dungeons that can resolve the battle as quickly as possible are mined. The purpose is to enter more dungeons to see if there is a greater chance of encountering the Nian beast. So much so that these days, Yu Shuangxue only brushes the dungeon alone, although in most cases, Yu Shuangshu enters the dungeon as a cat. However, the most critical question is: the group of players guarding the outside of the dungeon were stacked on top of each other, rubbing shoulders with each other, almost blocking the way to the dungeon. In this case, it has nothing to do with whether you just brush or not. Because there is no way to enter the copy. In order to find the Nian beast, choose the dungeon with the fastest clearance speed, and then run into the dungeon again and again. It has almost become the consensus of this group of players. So the problem that arises is that players who are slightly slower don't even have a way to get close to the dungeon. This is quite annoying. As for the wild area outside the safe zone, don't even look at it. It was so crowded that it was impossible to squeeze in. So don't even think about fighting those boss monsters that are always spawned in the wild. Because as soon as it appears, nearby players will be punched and kicked, with a fireball in the east and a thunder in the west, and they will be dealt with instantly. Crazy players are so terrifying. I see that the core content of your complaint is not that no one is clearing copies, but that you didn't make any business in this event. Qi Lu glanced at Yu Shuangxue lightly and directly said what Yu Shuangxue was thinking. Because the New Year's Eve special event came so suddenly, Yu Shuangxue had no way to prepare in advance. So this time, the business related to New Year's Eve food ingredients was announced to be no longer possible with Yu Shuangxue. After all, you can't even clear the dungeon, and the jungle area is full of players. Everyone is looking for the Nian beast, so naturally, there is nothing to worry about without Yu Shuangxue. Coupled with the other two activities, both of which are good activities for giving free gifts, Yu Shuangxue has nothing to worry about. Perhaps the only advantage this little cat has is that the top 100 players every day must have a spot. 7 days is 7 New Year's red envelopes. It's a pity that with Yu Xuanshua's luck, a total of 300 spiritual crystals can be obtained from 7 red envelopes, which is considered a good thing. After that, 200 lucky players will be drawn at 12, noon and 6 p.m. every day. That would be even more insulated from Yu Xuanshu. So how is it possible to prevent this money-grubbing kitten from wailing? Yes, that's what I was going to say. Qi Lu, if you can give me the news in advance, then I will definitely make a lot of money this time. Yu Xuanxue sighed even more after hearing Qi Li's words. As for the 8 dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner, it's not that Yu Xuanxue doesn't want to eat them. But Yu Xuanxue knew very well that as long as Qi Lu wanted to eat this kind of food, she would definitely be able to eat it too. So of course it would be better to sell the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner that are left in hand. However, if we don't seize the opportunity this time, we will never have another chance. After all, it is a general mobilization of all players. No matter how powerful Yu Xuanxue is, she can't defeat these guys. Okay, if you're celebrating the Chinese New Year, just make less money. It doesn't matter. Qi Lu tried to comfort him. Anyway, you earn enough in normal times. For this special New Year's Eve event, just take it as a rest and relax. But from here, we can also see the grand occasion of this event. Even Yu Xuanxue can't grab wild monsters and dungeons, which shows how enthusiastic many players are. Unknowingly, the New Year's Eve special event has also come to the last day. On this day, those players who were frantically looking for the Nian Beast in the New World mode also calmed down. After the customers in the store calmed down, they began to count the number of ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner in their hands. Because according to the story told by Qi Lu, the customers in the store also know that the last day of the special New Year's Eve event is the legendary New Year's Eve. That is the day for New Year's Eve dinner. So on this day, if you have enough ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner, you should start to exchange for the New Year's Eve dinner you want and prepare for the reunion. And if the quantity of ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner is not enough, then check out the trading system. Because on this day, it is the day when the quantity of ingredients is counted. Most players will choose to put the extra New Year's Eve dinner ingredients in their hands into the trading system, which can be regarded as helping themselves to recover some blood. After all, not every customer is wealthy. There are still a lot of civilian customers who rely on the New World model torn spiritual crystals. So if you can get some blood back, then do it. You know, there are quite a few wealthy customers who are staring eagerly at trading system on the last day of this special New Year's Eve event. Just waiting for the New Year's Eve dinner ingredients to be refreshed. It doesn't matter if the price is more expensive. Anyway, I have a lot of spiritual crystals, so I don't care about the little price. But it was also because of this that the prices of ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner soared a lot within half a day. But overall, everyone gets what they need and everyone is happy. In this regard, Qi Lu is also happy to see the success. However, after 6 days of rest, Qi Lu was as busy as he had not been in a long time. Because of the saying about New Year's Eve, the customers in the store all tacitly chose to reunite on this day and prepare to have New Year's Eve dinner. Therefore, there is a long queue of customers coming to Qi Lu to redeem New Year's Eve meals. Yu Xuanxue was so scared that she didn't dare to stay in the New World mode anymore, and ran behind the counter to help. Otherwise, Queen Qi Liqiu will settle the score again. Manager Qi, redeem me a New Year's Eve dinner set meal. Ye Fei ran up to Qi Lu with excitement on his face and asked for a set meal for the New Year's Eve dinner. Then he used his backhand to discharge the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner that needed to be paid for. To be honest, Qi Lu really didn't expect that Ye Fei could actually redeem the complete New Year's Eve dinner set meal. After all, there are 8 dishes in it. This translates into a total of 6,400 ingredients, which is not easy to collect. However, I lamented that Qi Lu would still have enough to give. After handing the packaged New Year's Eve dinner to Ye Fei, Qi Lu specifically pointed to the fast food area where the small round tables were originally placed and said, "There are big tables over there." This is also something Qi Lu specially asked the system to prepare. A large table specially used for gatherings, even if it can seat 12 people, it will not be crowded. However, it will only appear on New Year's Eve. After tonight, it will automatically disappear and be replaced by the original small round table. Because the frequency of use of large tables is really not high. Really, it seems like it didn't happen yesterday. Yaffer raised his eyes suddenly lit up, and he made a decision in his heart. One thing to say, when it comes to the atmosphere during the New Year and festivals, the atmosphere in Qi Lu's store must be the best. After all, it was specially decorated. So after being mentioned by Qi Lu, Yafei decided to have the New Year's Eve dinner in the store. Anyway, the environment and atmosphere are there, and it's enough for the reunion to be complete. So Yaffer immediately took out his membership card and began to contact the people who had been called to help him this time. Saratel was the first to arrive at the store. After all, it was my daughter who summoned her in person, so she couldn't be careless and work as quickly as possible. "You came much faster than I guessed." Qi Lu couldn't help but make a joke when he saw Saratel hurried into the store. As for store manager Qi, if he still insists on opening the store on a day like this, store manager Qi is the one who works the hardest. Saratel smiled and said hello to Qi Lu, not forgetting to express his feelings. Reunion with family on New Year's Eve was what Qi Lu said. And on New Year's Eve, the person who still insisted on opening the store and providing convenience to customers was still Qi Lu. This kind of behavior must be awe-inspiring. So I have to close early tonight. You guys shouldn't have any objections. Qi Lu heard this and immediately replied. It can be regarded as a greeting in advance and a reminder. It should. Saratel nodded in agreement. Then, closely followed by Lan Qi and Shauna. The speed of the giant dragon is still not slow, even if it is far away from the City of Life, it will only take a moment to get on the road. What's more, Lan Qi and Shauna are also in the City of Life these days. Because I have to help Yaffer with the Nian beast. Uncle Lan Qi and Sister Shauna, hello, come over here quickly. After Yaffer introduced Saratel to sit down, he ran over to greet Lan Qi and Shauna. The location of the big table is still very conspicuous. Although there are not many customers who choose to have New Year's Eve dinner at Qi Lu's store. But like Yaffer, there are really not many tables with all 8 dishes. Generally speaking, there are 2 or 3 dishes. There are only 5 or 6 more ways. And before that, just hearing the names of these New Year's Eve dinners might not mean anything. But once it's on the table, it's really something spectacular. Although the ingredients used in roast suckling pig are only piglets that are several months old, the reason is more because of the tender meat of the piglets rather than their size. Therefore, the length of the roasted suckling pig provided by the system is almost 1 meter. In terms of weight, even excluding the internal organs, it is at least 30 kilograms. If ordinary people come to eat, even 10 people sitting at a table may not be able to finish the meal. It is definitely worth the money. Then came the steamed lamb. In terms of size, it is definitely comparable to the roasted suckling pig. It's just that sheep are definitely much thinner than pigs, so in terms of weight, they are also much lighter, about 10 kilograms. And these 2 dishes are also the 2 most hardcore dishes among the New Year's Eve meals provided by the system this time. Even if the bones are removed, the weight of the meat alone is enough to weigh 30 or 40 kilograms. It will definitely make a table full of people, even until they vomit. After all, even cultivators have a much better appetite than ordinary people and eat much more. But eating dozens of kilograms of meat in one go will give you a headache. Then came the roasted whole duck and beggar's chicken. Fortunately, the portions of these 2 dishes are much more normal in comparison. Although it is still larger than ordinary chickens and ducks. But the 5 or 6 kilograms of beggar's chicken and the 6 or 7 kilograms of roasted whole duck are much better than the previous roasted suckling pig and steamed lamb. The braised fish that followed was pretty decent. The braised fish, which means there is more than enough every year, weighs about 5 or 6 kilograms. The garnish of green onions and red peppers is even more mouth-watering. But when it comes to the braised beef dish, it starts to feel a little abnormal again. Probably due to the inability to roast whole beef, the weight of this large pot of braised beef is definitely comparable to that of roasted suckling pig. There is also a basin of equally large amounts of dipping sauce placed next to it, which is even more eye-catching. Then there is the vegetable platter, to relieve your boredom. Maybe it's because the first 6 dishes contain nearly 100 kilograms of pure meat. Therefore, the portion of the vegetable platter is quite solid. 20 pounds of vegetables are definitely enough for you to eat until you are full. As for the last 3 delicacies soup, let's not talk about the weight for the moment, just talk about the container that holds the soup. If Chila saw it correctly, it should be a big wash basin. Fortunately, it was a carved ceramic wash basin, otherwise Chilu wouldn't know how to explain it. Seeing this, Chilu also understood something deeply. That's why, in exchange for New Year's Eve dinner recipes, the number of New Year's Eve dinner ingredients required will be so much. It's because of this weight. There is a saying, it is no exaggeration, to say that if the people at the table eat less, probably couldn't even finish a portion of steamed lamb. System, when I eat later, can you help me get a small portion of these dishes? Sheila asked this question very rationally. It's really a shameful waste. System, if the host requests it, of course. That's good. Chilu breathed a sigh of relief. If there was no way to reduce the portion of each dish, to be honest, Chila might not be able to finish even one dish. Even if Yushir and Yuxuanxue are included, it is no exception. Because there are just too many. Fortunately, the system will not reject such reasonable requests. However, there may be a reason why Chila gets it for free when he goes to the system to get it for New Year's Eve dinner. Therefore, a system that has always been stingy will naturally give a little less. What's more, this was Chili's initiative. As for those customers who have worked hard to collect the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner and come to redeem the New Year's Eve dinner, of course they cannot be stingy. Being stingy and greedy for money is one thing, but honest transactions are still the bottom line of the system. So at the end of the day, Chilu also saw a lot of shocked emotions on the faces of many customers. The most important thing is the surprise about the portions of these dishes. Who could have imagined that this New Year's Eve dinner would be so heavy? So many customers who didn't have enough ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner to exchange for 8 dishes breathed a sigh of relief. It can even be said to be a blessing. Originally, they thought that if they could only exchange for 2 or 3 dishes, the whole family might not have enough to eat at the reunion. But now, they have to worry about whether they can finish eating. But even if you can't finish it, it doesn't really matter. Just pack it up and take it away. Anyway, no matter what the items produced in these activities are, as long as they are redeemed by customers, they have nothing to do with Chi Lu. It is the freedom of these customers to do what they want to do with it. Of course, it is best not to make the store dirty when disposing of it, otherwise you may be arrested for cleaning. It seems that I should be the last one to arrive. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Not long after Lancy and Shauna took their seats, Tiana also walked into the store. When she looked up, she saw Yaffer waving to her. Sister Tiana, I'm going to leave you now. Come and sit down quickly. Yafei pulled Tiana diligently and led her to sit down at the big table. Everyone at the table is acquainted, so there is no need to introduce each other. To be honest, Yafel is probably the only person who can gather all 3 powerhouses on the northern mountains in such a short period of time. She is also one of the very rare little girls who has a good relationship with 3 strong men. The portion is so large, can the few of us finish it? This was the first thing Tiana said after she came to the table and sat down. Because the sight of nearly 100 kilograms of meat, plus vegetables and soup in 2 large ceramic basins, placed on the table was really shocking. Don't worry, I'm here, don't worry, you just need to eat. Lan Qi spoke at the right time. For others, there may be dietary restrictions. After all, with the size of the elf tribe and the bestiar tribe, they might not be able to fit in so much meat, even if they were forced into them. However, Lan Qi's body is a giant dragon. Such a little meat is really not much in front of a giant dragon. Yes, I almost forgot that you are here. Saratel heard the sound and couldn't help but joked. The implication is that Lan Qi is a loser, but it's hard to say it openly. TCH, this is a rare New Year's Eve dinner. I won't quarrel with you. Lan Qi glanced at Saratel, and words came to his lips, but he didn't say them in the end. Instead, he solemnly took out his membership card, then propped it up diagonally on the table to ensure that the membership card could take in all the people next to the big table. What are you doing? Oh, I understand. Saratel looked at Lan Qi's actions. The expression on his face was confused at first, and then turned into realization. Even if we are thousands of miles apart, we can still have a reunion New Year's Eve in our hearts. The communication window for the membership card was dialed, and then moved to the image communication option. Soon, the communication request was connected on the other side. The faces of Lan Zier and Lan Qinger immediately appeared in the communication window of the membership card. Immediately afterwards, the screen zoomed out, and a total of 7 people from Lan Ye's team appeared on the screen of the communication window. Father, mother, uncle, aunt, hello. The voice of greeting immediately came from the membership card. Except for Lan Zier and Lan Qinger, when the other members of Lan Ye's team saw Lan Qi and Shana, they were still a little cautious even though they knew they were separated by a screen. There is no way, one is because of identity issues. Lan Qi and Shana are the parents of Lan Zier and Lan Qinger, so they can also be regarded as Lan Ye's elders. Therefore, it is normal to be unable to let go when facing elders. And the other one is Lan Qi's cultivation realm. A powerful person from the dragon clan. Such a giant dragon at the level of a powerful person appeared in front of him. If he said he wasn't nervous, that would be an absolute lie. And more importantly, the 2 people sitting next to Lan Qi and Shana came into the frame one after another. Saratel and Tiana. Since Lan Zier and Lan Qinger inexplicably got married last time, Lan Yi and the others also asked Zhu Xuanxue about this in the New World mode. So I also learned the identities of these 2 people. A powerful person from the bestiar tribe, and a powerful person from the elf tribe. No matter who they are not someone they can afford to offend. Zier, Qinger, long time no see. Although we can't sit together as a family and have a New Year's Eve dinner now, we are all sitting in Manager Qi's shop, so we can spend a New Year's Eve together. Lan Qi said with a gentle smile. This was the idea that suddenly came to Lan Qi after Yufei contacted Lan Qi and checked the forum. After learning the meaning of New Year's Eve, he directly contacted Lan Zier and the others. Although Lan Qi and Shana cannot return to Donghuang for the time being, they can try to reunite through the membership card exchange system. You don't have to be so formal. Since we are having New Year's Eve dinner together, it should be lively. Shana also spoke to comfort her. The new year should be a little joyful. If you are so nervous, you can't live a good year. Well, okay, we understand. Can I start eating now? Lan Zier nodded rather perfunctorily, and then asked aloud. As a standard carnivorous Lolita, Lan Zier had already set her sights on the roasted suckling pig and was waiting to eat it. It's just that the membership card has not been connected before, so Lan Ye didn't let Lan Zier do it out of etiquette. Yes, it should be ready to eat. After hearing this, Yaffer said empathetically. As a foodie, it's really uncomfortable to watch delicious food in front of you but not be able to eat it. Therefore, Lan Zier's words deeply resonated with Yu Fei. It's a pity that in the New World mode, Yaffer is still exploring the delicacies of various large maps. So I haven't entered the Mechanical Bull Forest map yet. So much so that Yu Fei didn't even know Lan Zier and the others. Otherwise, he and Lan Zier would definitely have a lot in common to make friends. As soon as these words came out, Lan Qi and Saratel looked at each other, showing a very rare expression of helplessness. It's really hard to mess with a daughter who is a foodie. At this moment, Lan Qi suddenly felt that he and Saratel also had something in common, at least when it came to raising a daughter. And the look in Saratel's eyes also betrayed his thoughts at the moment. Yes, basically the same idea as Lan Qi. Okay, I won't say any more. Let's start eating. Don't be too formal. Just relax as usual. Lan Qi said to the communication window of the membership card. Saratel also nodded to Yaffer, indicating that she could start eating. This scene fell into Qi Li's eyes, and a soft smile appeared on the corner of Qi Li's mouth. Family reunion and enjoying family happiness is the most beautiful picture. Lan Qi and Shauna had no choice but to stay away from the eastern wasteland and come to the northern mountains. If possible, who would be willing to put his daughter alone in another world? Fortunately, this New Year's Eve can be regarded as a reunion in disguise. There are many more such warm scenes in Qi Li's store. Family is the most precious wealth. It's just that there are few dishes on the table that are as rich as Yaffer's table. But it doesn't matter, because in terms of portion, it is definitely enough. Besides eating the food, most of the customers also bought drinks. Orange juice, Sprite, multi-flavor liquor, watermelon juice. You can always find a suitable drink to match the dish in front of you. And during the exchange of drinks, the customers were very polite and did not make too much noise, and were very polite not to disturb other people. Because at this moment, everyone sitting in the store is enjoying the warmth of family. I definitely don't want others to disturb me. Compare yourself to your own heart, and you will naturally pay attention toward straining your behavior. But another interesting thing is in the store in Donghuang Cloud Mist City. The largest table was occupied by Ling Ao and his group. The royal family of the Huangyuan Empire had a complicated relationship, so it was quite a spectacle for the whole family to spend New Year's Eve at Chila shop. The first is the royal family, the Ling family, headed by Fire Emperor Ling Gao. The people sitting at the table were all members of the Ling family, the eldest prince Ling Chongkong, the second princess Ling Yuehua, the third prince Ling Shao, the fourth prince Ling Yun, and a little princess, Ling Diawu. Then there was the table next to them. The leader was Ku Zhen of the Ku family, and sitting below were Ku Mingling and his parents. Speaking of which, Ku Mingling's mother can also be regarded as Ling Ao's sister. However, after marrying into the Ku family, she will naturally sit at the Ku family table. Then there is Ku Sisi, who married into a reclusive family. The current hidden family, with the Nailan family following their lead, has long since lost its arrogance in front of the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire. So Ku Sisi doesn't live in the small space of the hidden world family anymore. This time, Chila's store held a special New Year's Eve event, and she naturally wanted to come and support it. On the other side, sitting next to the table, were members of the Ying family. Led by Ying Kuang, Ying Shui and Ying Feng sat on the right side, while their parents sat on the left side. Having said that, I have to mention it again. In fact, Ying Shui and Ying Feng's mother is also Ling Ao's sister. This is considered a common marriage among the royal family. So really speaking, it's okay for the Ling family, the Ku family, and the Ying family to all sit together. It's just that there are a little too many people, and we can't find such a big table in the store. Moreover, Ying Kuang and Ku Zhen, two old boys, also liked to quarrel, so this proposal had to be abandoned in the end. However, even so, these 3 tables placed together are also the busiest place in the store. Because the eastern wasteland is different from the northern mountain range. There are many races in the northern mountains, naturally led by the 3 major races, and other weak races dare not overstep. However, in the eastern wasteland, the most important race is still the human race. So naturally the imperial power dominates. Moreover, after such a long period of development, the national power of the Huangyuan Empire has long surpassed the neighboring Goryeo Empire and Xingyo Empire. Therefore, the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire can now be regarded as a group of people with the most say in the eastern wasteland. Of course, the right to speak does not include Qi Li's store. And this New Year's Eve is also a rare opportunity to bring all these people together in the store to spend the first and grandest holiday together. This is of great benefit to Qi in promoting the customs of New Year's Eve. After all, people have come to this world, so Qi definitely doesn't want to entertain himself alone on New Year's Eve. A family reunion is always a good idea. Therefore, if possible, Qi still very much wants to promote New Year's Eve and Spring Festival in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains. The members of the Huangyuan Empire's royal family reunited in the store to spend New Year's Eve. The gathering of Saratel and the others is the most advantageous tool to promote New Year's Eve and Spring Festival. More useful than any kind of publicity. In this way, even those people of various races who cannot come to the store, or those who may not know Qi's store yet. Under this influence, the names of these festivals will also be known. Then in a few years, it will become completely popular, slowly become ingrained, and become a custom. If it really succeeds, I can regain some memories. Qi sat behind the counter, thinking slowly. After dinner time, the number of customers who came to redeem New Year's Eve meals had already dropped sharply. After all, it's New Year's Eve dinner, so it can't be regarded as a late-night snack. A big family came to the store for a dinner, and ended up having a late-night snack. It felt weird. So when the store was about to close, the customers in the store also left one after another. Perhaps influenced by Qi Li's story and the moral of the promotion, most of the customers really just came to eat with their families on this New Year's Eve. As a result, there are many fewer people in the combat power improvement training room area. Most of the booths are empty. Manager Qi, today's New Year's Eve dinner is delicious and very good. Before leaving, Yafei ran to the counter and talked to Qi Lu with a smile. Looking at the satisfied look on his face, you can tell that Yafei enjoyed eating these 8 dishes. Not only is it delicious, but you can eat as much as you want. You can still continue eating until you are full. This is much better than the previous delicacies that disappeared as soon as you ate them. As long as you like to eat. Qi faced the smiling Yafei and replied with a faint smile. How happy you are when you laugh now, how sad you will be when you cry in a few days. Because according to the system's usual practice, the New Year's Eve dinner only appears once a year. As for next year's New Year's Eve, what kind of activities will be held and what dishes will be included in the New Year's Eve dinner, Qi doesn't know. So now I feel how delicious it is. Then in a few days, it will be so uncomfortable to recall this New Year's Eve dinner. After all, the food in my memory always tastes particularly sweet. Manager Qi, thank you very much. Lan Qi followed behind and thanked Qi Lu. Although it feels a bit strange. But Qi Lu knew that Lan Qi was thanking him for being able to reunite with Lanzier and the others. Although they are not sitting face to face. But being able to reunite in disguise and have a New Year's Eve dinner together in this way made Lan Qi very satisfied. You know, before this, Lan Qi and Shauna had not seen Lan Zier and the others for 10 years. Otherwise, the intimacy of blood is thicker than water. I'm afraid they would have seemed a little strange when they recognized each other before. Don't be so polite, this is what you should do. Qi smiled and said modestly. To be honest, since they are friends, Qi Lu is also very happy to see Lan Kai and his family reunited. After all, everyone in Lan Qi's family is quite familiar with Qi Lu. Then let's take our leave first. We have troubled Manager Qi for so long tonight, and we can no longer disturb Manager Qi's reunion. Lan Qi said the last thing, and then left the store with Shauna. Then, soon after, the last few customers in the store cleared the tables and walked out of the store with a smile. Only empty shops were left. Fortunately, there was no need for Qi Lu to clean up the leftovers, dishes, and the like. Customers at each table will spontaneously take away the garbage they create. There was no way, because they really didn't have the guts to let a powerful man with unfathomable strength come and clean up the dishes for them. Even this store was opened by this great man. But this thing about self-knowledge is really a good thing. Just because others are willing to provide you with conveniences does not mean that you can take advantage of them. It is really important to understand your status clearly. So Qi Lu also enjoys his leisure time. System, remember to replace all those big tables with their original small round tables tonight. After checking around the store and confirming that there was no need to tidy up any more, Qi Lu set another reminder in his mind. This kind of large table for gatherings is not usually used. And it takes up too much space. Therefore, it must be put away so as not to affect the layout of the store. After finishing the instructions, Qi Lu glanced around the store again and found that Yu Xuanxue seemed to have gone to another store before. She ran away so fast. Was she afraid that I would ask her to clean up? In response, Qi Lu just silently spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. This little cat is very familiar with the techniques of laziness, and even learns them without a teacher. Hey! Qi Lu, why are you here? I'm busy. I'm here to help. Yu Xuanxue, who was idle in the shop hall of Yunwu City, immediately started to get busy after seeing Qi Lu coming down from the second floor. Follow Yu Shi'er closely, riding in front and behind. For fear of being caught out by Qi Lu. You, forget it. Don't I know whether you are busy or not? Qi Lu only found it a little funny. Could it be that his usual image is so terrible? In other words, my usual image is that of a store manager who likes to exploit store employees. I'm really here to help, Qi Lu, you must believe me. However, Yu Xuanxue ignored Qi Li's words and just looked at Qi Lu firmly, trying to gain trust with her eyes. Brother Qi Lu, when did you come here? Yu Shi'er, who was really busy, also came over at this time. To be honest, the shops in Cloud Mist City, like the shops in City of Life, have nothing to deal with. Because few customers dare to litter in the store. That's not to mention deliberately creating garbage. So on the surface it was said to be cleaning up, but in fact Yu Shi'er was just doing a routine inspection. Look at any neglected corners of the store that need cleaning. But unfortunately, under normal circumstances, there is no such thing. This time is no exception. I just came here, Shi'er, you probably haven't had dinner yet. Qi Lu nodded to Yu Shi'er and asked with a smile. On the night of New Year's Eve, in order to help many customers redeem New Year's Eve dinner, the busyness was definitely several times higher than usual. Even with Yu Xuanxue on hand, Qi Lu was too busy to have dinner. What's more, there is only Yu Shi'er in the shop here in Yunwu City. That's why I ask this question. Well, not really yet. Yu Shi'er nodded, then touched her belly again. That's just right. It's not past 12 o'clock yet. Let's have a New Year's Eve dinner together and then stay up in the store. When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately spoke softly. Shao Shu? Yu Shi'er tilted her head, expressing her confusion about the new words. Family reunions, waiting for the arrival of the new year together on New Year's Eve, are called staying up late. As Qi Lu spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand, rubbed Yu Shi'er's head, and said slowly, in my heart, Shi'er is as precious as my family. Chila, brother. When Yu Shi'er heard this, her eyes widened suddenly and she looked at Qi Lu. When he saw the gentle smile on Qi Li's face, it was like a warm current flowing into his heart. It feels warm. Yu Shi'er likes this feeling very much, and also likes Qi Lu. Thinking of this, Yu Shi'er gritted her teeth, took a step forward, looked directly into Qi Li's eyes, and said, "Brother Qi Lu, I. Shi'er, what would you like to drink during the New Year's Eve dinner?" However, before she was halfway through her words, Yu Shuangxiwei hurriedly ran to the drink vending machine and interrupted Yu Shi'er's words. "Shao Shui." Yu Shi'er's heart suddenly tightened, as if it had slowed down a beat. Then, he looked at the obstructive catered lowly with shame and annoyance. Courage mustered up temporarily is like a balloon. Being interrupted by Yu Shuangxiwei, Yu Shi'er finally became a little impulsive and suddenly became shy. "Shi'er, why are you staring at me? You can't." A flash of doubt flashed in Yu Shuangxiwei's eyes, and then she understood immediately when she saw this posture. He immediately took 2 steps back without leaving any trace, so as not to suffer Yu Shi'er's anger. "Shi'er, did you want to say something just now?" Qi Lu had a smile on his face and his tone was still gentle. "No, it's nothing. Brother Qi Lu, let's eat. Shi'er is going to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner now." The impulse subsided, and Yu Shi'er naturally chose to retreat. When he ran away in a panic, he didn't forget to give Yu Shuangxiwei a fierce look, which seemed to indicate that he was settling a score with the future. "Why are you staring at me?" "I don't know." Yu Shuangxiwei muttered a little aggrievedly. "But I knew I was wrong, so I didn't dare to argue, so I could only try to reduce my sense of existence." Who would have thought that Yu Shi'er would go to Qi Lu to express her love at such a strange time? Isn't this causing trouble? If it had been known earlier, Yu Shuangxiwei would have disappeared long ago. How is it possible to make this big bright light bulb? What are you still hiding here? Aren't you going to eat? Qi Lu walked over with his hands behind his back, looked at Yu Shuangxiwei who was hiding in the corner and shivered, and asked, with interest. It's really rare for this cat-eared Lolita to tremble. After all, Yu Shuangxiwei is indeed a bit timid. But the pride of being a civet cat, well, that Sundara would not allow her to act like this. To sum up, you can retreat tactically, which is commonly known as escape, but you will never show your timid side. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. The same goes for cats. Eat. Of course you have to eat. When Qi Lu said this, Yu Shuangxiwei immediately jumped up and said with determination. Even if you go to the execution ground, there will still be a bowl of decapitation rice. What's more, Yu Shuangxiwei felt that since she had such a good relationship with Yu Shi'er, she probably wouldn't be beaten to death. The most I can do is, lie down for a few days. So, this New Year's Eve dinner still has to be eaten, and it must be eaten, otherwise it will really be a big loss. If you want to eat, come here quickly. Don't stand here all the time. After Qi Lu finished speaking, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Before leaving, he added, remember to bring a few bottles of drinks. Don't be empty-handed. I'll just drink pure milk. I see. Yu Shuangxiwei only felt the cold wind rustling. On the other side, Yu Shi'er has already put all 8 dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner on the table. Of course, the portion of each dish was reduced to an appropriate level under Qi Li's request so as not to be too much to finish. After all, there are only 3 people at Qi Li's table. No, maybe it should be said to be 2 people and a cat. Although it is said that after transforming into a human form, it can be regarded as a human being. But things like food intake are calculated based on the size of the body. So, wasting food is quite shameful. However, after the New Year's Eve dinner, Qi Lu realized that he might have miscalculated something. That is the food intake of the civet cat, which does not seem to be calculated based on its body size. After serving the food, Yu Xuanxue had a serious expression on her face, as if she was eating the last meal of her life, showing off her amazing appetite. The dishes on the table were so delicious and clean. Qilu was so shocked that he kept thinking, did he abuse this Katiridlalita? But after carefully recalling it for a while, Qilu answered this question with certainty, that is, no. And not only that, Yu Xuanxue's daily life was actually quite moist. Even more comfortable than Qili's life. Because since Qilu returned to the store, Yu Xuanxue began to live an idle life again, staying in the New World mode all day long. Apart from getting up early every day to open the store, there is basically nothing to do. Eat and play, play and sleep, sleep and eat, and so on. So, what's going on with this amount of food today? Is it because I have never had such good food before? That wouldn't be the case. Although there are indeed no regular dishes in the snack vending machine. But other delicacies should not be bad in terms of taste. But if you think about it further, it doesn't matter. In the end, Qilu just didn't want to think about it anymore. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it anyway. Because this is an event output, no matter how many dishes are required for the New Year's Eve dinner, they will be provided by the system for free, and Qilu will not be blamed for any loss. Then just let Yu Xuanxue eat enough. Otherwise, there won't be such good food to eat tomorrow. On the other hand, Yu Shi'er, who was sitting nearby, ate the food quietly and looked quite elegant. I just don't know why, but my cheeks seem a little red. Qilu felt that maybe he had seen it wrong. The first one is New Year's Eve. While eating vegetables and drinking pure milk, Qilu suddenly looked at the scenery outside the store. The red lanterns under the eaves exude a soft and festive light, shining on the surrounding walls and ground. Even the windows were covered with a thick layer of red light. Turning back, he looked at the dishes on the table. The roasted suckling pig is golden and crispy, fat but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. The steamed lamb meat is tender, juicy, and delicious, tender and delicious. The braised beef is spicy, tender, juicy, and juicy. The roasted whole duck is red in color, tender in texture, and mellow in flavor. The beggar's chicken is fragrant, with crispy skin and tender meat, which is crispy and plump. The braised fish is ruddy and attractive, tender and salty, and the soup is rich. The vegetable platter is crisp and refreshing, with a pleasant fragrance. The three delicacies soup is refreshing, mellow, and rich. No matter which dish, they are all rare delicacies, and they complement each other even more when placed on the table. Being able to have such a New Year's Eve dinner should make me feel a lot more comfortable. Shi'er. Qilu suddenly shouted. What's the matter, brother Qilu? Yu Shi'er, who was eating vegetables with her head down, immediately raised her head and looked at Qilu. Happy New Year. A smile appeared on Qili's face and he spoke softly. Happy New Year. Yu Shi'er was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and replied quickly. Happy New Year. Yu Xuanxue, who had been devouring the food in a whirlwind manner, also shouted out. Then a pair of big watery eyes looked at Yu Shi'er. The meaning expressed is self-evident. It's a new year, so let's let the unpleasantness that happened before just pass. The worst thing is, I just promise not to cause trouble again in the future. Yu Xuanxue's meaning was expressed very clearly, so Yu Shi'er saw it at a glance, and then stared back fiercely. But soon, it was replaced by a smiling face. New year, new atmosphere. Maybe confessing your love at the end of a year is not a good option. Although it was to stay up late, Qilu did not let Yu Shi'er stay up late. So after the New Year's Eve dinner, Qilu asked them to go upstairs to rest early. Qilu, however, was planning something else. That is, going to another world. This time, the messenger of the god of war appeared in the northern mountains, giving Qilu a sense of urgency. Because if this happens, it means that the group of gods has discovered this world. So, such a world without faith. To those gods, this is nothing more than a piece of tender and delicious fat, placed in front of him. This is not a good thing. Moreover, through this incident, Qi Lu also thought of another point. That is, since the northern mountains that have been hidden for so long can be discovered by those gods, what about the eastern wasteland? Will he be found out one day? Then he was bewitched by the messengers of the gods, and then started a war that swept the entire eastern wasteland. This is not impossible. There may even be more serious situations. Because in terms of overall strength, Donghuang is not as good as the northern mountains. Therefore, Qi Lu felt that it would be better for him to go to another world earlier to collect the power of faith. In this way, it can be regarded as weakening the power of a certain god in disguised form. And the more power of faith he collects, the more fairy and magic weapons Qi Lu can bring out in the battlefield of immortals and demons. Those are all good things. Since there is no way to improve the level of cultivation in a short period of time, then you can only rely on powerful equipment to improve your combat effectiveness. However, as a result, the demand for these powerful equipment will increase. The power of faith in one world cannot be supplied. That's why Qi Lu made this decision. It's not the same thing to be idle all the time anyway, it's better to find something to do for yourself. Besides, it was already a month before Qi Lu returned to the store. The cooling of the barrier gate has already been restored. It's just that at that time, I was dealing with some aftermath matters after the race war, and then preparing for the New Year's Eve special event. That's why Qi Lu put the matter on hold. Now that things have been sorted out, it's time to put this matter on the agenda. Let's just decide on these days. Just tell Xi'er tomorrow. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa and thought in his heart. System, host, Happy New Year. Huh? You can also say this? Then, Happy New Year. Qi Lu was thinking about something, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the system, and he almost didn't react. System, host, this system is a very user-friendly system. How could it not say Happy New Year? System, by the way, on this first day of the new year, this system has a gift for the host. Gift? Oh, that's really a change. What gift are you going to prepare for me? Take it out and let me see. Anyway, the problem has been considered to the final stage, so Qi Lu didn't pay much attention to the sudden appearance of the system. Instead, he became interested in the so-called gifts. System, no problem, host, please pay attention to check. System, congratulations to the host for getting a new snack, glutinous rice balls. System, however, this system would like to remind you that this snack is a New Year limited snack and is only available in the first month. Sweet dumpling? When Qi Lu heard this, he didn't react for a moment. Yudao is a fire for 30 nights and a lamp for 15 nights. New Year's Eve has passed, and soon it will be the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. And glutinous rice balls are naturally an essential delicacy during the Lantern Festival. However, it is only the first day of the first lunar month, so why did we suddenly jump to the food for the Lantern Festival? This is too far-reaching. System, yes, this is the system's New Year's gift. That's okay, it's better than nothing. Qi Lu licked his lips and said silently. However, there is a saying that Qi Lu himself doesn't like eating glutinous rice balls very much, because they are too sweet and they will easily get tired of them if they eat too much. However, the dumplings produced by the system should be different. Otherwise, half a bowl? Taste it? Qi Lu thought so, then entered the store manager's backstage and checked the detailed attributes of the glutinous rice balls. Tang Yuan, New Year only 30 nights of fire, 15 nights of lights. The delicacy in the glutinous rice balls is more beautiful than the lights. Long-term consumption can moderately enhance the mental power of the user. Price, 30 spiritual crystals per bowl, 10 per bowl. Medium range. It is indeed a New Year's limited snack, and the effect is powerful. After Qilu read it, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It is not a rare attribute to improve mental power alone. But the side effect of glutinous rice balls as a snack is the strongest in the 4 words medium range. You know, the descriptors and the effects of the previous snacks were all smaller, even very small improvements. Compared with medium amplitude, this is definitely not on the same level. That's why Qilu was surprised. It's a pity that glutinous rice balls are a New Year's limited snack and can only be purchased during the first month of the year. After this month, you have to wait until the first month of the next year. It's pretty good. In terms of effect, it really didn't disappoint me. Now let me have a taste. System, bring me a bowl, 3 glutinous rice balls are enough. I just want to taste it. I can't eat too much. Qilu thought for a moment before reporting a number. After all, I just had New Year's Eve dinner before, and now I'm eating glutinous rice balls again, so I definitely want to try the taste. If you really want to eat glutinous rice balls, you won't choose this time. System, okay. A short word sounded, and then a small bowl appeared on the table in front of Qilu. The top of the small bowl was sealed with a transparent film, and what was inside was a small half bowl of thick white soup and 3 round glutinous rice balls. The presentation is okay. Qilu looked at the 3 glutinous rice balls and suddenly felt they were quite cute. The round appearance always makes me feel a little cute. Then come and eat again. Thinking of this, Qilu reached out and tore off the transparent film on the small bowl. In an instant, a strong aroma wafted out from the small bowl, making people twitch their index fingers. Wait, where's the spoon? As soon as he tore off the transparent film, Qilu suddenly thought of this problem. If you don't have a spoon, give me a pair of chopsticks. Otherwise, how will you eat glutinous rice balls? Are you good at catching it? System, the spoon is at the bottom of the bowl. After receiving the hint, Qilu picked up the small bowl and touched the bottom of the bowl. There is actually a small foldable spoon, which looks like it should be disposable. You are so creative, you actually put the spoon in the bottom of the bowl. After taking out the spoon and opening it, Qilu couldn't help but complain. You know, this small bowl is not transparent, only the film on it is transparent. So if the system hadn't prompted him, Qilu might not have thought that the spoon would be placed at the bottom of the bowl all night. But forget about that for now. Qilu shook his head, then scooped up a glutinous rice ball with a spoon and put it into his mouth. In an instant, a sweet but not greasy taste burst out in Qilu's mouth, sweeping over his entire taste buds. The glutinous rice dumplings are cooked so well that they melt in your mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls and swallowing, you will have endless aftertaste. The most taboo thing about sweets is that they are greasy. However, the sweetness of the glutinous rice balls provided by the system is just right, sweet but not greasy, yet sweet and delicious. It's really delicious. At least even I, who don't like glutinous rice balls, can't fault it. Qilu affirmed the taste of this bowl of glutinous rice balls. Then he ate the remaining 2 glutinous rice balls in one go. But there is no need to ask for a few more glutinous rice balls. After all, Qilu himself had just had the New Year's Eve dinner and was not very hungry. Just eat it to taste it, there is no need to eat it as food. If this is my New Year's gift, then I will give you a review. It tastes pretty good, I'm very satisfied. After Qilu put down the small bowl, he made his own comment. Delicious is delicious, and Qilu will not give any comments containing personal bias, because of his own preferences. That's disrespectful to food. But let's eat the glutinous rice balls here first. System, I have another thing to do. Send me to the battlefield of immortals and demons. I have to leave as many things as possible in the store before leaving for another world. In fact, this is Qilu's original intention. Although frequently entering the battlefield of immortals and demons will put a great burden on Qi Li's body. But now, almost 2 months have passed since Qi Li last entered the battlefield of immortals and demons. The corrosion of Qi Li's body by the death energy was also eliminated. So it's no problem to go in again now. System, received, host. System, the battlefield of immortals and demons is opening, host, please be prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, a door formed by light suddenly appeared in front of Qi Li. Don't worry, we've already prepared it. This is the 3rd time Qi Li has opened the battlefield of immortals and demons, and he has already become familiar with it. So as soon as the light door appeared, Qi Li walked in. The familiar scenery once again caught Qi Li's eyes. It is still so majestic, and the aura from ancient times is overwhelming and makes people feel heart-stopping. Moreover, this time Qi Li came to the battlefield of immortals and demons, because his cultivation level had once again improved, his perception of death energy was also more acute. He could clearly sense how terrifying the death aura in the battlefield of immortals and demons was. This kind of power that devours life, even if it is a powerful person, must stay away. Speed up and pick a relatively complete weapon. Qi Li has already made his goal clear. Since I don't know any of the fairy or magic weapons here. Of course, the less damaged items appear to be, the more profitable they are when taken out. After all, a complete fairy or magic weapon must be more powerful than atom-aged fairy or magic weapon. Even if there is a difference in quality. But who knows how extensive the damage is. So this time, Qi Li did not stop at all in the battlefield of immortals and demons, and kept running forward. His eyes swept over the corpses around him, focusing on the fairy and magic weapons. Soon, Qi Li noticed a square-looking shield. To be honest, square shields are actually quite rare. Because generally speaking, even for convenience of carrying, it should be a round shield. Either it is a rectangular or trapezoidal tower shield, or it is a triangular kite shield, or a pentagonal standard shield. However, a square shield really has no advantages. But it was precisely because of this shape that Qi Li noticed this shield. It's interesting, a strange-looking shield. And from the outside, it doesn't look like there's much damage. Qi Li couldn't help but stop and observe carefully. There are some patterns engraved on this square shield. They don't look complicated, but Qi Li doesn't recognize them either. It feels like it was carved randomly. However, feelings are feelings, although Qi Li thought so in his heart. But my mind is still very clear. Things that can appear in the battlefield of immortals and demons, even some seemingly simple patterns, are probably not simple in nature. Therefore, Qi Li did not look down upon him in the slightest, but his attitude became more solemn. After all, the most important thing is simplicity. Who knows if these fairy and magic weapons will also have this virtue? If you miss something good this time, you may not be able to find it next time. In addition, wherever Qi Li looks now, there is no other weapon that can catch his eye. If we continue to look for it, we may end up picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon. So just get this square shield. Okay, that's it. System, I have selected the products this time. Now send me back to the store. Qi Li thought so, grabbed the square shield in front of him, and shouted in his mind. As the saying goes, once born, twice cooked. This is the 3rd time Qi Li has entered this fairy and demon battlefield, so naturally, there is no need for the system to make a sound to remind him of the time. After being promoted to the strong level, Qi Li already had a very clear understanding of the death energy that pervaded the battlefield of immortals and demons. Therefore, you can easily sense your own limits and leave the battlefield of immortals and demons before reaching your limits, so as not to be eroded by the dead air. This is something that cannot be done at the heroic level. System, received, host will wait a moment. As the words fell, Qi Li's figure also appeared in the store. The square shield was naturally repaired by the system as usual. The ability of a strong person to perceive the power of heaven and earth is indeed not comparable to that of a heroic person. After returning, Qi Lu didn't even care about the square shield for the first time. Instead, he sighed in his heart. The understanding of the strong level realm has also become deeper. The power of the improvement of cultivation realm is reflected in all aspects. It's definitely more than just an improvement in combat effectiveness. However, Qi Lu cannot list them all now. Because for Qi Lu, the most intuitive manifestation of the improvement in cultivation level is the increase in combat effectiveness. As for other aspects, Qi Lu really hasn't studied it seriously. So it's almost a state of half-knowledge. But Qi Lu doesn't care about this either. After all, if there's anything he doesn't understand, he can just ask the system temporarily. Anyway, with such an encyclopedia in my mind, why bother to learn so much on my own? System, host, the product has been repaired. Probably because he discovered that Qi Lu was thinking about something. This time, the system actually reminded him aloud. Qi Lu, who was thinking, woke up. It's been repaired so quickly. Let me see what good thing I brought out this time. Qi Lu was not surprised either. After several experiences in repairing fairy and magic weapons, Qi Lu discovered that the system was indeed fast. So after hearing the system prompt, Qi Lu immediately opened the store manager's back end. Compared with the things brought out from the fairy and demon battlefield twice before, the square shield this time is obviously more like a regular armor. Unlike the previous glass bead or the small cage, there is no discernible purpose. Heavenly shield, epic level armor, those who are not at the strong level cannot leave any trace on this shield. And comes with skills, Lord Protector, Barrier, and Heaven Control. Protector, passive skill. When the owner of the heavenly shield is about to beat tact, the heavenly shield will automatically defend against the incoming attack. Barrier, passive skill, greatly reducing any damage suffered. Yutian, the active skill, after being turned on, can expand the Yutian barrier, and the covering range can be adjusted by itself. Before the Yutian shield is exhausted and destroyed, the Yutian barrier will never be broken. Restrictions on use: recognize the master by dripping blood, and bind the soul. Friendly reminder: anyone can try to shed blood to identify the master, but if they cannot withstand the power of the heavenly shield, they will not succeed. It is indeed armor. And it's also an extremely powerful armor. The last thing is that it is an extremely powerful armor with extremely low usage restrictions. Seeing this, Qi Lu was so moved that he cried. Finally, a good thing came, and it was not in vain that Qi Lu took out this square shield without any hesitation. Although the heavenly shield, the holy light sphere, and the demoness Colosseum are not the same type of fairy weapon. But judging from the accompanying skills, the power of the heavenly shield should be greater than that of the fairy weapon and the magic weapon. After carefully reading the skill description for a long time, Qi Lu came to such a conclusion. Although the functions are different, it is really not easy to compare. But as far as the level of strength is concerned, it can still be seen. There is no doubt that the heavenly shield can be regarded as one of the top among armors, even among epic armors. Although the basic attributes of the sky shield do not increase physical defense and magic resistance like other armors. However, just the sentence "those who are not at the level of a strong person cannot leave the slightest trace on this shield" are already far better than those fancy physical defenses or magic resistance. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you obtain the heavenly shield, you will be absolutely invincible at the strong level. This is the crushing of power levels. The defensive power of the heavenly shield has long surpassed the level offero. Moreover, judging from such a terrifying defensive power, there are probably only a handful of people who can break through the defensive power of the heavenly shield in the realm of the strong. However, if it is just a strong defense, it is not actually that powerful. However, the most powerful thing about the heavenly shield is not its amazing defensive power, but the 3 powerful skills it comes with. Of course, there is no need to say more about the skill of protecting the master. To be honest, this is the first time Qi Lu has seen such an intelligent skill. There is no need for the owner of the heavenly shield to pay attention or perceive it. As long as it is likely to be attacked, it will automatically defend itself. Then combined with the substantial damage reduction provided by barrier skills. It's a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Automatic protection and unparalleled defense, this is the most powerful combination among armors, right? Because the mission of armor is to protect the wearer from harm. In this regard, the heavenly shield can be said to have reached the pinnacle. Moreover, the last sky control skill is the most powerful part of the sky control shield. Range-type defense skill, Heavenly Barrier. The shield against the sky will not be destroyed, and the barrier against the sky will not be broken. On this point, it can be said bluntly that there are very few practitioners who can break through the defense of the heavenly shield. So you can imagine how difficult it is to destroy the heavenly shield. At least, it would have to be done by a powerful person at the pinnacle level to make it possible. This was also the biggest reason why Qi Lu was amazed and cried. The pinnacle of epic armors. Otherwise, the power of the heavenly shield should be stronger than the holy light sphere and the demon's colosseum. That's why auxiliary weapons and armor cannot be directly compared in terms of effectiveness. However, it can be compared indirectly through the grade and status of the same type of treasure. Moreover, the biggest benefit of the heavenly shield is its usage restrictions. All it takes is a drop of blood to recognize the Lord. If the bleeder is recognized by the heavenly shield, his soul will be bound. If it is not recognized, then there will be no other problems. Very convenient. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Qi Lu rubbed his hands and looked at the information in the store manager's backstage. After a long time, he nodded sharply. Then it's a happy decision. I'll let Sheer give me some blood tomorrow. If it succeeds, I'll use the heavenly shield to protect Sheer. This decision was made after careful consideration by Qi Lu. Because Qi Lu doesn't lack the few spiritual crystals he can sell for this heavenly shield, it's just some numbers anyway. After all, it is not Qi Lu who is in charge of the accounts, but the system. Since I have spent a lot of the power of faith, I naturally have to do something. Therefore, it is necessary to make the heavenly shield play a greater role. It was undoubtedly a good idea to leave Yushir to defend herself. Although Yushir has been staying in the store, theoretically she will not be in danger. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the eventuality. Qi Lu will use the barrier gate to go to another world in a few days. He is really worried because he is not in the store to take care of it himself. Who knows whether some god will find the location of Dong Huang during this period. Then a bunch of envoys were sent over, turning Dong Huang upside down. You know, this time in the northern mountains, we actually had better luck. We encountered only the god of war, a god whose concept was considered peaceful. It just ignited the flames of war. If this encounters the god of killing or the god of death, the outcome will be difficult to predict. Therefore, in order to be prepared, Qi Lu still felt that it would be better to leave the shield of heaven to Yushir. Anyway, other people don't lack such a piece of armor. Furthermore, if we really want to compare them, in Qi Li's heart, those other people are really not as important as Yushir. Even if you are protecting others, you must protect your own people first. At this point, Qi Li's work for today can be considered finished. The rest will have to wait until tomorrow. The night of New Year's Eve always seems very short. Probably because I went to bed late. So Qi Lu didn't sleep for long, and sat up neatly on the first day of the new year. Then he washed up and walked downstairs. Brother Qi Lu, good morning. When I came down this morning, I found a new snack. It must have been on the shelves last night. Yu Shi'er, who was eating happily with a bowl of glutinous rice balls, immediately put down her spoon and said hello when she saw Qi Lu. Good morning, Shi'er, do you like these glutinous rice balls? Qi Lu nodded and asked, casually. I like it. It's sweet and delicious. Yu Shi'er nodded vigorously. Nice. You love it. By the way, I have something to give you, just think of it as a New Year's gift. Qi Lu smiled, then walked to Yu Shi'er and spoke softly. In fact, to be precise, it may be more appropriate to regard it as lucky money. Because when he was watching the New Year's Eve last night, Qi Lu really forgot about the New Year's money. After all, in the last life, Qi Lu, as a junior who received lucky money, had never given any New Year's money. My thoughts didn't change at once. So it is normal to forget. New Year's gift, what is it? Yu Shi'er tilted her head and asked, curiously. Yu Shi'er's mentality has changed since the last time she suddenly and impulsively attacked Qi Lu. Anyway, I have decided to follow Brother Qi Lu for the rest of my life. Then, if Brother Qi Lu gives me anything else, just take it all. After all, if we really break through that level of relationship, then eventually our Brother Qi Li's, so why should we distinguish between them? So Yu Shi'er seemed quite calm this time. I won't tell you what it is specifically. You need to understand it yourself. Qi Lu also noticed the change in Yu Shi'er's mentality, and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. At certain times, having a treacherous attitude will only make people think that the relationship is not good enough, which is why this situation occurs. Therefore, when the relationship is close enough, calmness is the best attitude. Shi'er, just put a drop of blood on this shield. Remember, you have to wrap your soul in the blood. Qi Lu put the heavenly shield he got last night on the counter. The appearance did not change much from what he saw in the battlefield of immortals and demons. At most, it looks cleaner, and all the traces left by the battle on it have disappeared. But the pattern engraved on the heavenly shield is still as simple and weird as ever. Okay, Shi'er knows. Without thinking, Yu Shi'er bit her finger and forced out a drop of bright red blood. The blood that contains the breath of the soul is naturally the most precious blood essence. Yu Shi'er still has this little common sense. Laugh. When the blood fell on the heavenly shield, there was a soft sound. The patterns engraved on the heavenly shield also changed immediately. A flash of dazzling blood red instantly dyed the entire pattern red. The blood dripping from Yu Shi'er was also absorbed by the heavenly shield at this moment. Is this a success? Qi Li's face looked a little strange. There is a saying that the heavenly shield is an immortal weapon after all, and it is the pinnacle of epic armors. Why is there such a lack of arrangement when recognizing the Lord? This is too simple. Brother Qi Lu, am I successful? Yu Shi'er didn't look at the changes in the heavenly shield. Instead, she noticed Qi Li's face first and asked uneasily. Maybe. Qi Lu touched his chin, stared at the heavenly shield, paused for a moment, and then asked, Shi'er, don't you feel that there is some extra information in your head? Logically speaking, if the recognition of the master is successful, all the information about the heavenly shield should be instilled in Yu Shi'er's mind. But now it seems. Yes. This shield is called the heavenly shield, right? Just when Qi Li's expression gradually became confused, Yu Shi'er let out ash out of surprise. I'm just saying. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a success. This kind of armor that can automatically protect its owner is really the least picky type for its owner. Because no matter who you are or what your rank is, you can wear it. Anyway, it can automatically protect the master and will not occupy the attacking position. Shield of control. Wait a minute, the power of this shield is actually so powerful. Brother Qi Lu, would it be too wasteful to give such a precious shield to Shi'er? After Yu Shi'er browsed the information about Yu Tian's shield, her eyes widened in shock and she looked at Qi Lu. Because in Yu Shi'er's opinion, as long as she stays in the store, her safety can be guaranteed. So getting such a powerful shield is completely useless. Might as well give it back to Qi Lu. How could it be possible? Everything should be prepared. As a member of Qi Lu's store, I must not make any mistakes. Qi Lu said solemnly. However, Yu Shi'er's ears automatically ignored the word store. Brother Qi Lu, Shi'er understands. Yu Shi'er nodded seriously and made up her mind. We must find an opportunity to implement the identity of Qi Lu's people. Shi'er, what do you understand? Hey, that shield. Qi Lu. You are partial again. Where is mine? At this moment, Yu Xuanxue suddenly jumped down from upstairs and saw the heavenly shield at a glance. Although it is unclear how powerful the heavenly shield is and how terrifying its skills are. However, as a spirit-eating cat, his intuition about whether a treasure is valuable and how valuable it is still quite strong. So even if she knew nothing about the heavenly shield, Yu Xuanxue could still detect it. It must be a rare treasure. It must be extremely precious. So Yu Xuanxue broke out on the spot, she was so angry. This. When Qi Lu heard the angry shouts, his scalp went numb. This cat-eared loli is good at everything, but she will never give up when it comes to treasures. I looked outside the store and it seemed it wasn't time to open yet. No wonder Yu Xuanxue had time to come here. This should have been noticed when Yu Shi'er was having breakfast. Because after opening the store, Yu Shi'er didn't know how to have breakfast. Where's mine? Qi Lu, you were partial before. It's obvious that you like Shi'er more, and you're still doing this now. I don't accept it. I must be like Shi'er today. Yu Xuanxue took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, jumped on Qi Lu, and said viciously. However, the fierce expression on his face, mixed with the strong smell of milk powder, really makes people not afraid. Shao Shu, stop making trouble. If you do this, brother Qi Lu will be in trouble. Otherwise, I will give you this shield. Yu Shi'er immediately persuaded her from the side. No, what's yours is yours, I just want it from Qi Lu. Yu Xuanxue immediately rejected Yu Shi'er's proposal. How could something like this harm the interests of a good best friend? This biased guy must pay the price today. It's useless for you to ask me for it, because this is. Yes, this is the year-end award for the best employee. Only the employee with the best performance in the previous year can receive it. Qi Lu was so anxious that he came to his senses and explained aloud. As soon as these words came out, Yu Xuanxue's movements suddenly froze. Then he looked into Qi Li's eyes with suspicion and said, Is what you said true? Of course, how could I lie to others? Qi Li said righteously, his face even more upright. Of course, this is not necessarily the case when it comes to lying to cats. Qi Li added silently in his heart. Shi'er, is what Qi Li said true? Yu Xuanxue looked at Yu Shi'er again, her eyes narrowed with doubt. Yes, brother Qi Lu will not lie. Yu Shi'er nodded quickly to help. Then she added something in her heart, even if it is a lie, Shi'er is willing to believe it. I see, the best employee, forget it, I don't want it anymore, just give it to Shi'er. Although Yu Xuanxue still didn't believe it. But now it's 2 against 1, and even my best friend has said this, so I'm embarrassed to continue making trouble. Moreover, this best employee, Yu Xuanxue, is also self-aware. I definitely won't be able to get it, so I won't cause any more trouble to myself. But that long and short sigh proved that Yu Xuanxue was not at peace in her heart. Unfortunately, life is difficult for cats. Finally, the trick has passed. Qi Lu let out a calm breath. If this had happened in the past, Yu Xuanxue would not have dared to be so bold and yell in the store. However, the closer the relationship is, the harder it is for Qi Lu to take action. Yu Xuanxue seems to have discovered this, so she always makes such a fuss to ask for benefits for herself. However, it is actually normal for family members to have noisy moments. Brother Qila, isn't it good for us to lie to Xiaoxue like this? Yu Shi'er said a little worriedly. Then he and Qila looked at each other, but couldn't help but laugh. There's nothing wrong with it. Xiaoxue is noisy because of loneliness. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, that'll be fine. Qila shook his head and didn't pay much attention to this matter. However, I really have another thing here that I want to tell you. In a few days, I'm going to go out. I'll be out for about a month, so I'll have to leave it to you to take care of the store. Although he was interrupted by Yu Xuanxue, Qila still remembered what he wanted to say. Use the barrier gate to travel to another world. In this month, or more than a month, all matters in the store will be left to a Shi'er again. As for Yu Xuanxue, she just helps look after the store. If I really want to tell something big, I can't count on her. Are you going out again? Hearing this, Yu Shi'er was stunned for a moment, and then her tone became lowered. But soon, Yu Shi'er adjusted her mentality, raised her head, looked at Qi Lu, and said, I know, Brother Qi Lu, Shi'er will take good care of the store. Since I can't help Brother Qi Lu, I should let Brother Qi Lu have no worries when he goes out. So we must not live up to this expectation. Well, I'll leave it to you, I'm relieved. Qi Lu smiled and nodded, then reached out and rubbed Yu Shi'er's head. If he was worried, Qi Lu would not go to another world to collect the power of faith so freely. As for other people's reactions, that's not Qi Li's concern. Anyway, Qi Luwan's disappearance is not something that happened in a day or two. The customers in the store have become accustomed to it and know not to ask questions about things that should not be taken care of. So in general, since the business of the store has been on the right track, it is almost the same whether or not Qi Lizai is there. As long as someone is watching the store. Because it is basically self-service, no one dares to cheat. After all, life is more important than spiritual crystals. Spiritual crystals and other things are actually things outside the body. If you don't bring them with you in life, you won't take them with you in death. So as long as there are no stupid people coming to cause trouble, guarding the store is quite easy. After explaining this, Qi Lu also let go of his last worry. As for the departure time, Qi Lu originally wanted to put it after the Lantern Festival, but after thinking about it carefully, Qi Lu discovered that there were no activities during the Lantern Festival anyway. Might as well leave early. Go early and come back early. So on the night of the third day of the Lunar New Year, after Qi Lu had dinner with Yu Shi'er, he came to the bedroom alone. I'm going to another world again, and I don't know which world I will be living this time. The barrier door opened, and Qi Lu also took a deep breath. The last time I randomly visited was a world that believed in the god of forging, let's call it the forging world. From a purely conceptual perspective, the god of forging can be regarded as a very peaceful god. At least they won't advocate fighting and killing. Therefore, Qi Lu was given an initial period of development to ensure the collection of the power of faith. But this time, the road ahead is uncertain. It's just that Qi Li's current mood is not nervous or fearful, because currently, there is really nothing that can make Qi Li feel this kind of emotion. So to be precise, Qi Li's current mood should be called sadness. Or call it nostalgia. There is no way, for a homebody, going out is a long way away. What's more, this is going to another world. Come on, leave early, and come back early. After shaking his head and throwing away the unnecessary emotions in his mind, Qi Lu took a step forward and walked into the barrier door. The scenery in front of him was instantly replaced by the dark turbulence of time and space. Flame City, Flame Academy. One of the most famous colleges in Yanlong Kingdom. It is said that the name of this academy came from the fact that the first dean of the Flame Academy had a giant flame beast as his familiar. His fighting power is so strong that even the leader of Yanlong Kingdom has to show courtesy to him. That's why it was named Flame. However, subsequent facts also proved that, except for the first dean, all the previous deans of the Flame Academy had familiars that were not as powerful as the Flame Beast. So this situation resulted in something with very serious consequences. That is because the Flame Academy has become less and less famous over the years, and has been resting on the capital accumulated in the past. This should be considered one of the worst-case scenarios for any college that relies on reputation to recruit students. Because the college recruits outstanding students, it needs enough reputation. And those students with outstanding talents are naturally more willing to study in prestigious colleges and graduate from the college with excellent results, win a good future, and at the same time promote the college. Then a natural phenomenon occurred. The strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. A well-known college becomes more and more famous. Colleges with low reputations are basically waiting to die. However, given the overall sluggish environment, the Flame Academy had neither options. So we can only place our hopes on the annual familiar summoning ceremony. This familiar summoning ceremony is one of the most solemn rituals in this world that believes in the god of summoning. Among the rituals of the same level, the most famous one is probably the sacrificial ritual to summon the god. However, it will not be shown here for the time being. The familiar summoning ritual is the only ritual in this world that can be used to confirm the identity of the summoner. Since this is a world that believes in the god of summoning, it goes without saying how respected the summoner's status is. However, the extent to which status can be respected is also relative. After all, in this world, if those great nobles want to inherit their status, the most basic condition is that there must be at least one summoner in the family. Moreover, the higher the status of the noble, the more powerful the summoner's combat power must be. Therefore, the nobility of the summoner is actually more for the common people. Because as long as a noble carries a title, there must be a powerful summoner in his family. If not, or if he died unfortunately due to an accident, then this nobleman's title will be directly deprived of him. So it can be seen how important the identity of summoner is. Then, there is no need to elaborate on the importance and solemnity of this familiar summoning ceremony. Naturally, there are not many places that are qualified to start the familiar summoning ritual. One is an academy that has sufficient qualifications and passed the review, and will start a familiar summoning ceremony every year. The other is a temple built by the kingdom itself. Similarly, a familiar summoning ceremony is started once a year. However, in terms of time, it will be staggered with major colleges. This also ensures that those who missed the familiar summoning rituals launched by major colleges can obtain the status of summoners in time. And today happens to be the day when major colleges start their familiar summoning rituals. As one of the most famous academies in Yanlong Kingdom, Flame Academy naturally has this qualification. Angel, hurry up, aren't you ready? The familiar summoning ceremony will begin soon. At the door of a student dormitory, a girl with long curly brown hair shouted into the dormitory. Come on, Nora, calm down, don't be so nervous. The girl named Angel quickly ran out of the dormitory. Even while running, he was still buttoning the small cloak draped over his shoulders. How can we not be nervous? This is a solemn ceremony that determines whether we can become a distinguished summoner. Nora said with a look of longing. The most basic prerequisite for those who can participate in the familiar summoning ceremony is to become a magician. However, in this world, the use of magic by simple magicians is limited to extremely superficial magic. This is due to the rules and environment of the world. Because in this world, the flow of magic elements is extremely difficult. So let alone those large-scale magics, even slightly more complex magics consume extremely terrifying amounts of magic power. Only summoning magic is an exception. It is precisely because of this that what those magicians long for most is to become a summoner. Because the flow of magic power will not be reflected in those summoned beasts, it will only restrict ordinary magicians. Therefore, the combat power of summoned beasts is usually very powerful. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness of a magician is really no match for those warriors who practice physical skills and train their bodies. The only way to become a summoner is to summon your own familiar in the familiar summoning ceremony and successfully sign a familiar contract. Only after signing a familiar contract, the magic power in the magician's body will undergo a qualitative change, thus transforming into a summoner. Moreover, the strength of familiars may be high or low, and their attributes may also be different. A summoner's potential is linked to the strength of his familiar. The summoner's attributes are naturally linked to the attributes of his familiar. More importantly, once the attributes are determined, the summoner can only summon summoned beasts with the same attributes as his own. And what determines all this is this familiar summoning ceremony. Therefore, for every magician, the familiar summoning ceremony is an extremely solemn ceremony. I know this is a very solemn ceremony, but no matter how nervous you are, you can't change the outcome, right? Those familiars won't become stronger just because you're nervous. Angel spread his hands and said aloud. In fact, this also relieves the tension in my heart. After all, life and death were about to be decided. How could he not be nervous? Angel just didn't want to show it. Before a magician becomes a summoner, everything is empty talk. Even in this world, the methods for cultivating fighting spirit are very poor and lacking. But the powerful fighting power obtained by exercising one's body is not comparable to the strength obtained by magicians. That's what I said, but I can't even think about it. I wish I could summon a particularly powerful familiar. Nora said with hope. Then he pulled Angel together and ran quickly to the scene of the familiar summoning ceremony. The location is on the huge training ground of Flame Academy. At this moment, it was already filled with students from the Flame Academy. The familiar summoning ceremony is held once a year, and every student in the academy who has passed the magic test can come and participate. However, what kind of familiar can be summoned is completely random. This point actually has little to do with the strength of the magician. The only relevant point is probably that the more magic a magician has, the higher the possibility of summoning a powerful familiar. This is why, before participating in the familiar summoning ceremony, you must first pass the magic test. Because the possession of magic power is the basis for summoning familiars. Without reaching a certain amount, it is impossible to resonate with the familiar. That's not to mention summoning a familiar. Therefore, before successfully signing the familiar contract, many students present did not have any sense of superiority at all. At most, it's just to show off one's family background. For example, the summoner and his family has such a powerful familiar. This proves how noble his bloodline is. You must know that the rank of a noble is directly proportional to the combat power of the familiars possessed by the summoner in the clan. This is also the best way to ensure that there will never be turmoil among the various titles. Strength determines status. Therefore, the current master of the Yanlong Kingdom must have a familiar, or one of the strongest familiars in the Yanlong Kingdom. Students of Flame Academy, I am very happy that the annual familiar summoning ceremony has begun. Back then, the founder of the Flame Academy, the first dean, signed a contract with a giant flame beast during the familiar summoning ceremony, gained tyrannical power, and founded the Flame Academy. The opening ceremony of every college is actually similar. The only thing I can do is to ramble on about some past events of the college and review the great achievements of the previous deans. Because of such a solemn ceremony, the person who came to deliver the opening speech must be the dean of this college. So boasting about previous deans is actually praising yourself. Then, encourage the students. After all, if one of these students can really summon the legendary powerful familiar and sign a contract, then the entire academy will benefit. Especially the reputation of the college can definitely skyrocket. But this possibility is really too small. After so many years in Flame Academy, I really haven't encountered him a few times. Otherwise, we wouldn't be resting on our laurels here. Now, the familiar summoning ceremony has officially begun. All students, please come forward in an orderly manner. After the Dean of Flame Academy finished speaking, he stood aside. The person who actually presides over the familiar summoning ceremony is the instructor of each class. You know, in the entire Flame Academy, there are not a few students who participate in the familiar summoning ceremony. If you try to summon the familiars one by one, you may not be able to finish them even after dark. Therefore, we usually take classes as a unit and start trying to summon familiars on this spacious training ground. The auxiliary magic circle was drawn from the beginning. Students who are trying to summon can vaguely sense the familiar they can contact as long as they stand in the auxiliary magic circle and start condensing magic power. Then, he continued to output magic power to strengthen this connection. Until the familiar resonates with the magician and is willing to be summoned, it will appear from the auxiliary magic circle and be summoned into this world. Then there is the signing of the familiar contract. Generally speaking, as long as the familiar is willing to be summoned, there will be no problem in signing the contract. Because if you are unwilling to sign a contract, normally you will not be able to summon him at all. It's about to begin, Angel, it's finally about to begin. I know it's about to start. Can you stop being so excited? I can't breathe. Angel and Nora were in the same class, and they lined up next to each other on the training ground. So after watching the familiar summoning ceremony officially begin, Nora immediately hugged Angel excitedly. For a moment, Angel's whole face was buried in the softness, and he felt that his breathing became extremely difficult. Then, Angel, who finally broke free, took a few deep breaths, glanced at his chest again, and immediately became extremely disappointed. How could it be so far apart? The familiar summoned successfully. Salamander, fire attribute, medium potential, the contract is signed. Just when Angel looked disappointed, the mentor's strong and powerful voice suddenly came from the front. This year's familiar summoning ceremony of the Flame Academy, the first student to become a summoner has appeared. It's great, I finally became a summoner. The one who summoned the salamander was a male student, who was looking at his familiar with excitement. The potential is medium, which is considered average. The flame attribute can be regarded as an old tradition of the Flame Academy. Because after students become summoners, they will automatically transfer to the summoner class of Flame Academy to learn about summoned beasts. After all, after such a long period of exploration and development, there are countless types of summoned beasts with various attributes. However, most of them are useless summoned beasts. Summoned beasts that are truly powerful or have special functions are only a small part of them. And the knowledge about summoned beasts talks about these things. As a summoner, it is impossible not to understand the useful summoned beasts based on your own attributes. You know, the familiar is the foundation of the summoner. Under normal circumstances, familiars will not be used to fight. Because essentially, the summoner's familiar is the medium through which the summoner casts magic. Without this medium, the summoner would be nothing more than a waste. The fighting ability is not even as good as that of a magician. So the ones really used for fighting are those summoned beasts. Fire attribute, medium potential. I really don't know what kind of familiar I can summon. After Nola heard her mentors shouting, a look of longing began to appear in her eyes again. The classification of familiar potential is actually just a general concept. We can only roughly determine the final combat power of the familiar, but the actual combat power can only be known after fighting. But the more important thing about this potential grading is to distinguish the speed of growth. So the higher the potential, the better, of course. This general classification is roughly divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and excellent. But above excellence, there are actually several levels. But those are legendary levels, so they won't be mentioned under normal circumstances. Just like the first dean who founded this Flame Academy, the potential level of the flame beast he owned was only excellent. However, the potential of this outstanding level, when it grows to the end, can make the leader of Yanlong Kingdom give in to him. One can imagine how tyrannical it is. And this first academy to become a summoner is like a fuse. The familiar summoning ceremony of Flame Academy is still going on, and familiars with different species and attributes are constantly being summoned. There are high and low potentials, with more potential being low. There are only 2 of them with high potential so far. As for familiars whose potential is rated as outstanding, I'm sorry, the entire Flame Academy has not seen one in nearly 15 years. You know, if a familiar with excellent potential is really produced, then this summoner, even the royal family of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, will extend on olive branch. Next, Nora. The instructor standing next to the auxiliary magic circle shouted. Finally, it's my turn. Nora took a deep breath. Don't be nervous, Nora, you can do it. Angel was very happy for Nora. Well, I know, I can definitely do it. Nora nodded, and then walked towards the auxiliary magic circle resolutely. He first said hello to his mentor, then stretched out his hand rather cautiously and began to gather magic power. Slow down the speed of condensing magic power, and slowly feel the connection between yourself and the familiar. The instructor standing aside reminded him aloud. When summoning a familiar, the magic power is not concentrated as quickly as possible. The more important point lies in the perception of the familiar when condensing the magic power, so as to find the most suitable familiar for oneself. Yes. Nora nodded stiffly, and then continued to release magic. Slowly, the space in the auxiliary magic array began to fluctuate slightly, and there seemed to be flames floating down in the air. Then, in the next second, a sharp claw broke through the space. Ouch! A sharp howl suddenly appeared on the training ground. Attracted everyone's attention. Before this, all summoned familiars were quiet and followed their masters. But now that there was such a big movement suddenly, it would be strange if Noon noticed it. However, just after everyone's eyes turned around. Above the auxiliary magic array, the space slowly shattered, and a pair of owlish wings took the lead in protruding out. Immediately afterwards, the familiar's body also squeezed out, and the iconic head was quickly revealed. The mentor standing next to Nora suddenly widened his eyes after seeing this scene. This is Fire, Flame Dragon, Attribute, Fire, Potential, Evaluation is Excellent. Low level. A somewhat broken voice of surprise came from the instructor's mouth. When the level of potential reaches excellence, it can actually be divided into 3 more detailed levels: low-level excellence, mid-level excellence, and high-level excellence. However, there is no doubt that as long as there is the prefix of excellence. So whether it is low-level, mid-level, or high-level, it must far surpass familiars with high potential. Even if it is only a low level of excellence, it is still excellence. Therefore, the instructor's exclamation immediately made all the students present express envy, jealousy, disbelief, and disbelief. Excellent level familiar, this is fake. I heard that in the past 15 years of the Flame Academy, no student has summoned an outstanding familiar. I couldn't even dream of a familiar with high potential, but she actually summoned a familiar with outstanding potential. I'm so envious. If a familiar with excellent potential grows up, the Flame Dragon Kingdom will probably have another duke. The students on the training ground were talking a lot. But without exception, the eyes looking at Nola became a little different. It's completely visible envy and jealousy. The status of a noble is inseparable from the strength of the summoner in the family and the strength of the familiar. If it is divided by title, then the familiars of the outstanding level will be as long as they don't die midway. Then this summoner can at least obtain the identity of a marquis. The greater possibility is that it is the duke. This is definitely a very high position. You know, the only people who can put pressure on the duke are the prince and the king. There is only one king. And the number of princes is naturally very few. Therefore, the duke's high status and great power are naturally self-evident. It is normal to be envied and jealous by other students. Because students who can come to the Flame Academy to study, generally speaking, their families will have more or less aristocratic status. Although there are also civilian children, their number is really small. There is no way, if you have problems with your life, how can you have time to study summoning magic? Therefore, the students who come to the academy and work hard to become summoners may not be trying to win glory for their families and improve their status. It's just that the wish is good, but there are not many people who can achieve it. By the way, let me also mention the title of the title. From high to low, they are Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron and Knight. The Knight here naturally does not refer to a professional rank, but the lowest honorary title that can be awarded. There is no real power, just an honorary title. What's more, in fact, in this world, whether you are practicing fighting spirit or magic power, there is no distinction between ranks. People with fighting spirit are just generally called warriors. People with magical powers are called magicians. The only independent system among them is the summoner. Therefore, what a powerful summoner possesses is an absolutely respected identity and status. So it goes without saying how lucky you are to have summoned an outstanding level familiar. Even Angel, who was one behind Nora, could not help but twitch with an expression on his face. An outstanding low-level familiar. Nora is really going to soar into the sky right now. Can nervousness really improve the level of a familiar? As Nora's good sister, Angel certainly knows what Nora's family is like. The highest title is just Viscount. Among the many nobles, this is just a lower middle position. However, if Nora suddenly appears, then not only Nora herself, but also Nora's family, will soar into the sky. However, the premise is that Nora and her familiar can grow up. After all, the potential of the excellent level only represents the upper limit of the familiar's growth, not the current combat power of the familiar. Of course, this does not mean that every familiar needs to grow. In fact, in the records of the Flame Academy, there are some familiars who reached their peak as soon as they were summoned, completely omitting the process of growth. It is directly the upper limit of combat power. However, this situation is indeed quite rare, so it cannot be used as an example. However, even if this extremely rare case is ignored, an outstanding level of familiar is an existence that Angel needs to look up to. Because in Angel's family, the highest title is only Viscount. But what's better than Nora's family is that Angel's family was cut off from the count. Therefore, in terms of background, it is better than Nola's family. However, looking at it now, such a small advantage may soon be filled up and then far exceeded. However, the most excited person was Fader, the dean of the Flame Academy, who stood outside the training ground and watched. His face was all red at this moment, which was entirely caused by excitement. After so many years, a student from Flame Academy finally appeared and summoned an outstanding level of familiar. What a pity, the Flame Academy can finally return to its former glory. Feet's tone at this moment became a little trembling. The news that the students of the Flame Academy have summoned an outstanding level of familiars through the familiar summoning ceremony will definitely attract a huge number of students as long as it is publicized. In this way, the Flame Academy can definitely be revitalized. Only Nora, who was standing in the auxiliary magic circle, was still a little confused at this moment. Flame Yalong. After the familiar is summoned, it will form a unique connection with the summoner. If the subsequent familiar contract is signed successfully, then this connection will be strengthened to the point of mutual awareness. And if the signing of the familiar contract fails, then this connection will be severed. Moreover, the summoner will be backlashed by this connection and suffer heavy losses. So Nora is really at a loss when she looks at the flame dragon floating in the sky and flapping its flesh wings. According to records, the flame dragon has the blood of a giant dragon and is skilled at fire magic. Excellent low level is just the lowest rating. As the dragon bloodline in the flame dragon increases, until it can explode into dragon power, it is the limit of the flame dragon. A flame dragon of this level can be rated as an outstanding mid-level. It's just that before Long Wei breaks out, it will be viewed with the lowest rating. So the instructor, who was already dumbfounded, was actually right about the level he mentioned. However, whether it is low-level excellence or mid-level excellence, that's not something Nora can handle. Little girl, was it you who summoned me here? On the training ground, under the gaze of everyone, the flame dragon in the sky suddenly made a sound. Spoken words. This is something that only a familiar with an extraordinary level of power can do. Excellent level potential and excellent level power are two completely different things. SS. The students of the Flame Academy took a breath of cold air and stepped back involuntarily. A familiar that has not yet signed a familiar contract and possesses an extraordinary level of power is a volcano that may erupt at any time. Among the students present, no one had the ability to stop it. Even the instructors who presided over the familiar summoning ceremony were subconsciously retreating. There are only a few people who are not afraid of death. Yes, it was me, I summoned you. Nora woke up from the flame dragon's words and immediately stammered in reply. There is definitely no way to run. On this training ground, anyone else can run, but Nora, who summoned the flame dragon, cannot run. Regardless of whether the familiar contract can be signed successfully, there must be a result. It's really strange. Why can such a weak little girl summon me here? The flame dragon glanced at Nola with contempt, and then glanced across the entire training ground. Hostility, not really. The dragon's character is more arrogant than violent. Therefore, the flame dragon, who has the blood of a giant dragon, also inherited this arrogant character, and naturally disdained to take action against such a weak target. The familiar summoning ritual, I see. Because the familiar contract is two-way, when Nora knows about it, the flame dragon will also know about it. So after noticing the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Flame Yalong suddenly frowned. Such a weak summoner wants to sign a familiar contract with me? What a dream. What? Although Nora was still very frightened, she still heard clearly what the Flame Yalong said. Refusing to sign a familiar contract. What this means is very clear to any magician who is about to become a summoner. Once the summoned familiar refuses, the magician will be deprived of the qualification to become a summoner. This rule was not set by anyone. But this is the law of the world. So Nola's face turned pale at this time. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant is probably nothing more than that. Being rejected by an excellent level familiar is equivalent to changing from a powerful summoner that everyone admires to a complete joke. Why don't you sign a familiar contract with me? Isn't that an equal contract? Staying here won't affect you. Nora gritted her teeth and shouted to the flame dragon. I want to make one last effort, hoping that Flame Yalong can change his mind. Equality contract? Little girl, if you could study the familiar contract more, you wouldn't say such things. The flame dragon glanced at Nora and said coldly. Because to be precise, the familiar contract is a semi-equal contract. It is true that the owner of the contract cannot force the familiar to do something, and the familiar cannot restrain the owner of the contract. These are all contents of the equal contract. However, there is only one item that is not within the scope of the equal contract. That is when the contract owner dies, and the familiar will die together. If the familiar dies, the contract owner will only be seriously injured and will be permanently deprived of the identity of the summoner. This is very unfair to the long-lived flame dragon. Because Nora would never live as long as the flame dragon. This is also the main reason why Flame Yalong refused to sign the familiar contract. But this. Nora still wanted to argue. But after thinking for a long time, I didn't know what to say. Nothing but. Flame Yalong glanced at the familiars who had signed familiar contracts on the training ground, and said coldly, "I am different from those guys, there is none to try to convince me." A familiar with low potential either has a lifespan similar to that of the summoner, or has a low IQ. So I won't even think about rejecting it. But at the level of Flame Yalong, it is impossible to do this kind of loss-making business. By this time, many students and instructors in the Flame Academy also understood. The Flame Dragon didn't intend to cause trouble, it just refused the familiar contract. So I became bolder. After working on it for a long time, it turns out it was just a bluff. I really thought she could really turn over, but in the end it was just an empty joy. That's right, it's not so easy to get an excellent level familiar. Now it is so good. I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to become a summoner. Let's just keep looking at the others. Among the students of Flame Academy, many people know Nora. Naturally, there are also people who know the situation of Nola's family. The aristocratic circle is not big or small. If Nora can successfully sign a familiar contract with the Flame Dragon, then her transition from Viscount to Marquis or even Duke will be a certainty. It will definitely cause an uproar in the aristocratic circle. So there must be many people who are jealous. But now this happens, those who were envious and jealous before immediately turned into ridicule and ridicule. Because no one wants to see someone who is clearly on the same level as themselves. Suddenly, he stepped on his own head. Nora, it's okay. No matter what you become, we are still the best sisters. At this time, only Angel stepped forward, supported the shaky Nora, and comforted her softly. Wait a minute, Your Excellency Flame Yalong, are you really not thinking about it anymore? But at this moment, Feed, who had been silent, spoke. As the Dean of the Flame Academy, Fader is of course also a summoner. Although the familiar he possesses is not as powerful as the first Dean. But dealing with the Flame Dragon in front of him is still not a problem. But if there was a real fight, the entire Flame Academy might have to bear a belt, so Fader didn't want to take action unless it was absolutely necessary. However, if the Flame Yalong is really allowed to leave like this, then not only Nola will become a laughingstock, but the Flame Academy will also become a laughingstock. Being ridiculed by other colleges is not what Fader wants to see. That's why Feed spoke out, wanting to help Nora fight again. Consider? The Flame Dragon looked at Feed. Okay, if the rest of you can summon another familiar that is no weaker than and is willing to sign a contract, then I will agree to sign a contract with that little girl. The Flame Dragon, who could sense that Feed's strength was no weaker than his own, would naturally give him some face. But the conditions proposed are almost an impossible task. How difficult it is to summon an outstanding level familiar. You know, among the students of the Flame Academy, in the past 15 years, they have only summoned the Flame Dragon, an outstanding level familiar. And it's only the low level of excellence. This, okay, I promise you. Feid looked troubled when he heard this. But he also knew that this might be the bottom line for Flame Yalong, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. It's better to have a faint hope than complete despair. Then I'll wait and see. The Flame Dragon sneered, then flapped its wings and hovered in the sky. The meaning is obvious. The familiar summoning ritual continues, and it will not interfere in any way. Feed could only sigh, and then said, "The ceremony continues." Many students have now calmed down after the initial panic. Although I still occasionally look at the sky with fear, but overall, the impact is not great. The instructors also returned to their original positions and presided over the familiar summoning ceremony. Everyone also heard the agreement between Flame Yalong and Feed. But no one took it seriously. "You know, that is an excellent level familiar, how can it appear so easily?" So when these people looked at Nora, they gradually became gloating about her misfortune. I was envious before, but now I am ridiculing him. Adding insult to injury is what these guys are good at. "Don't worry, Nora, nothing will happen. I will always be with you, you must cheer up." Angel was still comforting Nora. In fact, the reason why Nora wanted a powerful familiar so much was to revitalize the family. But now, everything is in vain. To say that I'm not sad would be an absolute lie. "I'm fine, Angel. Don't worry about me. You'd better hurry over. It'll be your turn soon." Nora sat on the ground, holding back tears, and said to Angel, "No matter what, the familiar summoning ceremony cannot be delayed. Even if I want to cry, I have to wait until I get back to the dormitory to have a good cry." Coincidentally, at this time, the instructor also called out Angel's name. "Okay, I'll be back soon, please wait for me." Angel nodded, and then quickly walked into the auxiliary magic circle. "You can start now, Angel." After confirming it, the instructor spoke out. Angel nodded slightly, and then began to gather magic power. However, just as the magic power began to gather, Angel's brows frowned. The expression on his face also became a little strange. "Angel, what's wrong with you?" The instructor noticed the change in Angel's expression and couldn't help but ask aloud. "No, it's nothing." Angel shook his head, his brows still furrowed, but he didn't say what happened. "Because if you say it, people may not believe it." Originally, according to the experience of the seniors, the magic power should be slowly condensed, and only after reaching a certain limit, the connection with the familiar would be felt. But when we arrived at Angel, the magic power had just begun to condense and had not yet taken shape. A strange connection flooded into Angel's mind. What's going on? Is my familiar just a guy with low potential? Angel frowned even more when he thought of this. Because when summoning a familiar, there is an inaccurate statement. That is, the more magic power is consumed, the greater the possibility of summoning a high potential familiar. Vice versa. Then one can imagine what the potential of a familiar with almost no need for magic power would be. Thinking of this, Angel's forehead was suddenly covered with cold sweat. No way. However, the familiar who had a connection with Angel did not let Angel continue to think wildly. Above the auxiliary magic array, space fluctuations quickly appeared. Then, under the gaze of Angel and the mentor, beside her, a figure shattered the space and appeared in the auxiliary magic circle. Humanoid familiar? Angel looked at the figure and his eyes widened. The instructor on the side also had a puzzled expression on his face. Because the familiar in front of me does not seem to exist in those records. A whole new kind of familiar? However, there is a saying that humanoid familiars are actually not popular. The reason is that the humanoid familiars that have been recorded are not only extremely rare, but every one of them is notoriously weak. Compared with familiars of other species, they are far behind. The potential rating, even among the low ones, is always the worst. It's over, there's nothing wrong with this. It's a humanoid familiar. No, it's all over. Angel muttered to himself with a look of despair. The dream of revitalizing the family was always just a dream. Nora finally summoned a flame dragon. Even if he didn't sign a contract, it was still a truly outstanding familiar. But what about myself? Angel glanced at the humanoid familiar in front of him again and almost shed tears. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you and Nora are the laughingstock, good sisters have to share the same difficulties. Angel could only comfort himself in this way. Sorry, may I ask, what's going on with this familiar contract? However, just when Angel was dejected and crying alone, the humanoid familiar in front of him suddenly asked a question. If there is anyone familiar with this face, they will definitely be able to call out the name of this humanoid familiar. That is Qi Lu. A familiar contract, you don't even know what a familiar contract is? Angel was attracted by the questioning voice, but what followed was even greater despair. Unlike ordinary familiars, humanoid familiars can speak regardless of their strength or potential. So this cannot be used to judge strength. However, Angel judged it from this guy's question. How strong can a guy who doesn't even know anything about a familiar's contract be? If you don't believe it, just look at the flame dragon in the sky. Not only did he know what the familiar contract was, but he also clearly read the terms in it and found out what was disadvantageous to him. This is a truly outstanding level of familiar. I know what the familiar contract is, but I'm not sure about the terms in it, so I'm still reading. If you're not in a hurry, please wait a moment. As Chila spoke, he began to look at the surrounding environment again. Is this the new world? Why does it look a little different from what I imagined? And, what is this familiar contract that suddenly appeared in my mind? System, come out and explain, what is this familiar contract about? When in doubt, ask the system. Qilu has displayed this excellent quality very well. System, host, don't worry, this system is reading information about this world, please be patient. System, by the way, because something went wrong when crossing the world barrier this time, if you, the host, want to stay in this world, you must sign a familiar contract. System, by the way, in order to prevent the host from worrying, this system would like to say that signing a familiar contract will not have any adverse effects on the host. Since it won't have any impact, that's fine. Sheila didn't ask any more questions. Because the system has made it clear that it is still reading world information, which means it can't ask anything yet. So it is better to solve the immediate problem first and then ask other questions. Ahem, well, looking at it now, I have to sign this familiar contract with you, right? Qi Lu, who had made a decision, naturally would not hesitate. Instead, he looked at the girl in front of him and said straight to the point. The sudden question surprised Angel, and he subconsciously took a step back. However, Angel reacted quickly and couldn't help but nodded in disinterest. Yes, you need to sign a familiar contract with me. However, Angel didn't feel any excitement or emotion when he said this. Although after having a familiar, you can indeed become a summoner. But as a summoner, there are also 3 levels. The more powerful the familiar is as a summoner, the higher the realm it can reach, and the more revered the identity and status it can acquire. Therefore, a weak humanoid familiar couldn't really make Angel happy. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. Even the weakest summoner would be better than what he is now. Although it cannot bring any improvement to the family, as long as you work hard, it is still no problem to obtain the title of knight. After all, being born in a noble family does not mean that you are a noble. Because according to the rules of the Yanlong Kingdom, before one obtains a title, as long as he reaches adulthood, his status will be classified as a civilian. It's just that people who are born in a noble family, even if their status belongs to civilians, their status will appear a little transcendent. But when facing nobles with higher titles, they must salute as civilians. And it won't be taken lightly. Only after obtaining the title of knight can one enter the threshold of nobility. Then the higher the title, the more transcendent the status will naturally be. Otherwise, where would the Yanlan kingdom have so much territory to allocate to these nobles? You know, apart from the title of knight, starting from the lowest baron, they are all real titles. As for the noble status, starting from the baron, you can build your own manor. The viscount can be entrusted with a territory of his own. The earl began to have the power to confer knighthoods. The marquis was given the power to form his own private army in the fiefdom. Of course, the size of the private army is strictly regulated, and its main function is to protect the nobles' fiefdoms. The status that the marquis could bestow was also promoted to baron. In addition to all the above powers, the status that the duke can bestow is also promoted to viscount. However, the fiefdom of the viscount awarded by the duke needs to be divided from the duke's own fiefdom. So under normal circumstances, few dukes are willing to do this. Because that is tantamount to weakening one's own power. As for the prince, he is truly inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. In addition to his own tyrannical power, he must also have sufficient background and qualifications to become a prince. Naturally, Angel cannot expect this position. In fact, before coming to the Flame Academy to study, Angel thought that after becoming a summoner, he wouldn't expect much more. As long as the glory of the family can be restored, it will be enough to turn from viscount to earl. Because starting from earls, nobles with earl status can bestow upon civilians the title of knight. This is definitely a qualitative change for a noble family. Although knight is just a title, it does not have any actual power. But this is the threshold for becoming a noble. Commoners, under normal circumstances, cannot be awarded titles. You must first obtain the title of knight before you can continue to advance your title. So from here, we can see the importance of a count. However, at this moment, Angel had already fallen into the abyss of despair, and was no longer in the mood to have those fantasies. However, this did not affect Qi Lu at all. In fact, Qi Lu had no idea why the girl in front of him looked so ugly. Is it because you are sick and are not feeling well? But no matter what, these problems can only be solved later. The problem now is to sign the familiar contract. In that case, let's start. So Qi Lu didn't pay too much attention to Angel's mood, but instead called up the familiar contract. As long as both parties to the contract agree and concentrate on imprinting soul mark, that means the signing is successful. Dean Fader, you are finally here. Angel summoned a humanoid familiar, and we can't recognize its attributes. You've seen a lot, do you know it? At this moment, Feed, who was called by his doubtful mentor, also came over. And was brought to Qi Lu by the instructor. Humanoid familiars have been very rare since ancient times, and there are not many records left, so there is very little information for reference. Moreover, the main reason why those humanoid familiars are recorded is because they are rare, not because they are powerful. In fact, all humanoid familiars that have been recorded have very low combat effectiveness. In most cases, they are all resourceful familiars. Fader said while looking at the humanoid familiar in front of him. Of course, these words were not meant for Qi Lu, but for Angel. A resourceful familiar. I know, Dean. Angel lowered his eyebrows, looking frustrated. How could Angel not know this, which was almost common sense for people who wanted to become summoners? But now that the matter has come to this, what can be done? Once a familiar is summoned, it cannot be changed. Giving up the familiar is equivalent to giving up the qualification to becoming a summoner. So no matter how bad the summoned familiar is, Angel will not give up. However, the problem of low mood cannot be solved in just a short while. One can only rely on time to slowly heal the trauma. As long as you know, I won't say more. Fader would not go to comfort Angel. After all, there have been so many familiar summoning rituals started by Flame Academy. There are so many students who are terrible at summoning demons. If everyone has to comfort them, they will be really busy. So the real purpose of Fader's visit this time was to explore the attributes of the humanoid familiar. Because after becoming a summoner, what kind of summoned beast can be summoned is closely related to the attributes of the familiar. As for the attributes of humanoid familiars, there are not many types. Most of them have holy light attributes, undead attributes, hell attributes, or forest attributes, but as of now, the aura exuded by this humanoid familiar. Almost nothing. Fader looked away from the humanoid familiar and sighed. The breath is almost non-existent, which means that the combat power is almost non-existent. And similarly, it also means that it is impossible to judge the attributes of a familiar from its breath. I knew it was like this. It's okay, Dean. I'm mentally prepared. Angel took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust his emotions. That's fine. In this case, you can only check the specific attributes after you sign the familiar contract. Feed nodded and spoke aloud. The familiar contract is a semi-equal contract. Except for the last non-equal clause, all other terms are normal. Therefore, after signing a familiar contract, the information about the owner and the familiar will appear in the other party's mind. This is also a very important way to collect information about familiars. Having said this, Feed glanced at the humanoid familiar in front of him again. Chilu was also looking at Feed. Naturally, he listened to the conversation between the two people in front of him, so an interested smile appeared on the corner of Chi Li's mouth. Almost no breath? To be honest, Chi Lu felt a little funny when he heard this sentence. There is one thing to say, Chi Lu can clearly see what level Feid's strength is. According to the division of realms in this world, Chi Lu is still unclear. But according to what Chi Lu knew about his cultivation level, he was probably at the level of an intermediate hero. With this level of cultivation, if you want to see through Chi Li's strength, isn't it just a dream? It would be strange if he could really feel Chi Li's aura flowing. However, Chi Lu, who had just arrived, did not expose it. One is that Chi Lu himself is not a high-profile person. The other reason is that Chi Lu doesn't understand the situation of this world yet, so it's better to keep a low profile. Well, let's start signing the familiar contract. Angel nodded towards Fader, then turned to Chi Lu and said. Good. Chi Lu nodded slightly. As long as both parties agree to the familiar contract, the signing process is quite simple. So soon, more information about Angel appeared in Chi Li's mind. And some common sense about summoners. It did give Chi Lu a preliminary understanding of the world. The world of summoners. Chi Lu raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more interested. On the other side, Feed was frowning, looking at Angel, and asked, How is it? What are the attributes of your familiar? However, Angel looked confused and distressed. Strange, why didn't I get information about my familiar? Angel's brows furrowed. The familiar contract has been signed, why hasn't the information about my familiar been passed on yet? Is it because the information about this humanoid familiar is completely blank? No message? At this moment, even Feed showed a confused look. This kind of situation has never happened before among the familiars that have been recorded. So at this moment, Fader didn't know what to do. Otherwise, based on the judgment in the records, let's calculate it based on low potential. After thinking about it in the end, Fader made a decision. After all, the familiar summoning ritual cannot be interrupted, and humanoid familiars are already rare, so there is nothing to learn from. So for the time being, the records will prevail. Then we can discuss this matter after the familiar summoning ceremony is over. Announce it. After speaking, Feed glanced at the mentor beside him. No matter what attributes and potential the summoned familiar has, it needs to be announced. In a place like this, hiding something would only make people laugh. I understand, Dean. The instructor nodded, and then shouted loudly, the familiar summoned successfully. Humanoid familiar, unknown attributes, low potential, the familiar contract has been signed. This announcement stood out among the many announcements floating over the training ground. It immediately attracted the attention of most students. Humanoid familiar? This is probably even rarer than an outstanding level familiar. It is indeed a rare sight. I really didn't expect that we would be lucky enough to see it today. It's an excellent level familiar again, and it's a humanoid familiar again. I guess there's some great luck in the familiar summoning ceremony this time? Stop talking, it's too late to cry when something like this happens, okay? That's right, if I summoned a humanoid familiar, I would want to hang myself right now. It was completely opposite to the envy and jealousy shown when he saw the flame dragon before. This time, many students were laughing, and they all couldn't help laughing. There's no way around it, humanoid familiars are notoriously weak. Although humanoid familiars are nicknamed as resourceful familiars. But everyone knows that they are just words of comfort. The purpose of becoming a summoner is to gain powerful power. If it is purely for wisdom, then why do you have to look for a wise familiar? Isn't there a few smart people in the huge Yanlong kingdom? So most of the students couldn't help but laugh out loud. In any case, with this humanoid familiar at the bottom, no matter what I do, it can't be any worse. Let's go. Angel gritted his teeth and said, not knowing what kind of expression he should use to face Qi Lu. I am not in the mood to refute those ridicules. Familiar creatures are different from ordinary summoned beasts. After the summoned beasts are summoned, the summoner needs to continuously devote magic power to maintain their existence. If the magic power is interrupted, the summoned beast will disappear. But the familiar does not need magic power to maintain it. As long as the familiar contract is still there, the familiar can stay in this world. Of course, the summoner can also take the familiar into the familiar space. But under normal circumstances, summoners will not do this. Most of the time, the familiar space is just to summon the familiar to oneself without consuming magic power. Therefore, in most cases, the familiar is invisible around the summoner. After all, some familiars are not suitable to be carried around because of their size. But as long as there is a fight, the summoner can summon the familiar immediately. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Qi Lu followed Angel and suddenly said something. Of course it's not good. It's not your problem. Angel may even hide her emotions in front of outsiders. But in front of his own familiar, he doesn't have to pay so much attention. My question? Qi Lu was stunned for 3 seconds by this answer. How come Duan has become my problem? If you are in a bad mood, what does it have to do with me? Qi Li's mind was filled with confusion. You don't understand even after I tell you. It's better not to ask. I'll be fine after a while. Angel shook his head and sighed. You can't vent your anger on your familiar. Really? Then I won't ask. Upon hearing this, Qi Lu shrugged his shoulders and shut his mouth sensibly. At this time, we still have to focus on figuring out what kind of world this world is. It's not too late to discuss other issues later. System, host, we have almost collected the information and will pass it on to You now. But at this moment, the voice of the system suddenly popped up in Qi Lu's mind, and then a large amount of information poured into his mind. Especially regarding the summoner system. And grading of potential. According to Qi Li's understanding, the grading of potential is low, medium, high, and excellent. The corresponding ones are the brave level, professional level, grandmaster level, and hero level. It's just that this potential refers to the state that the familiar can eventually grow to, not the actual state. Of course, the summoner's true realm classification also uses these titles. But the same problem is there. That is the strength of the summoner, which actually depends heavily on the strength of the familiar. Therefore, even among summoners of the same level, the real strength gap is sometimes quite huge. Therefore, Qilu also guessed the reason for Angel's depression from this information. Does she think I'm a weakling? When Qilu thought of this, he felt like he couldn't laugh or cry. A world that believes in the god of summoning. Fighting spirit and magic have been almost abandoned, and all that is left is about the summoner. Did all the summoners who disappeared from the eastern wasteland come here in ancient times? Fortunately, Qilu also knew that this kind of thing was impossible, so he just joked about it. So, now we know who the god this world believes in. Qilu is about to start planning how to collect the power of faith from this, let's call it the summoning world. Summon, summon. Qilu thought silently in his heart. And Angel also brought Qilu to Nora's side. Nora, now we have really become good sisters, the two laughing stock of Blazing City. As Angel spoke, he also sat on the ground and leaned against Nora. Nora, whose eyes were dull, raised her head and glanced at Qilu, and then glanced at Angel again, tears almost not flowing out. Angel, what did we do wrong and why is this happening? Nola's tone dropped to the lowest point. If they weren't still on the training ground now, maybe the two of them would start hugging each other and crying. Wait a minute. What happened? Can you tell me? After Qilu received the information from the system and digested it, he noticed the two people at his feet. You? Angel raised his head, glanced at Qilu, and then sighed inexplicably. What's the use of telling you? Are you stronger than that flame dragon? As he spoke, Angel pointed at the sky, where the flaming dragon was hovering above. Huh? Did that guy offend you? I don't think it's hostile at all, right? Qilu replied without even raising his head. Qilu had already noticed the flame dragon in the sky when he first came taught his world. However, Qilu also discovered that the flaming dragon seemed to be just hovering in the sky without any hostility or murderous intent, so Qilu didn't care about it. Who knows if that guy will be the guardian beast of this Flame Academy. By the way, Qilu learned the name of Flame Academy from Angel's information. After summarizing the information provided by the system, Qilu already had a preliminary understanding of the summoning world. I also know that in this world, the combat effectiveness of those who practice fighting spirit is extremely worrying. Those who have the strength of a professional class are considered to be 1 in a million geniuses and masters with great renown. As for ordinary magicians, let alone that. Because the flow of magic is extremely difficult, a familiar must be used as a medium to release magic stably. That's why the summoner's status is so respected. After all, a summoner in the summoning world is equivalent to a summoner plus a magician. Then, the importance of familiars is beyond doubt. Therefore, Qilu has nothing to say about his identity after coming to the summoning world. At least it makes sense, doesn't it? There is indeed no hostility, because that flame dragon was supposed to be Nora's familiar. When Angel saw Qilu's serious look, he didn't hide anything and directly told what happened before. Anyway, this matter is not a secret. Maybe after today, he will become a laughingstock in the aristocratic circle. And the news that Angel summoned a humanoid familiar will probably spread well. By then, Angel and Nora may really become the two biggest jokes in Blazing City. By the way, I didn't get your information after signing the familiar contract. Can you tell me your name now? At the end, Angel asked one more question. Although this is indeed a strange thing, in this case, Angel does not want to delve into this issue. Of course, my name is Qilu. After Qilu heard the story, he also reported his name. Although Qilu looks down on Angel's strength. But no matter what, as long as Qilu stays in the summoning world, Angel will be his contract owner. Therefore, it is still necessary to build a better relationship. Qilu, okay, I understand, can you please stop disturbing us now? Angel repeated Qilu's name, and then had a sad expression on his face. Together with Nora, they are really the standard brothers in trouble. No, they are sisters in trouble. It's really difficult, And compared to Angel, Nora's situation may be more difficult. After all, judging from the current situation, Angel has become a summoner after all. Even if the familiar is weaker, but with a little effort, he can still get the title of knight. But Nora can't. For a person who cannot become a summoner and cannot practice fighting spirit, it is really difficult to obtain the title of knight. You know, the reason why knights are called knights is because they have to achieve enough merits before they can be named knights. The most important part of merit is military exploits. But how can war merit be so easy to obtain? If you don't have strong enough combat power by your side, let alone gain military exploits. If you don't become someone else's military exploits, that's a good thing. So Nora understood that if nothing unexpected happened, she might have to bear the identity of a civilian for the rest of her life. Then he spent the rest of his life in his family's fiefdom. Can you please stop being too busy being sad? Isn't this problem easy to solve? Sheila looked at the two people's lost looks and couldn't help but speak. Regarding the issue of titles, Sheila learned a little bit from Angel's information, but not much. But just this little bit of information was enough for Chi Lu to understand the moods of Angel and Nora. For nobles, titles not only represent identity and status. It also represents glory and faith. Every title, in addition to the powerful summoner as the basis, is accumulated by the ancestors through various achievements. As the younger generation, Angel and the others naturally want to protect this honor. It's a pity that the strength does not allow it. So it is normal to feel sad. Easy to solve? Are you kidding? Do you know how powerful that flame dragon is? Just save your energy. This isn't what you should do. I don't blame you. Angel raised his head suddenly and spoke excitedly to Chi Lu. But after talking about it, Angel's tone gradually dropped, and she just shook her head silently. Are you worried about me? Chi Lu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes when he heard the change in Angel's tone. Being emotional is a normal reaction. But the concern contained in the tone was a subconsciously guided behavior. Interesting little girl, it looks like this journey will be interesting. Chi Lu didn't care about Angel's tone, he was just thinking about Angel's attitude. And the results obtained are naturally gratifying. It is better to be with a summoner who cares about his familiar than to be with a summoner who treats his familiar as a tool. From this point of view, Chi Li's luck is quite good. So Chi Lu doesn't mind helping Angel and her good sisters. Okay, stop crying all the time. I said it's a small problem, so it's a small problem. Just take a good look at it. Chi Lu clapped his hands, trying to attract the attention of Angel and Nora. Precisely because of this plan, Chi Li's voice when talking and clapping was not too quiet. After attracting the attention of Angel and Nora, many students on the training ground also looked over. It's natural to join in the fun. And the big words spoken by Chi Lu naturally became the target of ridicule. What did that guy just say? Did he want to take action against the Flame Yalong? As a humanoid familiar, you actually want to take action against an outstanding level familiar. That's really courageous. What's the use of having courage without strength? You're not going to be slapped to death by the flame dragon. I'm just sorry for Angel. Like Nora, she will soon lose the qualification to become a summoner. It's better not to worry about them too, let's just wait and watch the show. You don't know what you can do. In the eyes of the students of Flame Academy, a familiar with an excellent level is definitely an unattainable object. Currently, in the entire Flame Academy, only the familiars owned by Dean Fadir at an outstanding level. As for the others, they are only high level at best. So now a humanoid familiar dares to speak arrogantly, and it's strange that he won't be ridiculed. A self-righteous person really lacks nothing. Chi Lu glanced at the group of students and thought silently in his heart. With his state of mind, it was certainly impossible to compete with these housekeepers. How could a lion become furious because of a barking dog? What's more, in front of Qi Lu, with the strength of these students, it might not even be considered a barking dog. It was these chirping taunts that attracted Fed's eyes. Then, under the gaze of these people, Qi Lu raised his head and looked at the flame dragon hovering in the sky. The wingspan is only a few tens of meters, so it is definitely not a pure dragon. This was Qi Li's first thought. A real giant dragon, after reaching the hero level in cultivation, will have a wingspan of hundreds of meters long, without exception. Those powerful dragons, when hovering in the sky, are behemoths that cover the sky and the sun. However, this flame dragon may indeed be considered huge in size. But there is still a long way to go before reaching the realm of behemoth. This is enough to show that the dragon blood in the flame dragon's body is not pure. In that case, then come down from the sky. As soon as he said this, Qi Lu raised his right hand, then suddenly made a fist and waved it downward. The whole process was very smooth, like grabbing an invisible rope and pulling it off with force. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly came down from the sky. Following Qi Li's movements, the flame dragon that was originally hovering in the sky fell directly from the sky as if it suddenly lost all its power. Boom! The huge body of the flame Yalong slammed into an open space in the Flame Academy. A huge pit appeared under the flame dragon's body, and countless cracks spread rapidly outward from the edge of the pit. The terrifying movement was like a giant hammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard. It was so shocking that the entire training ground fell into silence. Everyone's movements froze, as if they were frozen. They looked at the flame dragon hitting the ground, dumbfounded, and didn't know what to say. I couldn't believe my eyes either. What exactly happened? Why did the flame dragon fall from the sky? This is an outstanding familiar. Could it be that humanoid familiar? Impossible, how is this possible? If it is true, then what we said before, wouldn't it be? Shock, doubt, confusion, disbelief, even fear. Various emotions spread among the students. Even those instructors who had seen the big scene had incredible expressions on their faces at this moment, unable to believe what they saw. This scene simply subverted their previous common sense. An outstanding level of familiar is an existence that is unattainable to them. How could they be defeated so easily? But the facts are right in front of you, and even if you still can't believe it, you have to face reality. What did you do to me? Why can't I move now? The flame dragon, which was suppressed on the ground and unable to move at all, roared angrily as it looked at Qi Lu, who was gradually approaching. Strength suppression, just a little trick. Qi Lu walked to the flame Yalong and spoke slowly. The level of excellence, in conversion terms, is just the realm of hero level. Especially this flame dragon, when calculated carefully, it is only at the beginning level of hero level cultivation. In front of Qi Lu, he really didn't have any arrogance, he was just someone who could be suppressed with a flip of his hands. Just when he was taking action, Qi Lu suddenly noticed something unusual. That's why he didn't show off his momentum, which made the students and instructors at the training ground feel filled with uncertainty. After all, no one is sure yet that it was Qi Lu who caused the flame Yalong to fall. I just heard about the agreement you mentioned before, so I came here to tell you what it means to keep one's word. I hope you won't break your promise and sign the familiar contract honestly. Qi Lu said slowly. Although the tone was calm, Flame Yalong could also hear the determination that could not be refuted. Why? You should have read the terms in the familiar's contract. The familiar must die together with the owner of the contract. Do you know? However, even if it was completely suppressed, the flame dragon still wanted to struggle again. For a familiar with a long lifespan, it is really unfair that if the owner of the contract dies, the familiar must also be buried with him. Of course I know, but I don't care. Qi Lu shrugged, then stared at the beast eyes of the flame dragon, and said word by word, "So, if you break your promise here, then I guarantee that you will not survive today." Damn it. The flame dragon gritted its teeth and let out a low roar from its throat. But facing such a terrifying opponent, Flame Yalong also understood that this sentence was definitely not a joke. If he hadn't signed a familiar contract, he might not survive today. Therefore, it is still a good choice to die immediately or wait for decades. Okay, I'll just sign it. As he spoke, Flame Yalong called up the familiar contract from his mind, then concentrated his energy and branded his soul. The problem is solved, look how easy it is. Chi Lu clapped his hands and said to Angel. It's just that simple? Success, success? Nora. Angel stared at the dreamlike scene in front of him, then turned to look at Nora. Whether the familiar contract is successfully signed can only be determined by the owner and the familiar. Indeed, it was successful. The flame dragon is now my familiar. Nora's face was also full of disbelief. After confirming it over and over in my mind several times and confirming that it was true, I came back to my senses and answered Angel's question in an incredible tone. Falling from heaven to hell, and then from hell back to heaven. This feeling of ups and downs is still a bit too exciting for a girl like Nora who is inexperienced in the world. No, then let's put it this way. Having said this, Angel looked at Chi Lu and couldn't help but swallowed. He's stronger than the flame Yalong. Then what level of familiar will this be? Is it an outstanding high level loan? Or a higher level? Surprise. After experiencing surprise and shock, the only emotion Angel could feel at the moment was surprise. The strength of the familiar represents the strength of the summoner. Such a powerful familiar can definitely make him rise to the top and his family soar into the sky. Chi Lu, what level are you at now? Angel took a deep breath and finally calmed down his excitement. Then he immediately ran to Chi Lu and asked excitedly. Chi Lu looked at the girl in front of him, her delicate face turned crimson due to excitement. There were beads of sweat on the tip of his nose because of the excitement, and his beautiful eyes shone like stars. The meaning that a tyrannical familiar can represent is really too great. From the abyss of despair to the paradise of hope, it would be strange not to be excited. Honestly, I don't know. Chi Lu smiled and answered truthfully. After all, Chi Lu only has a preliminary understanding of the power system of the summoning world. So Chi Lu really doesn't know what the title above the excellence level is. Really, that doesn't matter, I just need to know that you are very strong, even stronger than an excellent familiar. Angel doesn't care about level either. After all, potential is just an indicator, and only true combat effectiveness is the real manifestation of strength. It will definitely be stronger than an excellent level familiar. Angel, that's so nice. I thought we were all going to be laughingstock. Nora also became energetic at this time. No matter how shocking something happens, the time it takes to come back to your senses will not be too long. The only difference is the attitude after regaining consciousness. For example, Angel and Nora's beaming faces were in sharp contrast to the expressions of mourning concubines on the training ground of the Flame Academy students. Envy, extreme, surged out. But there is no such emotion as hatred at all. Because when the strength gap reaches a point where it is difficult to compare, hatred is meaningless. A level that can never be pursued will bring only envy. Or to please. Those students who had mocked Angel and Nora involuntarily backed away at this moment, wishing they could become invisible on the spot. Afraid of being reckoned with by the Queen of Autumn. Only Fide, the Dean of Flame Academy, stared at Chi Lu with twinkling eyes. Could this be the legendary familiar? Dean Fader, what is the legendary familiar? Angel heard this and immediately asked, curiously. Understanding one's own familiar is something that every summoner will do. Generally speaking, this task will be completed automatically when signing the familiar contract. Because one of the terms of the familiar contract is the exchange of information between the two parties. However, Qi Li's appearance was too mysterious, so Angel didn't understand Qi Lu at all and didn't get any information. The only name I know is that I asked myself. So after hearing Fader's words, Angel immediately walked over. The legendary familiars naturally refer to familiars above the level of excellence. According to records, there is another title above the level of excellence, and that is of monarch. Fader said in a solemn tone. A familiar at the level of a monarch is rare to appear in hundreds of years. Throughout the entire history, there are only a handful of monarch-level familiars recorded. So it's normal that you don't know. Having said this, Fai took another deep look at Qi Lu, as if he was confirming something. After a long time, he turned back and said to the instructor who recorded the results of the familiar summoning ceremony, "Modify the record. The familiar that Angel summoned has unknown attributes and potential, excellent and high-level. A familiar at the level of a monarch is of great importance, and Fader doesn't care to make any hasty conclusions. So in the end it can only be recorded as an outstanding high level. However, even if it is an excellent high level, it is an extremely rare level and can make a large number of summoners cry with envy. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire Flame Dragon Kingdom, there are no more summoners than 2 hands with outstanding high-level familiars. One can imagine how precious it is. Those students who looked down on Angel and Nora before are now eager to slap themselves twice. This is an outstanding and high-level familiar. If nothing else happens, it is almost certain that Angel will become a duke. As long as you continue to accumulate merit, the process of improving your title will be absolutely hassle-free. This kind of classmate who will definitely be a top noble in the future does not know how to win over and please. If it spreads back to his family, his legs may even be broken. It's a pity that such a thing as regret medicine is not even available in Chila's store. Then these people are even less likely to have it. So after a period of chaos, the familiar summoning ceremony was still proceeding in an orderly manner. It's just that the way everyone looked at Angel and Nora was completely different. The immediate problem is finally solved, system. Now let's talk about the familiar contract in detail. Chila followed Angel, looking at the surrounding environment and asking in his mind. Chilu also read the specific terms of the familiar contract. So there are some questions that must be asked. System, if the host has any problems, you can tell them directly. This system will definitely tell you everything. That's fine. Chila nodded, and then asked, so, first of all, what happened when the deed owner died and the familiar was buried with him? This is also the most important clause for Qi Lu. Did Angel accidentally lose her precious life and then die on the spot? Then this is too scary. Can this be said to have no adverse effects at all? It's already starting to tickle me. System, host, please rest assured. The actual effect of this clause has been modified by this system. When the contract owner dies, the host will only be expelled from this world. So that's the case, then I'm relieved. Chilu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. But really speaking, the results of being expelled from this world and dying in the spot seem to be the same. That is to disappear forever in this world. It's just that the former has no impact on Chilu. Then, the second question is, what happened to the abnormality I felt during the battle? I can feel that my power seems to be suppressed by something, and I can't use it at all. Qi Li's second question was about the strangeness he felt before. Without this abnormal feeling, how could the previous scene of pulling down the flame dragon have such a little momentum? With Qi Li's level of cultivation, he could knock down the flame dragon by directly using coercion. And it can also shock everyone present. It's a pity that after the power is suppressed, you can only do it yourself. The scene that emerged was neither gorgeous nor shocking, but seemed a bit silly. System, host, your feeling is correct. Your power is indeed suppressed, and the thing that suppresses you is the familiar contract. What did you say? Qi Li's eyes widened with surprise on his face. System, to be precise, the person who limits your power as the host should be our contract owner. System, the familiar contract will balance the power of the owner and the familiar, so the power you can exert as a host should be half of what it is under normal circumstances according to the calculations of this system. Having said this, the system transmitted another piece of information to Qi Li's mind. The content is the power calculation method in the familiar contract. According to the terms, the power that the familiar can exert should be the power of the owner plus the power of the familiar, divided by 2. What the contract owner can exert is all the power that the contract owner himself possesses. This is because the strength of the familiar is generally stronger than that of the familiar, and if the power gap between the master and the familiar is still large, it is easy for the familiar's power to backfire. Therefore, in order to ensure the life safety of both parties to the contract, clauses appear. Well, according to the system, Angel's power, compared to Qi Li's power, seems to be infinitely close to 0. This directly suppresses half of my power? When Qi Li saw this, he couldn't help but ask himself, and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Who would have thought that his contract owner could be so weak? Originally, Qi Li thought that it might be the will of heaven and earth and his world that was staring at him, so he seemed so restrained. As a result, he was tricked by his own people. Forget it, half of the power is enough for the time being. We will think of ways to help Angel improve her strength later. At this point, Qi Li has nothing to do. There is always a solution to a problem. Wait until something really happens, and then think of a solution. Then the third question is something I'm quite curious about. What are the system and my attributes? Qi Li asked, quite seriously. Speaking of attributes, this was something Qi Li only thought of after understanding the summoner's fighting style. The attributes of the familiar determine the type of summoned beast that the summoner can summon. The combat effectiveness level of the summoned beast depends on the power level of the summoner. To put it bluntly, the summoner can become as strong as the familiar. This is the upper limit. However strong the summoner is at present, the summoned beast will be as strong as it is. This is the actual combat power. Therefore, it is impossible for a powerful summoner to rely solely on his familiars to fight without improving his own strength. That's very stupid. Normally, any summoner with a little bit of common sense would try their best to raise their power level to be consistent with that of their familiar. Only in this way can the summoner's full power be unleashed. However, Qi Li has no hope for Angel's power level. After all, the upper limit of potential is one thing, but the actual improvement is another matter. Therefore, the attribute issue is very important. Because some summoned beasts with certain attributes are inherently powerful in combat, they can crush summoned beasts of the same level. As for summoned beasts with certain attributes, their combat effectiveness is surprisingly weak. Therefore, if you suffer a loss in terms of attributes, it will be a lifelong matter. However, when Qi Li asked this question, the system's voice seemed to become a little awkward. System, host, to tell you the truth, you don't have any attributes. What did you just say? Qi Li raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized that things were not simple. However, this situation was unexpected. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Because Qi Li is not a real familiar in essence, he is just a person who happened to have his beard cut off. To be more precise, something happened to Qi Li when he crossed the barrier gate. I don't know why, but I sensed Angel's condensed magic power, and was led into this world by the familiar contract. Therefore, it is normal to not detect any attributes. Without attributes, does that mean that you can summon summoned beasts with any attributes? Qi thought of this and guessed aloud. Since I accidentally got the identity of a familiar, I have to show some value. If the summoner can't summon the summoned beast, then why not call him a hammer summoner? Do you really want Qi Lu to stay with Angel every day? System, on the contrary. System, having no attributes, means that it is impossible to summon any summoned beast. Because the host itself is not an orthodox familiar, it cannot provide this function. So according to you, it's still my problem in the final analysis? Qi Lu was shocked by the systematic answer. Isn't the whole process of crossing the boundary barrier controlled by your damn Irby system? Why did it suddenly become my own problem? System, ahem, host, this system feels that now is not the time to discuss such a non-nutritious issue. System, let's discuss what method should be used to collect the power off faith. The system probably discovered the problem in Qi Li's mind, so the system decisively changed the topic. I think it would be better if you don't change the subject. The problem of summoned beasts must be solved first, otherwise I may not be able to go anywhere. Qi Li did not follow the system, but spoke very rationally. Because according to the terms of the familiar contract, if something happens to Angel, then Qi Li will be expelled from this world, and collecting the power of faith will become an empty talk. Therefore, in principle, Angel's personal safety must be guaranteed. Then the problem arises. One can imagine how poor the combat effectiveness of a summoner who cannot summon summoned beasts is. Therefore, even just as a precaution, Qi Li did not dare to put Angel too far away to avoid an accident. But taking Angel with him all the time would also be a big obstacle to Qi Li's actions. So the problem is back to where it started. Summon monster. As the most fundamental combat power of the summoner, if it cannot be summoned, it can completely weaken the summoner's combat power to the lowest point. Perhaps this is also the reason why Angel's combat effectiveness as assessed by the familiar contract is infinitely close to zero. System, what the host said seems to make sense. System, which was somewhat speechless by Qi Li's explanation, remained silent for a long time. Then, System, so host, do you think there is any way to solve this problem now? This system will definitely try its best to cooperate with the host. He relented decisively. Things that use your brain are not the system's strong point. After all, what good solution can a 2 billion system come up with that is in arrears all year round? Furthermore, the root cause of the problem this time is that the system made a mistake when controlling the barrier gate, so that Qi Li's current identity is somewhat embarrassing. So even though the system usually talks tough, it feels a little guilty now. Hey! This Irby system actually takes the initiative to say that it will try its best to cooperate with me? Then, there is still room for maneuver. When Qi Li heard this, he was surprised and suddenly happy. But his face remained calm. Since you said so, then I'll work harder. There must be a way. Since you are willing to believe me, I will definitely try my best to find a way to solve this matter. Qi Li cleared his throat and spoke for a moment. Then the conversation changed and he asked solemnly, but before that, I have Ito ask a question. That is the will of heaven and earth in this world. Does it still exist? A will of heaven and earth that has the instinct to defend against intruders is actually quite troublesome. Although Qi Li's own strength will not be too restrictive. But it will make Qi Li's process of collecting the power of faith extremely difficult. This is not a situation Qi Li wants to see. System, according to the detection of this system, the will of the world and his world is condensing and taking shape, but it has not yet derived any instincts, so it will not have any impact on the host for the time being. It's coming together. Qi Li repeated these 6 words, and then his eyes narrowed unconsciously. This is a good opportunity. This situation made Qi Li involuntarily think of Zhu Bao in the forging world. That is the will of heaven and earth born from his own hands. Drawing on this matter, if a will of heaven and earth can be cultivated in the summoning world, then the road to collecting the power of faith will be smooth sailing. However, Qi Lu was not sure about such a large-scale event. So it's just an idea. How to implement it depends entirely on fate. However, compared with the complete demise of the will of heaven and earth in the forging world, the will of heaven and earth in the summoning world is condensing and taking shape, which means that the destiny of heaven and earth in the summoning world is also recovering. In this way, it will be more conducive for Qi Lexi to expand his fists. Okay, if that's the case, then I have an idea. System, I think you should have prepared some purchase channels specifically for this world. Qi Lu said firmly, but then the conversation changed. But now, please modify the dedicated purchasing channel for me. Since we have come to a world where we believe in the God of summoning, we must naturally prepare products that conform to their values. And this kind of product already exists in the store. That is pet card. When Qi Lu mentioned this, the system was immediately stunned. System, host, what you said does make sense, but the mechanical core of the pet card changer is not redundant. Here comes the most critical question. If you want to sell pet cards, a pet card exchange machine is undoubtedly the most important thing. Even if Chila adds the function of extracting pet cards to the membership card, it cannot shake the status of the pet card exchange machine. Because this is the only channel that can redeem pet cards. But for Chila, it doesn't seem to be a problem at all. After hearing what the system said, Chila couldn't help laughing and said, "That's why I said, you don't know how to adapt. It is true that you need to use a pet card exchange machine to redeem pet cards, but what if the product being sold is not a pet card?" System, what do you mean? Qi Li's words directly stunned the system. You are the one who says you sell pet cards, and you are the one who says you didn't sell pet cards. What on earth do you want? The Irby system has a low IQ. I've told you so, why don't you understand? The solution is very simple, that is to redesign a product based on the pet card, and then give it a random name, just call it the summoning scroll. The effect is just like a magic scroll, except that the summoning magic is sealed inside. Qi Li's face was full of hatred that iron cannot become steel. Anyway, they are all summoning magic, let the summoner release it personally, and use the summoning scroll to release it, aren't they the same? And the summoning scroll is obviously more convenient. There is no need to condense magic power or chant, just open the summoning scroll and you can summon the summoned beast. What's more important is that you just need to buy whatever style of summoning scroll you want to summon the summoned beast, and it also completely solves the problem of the familiar's attributes. Convenient and fast, saving time and effort. System, this makes sense. System, host, how did you come up with this method? It's so amazing. Not only does it save several dedicated purchase channels, but as expected, it can also quickly collect the power of faith. As soon as the summoning scroll came out, there was no doubt about the popularity of this product. Because summoning scrolls don't require magic power to use, all they have to do is break the seal. So this undoubtedly breaks the monopoly of summoners, giving everyone the opportunity to summon summoned beasts. This would definitely have a huge impact on the status of those nobles. However, it is precisely because of this that it will definitely prompt those nobles to snap up summoning scrolls in large quantities to maintain their identity and status. After all, in terms of financial resources, civilians still cannot compare with nobles. Qi Lu was also able to gain a lot of power of faith in the process of selling summoning scrolls. It can be said that it is relaxed and enjoyable. You don't have to admire me too much. I'm just a little smarter than you. Qi Lu felt really comfortable listening to the compliments spoken by the system inadvertently. He immediately stretched out his thumb and index finger and made 100 million dots gesture. Then it's time to discuss the details. However, it was said that both parties were discussing together, but in fact, it was Qi Lu who was talking, the system was recording, and then waiting to be implemented. The summoning scrolls are all made disposable for me. I must ensure consumption and promote consumption. This was the first request Qi Lu made. If the summoning scroll were made into a reusable type like pet cards, you would really be setting yourself up for a trap. Apart from anything else, I don't care about the issue of income. Just talking about the power of faith, it would have to be reduced at least several times, or even more than 10 times, which is totally not worth the gain. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Lu to do such a thing that harms himself and benefits others. If it's a win-win situation, then you can still consider it. There must be more types of summoning scrolls and the attributes must be complete, but the combat effectiveness can be appropriately weakened. After all, we still have to give the summoner some face. Since we have completely overwhelmed the summoners in terms of quantity, we can still relax a little more in terms of quality. This is the second request made by Qi Lu. Since this is a product aimed at non-summoner buyers, the standard must be lower. Otherwise, how could non-summoner buyers be allowed to buy summoning scrolls crazily under the pressure of summoners? Qi Lu's purpose is not to suppress the summoner. In the final analysis, it is just to promote the summoning scroll so as to collect the power of faith. Therefore, maintaining the summoner's transcendent status is conducive to the sale of summoning scrolls. After all, there is a saying that goes well. Only when there is pressure can there be motivation. Only when a summoner with a transcendent status presses on it can the motivation of many customers to spend money to buy summoning scrolls. Then when you find that the summoning scroll you bought is only a little short off catching up with the summoner, you will become even more crazy. As everyone knows, these summoning scrolls, summoners can also buy it. And the quantity will definitely not be small. Because Qi Lu knows very well that the summoned beasts that a summoner can summon have the same attributes as his familiars. In other words, a summoner's advantages and disadvantages will be very obvious. For example, a fire-type summoner can perfectly restrain a wood-type summoner. However, it will be restrained by water summoners. Moreover, this chain of restraint is still a problem that cannot be solved. Just like rock, paper, scissors, it is an interlocking cycle, restraining and being restrained from each other, forming a complete cycle chain. So most of the time, the summoner will not fight alone. Because I am afraid that I will encounter an opponent who will restrain myself. Therefore, most summoners will choose a team member with different attributes from themselves to prevent this situation from happening. However, after the summoning scroll appears, this restraint relationship can be buried. If you encounter an enemy who restrains you in terms of attributes, you can just use the summoning scroll to fight. Anyway, the summoning scroll does not restrict who can use it. As long as you have strong financial resources, even if the summoned beasts summoned by the summoning scroll are slightly weaker in combat power, they can still kill the enemy with their numbers. So Qi Lu doesn't have to worry at all, the summoning scroll will impact the summoner's status. On the contrary, this conflict will greatly increase the sales of summoning scrolls. Then the last point, let's wait until I think of it. System, you should design some new summoned beasts first. Remember that the summoned beasts must have all attributes. Qi Lu thought for a while and found that there was nothing to say for the time being, so he stopped the discussion this time. As for what comes to mind later, let's talk about it later. The more important thing now is to find ways to open up the market for summoning scrolls. After all, no matter how powerful this thing is, it can't appear for no reason. There has to be some reason. It seems that we still have to think of something to do with Angel. In the forging world, Bu Yuyan is an agent. So in the summoning world, it is not impossible to let Angel be an agent. Since we are so destined, we should help others to the end. On Qi Lu's side, when the conversation with the system ended, the Flame Academy's familiar summoning ceremony also began to give its final exit speech. Naturally, such a solemn ceremony would not allow leaving early. All the students, under the leadership of their instructors, stood on the training ground and looked at Dean Fader, who was delivering a speech in front. I'm very happy that this year's familiar summoning ceremony has ended successfully. Here, I would like to highlight two students, Student Angel and Student Nola. They successfully summoned an outstanding level of familiars during this familiar summoning ceremony, which is the pride of our Flame Academy. Feed, who was standing at the front desk of the training ground, said loudly, "Such good things must be publicized in order to build a reputation for the Flame Academy and attract more students." Presumably in this year's familiar summoning ceremony, the news that two outstanding level familiars appeared in the Flame Academy will soon spread throughout the Flame City. Moreover, during the familiar summoning ceremony, the news of all registered summoners must be sent back to the royal family of Yanlong Kingdom. If you think about it, it shouldn't be long before the names of Angel and Nor will come into the sight of the current leader of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Flame Academy will truly become famous. Listening to Feed's speech, all the students in the Flame Academy looked at two figures at the front with envy and jealousy. Some students even had regretful looks in their eyes. I regret that I did not have a good relationship with the two of them at first, but now I have missed the friendship of two top nobles. Angel and Nora, who had been adjusted to stand at the front, were already holding their heads high and looking forward, with pride and joy on their faces. This is honor. There is no noble who does not like honor, otherwise he would not spend so much time fighting for power. Only Qi Lu, standing next to Angel, looked uninterested. There is no way to get Qi Lu interested in this kind of petty quarrel. As for Nora's familiar, the Flame Dragon, because it was a little too big, it was not convenient to stay on the training ground, so Nora took it back to the familiar space. By the way, this seems to have been requested by the Flame Dragon. Because in that guy's opinion, it seemed to be a very shameful thing to sign a contract with such a weak little girl and become a familiar. The self-esteem coming from the Dragon Clan is really hard for Qi Lu to understand. But this has nothing to do with Qi Lu. After all, Qi Lu does not have such an unknown mentality. A familiar is just an identity. In fact, the status of the familiar owned by a powerful summoner is much more noble than that of ordinary nobles. Under normal circumstances, the summoner will not interfere with the actions of his familiar. It's just that the familiar cannot obtain the title. Because all the achievements obtained by the familiar will be counted on the summoner's head. But this has no impact on Qi Lu. Title? Unnecessary. Qi Lu just wants to sell the summoning scroll properly, and as for other things, he won't think too much about it for the time being. After finishing his exit speech, Fader was the first to leave the training ground. Because the record of the familiar summoning ceremony held by Flame Academy still needs to be filed by Fader. This is what every college must do. This is to ensure that every new summoner who appears can be recorded by the Flame Dragon Kingdom for easy inquiry. One is to facilitate the registration of achievements, which can be used as abysses and proof for the summoner to upgrade his title, or to find talents with good qualifications. The other one is also to maintain the stability of Yanlong Kingdom. Summoners' fighting power far exceeds that of ordinary people. If it is not controlled, it will easily cause turmoil. Therefore, registration is very necessary. It's finally over, Qi Lu, you should feel bored. Before the pride on Angel's face dissipated, he turned around and asked Qi Lu. Fine. Qi Lu replied calmly with two words. The problem of boredom no longer existed when Qi Lu started guarding the store. Just standing on the training ground for a few hours is much more comfortable than sitting in the store all day long. That's good, let's go back to the dormitory first. By the way, Nora, has your new dormitory been allocated? Angel spoke and glanced at Nora again. Students of the Flame Academy, before they became summoners, lived in a dormitory with two persons. After becoming a summoner, you will be assigned to a new dormitory, which will become a room for one person. Because the summoner has a familiar, in order to prevent others from being disturbed by the familiar, a private room has become a necessary standard. Well, it's been assigned. It's next door to you. Nora took out the dormitory number she just got and looked at it, then glanced at Angel's dormitory number, and immediately said in surprise. It's true. It's right next door to me. It's great. Angel also seemed quite happy. After all, if nothing else happens, Angel and Nora should be fighting partners in the future. It's pretty good for two little sisters to live next door. As one of the most famous academies in Yanlong Kingdom, Flame Academy, even if it was once powerful, the configuration of the student dormitories would not be too bad. What's more, most of the students who can come to the Flame Academy to study are from noble families. Not short of money at all. So when Angel opened the door of the single dormitory, Chi Lu was still a little surprised. In a bedroom that was much larger than the living room, there was a princess bed in the middle. On one side is a sofa and coffee table for guests. On the other side is a gorgeous wardrobe and bright windows. At the end facing the end of the bed is a dressing table that looks very high-end and classy. However, Chi Lu couldn't name the specific wood used. Because the plant system here seems to be somewhat different from the plant system Chi Lu knows. But just know that it looks expensive. Then there is a small door in the corner, which connects to the independent bathroom. I have to say that this configuration is really the dormitory configuration of a noble college, and it has everything it needs. Although the convenience level is not as good as the bedroom decorated by Chi Lu in the store, the luxury level is completely beyond the past. This dormitory looks quite nice, and the sofa is quite soft. After Chi Lu followed Angel into the dormitory, the first thing he did was notice the softness and hardness of the sofa. There was only one bed, and even if it was out of gentlemanly demeanor, Chi Lu would not snatch it. What's more, Chi Lu often slept on the sofa when he was guarding the store. Hey, Chi Lu, are you planning to sleep on the sofa? Angel asked curiously when he saw Chi Lu sitting on the sofa as soon as he entered the door. Otherwise? Do you want to sleep on the sofa? Chi Lu moved his shoulders and returned casually. Of course not. How can sleeping on the sofa be comfortable? There is, no, you in the room. You should sleep on the sofa. Angel originally wanted to say, isn't there a bed in the room? But when he looked back, his face immediately turned red, and he quickly waved his hands and spoke eagerly. Angel still understands the principle of men and women not being intimate. Even less so with familiars. It's good that you know. Then I'll go to sleep first. Don't call me if nothing happens. I will wake up naturally if something happens. Chi Lu never thought about it in that direction from the beginning, so didn't care about Angel's reaction at the moment. On the contrary, after crossing the barrier gate, so many things happened, and he still stood on the training ground for a long time in vain, which made Chi Lu feel a little tired. And the most important thing is that the nightlife in this world is really lacking. So Chi Lu could only sleep. But before going to bed, Chi Lu also took a look at Angel and found her sitting cross-legged on the quilt with her eyes closed and her face calm, as if she was meditating. The way to increase magic power is quite traditional. Seeing this scene, Chi Lu suddenly became interested. To be honest, Chi Lu has only heard of meditation, but has never done it. Because Chi Lu doesn't need to use such an inefficient method to increase his magic power or temper his magic power. But for the majority of magicians, this is indeed the most effective way to increase magic power. At least it's the least labor-intensive method. It's a pity that Chi Lu doesn't like it and is just simply interested. After all, after Chi Lu proposed the summoning scroll, Angel's personal safety was guaranteed. The subsequent development is just a matter of playing it by ear. Therefore, in Chi Lu's view, Angel's strength is a matter of improving if you can, and taking your time if you can't. So after watching it for a few minutes, Chi Lu lost interest. By the way, one thing is certain, that is, meditation is really a boring process. I really don't know how those magicians persisted. The next day, Chila sat up from the sofa. Then he turned around and saw Angel huddled under the quilt, obviously still asleep. Don't you just sit and meditate all night? Are the rumors I heard before false? Chila touched his chin, looking a little confused. The store has been open for such a long time, and there are tens of thousands of magicians that Chila has talked to. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Chila can confidently say that he is no weaker than any magician. So there are doubts that arise at this moment, and there are no questions. Wait a minute, is this situation happening because the magic system in this world is imperfect? Chila thought for a moment and vaguely guessed the reason. Summoners and magicians, although their power systems come from the same lineage, both use magic power. But the way of fighting is completely different. Magicians rely on their own power to release various magics to fight. Summoners, however, rely on summoned beasts to fight, and most of the magic they know are buff magic to assist summoned beasts in combat. Therefore, in this world that believes in the god of summoning, it is normal to abandon the magician's fighting style. And this is even more vividly reflected in the Dochi system. Because summoners have no use for fighting spirit, the combat effectiveness of fighting spirit practitioners in the summoning world is really worrying. It's not like no one wants to learn this. After all, there are only a few people who can become summoners. Therefore, cultivating fighting spirit has become a means to improve combat effectiveness that is closer to civilians. However, due to a large lack of knowledge about the Dochi system, this hassled to the current situation. So much so that Chila couldn't help but want to shout. Knowledge is really power. It's biased. This is definitely a very serious bias. Chila continued to rub his chin and came to a conclusion in his mind. It's just that this kind of partiality caused by faith is really not something that Chila can correct. What's more, those precious cultivation knowledge has been missing for so long. It is basically impossible to complete it at this time. Just like in the technological world, talking about the knowledge of cultivating immortals will only be ridiculed as crazy. It is not easy to change an already developed civilization. Unless heaven and earth change and faith changes. However, it is a pity that Chila cannot do this and does not want to change the world. This conclusion is drawn just to make it easier to collect the power of faith. Because of this partial science, it can ensure that the sales of summoning scrolls are more stable, and it can more quickly win over those who cannot become summoners and contribute their power of faith. Dong dong dong. Angel, Angel. Get up quickly, it's time for class, let's go have breakfast together. At this time, there was a knock on the door suddenly outside the dormitory, and Nora's voice sounded at the same time. Attend class. Angel suddenly woke up from his sleep, and in the next second, he jumped to the ground. There are not many classes in the Flame Academy, but each one is important. Especially for students like Angel and others who have just become summoners, there are still many things that need to be understood and learned. Therefore, every missed class is a huge loss. Of course, for those students who are idle and unmotivated, absenteeism is a common occurrence. But obviously, Angel is not this kind of person. But when I returned to the cage, I felt that it was indeed an abyss. The quilt in the morning seemed to have a seal. So it is very common to sleep a little more. Wash up quickly, and then go to class. Hey, Chi Lu, have you been up for a long time? Why didn't you call me? Angel, wearing cute pajamas, ran around the dormitory, and finally set his sights on Chi Lu. I didn't know you were going to class. Chi Lu spread his hands to express his refusal to take the blame. However, Angel, dressed in silk pajamas, still looks quite cute. Her delicate and beautiful face is still beautiful even without makeup. Only the figure is not so eye-catching. Then forget it this time, you must remember to wake me up in the future. Time was running out, and Angel no longer dwelled on such small issues. After washing up casually, he started to change clothes directly in front of Qi Lu. Qi Li's face froze in shock, and he quickly lowered his head, looking at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Why does this little girl have no concept of men and women? Or did she not regard her familiar as a human being at all? Nora, good morning, which classroom is this class in? Angel didn't notice Qi Li's expression at all. After changing his clothes and tidying up his image a little, he opened the dormitory door. Nobles still have very high requirements for their own image. The main thing is to be clean and tidy. After all, the problem of appearance is determined by birth, so we can only start with dressing up. This time the class is in the summoner theory classroom, but, Angel, aren't you going to have breakfast? After Nora finished answering Angel's question, she asked again. We don't have time, let's wait until class is over before eating. Angel didn't want to miss half a class just to have breakfast. The Flame Academy will determine the performance of students based on their class performance. Angel was not willing to graduate from the Flame Academy with the reputation of being an inferior student. That's right. Then I'll call Gluck out and ask him to take us there. Nora suggested. Gluck is the name of the flame dragon. Yesterday on the training ground, for various reasons, Flame Yalong did not say his name. So Nora only found out the name of the flame dragon in the familiar contract. No need to bother, when will you have class? Qi Lu suddenly said something while listening to the issues discussed by Angel and Nora. In about 10 minutes. Noila thought for a moment before speaking out. What? Only 10 minutes left? Even if you skip breakfast, you won't be able to make it in time. Angel had not looked at the time before, but now he was shocked when he heard Nola mention it. Although being late is not a big problem, it is never nice to say it out loud. Most of the students in the Flame Academy are from noble families. The concept of punctuality is still very important. 10 minutes for breakfast is almost enough. Bread and milk should be fine. Sheila didn't feel anything special. Since there is still time, you should still have breakfast, otherwise it will be bad for your stomach. But... Okay, Angel, we can't catch up anyway, so why not go after breakfast? Nora said with a smile. We're already going to be late anyway, and the result is the same if we go early or late, so it's better to be late a little longer. As long as you don't miss school, that's fine. Then, okay, let's go to the cafeteria. Angel opened his mouth, originally wanting to say something, but finally compromised. The cafeteria is not far outside the dormitory building. As long as you go downstairs, it will only take half a minute at most to reach the door of the cafeteria. To be honest, there are not many breakfast options inside. Most are various types of bread, or clear soup, and then some dairy products. But the taste is okay. After all, it is a college with a majority of aristocratic children, so there will definitely not be any neglect when it comes to food and clothing. There's only half a minute left, have you finished eating? Sheila put the bread in his hand into his mouth, and then casually wiped some crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Finished. Eat, finished. Angel and Nora said in unison. However, in Qi Li's opinion, only Angel, who put down the cup and started wiping the oil stains on his lips, should have finished eating. As for Nora, she still had half a croissant in her hand. Now that we've finished eating, let's go to the classroom. Get ready, but don't be too surprised. Sheila felt that Nora probably didn't care about such a little image issue. So he waved his hand and opened a small space door. The ability of the sky-breaking boots will not be reduced by half due to the difference in the world. The huge Flame Academy is almost entirely under Qi Li's perception, so it can be said to be a piece of cake to detect a summoner theory classroom. Let's go. Sheila stood up and walked into the space door with Angel and Nora. Summoner Theory Classroom. This is a fairly wide indoor open space, surrounded by new summoners from the Flame Academy, and the instructors responsible for imparting theoretical knowledge are also standing in front. The number of students is being counted based on the roster. Because the first lesson of the summoner is all about general knowledge and will not touch on attribute issues for the time being. Therefore, the main purpose of this class is also to count the students and allow the many students and the instructor to get familiar with each other. Look at the new summoners in the Flame Academy. After all, in the aristocratic circle, connections are a very important part. Once you get into this circle, you can't be alone. No matter what, you always have to socialize. The classroom in the college is one of the most convenient places for communication. Therefore, the atmosphere in the entire Summoner Theory classroom is still quite active. Angel, is anyone here? Not coming? Nora, is anyone here? You're not here either? The instructor who was counting the people frowned slightly. The names Angel and Nora are very impressive to this instructor. In the Flame Academy's familiar summoning ceremony this year, 2 summoners who summoned outstanding level familiars appeared in one breath. These 2 were the ones I was talking about. But what the instructor didn't expect was that the students who were late for the first class were actually these 2 people. Because I have a little better luck and got an excellent familiar, do you think you don't have to study? Historically, there are quite a few geniuses who died midway. The instructor who was calling the roll obviously had some complaints about these pretentious students. However, because the Flame Academy wants to use Angel and Nora's incident to gain fame this year, it is difficult to say it openly. Forget it, let's start class directly. Anyway, the first class is just for head count. If you are absent, you will be absent. After the names were called, the instructor shook his head, and his evaluation of Angel and Nora also dropped a notch. A person who does not know how to be humble and does not understand the importance of acquiring knowledge will not be able to achieve much, no matter how qualified he is or how lucky he is. Ahem, fellow students. The instructor, who was originally preparing to start the class, just cleared his throat to attract the attention of the students. Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. Because at this time a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the central area of the Summoner's Theory classroom. Immediately afterwards, a crack appeared in the void. Pieces of space debris continued to collapse, and finally formed a small space door, which was firmly located in the Summoner Theory classroom. What is this? Is it some kind of novel magic? Or something else? This looks like a kind of space magic. No way. Isn't space magic something in legend? Will it really happen? All the newly promoted summoner students are carefully looking at this space door at this moment. Summoners are of the same lineage as magicians after all. Although the fighting method of magicians is abandoned, it does not mean that these summoners do not know the types of magic. It's just that I don't know how to use it. Just like every powerful magician, their knowledge is quite profound but complicated. No matter whether it is magic that they can master, they will try it out. But knowing it does not mean knowing how to use it. Understand that sometimes it is not for learning, but also for targeting. The so-called knowing yourself and the enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. Therefore, although the method of releasing space magic has been lost, the name has not been lost. Empty, space magic? Are there still people who know space magic in this world? The instructor standing in front was also stunned. Tutors with theoretical knowledge know the most complicated things, and are naturally no strangers to space magic. After all, the rules of this world limit the flow of magic power by magicians. But it does not limit the flow of magic power of the summoner. Therefore, as mentioned before, summoners in the summoning world are essentially ordinary summoners with a magician superimposed on them. It's a pity that the magician's fighting method was abandoned, so a large number of other types of magic were also missing. In most cases, only one name is known. But I don't know how to release this magic. Ultimately, the reason why this happens is because a person's energy is limited. On top of being a summoner, it is too difficult to learn the knowledge of a magician. There are really not many people who really have this kind of energy and talent. Over time, it became what it is now. Therefore, the emergence of the space gate cannot allow this instructor not to be surprised. It can even be said to be shocking. You must know that among the lost magics, in terms of types, general magic and elemental magic are the best types to master. Space magic is definitely one of the most difficult types to master. As for things that are more difficult than space magic, they are probably those forbidden spell magics that destroy the world. However, the real difficulty of forbidden spell magic is that it consumes a huge amount of magic power, not that it is difficult to release. Therefore, in terms of release difficulty, space magic is probably higher than forbidden spell magic. Huh? This is the Summoner Theory classroom? At this time, all the students and instructors were speculating one after another and were extremely shocked. A voice suddenly came from inside the space door. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Angel and Nora walked out of the space door, with a hint of astonishment on their faces. And right behind him was Qi Lu, who casually closed the door to space. Why are we suddenly in the Summoner Theory classroom? I remember we were in the cafeteria before. Nora hasn't even finished the croissant in her hand. Now I saw the students around me staring at myself and Angel, and a blush immediately appeared on their faces. Then he stuffed the croissant into his mouth in 2 bites, and his cheeks suddenly bulged. Like a hamster guarding its food. This is an excellent level familiar summoned by Angel student. Did he release the space magic just now? The instructor standing in front glanced at the calm Qi Lu and swallowed involuntarily. But at the same time, I felt relieved. It is true that the summoning world lacks a lot of knowledge about the magic system. As a result, most of the magic is only known by its name, but does not know how to release it. However, for these familiars, there is no such thing. Because the familiar's ability does not come from the summoning world, it is never certain until it is demonstrated. No matter what martial arts or magic these familiars know, it is possible. No need to be surprised at all. However, having said that, surprise is one thing and shock is another. The strength of an outstanding and high-level familiar is indeed terrifying. Thinking of this, the instructor suddenly felt that he might have made a mistake before. There are indeed many geniuses who have fallen because of their arrogance. But if you can have a familiar with such terrifying strength, that is indeed a source of pride. If you can become invincible by relying on luck, then why do you have to work hard? So angry. Envy and jealousy surged into his heart at the same time, causing the instructor to grit his teeth. Comparing people to each other can really make people angry. A mentor who can be assigned by the Flame Academy to teach students the basic theories about summoners is naturally a summoner himself. It's a pity that the theoretical tutor's familiar is only a familiar with average potential. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to teach only one theory. And those who are even more angry than this theory instructor are probably the other students in this Summoner Theory classroom. After all, for the instructor, no matter how lucky or qualified Angel is, she's still a student. When Angel became famous in the future, the theoretical instructor would boldly brag when drinking with others, saying that he had taught Angel before. Even if all I have been taught is some irrelevant theoretical knowledge. But what does it matter? And no one will go to verify it. Those who don't want to believe it just laugh it off, and those who want to believe it are naturally envious. But for students in the same school year as Angel, the meaning is different. Since they are in a competitive relationship, the faster Angel grows and the higher he stands, the greater the pressure on them. Therefore, the instructor can let go of his jealousy, but the same cannot be said for the students. It's just that jealousy is jealousy, and it's still impossible to attack Angel openly. The aristocratic circle has its own set of rules of conduct. Unless they are mortal enemies, otherwise, the superficial harmony must be maintained no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a joke to others. Okay, everyone, stop looking. The theoretical instructor clapped his hands, waking up the students from their shock. Now that everyone is here, let's start the class. This is also the first class you will take after becoming a summoner. In this class, I will tell you what a summoner is and the history of a summoner. Since it is theoretical knowledge about summoners, it is naturally very general. So after finishing the theory class, Angel and Nora did not sit idle, but ran to the training ground to prepare to practice summoning magic. This is also one of the contents taught in today's summoner theory class. Summoning magic is not a profound magic for the summoner. It's just that when looking for summoned beasts, you need a little skill to summon the most suitable summoned beast. This is why every new summoner needs to learn knowledge about summoned beasts. The main reason is to study and understand the purpose of these summoned beasts. When needed, summon the most suitable summoned beast. However, for new summoners, there are not many types of summoned beasts that can be summoned. Because summoning magic has a characteristic. It will be quite difficult for the summoner to summon a summoned beast that has not been summoned before. But after summoning this kind of summoned beast once, it will leave a mark in the summoning magic, and it will be very easy to summon it again. Of course, the amount of magic power that needs to be consumed will not be reduced. It's just that the process of searching is simply omitted. First gather the magic power to find a summoned beast with the same attributes as yourself, and then increase the output of magic power to bring the summoned beast to you. Nora recalled what she heard during class. It just sounds pretty simple. But when it comes time to actually do it, it's not as simple as imagined. It is not difficult to gather magic power. What is really difficult is finding a summoned beast with the same attributes as your own. There are thousands of types of summoned beasts that can be summoned by summoners, but only a small part of them are useful. But when a new summoner looks for summoned beasts with the same attributes as himself at the beginning, they are all randomly summoned. This is also a process that every summoner will go through. Continuous random summons. After summoning a useful summoned beast, he left a mark on his summoning magic. So that when you need it next time, you don't have to spend time looking for it. So really speaking, each summoner's summoning magic will actually be different. Because the marks left in them are different. Gather your magic power to find the summoned beast. Angel also began his difficult journey to find the summoned beast. The magic power condensed in Angel's palm, and then began to outline the lines of summoning magic. Sheila stood aside, wanting to see if Angel could summon the summoned beast. Fire grass, it's useless. Little fire rat, this doesn't seem to have much fighting power. TSK, another useless summoned beast. No, not even this. Why are there always useless summoned beasts? While Angel was seriously looking for the summoned beast, some strange things kept popping up on Nora's side. There are quite a lot of summoned beasts with fire attributes. And they say they are summoning beasts, but when they are actually summoned, the things that appear are not just beasts. Fire-attributed plants or some strange-shaped things may appear. And these things are generally classified as useless summoned beasts. However, even if it is a useless summoned beast, it still summons something. But when I got to Angel, such a long time passed, but there was no response at all. This situation made Angel frown. What's going on? Why can't I feel the presence of the summoned beast at all? There should be nothing wrong with the summoning magic I released, but why can't I summon the summoned beast? Angel looked at his hands and began to fall into deep self-doubt. Qi Lu, sitting aside, remained silent, not knowing what to say. The system is really accurate. It says it can't be summoned, but it really can't summon anything. Of course Qi Lu knows what the truth of the matter is. But it would never be possible to say it. Because Qi Lu understands that it is better to let Angel doubt himself than to doubt himself. After all, the summoner's fighting method is not just about summoning beasts. Magic can also be used by summoners. Angel, what's wrong with you? So Qi Lu, who had been sitting nearby and paying attention to this scene, asked knowingly. Qi Lu, I can't seem to summon the summoned beast. No, it should be said that I can't feel the existence of the summoned beast at all. Am I not suitable to be a summoner? After Angel's deep self-doubt, a look of grief began to appear on his face involuntarily. According to the common concept in this world, a summoner's combat effectiveness is reflected in various summoned beasts. But when a summoner cannot summon a summoned beast, the value of the summoner disappears. No, how could it be? After Qi Lu saw the sadness on Angel's face, he quickly spoke out to comfort him. Because Angel couldn't sense the summoned beast, in the final analysis, it was Qi Lu's fault. Therefore, both emotionally and rationally, Qi Lu should find a way to make amends. Angel, do you think summoners can only use summoned beasts to fight? So after a brief moment of comfort, Qi Lu immediately changed the topic. Rather than continuing to dwell on this sad point, it would be better to solve this problem from another aspect. In essence, there is not much difference between summoners and magicians. It's just that one specializes in summoning magic, while the other specializes in combat magic. However, this does not mean that summoners cannot learn combat magic. In fact, due to the rules of the summoning world, in this world, there is no particularly significant difference between the power of summoners and magicians. This is much better than other worlds. Therefore, Qi Lu felt that since Angel couldn't use summoning magic, he might as well learn some combat magic to defend himself. Summoners don't need to summon beasts to fight, so what else can they use to fight? After hearing Qi Lu's words, Angel's expression suddenly became startled. Whether it is in the academy or word of mouth among summoners, one thing has been proven. That is the summoner's combat power, which mainly comes from summoned beasts. So Qi Lu's question seems a bit silly. Angel, you must understand one thing. Summoned beasts are only external forces. If you want to become truly powerful, you must rely on your own strength. Qi Lu did not answer Angel's question, but began to lead her. Although from the perspective of world rules and beliefs, summoners must bait a mainstream combat force in the summoning world.